What up? What up? What do we say to the God of Monday? Not today. Welcome to this DraftKings baby we call the Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia Jr., second of his name. We're back in studio. This is a beautiful thing here. We bring you this show live every weekday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern time, all the DFS and sports betting analysis that your big beefy heart can handle. So NBA Summer League, check. NFL, check. PGA Tour's postseason has arrived. Check. We'll talk about that. But we're going to start with our baseball panel. Let's go. DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, plus RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. We are price checking, gentlemen. Share with us your favorite plays in the following price ranges on tonight's 10-game main slate. Pitcher, north of 8K. Who's it going to be, Paul?
I like a couple of guys. Frankie Montas of the A's for $9,500. Emerson, he's allowed opposing batting average of only .223 with 73 strikeouts and only 18 walks over his last 61 innings pitched. So that's quite a bit of dominance there. 6 straight starts over 6 innings pitched. We like that when we pick a player in DFS, and 3 of those starts, 10-plus strikeouts. He faces Dallas Keuchel, who has a 5 ERA over his last 10 starts with 12 homers allowed over his last 54 at-bats as part of a 137 whip in that stretch too. But the guy that I like best in this slate is Wade Miley, priced at only $8,200. He's 3-0 with a 3.14 ERA in his last 10 outings, which is better than most of the starters in recent performances of late on this slate. And he's only allowed 5 homers in his 57 innings pitched. I like the fact that he keeps the ball in the park too. He's facing a depleted lineup of the Cubs, which is on an 11-game losing streak. His mound opponent is Justin Steele, who's just pitched his first game over 5 innings pitched, and it didn't go well, allowing 2 homers and only 1 strikeout. He's gone at, and I like the high win probability here because of all those stats favoring Wade Miley tonight. It's a compelling case in my opinion.
All right, Matty, you got 6 pitchers to choose from here. North of 8K, who's your guy?
I think this is kind of a tough slate. Like, I usually have more of a clear-cut take on who my favorite is, but I think Garrett Cole and Kevin Gausman at the top are both totally fine, and I think Wade Miley and Touki Toussaint in that second tier are both totally fine. So honestly, like, I don't have an opinion that really probably deviates from the norm too much. I do feel like the industry at large will be expecting Garrett Cole to have a limited pitch count tonight, and I don't know that we know for sure that that's true. So the upside with Cole might just be so much higher than that of Kevin Gausman, who has a much tougher matchup against the Mets. Cole is going against a team that basically has one great hitter in Shohei Ohtani with the Angels, but then a lineup that has a lot of strikeouts after him. So I feel like Cole could be under-owned, at least where like Gausman and Cole are similar ownership, but I think Cole's upside is much, much higher. So if I'm paying up, I feel like Garrett Cole all the way at the top could go overlooked also because the Coors Field game is pretty expensive and it's a little bit harder than normal to fit Cole in tonight.
Eric, how difficult of a decision was this for you?
Quite difficult. I can't really say I like any of the expensive pitchers or any of the cheap ones today. Pretty big red flags with everybody. Garrett Cole hasn't looked like himself since the start of June. 4.68 ERA for what's now a 2.5-month stretch, and he's coming off of a positive COVID case. Can't say I would use him with confidence. Kevin Gausman, ERA over 5 in his last 5 starts, and Wade Miley is Wade Miley. Was enough reason not to like him, I think. So Frankie Montas, I think going against the White Sox, which is a red flag in and of itself, I think that's the best choice here at 9,500, just because how good he's been really over his last 6 starts. 35% strikeout rate, 6% walk rate over that stretch. That's ace level stuff. That's what you'd expect to get out of a Cole or a Gausman. Montas is the only guy actually pitching like that now. So even though he's got the toughest matchup, I think with the red flags surrounding just about everybody else, he'd be my top choice.
Matt, a lot of options here when we're talking about paying up for a hitter. So give me a dude who's going to cost you 5K or more.
So I think the position we have to start with is shortstop. And even though Fernando Tatis Jr. is playing in the outfield right now, he's still shortstop only eligible for DFS. He's 6,100, and I feel like he takes up a lot of the ownership at this position. And then you have Jake Cronenworth at 4,400 on the same team, who also is just shortstop only. So I think Trevor Story has to go overlooked because the Padres, who are in this great spot against Antonio Senzatella at Coors Field, have 2 shortstops in their lineup And Trevor Story on the other side of this game might only end up being the third or fourth highest on shortstop on the slate. He might be single-digit ownership. I think that's a pretty reasonable scenario. And he's facing Ryan Weathers, who isn't any good in the games at Coors Field. So I think Story for 5,400 is a really good choice. I think Trey Turner, same price range, is a really good choice. But basically, at the high end of the salary range, I'm looking to find some leverage at the shortstop position. I think Story and maybe Turner are the two guys I like the most.
Eric, I say give me a hitter over 5K, and you say?
I say Ozzie Albies at 5,200. Anytime you can get Albies against a lefty, it's hard to turn that down. Over the course of his career, he's got a 150 WRC plus against lefties. That's the same as Aaron Judge's career mark. Granted, they get there in slightly different ways, but just to give you an idea of how good he is against southpaws. Then against righties, he's got a career WRC plus of just 96, which is the same as Kevin Kiermaier's career numbers. So when you can get a guy who's Aaron Judge sometimes and Kevin Kiermaier the rest of the time, I think you got to jump on him against a guy like Braxton Garrett, who's been okay, 4.65 ERA. The peripherals look a little bit better than that, but he doesn't stand out at all in any one area. And Albies has hitting quite well lately with 5 homers in his last 7 games. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to use him. And I don't think 5,200 is too expensive at all.
Paul, which direction you going in here?
Emerson, you know I come from the school of what have you done for me lately? I've got 3 guys for you. I like Starling Marte for $5,900 based on his platoon advantage that he'll enjoy against Dallas Keuchel. I panned him earlier. For his part, Marte has been on an 18 for 48 tear. That's good for a 375 batting average. And head-to-head in a very small sample, Marte has the edge over Keuchel with a 3 for 6 mark, including a home run. I also like Brandon Lowe for $5,300 with his current 12 for 39 streak, which includes 6 extra base knocks. And he'll have a platoon advantage against Matt Harvey, who has reverted to his mediocre form over his last 2 starts after showing brief signs of life. You know, I tell it like it is. There's very, very little left in that guy's tank.
That's
Joey
right.
Votto, the Canadian, has been killing it over his last 10 starts with a 1.112 OPS over his last 37 at-bats, including 4 homers. Among his last 12 hits, he faces Steele, and I also shared his recent struggles with you earlier. Votto cost you $5,800 tonight.
That's why we love you, Paul. Always telling us how it is. Never beating around the bush. Best value bat for the slate, Eric. Who is it in your eyes?
I'll tell it like it how it isn't and
Ooh.
say that Luke Voigt is the best hitter of all time. Well, that's not true. But he was the top home run hitter last year, and you can get him for just $3,600. Obviously, there's reasons why he's down in that range. He hasn't been that good this year. He's just been beat up, 3 trips to the injured list. Just has hit nowhere like he was last year. Specifically, he's just not making nearly as much contact, striking out over 31% of the time after having just a 23.1% strikeout rate last season. But his barrel rate is right in line where it's been the last 2 years. So when he is making contact, he still has that same pop that, again, gave him the home run lead last season. I don't know if he's just so beat up that 3,600 is the range he deserves to be in, or if he's just never had the chance to get things going through that constant on and off the injured list. But he showed something last night, 3 for 5 with a homer. That's a step in the right direction. Then this is a guy who would normally be going in the 5,000 range that you can get for about 1,500 cheaper than that. I like him, especially tonight at hitter-friendly Yankee Stadium with the platoon advantage against Jose Suarez. He's got a decent 3.90 ERA on the season, but most of that comes from his work as a reliever early in the year. Since moving to the rotation, he's got a 5.79 ERA in 6 starts. So give me Voigt until he returns to the price range you'd expect him to be based on the guy we know he can be over the last few years.
Paul, who is your value bat?
I have 3 of them for you again in this range. Will Myers at $4,600 has a 10 for 27 head-to-head rate against Senzatela on their careers, which also includes 5 extra base hits. Myers comes into this game also on a 9 for 31 run, which, while Senzatela has been roughed up to the tune of a 305 opposing batting average with a very high whip of 141 as well. Whit Merrifield for $4,400 has a respectable 341 OBP in his last 10 games, but he also enjoys a favorable head-to-head history against Odorizzi at 9 for 21. That includes 5 extra base knocks, 3 of those even home runs. For his part, Odorizzi's allowed 8 homers in his last 47 innings pitched. So I like that, those two facts combined. The Yankees face lefty Jose Suarez, who's been less than ordinary in surrendering 22 hits and 15 earned runs over his last 20 innings pitched. He's right for the picking when it comes to the Bombers' big righty power bats. But I also like DJ LeMahieu in this spot as a table setter in the leadoff spot for that lineup. He'll cost you $4,500 and comes into this one on a nice 13 for 43 tear himself. Good for a 302 batting average as part of a 412 OBP.
Matt, you're up.
So I think the field is mostly looking to Coors for the savings because there actually are some big expensive bats there, but there are also some cheaper guys like Connor Joe, Garrett Hampson, guys who could hit near the top of the Rockies lineup, who are really cheap. And then on the Padres side, you have Adam Frazier in the low 4,000s, a couple of their outfielders are in the 4,000s. And then Cleveland has some really cheap outfielders. So I'm kind of trying to stay away from those spots in GPPs due to ownership. And the team that I think will get no love, but actually is in a sneaky good spot is the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Brian Reynolds is probably my favorite value play on the slate. We're looking at a bullpen game from the Dodgers, probably a bunch of mediocre pitchers. They don't have a really deep bullpen. They have some really good high leverage guys, but the depth of the bullpen isn't great. And Brian Reynolds at 3,300, this is a guy who rightfully made the All-Star game. He's had a great season, and that price tag is just way too low for him. And then you can look even further and see 2,000 flat for Gregory Polanco. Ben Gamel, if he's leading off, I think at 2,000 would be a really good value. Ke'Bryan Hayes is in the 3,000s. So I'll go with the Pirates in general as my value team, and then Reynolds if I have to pick one guy.
All right, Paul, we're going to head over to the DK Sportsbook real quick before you guys take off. What is your favorite baseball bet tonight?
I've got two of them here that I really like. I just touched on the Yankees-Angels matchup and like the over of 8.5 to be smashed early in this one. I highlighted Suarez's recent efforts, and we don't know what Cole is going to look like as he comes off the IL. In fact, I go to the alternate run line and take the over at 10.5 for a nice 175 payoff. I also ripped Matt Harvey earlier, so I'll back that up by taking the Rays to win big versus Baltimore tonight. Even though it's a bullpen game for the home side, that almost plays into a real strength of this club with their deep core of quality relief pitching. This will be a matchup nightmare for Baltimore as a result, and I take the home side to win by more than 3.5 runs for a 165 payoff.
All right, Eric, favorite bet for you?
Yeah, not sure if you guys heard my dog from the other room. Apparently did not like that pick, but maybe she'll like mine, which would be Cleveland at plus 110 over the Twins. Not really sure why Cleveland's the underdog in this one. I guess they've had a worse lineup, but the Twins haven't been good since the break either, 18th by WRC plus. And Cal Quantrill, since the break, has been excellent. Well, at least if you look at just ERA, he's got the best ERA, minimum 20 innings, since the All-Star break at 125. He's not that good, but even the ERA estimators are completely fine. A 304 FIP, an xFIP of 4.01. It's basically been league average in strikeouts and walks while keeping the ball on the ground well. That's a completely fine formula. And if that's who he is going forward, he's a solid mid-rotation starter. Griffin Jax, on the other hand, he's coming off a good start against the White Sox. He struck out 10 in a quality start. And even after that, he still has a 5.45 ERA, which looks to be exactly what he deserves, according to most of the ERA estimators. He has the league average walk rate, and that's about as positive as it gets. Doesn't strike people out, doesn't keep the ball on the ground. So given that pretty big gap in pitchers, I don't know why Cleveland should be at plus 110 here.
All right, Matt, bring us home your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'm actually targeting the same game and the same pitcher. The strikeout prop on Griffin Jax, I think, is more appealing to me. He did have that 10 strikeout game last start, but this is a guy who doesn't really have a history of strikeout proficiency at all. His minor league stats, strikeout rates were low. This season, he got up to 6 strikeouts in 2 of his starts, but he's had others where he didn't get any strikeouts, even while pitching 5 innings. He's had a couple 2s, a couple 3s. It's been a pretty low strikeout season for Jax, and his whole career in the minors was low strikeouts. He just happened to have this one game against the White Sox last time out where he put up 10. So the strikeout prop is up to 4.5, and I think it's just an overreaction to what he did in this one start the last time out 5 days ago. And I wouldn't really expect him to go over 4.5 strikeouts at any point in the near future with any consistency. So I think a lot of times this happens where a pitcher has a big strikeout game and then there's value in betting the under on them the next time they start.
All righty, gentlemen, coming up. First off, that was great work. I should thank you for that. But yes, coming up, we're going to build a money-making Summer League lineup. That is a thing. I promise you that. So please stay right there. The only DraftKings analyst who steals his Wi-Fi from a hospital next door joins us now. Kenny Ducey here to break down some of the best bets and DFS plays on today's NBA Summer League slate. I like your hat, man. They sent you some swag, huh?
They did, yeah. I don't always break out the hat, but when I do, it's only for the shows that you do. Because I think that you deserve my best look. But I also didn't. That's not current. I think I was like a few days when I first moved in that I was doing that, lifting the Wi-Fi. Okay,
cool. Well, you look good, dude. You sound great. So let's go ahead and get some your high-priced DFS play on the Summer League slate today. Which one are you going with? Who's the dude?
So it's a guy I've gone with before, and he's disappointed me. But look, he's out now. He's $8,000. He's still considered high-priced, but I think that the price has come down considerably. It's Cole Anthony. I think that he's really one of the most talented players at Summer League. He was taken in the middle of the first round last year. Didn't get a chance to play Summer League. He had some flashes of brilliance in the NBA season, and what he did against Houston was incredible. He had a couple of great blocks. He scored 15 points. He finally hit a couple of threes, and I think that this is really the performance that the Magic were hoping for, anticipating in Summer League. I don't see any reason why he can't do it again here. Against Detroit, one of the weaker Summer League teams. Obviously they have star power with Cade Cunningham, but I think that Cole Anthony should rise up here for this matchup with the number one pick. And I think that Cole Anthony can have another good game. And again, is this guy going to score you 50 fantasy points? Is he going to be the top of the slate guy? No. But at $8,000, I think you're getting a really good deal on a guy that could probably go for 35 or 40, a guy that's going to be highly motivated. A lot of these guys have already had their good Summer League games. They don't need to continue to dominate. Cole Anthony's going to come out with a chip on his shoulder, I think, and he probably plays more than 22 minutes, and he probably scores 20 or more points.
All right, well, who is going to rise up and is the best value DFS play in your handsome eyes?
I like Sam Merrill at $4,600, a guy that was acquired via trade. Doesn't really fit in quite as well with some of these other guys at Summer League, considering he was not highly touted. But when you look at Sam Merrill, 32.5 fantasy points last time out against Chicago. He played 23 minutes, which is significant because he's just a three-point shooter, Emerson. I love to play the three-point shooters in Vegas. He took 6 threes a game the last two. And, he hit 2 of the last 2 games as well. I think he's going to continue to put up shots here for the Memphis Grizzlies, one of my more favorite Summer League teams. And I think that he will, just make a considerable impact on this game, make a good stamp. Again, all he needs to do is come even anywhere close to his last game, 25, 27 fantasy points. You're very happy with paying $4,600 for this guy.
And during the break, you were very adamant about wanting to talk about a Summer League game total. So one must really stick out to you. Can you share with us which one it is?
Yeah, sure. It's the Hawks-Knicks over 174.5. The Knicks, as we know, we talked about all Summer League long. They have some incredibly talented offensive players. Obi Toppin has put his stamp on Summer League. Emmanuel Quickley, one of the highest priced options today, has been fantastic. But when you look at the Hawks, they've had just as many big names that we just haven't seen them in the NBA quite yet. Skylar Mays, Jalen Johnson, and Sharif Cooper, who didn't play last game. You look at the way that those guys have scored the basketball, it's been pretty special. I think that Sharif Cooper, we don't know if he's going to play in this game because he didn't play last time out. But if he does, I think this game flies over the total. We should see a lot of points scored in this one because there's just a lot of talented, NBA scorers.
And since you are so talented yourself, how about a slate-approved pick here, dude? So your favorite bet or DFS play tonight on this Summer League slate?
It's going to come as no surprise that I'm picking Deuce McBride once again, $6,500. The price once again is right for this guy. Not high enough. Look, you look at 42 and 43 fantasy points in his 4 games that he's played in Vegas. I think he can go for another big game just because you look at the minutes, 33 minutes last time against Cleveland. He racks up the assists, the rebounds, the steals, the blocks. This guy does it all. He takes charges. You don't get points for that, but it looks cool. I really like him to have another good game here.
Nice work, Professor, but I need you to stay right there. We are not done with you, please. We will bring in Jeff and AJ for some NFL best bets right after this, all right? Let's get after it now with some NFL talk, shall we? We shall. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's AJ Scholes in the house on your screen. We're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season. First off, would love to get your first impressions here from the opening weekend of NFL preseason action. Biggest takeaway for you, Jeff Ulrich, was what?
I mean, just the play of the quarterbacks. I thought most of the new quarterbacks or the rookie quarterbacks class looked fairly settled. I mean, I think this is going to be a theme. You had Justin Fields coming in looking like he had been in the NFL for a couple years. Even Kenny's boy, Zach Wilson, looked good in spurts. But, Jacob Eason also had a very strong showing, which I think shocked a few people. So that was the biggest takeaway from me. Don't sleep on the rookie QBs because these guys are going to be playing sooner than later.
AJ, who or what impressed you the most week one NFL preseason action?
I'm with Jeff here. I looked at some of the QBs. I'm just, it's too early to read too much into it the first week of preseason, but I do think it's somewhat significant that Trevor Lawrence started over Gardner Minshew. That's a situation that I think we need to watch over the next 2 weeks. And I know Jeff's going to love hearing this, but I was kind of impressed with Drew Lock's performance in that game. 5 for 7, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Teddy Bridgewater looks out as well, but I think there's certainly a possibility here that we're going to see, Drew Lock be the guy there week one. I thought maybe Teddy would give him a run, and that's certainly still possible in a few more weeks, but he definitely did what he had to hold the line, that's for sure.
Kenny, what are you overreacting to? Anything at all?
Yeah, this is why it's in my contract that I don't do segments with AJ because, I was all ready to talk about Drew Lock, how good he looked. Jeff makes fun of me all the time because I love Drew Lock. This guy looked fantastic. This is someone that at the end of last season admitted to reporters that he wasn't sure if he was going to have this job next year. He said, look, it's a business. Whatever happens, I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'm just going to have to deal with it. He was completely in understanding if the Broncos wanted to trade up and draft a quarterback. He ends up looking fantastic. He throws that bomb to KJ Hamler. And I think that he can absolutely take hold of this quarterback position. Teddy Bridgewater hasn't done anything since he was at Louisville. I think that I think he's one of the stories of preseason so far. Also, Justin Fields. Jeff and I were talking before the show. Justin Fields looked fantastic. Really the whole Bears team did as well, the whole Bears offense. But he ran the ball. He ran for 33 yards. He ran, I believe, 5 times. And that's a big development because he didn't really run that much at Ohio State. I think that, he's a mobile guy. But if they're going to have him run, that's a new element to Justin Fields' game. And I don't know if we really anticipated being there. But he looked fantastic, with the legs and with the arm. And I think he should absolutely start week one.
Kenny, what will you be looking for in this next wave of preseason games? So it'll be week 2 coming up. Remember, there's only 3 preseason games this year.
Probably your boy, Trevor Lawrence. He didn't have a great first game. And I think that I'd like to, I'm sure that he'll have his highlight reel play that, everyone's like, oh my goodness, no one's ever done this in the history of mankind.
Yep.
And that'll be fantastic. I'm sure Zach Wilson as well. I'd like to see more Zach Wilson, but I think just in general, what I'm looking for is, hey, where are all the starting quarterbacks? I think that we're eventually going to start to see them as the preseason wears on. We didn't really see many people that we cared about in the first week of the preseason. I wanted to be all pessimistic when you asked me what my takeaways were. But yeah, I'm excited to see more players get on the field. That'll be fun.
What about you, AJ?
Yeah, similar. More players. I think this is where you can start maybe looking at touches for running backs in those kind of competing job spots. Who's getting more carries, who's lining up in third down situations. I think you can start to see some trends after week 2 and some idea of how that might work going forward. Same with targets for wide receivers and tight ends. Like week 1 is not the week to be looking at that. Your starting guys aren't going to see a lot. They're trying to figure out who's going to be the 6th or 7th wide receiver or 5th, whatever it may be. And so I think you can start to maybe evaluate some of those trends after a full second week.
Jeff, what do you want to see this week in the next wave of NFL preseason games?
Yeah, I mean, these guys touched on it. We want to see more players on the field. Specifically, there's a couple players, though, I'll mention. I mean, Brian Edwards is one guy with the Raiders. I don't think most people are thinking about Bryan Edwards a ton, but this guy by all means has kind of sewn up like a starting wide receiver job in camp. He's getting a ton of hype. He was drafted as a #1 wide receiver potentially by the Raiders. I thought it was a really good pick last year. I want to see him on the field and see if this hype matches reality, because he could potentially be a huge late round sleeper. I also want to see if Cole Kmet, who had some really good usage in the first preseason game, if that carries over and he gets run with the starters again. So players like that, we want to see more of them. Like AJ said, this is the week 2 preseason, when you can start to maybe make some decisions based on this usage. So a couple players there specifically I want to see.
Yeah, I was going to ask you real quick, Jeff. I know previously when there were only 4 preseason games, like the third week was really the most important. Game plans were handed out. You tried to emulate like a game week in practice. Starters had the most reps. So does week 2 probably become the most important now that there's only 3 games?
For me, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a team-by-team thing, right? Like, there could be, like, maybe in Denver, we might see the quarterback battle bleed into week 3. It's possible. But I think for a lot of teams especially, like, week 2 is going to be it. It's the dress rehearsal. It's the week you got to pay attention. Those are when the snap counts and the usage is going to count. If a guy is going out with the first in week 2, it's a really good sign, for most teams. So, yeah, I would look at week 2 as like the week where you really want to pay attention.
I think that's why you're seeing a lot of teams. There's more than half the league, I think around 21, that are doing at least one joint practice with another team this week as well. Let's get to team specials. Here we go. Here's a team that's doing a joint practice. The Eagles doing one with the Patriots as we speak. Jalen Hurts will get his first full season as the Eagles starter, and he'll be paired up with former Bama teammate here, Devontae Smith. Smith has missed time with a knee injury, did not play in the preseason opener, but head coach Nick Sirianni upgraded him from week to week to day, making some progress here. If healthy, though, do you like Devontae Smith to have more than 999.5 regular season receiving yards at plus 300 odds, AJ?
That's such a big ask for a rookie coming into the league, in my opinion, but you add the knee injury, and I'm just not sold on it this season, even with the extra game here. He obviously hit that mark in each of his previous 2 seasons playing at Alabama, but we're talking about a whole different ballgame in terms of the level of defensive back play he's going to be up against. I think I would maybe consider taking this next season. If he goes this year healthy, knee doesn't, flare up or cause any additional problems, he gets his, feet wet in a first full season. But as a rookie, I'm just too hesitant on that to put any action here.
What about you, Kenny? Can you have like a Justin Jefferson type campaign?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. Justin Jefferson had a fantastic year last year. I just don't see it, just like AJ. I'm not even concerned about the injury, really. I mean, obviously I am, but like that's not the reason. I just think that these odds are not really fair. I think that I would want like plus 500 odds on this maybe. And when you look at the realistic probability that this happens, not only is he competing for targets with Jalen Reagor, who they're expecting a lot of in year 2, Greg Ward, Travis Fulgham and Greg Ward were 2 guys that were getting the ball a whole lot from Jalen Hurts. Now you're also mixing back in Zach Ertz to the conversation. Dallas Goedert was a favorite target of Jalen Hurts as well. And, he's going to be competing for targets. You also have the fact that Jalen Hurts, we're not even sure if he's going to like be the starter for the whole year. Like, I have no idea. I thought he looked great last year. Now there's all these conversations about like, is he the quarterback of the future? We haven't seen a ton from him. Like, he could be, but I think that we just really are not in a position right now to be hammering Devontae Smith to have a 1,000-yard season. There's just way too many factors at play here. And also, how about the fact that they might just decide to run the ball half the time because they have a young quarterback? They could do that too.
Jeff, do you agree there's just way too many factors here, so you're just going to fade this bet?
No, you know what? I'm not. I mean, I kind of thought the same way. I mean, I do think that they're going to be a bit of a run-heavy team with Hurts and stuff like that. But look, you look at Devontae Smith, this player just, I don't know why people keep underrating him. He had one of the best seasons as a wide receiver ever in college football. People like to get scared because he's small, but Kenny went over the depth chart of the Eagles wide receivers, and I'm sorry, the talent gap between Devonta Smith and the rest of the Eagles wide receivers is so ridiculously big that Devontae Smith is going to get targets. And yeah, Ertz is there, and I think that does stink a little bit for his usage, but this is a player who makes big plays, Devontae Smith. And you pair him with a guy like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had the largest average depth of target in the NFL last year, over 10 yards. That's because Jalen Hurts keeps plays alive, and he looks downfield. Jalen Hurts is an underrated quarterback, in my opinion. He looked good in his first preseason start. This is all about if Devontae Smith can stay on the field. But at plus 300, I think the odds are good enough. I like this one. I really like this combo, Hurts and Smith. I think if they stay healthy, if they stay on the field, he will reach over 1,000 yards this year.
Moving on to America's team, the Jaguars, and our Lord and Savior, Trevor Lawrence, making his preseason debut this weekend in a loss to the Browns. We already know how Kenny feels about him, going 6 for 9, 71 yards. Obviously, high hopes for this dude, sky-high hopes, but are the hopes presented by this prop too high in your eyes, AJ? Plus 1,000 for Trevor Lawrence to break both the rookie record for passing yards, so nearly 4,400 yards, and then rookie record for passing touchdowns, talking 32 plus here. Is that too much to ask from the number 1 overall pick?
I'm very high on Trevor Lawrence heading into the season. I think he's primed to start week 1, which is certainly good for hitting these props. Look, I'll put it this way. I'm high enough on Trevor Lawrence that maybe I'll test the waters at plus 1,000, but would I recommend others do it, or am I putting the kids, a college fund on it? Absolutely not. Here, I think he can be a good fantasy QB in season-long formats. I think the yardage will be there, especially if they're playing from behind, a la Blake Bortles, who was a fantasy stud for years for, garbage time yardage. And I think there's spots to use him in DFS, too. Week 1 versus the Texans, if he's starting, I definitely think Trevor Lawrence is a guy to look at there. But I think it's going to be a long shot for him to break both these odds, and you're certainly accepting plenty of risk at plus 1,000. So I might do it, but I'm not going to suggest that others should.
All right, well, Jeff, you have 2 kids, so explain to us why you are putting both of their college funds on this bet.
Well, I mean, look, they don't need to go to college. I mean, they'll be fine, But no, look, in all seriousness, I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to be absolutely fine. I actually like the getting the Marvin Jones in there to help the passing offense. I just look, and it's mainly the passing touchdown total that really irks me here. Over 32 passing touchdowns. I think that the passing yards could potentially be there. Jacksonville projects as a team. They're still probably going to be down in enough games, but you look at what Urban Meyer wants to do. He drafted an RB early. I think you're going to see more running, especially in the red zone. I think they're actually going to use Lawrence more as a runner in the red zone eventually too. So I just don't think the passing touchdowns are going to get there. The plus 1,000 odds, like AJ said, they do kind of seem like they're worth a sprinkle. But for me, I'm going to pass on this one. This is one I would avoid personally because I just think that passing touchdown total way too big.
Kenny, chasing or fading this one, and which part of it scares you the most?
I love that Jeff is irked by an exotic prop. I kind of am irked also, really. I think that this is outrageous. I agree that perhaps he breaks one of these records, the yardage, but I don't know if he breaks both. And, to Jeff's point, I mean, not only do they have James Robinson, who was fantastic last year, they brought in Carlos Hyde, and they drafted Travis Etienne, who, again, might be their third down back. They're loaded. Dare Ngubawale was also really good last year, right? They're loaded at running back. I just don't know if they're going to have Trevor Lawrence throw that much. And they also could have Trevor Lawrence just run the read option with Etienne or whatever. Trevor Lawrence is going to run too. I don't know if the passing volume is going to be there for him to get there. The passing volume is not going to reach the volume that his hair has, Emerson. I don't think he's going to be able to get to that total.
Maybe Kenny's best line ever on this show.
That was not bad. That was not bad. It was a little better than Tim Tebow blocking, that's for sure. Gentlemen, hang out.
Standards here.
We're going to talk a little more about some NFL stuff, some of the best bets coming up. But next, the PGA Tour, the playoffs are here. So let's dive into that, Jeff Ulrich. All right, just a few weeks left in the golf season, the PGA Tour season. The playoffs are finally here. DraftKings is going to have a large presence this week at the Northern Trust. Let's do some PGA Tour high or low, though. Jeff Ulrich, welcome back. Tell me, are these opening odds for this week's Northern Trust too high, so we're talking too long, or too low, which is too short? First off, real quick, I'm just seeing this on Twitter. So DraftKings, there's going to be a DraftKings house there at the event. Public venue. It's going to be open to everybody. Space is going to feature a large open-air patio area overlooking the 15th green with views of the 16th fairway, open to guests 21 and up. Fans who enter will have access to TVs airing the tournament, other live sports, phone chargers, that's important in 2021, Wi-Fi, you need that if you have a phone, and premium food and beverage available for purchase. I don't know what the food is, but I'm sure it's delicious because we do everything the best at DraftKings. I bet you're excited about that. You know Reed's going to be there.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me. That's awesome. I'm sure you and Reed will be doing a full breakdown of the food available at the DraftKings house once you get more information on it. But yes, look, DraftKings does it up for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's at TPC Boston, but you appreciate them going to Liberty National. So big week for DK. You know, the golf championships and stuff are on. So I might drop by. I mean, I'm sure there's
No, you're
a bunch
not.
of cool stuff going on.
You live like halfway across the planet. You will not be dropping by for sure. But Reed can FaceTime you. Let's talk about this tournament. Reed and I will get much more into it too. 3 o'clock today, a Monday edition of Get the Green, everybody. But John Rahm, plus 800 here, dude. Too high or too low, those odds?
Just a little bit too low. Not too low. I mean, look, John Rahm is the best player in the world right now by far. Obviously, had to skip the WGC Championship, for reasons of COVID again, whatever. I mean, I'm not sure how many times this makes for him, but off at the Olympics, off at the WGC, but coming off a T3 at the Open Championship and a win at the U.S. Open. I mean, this guy's major season was absolutely lights out. We know when he gets it going, John Rahm is basically the best player in the world, like I said. And look, he's played this course before. He was T3 here back in 2019. So I think all things considered, a bit of a tougher open style venue where, smaller greens, you've got to be accurate with your irons. This kind of speaks to John Rahm's wheelhouse, absolutely. But I think at plus 800, we're just in such an elite field, Emerson, that I just don't think that this is necessarily where you should be going with your money necessarily with him coming off a layoff. So I'll say a little bit too short with John Rahm. I think at plus 1,000, I'd feel much more safe with him as a bet, but he definitely deserves to be the favorite. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, especially this week, too. It's going to have like a major feel to it. And that dude had a remarkable season in the majors. T5 Masters, T8 PGA Championship, won his first major at the U.S. Open in dramatic fashion here. Do you think that maybe people should then take their money to a guy like Jordan Spieth? He's plus 1,200. How do you like those odds?
Yeah, it's so funny with Jordan Spieth. 6 months ago, whatever. I mean, we were getting like 40 to 1 on this guy, and he was kind of like really good value. And now he's at plus 1,200. And like, why is he shorter than Colin Morikawa, who has 2 majors over the last less than a year? And why is he shorter than Xander Schauffele, who just won the gold medal, and Dustin Johnson for that matter? I don't get it. I don't really get the plus 1,200 on offer for Jordan Spieth this week. I guess he's just become so popular again with the fans with his consistency that perhaps he's just got a little bit of that Tiger Woods aura and he's just getting more of the handle each week. It does feel like that. Safe to say, I think these odds are too short. I've just mentioned like 4 players I would rather take over him who are bigger than the odds. I think Jordan Spieth should be more in the plus 1,600, plus 1,800 range. I don't really have anything else to say. He's playing well.
Yeah.
If you really like him, go for it. But I would much rather take a shot on those other elite players with bigger odds. Again.
You're right. He is playing well. 9 top 30s in a row. But he's only teed it up just once, it looks like here, since his near miss at Royal St. George's. Roy McIlroy, plus 2,200. Too long, too short here?
Perhaps a little bit too long for Rory. I mean, obviously I think most people, this is probably a bit of an overreaction to what he did at the WGC, which, wasn't great, obviously. But again, look at everything in context. I mean, Rory played the Open, wasn't great there. But then he played the Olympics, put in a spirited effort, just missed out on the bronze medal with the T4 finish. Look, it's a lot of travel for these guys. I think coming off a week of rest, and one thing we do know about Rory, this dude likes the playoffs, so he doesn't mind the cashish that's up for grabs here over the next 3 weeks. Rory does bring it. I think at plus 2,200, you look at this range. This range, Emerson, starting with Rory, is chalk with names where you just don't see these guys at odds. So, Rory probably just a touch too long for me. I do think there's actually better value in this range, but yeah, this is where the odds start to get really intriguing.
All right, let's go to our guy. We'll wrap up this segment here with Bryson DeChambeau, the big, beefy Bryson, plus 2,500. Too high or too low, those odds?
Yeah, and look, I mean, Bryson is one of these players I mentioned. I mean, you look at this range, Rory at plus 2,200, Brooks at plus 2,200, Justin Thomas at plus 2,500, and Bryson at plus 2,500. These guys are major championship winners. These are elite of the elite, and they're like double the odds of Jordan Spieth. People, this is the juicy center right here where you want to be, sinking your teeth into this week. Absolutely, Bryson. T8 at the WGC, FedEx. Look, people remember the blow up, the bad final round, the heckling, the whatever. He was still top 10. He was in the final group at that event, and now his odds haven't even dropped from there. You're actually getting him at better odds from a lot of spots. So, yeah, I really love this on Bryson. I think Liberty National's got big open fairways. He's going to be able to take out that big stick, drive it down the fairway. I think Bryson could be in for a little bit of a revenge this week. And look, he's a former winner of this event, so he's gotten up for the playoffs too. This is a great bet, plus 2,500. You're just not going to see this on Bryson very often.
Yeah, that's right. 2018 winner of this event. All right, dude. We're going to get back to some NFL talk right after this. Appreciate your help. All right, we're going to bring this baby home now. Back with our beautiful NFL panel. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's AJ Scholl. So this is NFL Best Bets Part 2, looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season. We have our final 4 team specials here as we've taken a look at every team in the NFL over the last week or so. So let's continue with the Cincinnati Bengals here, guys. They really hope to have a healthy Joe Burrow for the entirety of the 2021 season. One team special for the Bengals. That combines a Burrow prop with a rushing prop for Joe Mixon. So you can get plus 400 odds for Joe Burrow over, 4,249.5 regular season passing yards, plus little Joe Mixon over 999.5 regular season rushing yards. Can the Cincinnati Joes hit these numbers? Jeff?
Man, I love Joe Burrow, and I think I'm going to have to take the over here. I do like this. A plus 400, I just feel like it's big enough. And look, let's start with Joe Mixon. I mean, I think this is the easy one. I'm not even a Joe Mixon fan. Like, I don't even like talking about this guy. He just busts for me every time I take him in fantasy. But who is going to take the ball in the backfield other than Joe Mixon? I mean, Samaje Perine, maybe he'll get some touchdowns, but we're talking about an over yardage prop. Joe Mixon, if he just stays on the field, is probably going to limp to over 1,000 yards rushing this year. The Burrow one is really the one up for debate. Obviously 4,300 yards. Look, this guy had a really good rookie season. He was almost on pace for this, if not on pace for it over 17 games last year. You add in Jamar Chase. I'm a big believer in Joe Burrow is just a guy who he just surprises people. He's going to get it done. So I think when it comes down to it, plus 400 is big enough for me. And I actually like this prop. Of a lot of the ones we've talked about, the combined, I think Mixon is just in a spot where, again, it's not going to be automatic, but if he stays on the field, he's going to have a great shot. And Burrow with the Jamar Chase signing, I think he's got a real shot at hitting the over there too.
All right, Jeff says this prop is worth getting after. What about for you, Kenny?
I don't know. Look, we've seen weirder things happen with backfields. We've seen worse backs get snaps from guys that we think are talented. Should Jalen Richard be cutting into Josh Jacobs' snap count? Absolutely not, but he does anyway. This is a guy, Joe Mixon, who had 27% of the snaps last year for the Bengals. And I know that there were injury concerns and whatnot, but look, the guy just, any way you slice it, was not staying on the field. And when he was on the field, he was in a timeshare with Gio Bernard. I know that he has a lot of talent. I think everyone knows that. But I would not be shocked if they decided to work in Pirine or, even a guy further down the depth chart, maybe a Travion Williams or a Chris Evans. Look, I just think that it's one of those situations where, do we think Damian Williams was going to be a factor in the NFL ever again? And then he did. He managed to be a factor with the Kansas City Chiefs. I wouldn't put it past them to give Pirine, 25 to 30, even 40% of the snaps. I just don't know. I mean, Joe Burrow could have a great season, but I think for both of these things to happen is kind of unlikely. And I think the Mixon thing is actually going to hold me back the most. Maybe they decide they don't want to run. Maybe they want to air it out with Joe Burrow, Blake Bortles this thing, and just give him a lot of yards. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, if you took over 1.5 Blake Bortles mentions today, congrats. That has hit. AJ, bring us home on this. Cincinnati Joes, you picking up what they're putting down with this prop?
Well, Jeff hit the nail on the head multiple times when he said, if Mixon can stay on the field, that's a huge if. You look at his 4 seasons here, he's only played all the games once, had the six games only last year, and I'm just too concerned about his injuries here. For his part of it, Joe Burrow hitting that, he averaged 268.8 last year. That clears it if he plays a full 17-game schedule. So I'm less concerned about that side of it. If I could get just straight up Burrows on this one, I would jump on that prop right away.
Next up, this one's for you, Deucey. It's the New York Jets. It's Zach Wilson time in the Big Apple. And we know, Kenny, we know you expect big things from this young man, but big enough that you think he will break the rookie regular season passing yards record? You can get plus 600 odds on him to do just that. No?
I don't think so. I know that you guys bring me on here for my crazy Jets takes, and I will tell you that the Jets probably win 10 games this year. And I will tell you that the Jets are going to have a lot of success in the next few years and hit their stride early in their quote-unquote window, the proverbial window. I think this team looks really good. But I don't think that Zach Wilson's going to be throwing the ball that much. I think that the Jets, they have about 6 running backs. That's an exaggeration, but I think it's like 4 or 5 running backs that they really like. Michael Pirine has looked fantastic in training camp. You have obviously Michael Carter, who's expected to take over the starting role eventually. They brought in Tevin Coleman. They still have Jeff and I's boy Ty Johnson. They are going to run the ball. They are going to employ a zone blocking scheme. They are setting up to run. Mekhi Becton, of course, has improved there. And I think that they're going to just continue to feed all of their running backs. I don't think Wilson's actually going to really be airing it out all that much. So for that reason, I don't think he's going to hit the passing total. And I also think that the Jets defense is good enough. They're going to be in a manageable spot to run the ball for a lot of these games. I do believe in this team. So I don't think they're going to have to just catch up and throw the ball a million times. And I don't think Zach Wilson's going to be doing that. I don't think he's going to get the rookie record, even though it probably is within reach for someone this year with the extra game. I don't see it happening, Emerson.
Jeff, Andrew Luck set this record a decade ago, 4,374 yards. You like Zach Wilson at plus 600 to break that?
I mean, the one thing Wilson does have in his favor for this prop is that he's probably going to be out there for all the games because, again, the Jets just YOLO'd it with their backup quarterback situation. So you like that, I mean, in all honesty. But no, I mean, what I saw from Zach Wilson was, a little, I hate saying this in front of Kenny, but a little bit better version of Daniel Jones. Quick release, bigger arm, good athleticism, but flustered when he got under pressure, made some poor throws off his back foot. And I really just feel like teams are just going to be keying in on that. So I think that you're going to see some big games from Zach Wilson, some really tough moments. I just don't think it's going to be enough to hit this overpassing yard. And like Kenny said, I think the Jets are going to be running the ball and try and play D anyways because of Salas. So no, definitely out on this one.
AJ, yay or nay?
Well, tell me this, who is he going to throw the ball to? I mean, honestly, is Corey Davis going to go over 1,000 yards for the first time in his career? Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon, he has like a 500-yard season. I just don't see the tools there that he has who he can throw the ball to. And I think Kenny's right. I think this team is designed to run. And I think that's what we're going to see. So, hopefully for Kenny's sake, after this season goes through, they can get some wide receivers in there to maybe catch the ball and maximize Wilson's potential.
I appreciate that, but they have like 8 receivers. How about Keelan Cole and Elijah Moore, who might be the best rookie receiver of the whole draft class. I don't know. I think that they have a lot of weapons. Chris Herndon does stink though, but I don't know. They have receivers. They just need a quarterback.
And all band around Chris Herndon
AJ,
stinking.
would you
Let's do that.
AJ, would you be more willing to chase 20 interceptions, more than 20 interceptions at plus 500 odds?
Yes, I would take that for sure. Absolutely.
Kenny, wow. Okay.
The volume shouldn't be there.
Gentlemen, let's go to another fantastic team here. The Lions are next on the list. Definitely a rebuild in the Motor City, as they haven't had a winning season since 2017. A winning season this year, though, that would be 9-8. You can get plus 1,000 odds that the Lions will get there. But any chance you take that bet, AJ?
Hard pass on this one, fellas. Look, you start in the division. You've got 2 games against Green Bay, 2 against Minnesota. Maybe they could split with the Bears, but that's a 1-5 in the division alone. Yeah, and clashes with the Rams, the Seahawks, the 49ers. The math just isn't there for Detroit to pull this off. The team is just not good enough to really compete within their own division, and that's going to set them up. They've got a hard schedule the rest of the way, too.
But it's Goff as the quarterback here, Jeff.
Yeah, great. I mean, let's game manage our 1920s offense, to 9 wins. No, this isn't going to happen. This is, obviously it's tempting with the plus 1,000 odds, but please don't do this. Detroit is going to be an absolute gong show. They've got all the talk is, I'm on St. Brown might take some snaps and be good. He wasn't even playing with the starters, so you're relying on Tyrell Williams, Perriman to get some offense. I think this whole offense is a huge fade. Everyone with it is probably just going to get sucked into the vortex of the Detroit Lions. Their defense hasn't improved enough. No, this is just the Lions are going to be challenging for the first overall pick. Don't do this, please.
Kenny, quickly on this one, please.
Yeah, I'll take the over 2.5 games started by David Blow at plus,
Wow.
800. Yeah, they're going to be Tim Boyle, David Blau. They're going to be starting a lot of games. I think Jared Goff won't even be on the field. This team's going to win like 3 games.
All right, guys, we've got about 90 seconds to go. We're going to get through this last one here nice and quick. The Houston Texans, who have had an offseason full of just turmoil. There aren't many team specials to choose from here, but you can get plus 1,200 odds that the Texans will have a winning record. Again, that would take 9 wins now in a 17-game season. We're guessing you're staying far, far away from this one, Jeff?
Unless they trade for Nick Foles or something, preseason, yeah, I'm off this. I have no interest in chasing any over wins total for the Texans. Sorry.
AJ, what would it take for you to chase this one?
Absolutely nothing. I'll turn to plus 250 on the DK Sportsbook for them to have the lowest win total this season. I think that's a far better odds bet to take.
Like it. Kenny, bring us home.
I'm interested. I can't lie to you. I'm interested.
Oh
I kind of
my
like
God.
this team. Mark Ingram and Phillip Lindsay. They have a lot of talent. Tyrod Taylor has never really been that bad in his career. He's never been that good. He's never been that bad. Larry Tunsil protecting the blind side. Crazier things have happened. They could maybe win like 7 games.
Sandra Bullock coming in there. Save the Texans season. The blind side. You heard it here. Any juicy folks.
All right, dudes. Thanks for the help. Great show. Fun times. We've got a 6-game Madden slate coming up next at high noon here on the Dream Streams. It's the Rams at the Packers. Christian D'Andrea, Terrell Asak. Hang out for that one, everyone, and I'll be back again with Sweet T. Fowler, 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream for a Monday edition of Get the Green. So all your DFS and sports betting advice as the PGA Tour playoffs are underway. I'll see you then. Adios.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome to another glorious week of Madden Sims. We are so happy to have you with us. I am Christian Dander. That is the wonderful and talented Terrellin Asak across from me. And we're going to start off the week with a good matchup. There are no Bengals, no Lions to be found. This is a banger. This is a good one. Like a lot of good roster options because you got the Packers on one side, you've got the Rams on the other, and they're going to be playing on a beautiful sunshiny day in Lambeau Field. So this isn't going to be a wild weather Wednesday. There's not going to be any snow on the ground. The tundra has not yet frozen over. It's just a beautiful Door County summer day here in Simland. Terrellin, did you make a contest, and which backup quarterbacks did you roster?
You know what? I didn't. And I don't really have an explanation. I just didn't care to. But we're here.
Yeah.
But I was just more happy to be on this sim with you, Christian, because it's Packers, baby, and we're in Lambeau Field. Whenever I do a game with you and it's Packers, it pumps me up because you're Mr. Wisconsin. I know that you don't like to go by that title, but you always give like the fun facts and like, you know, the insights into Lambeau Field. You called Aaron during the offseason, was seeing where his head's at. How do we get back to you? So what a perfect duo for this Monday. And you're always just, you're great on these sims. So it's going to be a great nooner.
Yeah, I am very, very hopeful for this one, which means it'll probably be like 10-7. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't even have to talk about the game because it's clearly senioritis month. You know, we're not gonna go out with a bang. We're gonna slowly slide to a halt now that these sims, they are continuing, but sadly they will go on without our expert commentary, which, you know, is a bummer, but pretty tough to complain about when you consider Terrellin. We've been getting paid this whole time to talk about fake football. And now those honors will be passed on to Brandon Godden and Charles Davis. Godspeed, you two. I hope you have fewer arguments about hot dogs and hot dog topics.
Have you been on The Sims since the announcement?
I have. And it's been great to see the outpouring of support from the DK Sim fan, not just here, but across social media. It's been so cool to know that these Sims really meant something for you guys, because they did for us too. I mean, beyond just, again, getting a paycheck for this, which is wild. We probably would have done it for free. But don't grab for that because they might make us do it for free.
True.
Like, you get to meet so many cool people, not only on broadcast, but behind the scenes, in the chat, like people I consider friends now, people I never would have run into before. I think Rossi put it best, like, yeah, there's no way I would even, like, I probably would have seen one of your tweets and just been like, ignore. But now it's like, oh man, all these people are awesome. I'm glad I got the chance to work with them. And, it was a great way to power through the pandemic, and you know, we're not canceled. We're just paused. So who knows what the future has in store for the Dream Stream?
Yeah, you just never know. I actually haven't been on since the announcement. This is my first time. Yes, people, you are hearing a Terrellin. Glash was prepping me for this in cuff, saying it's kind of sad, but I'm glad that I'm with you for 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
And Christian is too, and you can obviously see where we go next on our social medias and what's going to happen from there. But I'm just thankful for the opportunity, and it's been so great to get to know everyone and just make everybody happy. Like, how great is that opportunity that as journalists and reporters and broadcasters that we actually made a difference here. So it's great. And I actually started to learn how to call a football game with the helps of Christian and some of our other commentators. I never thought my journalism career would take me here, but it's great. It's great knowledge that I now have.
Yeah, and honestly, if this is what helped get you out and kept you out of Wausau, Wisconsin,
Yes. 1,000%.
Oh man! So some breaking issues from Daniel behind the scenes. U.S. Women's National Team, you know, obviously going to have to infuse some new blood because they're getting older. But Carly Lloyd calling it a career today. 39 years old, absolute stud on the U.S. National Team. 312 appearances, 128 goals, a whole bunch of accolades. Former Rutgers Scarlet Knight, so not only appreciated in the world soccer landscape, and Bill Belichick probably loves the hell out of her too. Just an absolute monster on the pitch, and wish her well in retirement. Sad that she couldn't go off with one last goal, but all right, big shoes to fill for the U.S. Women's National Team.
So I know I didn't get my lineup in because I didn't even have a reason, but
Senioritis week.
Yeah, it's senioritis week, and at least I'm being honest. So let's just take it for what it is. But let's hear your lineup.
Ooh, so this, I mean, like I said, so many good players in this one. I mean, you have to actually scroll down to get to the guys who aren't scoring double digits per game. So for me, it was like, all right, I got to save up some money somewhere. Originally, I bought the dip on Cooper Kupp, who is a little bit cheaper than usual at 7,600. Then I was like, you know what? MVS at 6,200. Let's captain him. And that way I can put Aaron Jones, Bobby Trees, Coop, Aloop, Tyler Higbee, and then, yes, the fantasy king himself, the DK sim legend, Devin Funchess. Because you gotta
he is such a legend.
You gotta have him in there. You don't know how much longer this is gonna last.
So you don't go for your boy Rodgers.
I did not. I rarely roster quarterbacks unless they're gonna add a little bit of a running component to them. And I know Rodgers will take off occasionally, but like unless he's going to really spread out that passing attack, like I always feel like, God, no, I'm fine. I'm good with keeping it in just the wideouts. But you know me, I spent a good chunk of last year just giving away my hard-earned DK dollars back to the Sim fam with that strategy. So maybe don't listen to me.
So true. So have you made it over to Lambeau Field yet?
I have not. I am
Any plans in the future to go?
It's going to depend on working status this upcoming fall.
Right.
Some days, I mean, unless were there in the press box, probably wouldn't make it out. Like that's been the cause why I haven't been able to go. Like normally we'll like get one of the chartered buses out, or you can have some beverages on the way. You don't have to worry about getting pulled over in Rosendale. And you don't have to worry about parking. And they do like, you pay like the extra like $20, and they have a little tailgate set up for you, which is thoroughly underwhelming. But whatever, you drank yours in the bus, and you're waiting to get into the stadium where you're going to crack a honey vice, and 5 minutes later it's going to be frozen over. It's still a good experience. Just teaches you to drink faster. Anyway, if I have a week off, like maybe I get a little fun employment between jobs, perhaps go up there to the kiddo for her first ever Lambeau experience. But it's been a while since I've been up there, which is kind of a bummer. Also, the last game I saw happened to be a tie with Brett Hundley throwing passes for a Aaron Rodgers-less Packers team against the Vikings. So at least I can say that. At least I can say that a good chunk of the NFL games I've seen live and in person have ended in straight up ties and 10 extra bonus minutes of terrible football.
You know what I was talking about last week? I forget who I was hosting a sim with, but just to get to Lambeau Field, all of the rotaries, you get really dizzy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Wisconsin went rotary crazy. Yeah, they call them roundabouts up here too, and like
the roundabouts. Yeah, so we call them rotaries, or maybe some of you call them roundabouts up here. I call them rotaries, but I remember in Wisconsin, they referred to them as roundabouts, and I'm like, I am gonna be sick.
Yeah, and like I can appreciate them, but then like winter comes and everything gets icy, and then all of a sudden like where you have to kind of have precision driving to stay in your lane in a big circle, then it becomes an issue, and like every day you go past one where a guy is skidded off, and it's like, all right, this seems like a problem in a wintry Wisconsin territories. Oh, Jair Alexander coming on the corner, blitz setting up 3rd and long here. You're just joining us. Packers punted away their first possession. Rams in danger of having to do the same here, as saw someone over there in the YouTube chat saying had to change things up through the Rams kicker, and my captain spot, which is absolutely wild. Depending on Sam Sloman, so you can stack up Packers. Sloman's not going to get the call here. Packers are going to get the chance to hit the scoreboard first here, following a Johnny Hecker punt. But yeah, no, like every Wisconsin town just went absolutely nuts. Like with instead of merges or big intersections, it's all rotaries now and roundabouts. And I kind of dig it. Like it does make things go faster. The bad news is like about like 1 in 10 tries, you get someone who does not know how to work the roundabout despite having been in Wisconsin for a decade, and then they absolutely blow it up. And then it's like Wisconsin road rage is very polite, but like it still definitely exists up here.
So, should we talk about, just to add some salt to the wound, or I mean, maybe it doesn't affect you, it's just preseason games, but Packers and Texans the other night, that was a whooping. So Texans 26, Packers 7, and now it just came out that they're not going to push Jordan Love. Yeah. He's not expected to practice today, and they're not going to push that shoulder, but it came back clean. Did you watch the game, or what are your thoughts here? I mean, that was a little embarrassing.
It was sketchy, but you know, it's the preseason.
Preseason.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Right.
No, I'm more bummed.
Yeah, are you one of those guys that count preseason? Because there are some people that count preseason. Others are like, it's preseason. They're practicing. It's fine. Yeah. Get out the kinks now. I believe in that as well.
Yeah. Those people sound terrible. Just absolutely awful. No, I watched. It was one of those where it was on in the background. The nice thing, this is like my availability on weekends is grinding to a halt, right? Like then when college football starts in like a week and a half, and those are the days I'm gonna be like, oh man, I'm gonna get 3 screens on. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna be very tempted to crack a cold one that is cold perhaps around 11 a.m. and just kind of vegetate while watching some gridiron action. Then Sundays we'll be working all day. So now it's all about going out and like trying. Like this is the best time to do Wisconsin. It's wonderful.
Yes.
It's like 80. It's sunny, and we have a whole bunch of places like within the orbit of Madison that we want to go to. Then we want to hit up like this weekend went down to Monroe. Where I got my COVID shot, and like, oh man, they got this great deli / cheese shop / bar, the giant like 600 square foot mural of mugs of beer having a straight up revolutionary war against bottles of wine. It's absolutely wonderful. If you're ever near Monroe, Wisconsin, stop by Baumgartner's. The sandwiches are delicious, but the artwork is divine.
Wow, I want a sandwich right now.
Yeah. Oh, man, they got like cold. It's cheap too, because it's just like basic little sandwiches. Aaron Jones runs into a tackle for some reason. Had a giant hole to his left. His receivers had lockdown blocking. Would have been a gain of 30. Instead, he had stopped short of the line to gain on what may be the final play of the first quarter. Anyway. So then on the way back, hit up this lovely spot called the Hop Garden right on the Sugar River, and they had like a little musical benefit there. Like they had bands playing, cover bands playing, and you just sit right on just wading into this awesome, like knee-deep water, like 75-degree water, sipping a beer, just hanging out with the family, and just like music in the background, beautiful sunny day. Like that's what Wisconsin is in summer. It's amazing. So like I got like 2 weeks left.
It is good vibes, I will give you that.
Exactly. So it's like 2 weeks left of that. So I got to make the most of it. Got to go out. Got to find the places that I know are going to be a lot tougher to get to in winter or a lot less enjoyable, and take advantage of it while we got it. As we're here at the quarter break of Christian.
Scoreless.
Carolyn, he's like, yeah, the game we were like, this game is going to rock.
We're like, this game is going to pop off.
Yeah, exactly. This is a good one. We got two titans of the sim world. We're just going to be throwing haymakers. No. Combined 22 rushing yards, combined like 50 passing yards. No one is near the bonus. It's not looking like it's going to get that way. But hey, Devin Funchess making the most of his final summer, possibly as a relevant Sim Fam member.
Right?
2 for 23. Bobby Trees 2 for 12. Cooper Kupp 1 for 6. Josh Reynolds, who I would love to have gotten my lineup. The price on him got a little bit too high. Josh Reynolds, love him at like 5,400, 7,200. 1 for 9 for him. Anyway, Taylor Nasik, how was your weekend? I mean, are you having a similar experience in Boston? Obviously, there's a little bit more to do in the bigger city there, although probably fewer creeks to go walk into and get drunk in which to get drunk. And that's the preposition.
Yeah, it wasn't really over the weekend. It was more Thursday, Friday. Had 2 friends' birthdays, so I celebrated those. Yeah, a lot of birthdays this month.
Yeah. So and you had a bachelorette party before that too, right?
And I had a bachelorette before that.
Okay, so you just been like just
when is?
I haven't been checking the gram to see your updates. So
when do I get to have Tara Lynn Day?
Yeah.
Because I've been giving a lot to others, and I feel nothing in return. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, it's been a really, really busy month. But Saturday and Sunday, I kept it super low key. Really just hung out and ate good food. And Thursday and Friday, I went out for 2 of my friends' birthdays and had a blast. Pretty fun.
Nice.
Yeah, good weather.
Like good places you'd already established into your go out rotation, or like they're finding new spots that were on
same spots here. I mean, I left Southie, so that's I left Southie. That's major. But yeah, more in like the Seaport area, and the nightclubs in Boston. Everything's back opening up, so it's good to see everybody back to work. A lot of my friends had lost their jobs, especially over at, I think, I don't know if you would know, but it's like called like the Grand, and they run all these nightclubs. But I had a few of them that were actually really higher up, and they really thought the restaurant and entertainment industry was never coming back. But I'm just really happy, and they're so happy too. They have families, kids. It's great to see them back at work. So it's always good to see the city bustling these days. And there's actually going to be 2 new restaurants opening up in Southie too soon. Nice. So we'll see.
Southie being like the place to be is so weird to me. Like having left New England in the 2000s, like Southie was like, oh man, things are so bad you got to live in Southie, huh? And now it's like a spot, like a legit.
My mother says the same thing. My family was like, oh my God, like back in the day, Southie was trash. Like no one ever went to Southie. It was a dump.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, well, that dump is alas where I live.
A good use of alas.
Thank you. But they love, none of my family can even wrap their head around it. It's crazy. There's a new building just popping up every single day here in Boston.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for like the Southie long timers who like thought they were getting a good deal when they sold their house for like $90,000, and now like it's been redeveloped into $1 million apartments.
Yes, so true. I just have to give a shout out. There's over 300 of you watching over on YouTube. Shout out to the Twitch family. And if you're watching it on the website or on the app, I mean, pretty incredible. We're all still supporting. We're hanging in here. We love to see it. And you people are the best. Thanks for hanging out.
Sorry, I do. Go congratulate a former coworker for pairing up with other former coworkers over at For the Win. And if you are interested in college football coverage, Jason Kirk, formerly of SB Nation and Banner Society, just signed on with For the Win. So things are going to get wild over there. Used to be a great website, that SB Nation. Used to be. There are still a lot of good people working there. It's unfair to shame them, but man, they gutted what was an all-star staff, and it's kind of a bummer to see.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
Anyway, hey, we got points, Tara Lenasak, on a Mason Crosby field goal.
Yes, a nice 3 points.
Yeah. Like we said, like came in with those like 35, 31 hopes, and we are limping towards a potential 13-7 game. This one feeling a little bit more like the last Patriots Super Bowl, which again should have been fireworks, right? The Rams, Sean McVay offense versus Tom Brady. What do we get? 13-3. Terrible.
Yeah.
Sad. Big run there, but it looks like it's probably going to come back on a hold. No, It's not a hole. It's a block in the back. So a different level of cheating, only going to cost him 12 yards for first down stands. So are you going to use the extra time by the pause on the Sims to go take some Terrell time, maybe a little vacation, maybe go like plan some visits?
No, I think I'm gonna grind. I'm gonna grind it out.
Okay.
Gonna just really just keep perfecting this craft and see what's next, you know?
Yeah.
I've had my time of vacation and it's been a blast.
Sure.
But I'll do it on like long weekends and stuff. But I'm 30, baby. I just feel like this is the year to grind it out.
There you go.
And that's my inspiration for any of you out there.
Yeah. Keep grinding.
People say no, you say yes, and you keep grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've been reading, so many inspirational books lately. Too, I mean, during the pandemic, I think all of my friends too turned to it. They're like, okay, well, we have all this free time in our hands, so just like more books and reading. And I was reading this book the other day that I was basically like, you can't overthink, you have to just keep going. And that's literally what I'm going to do. You're just going to grab life by, you know that saying, people, and you have to just grind it out. So that's what Carolyn will be doing. Will there probably be a Florida trip in the near future? Yes, I'll be doing that maybe on Can't Labor Day weekend, though, Christian. Got too many weddings.
Oh, of course. See, at one point, though, once you age out of it, it's like, I miss weddings now.
Right.
I kind of do. But at the same time, like, I'm at the point where I'm so, like, I'm kind of far removed from, like, all the friends back home and the family members in, like, Pittsburgh and Ohio. So, like, every wedding was, like, its own trip. So for a while, that kind of, like, handcuffed us vacation-wise. Like, oh, okay, well, we got to go back to Rhode Island for a wedding. And, like, I can't really plan to go anywhere. So now we can. And then, of course, COVID sprung up. And we're still trying to figure it out. Actually, got a buddy, like, we've been trying to plan out, like, the rental house for a while now. And now he's got a kiddo on the way. So, like, the baby shower gift I'm going to get him is the pack and play. So then he has no excuse not to throw his upcoming tiny booger into a car seat, and then, just bam, lay it out. Like, first year of a baby's life, they're basically just kind of parasites. They're very easy to take care of. If you're the guy, especially. The dad is basically superfluous to the whole process. Like, you just kind of hang out, you wake up every now and then, you change a diaper, you get a bottle now and then, but, like, mostly we just hang around for moral support, which is nice. It's nice. The moms are clearly the MVPs in that situation.
1,000%.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just doing all the work.
1,000%. Shout out to all the moms out there.
J.E., thank you for reading the post route, and we got a new one coming up.
I was going to say, can you get a little teaser?
Yeah, so we are overreacting to the first week of preseason and throwing out the trades that we want to see. Is it a one-parter? Is it a two-parter? I don't even know. We're still waiting to get a little buy-in from our third member, Ryan Van Bibber. He has yet to chime in. So at the very least, it's going to be 4 trade proposals that we desperately want to happen, which includes the Vikings team we kind of sort of touched on earlier, and getting them a better backup for Kirk Cousins, because it seems inevitable he's going to get taken out by contact tracing or a positive COVID test, because he is just a bit of a doofus. Like, just in general, like, again, we're not going to get into COVID, but, like, Kirk Cousins is just, like, such a defiant weirdo. Like, he'll post the pictures of, like, him grilling what appears to be rocks, and then he'll be just adamant that it's barbecue. It's this amazing barbecue chicken, where it's like anyone with eyes can be like, absolutely not. That's incorrect. Like, just the guy who goes out there and tells you to go eat at Pizza Ranch, like, cannot be trusted. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Pizza Ranch.
Hey, I've never been to
good name Pizza Ranch, but guys, have higher standards than Pizza Ranch. And you know what a higher standard than Pizza Ranch is? CC's. That's how low the bar is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think you described him perfectly. Doofus. That's a great word.
Yeah, again, last dude, we're having a good, solid conversation, good vocabulary day here to start off your Sims. And if you like words like alas and doofus, and if you like CC's Pizza, be sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube. Throw us a subscribe over on Twitch. We see you over there. Robes,
Yeah,
Easy,
and if you want any
CJ.
more inspirational quotes, we have them for you.
Yeah, and Robes is right. Call Kirk what you want, but the guy taught others how to negotiate contracts. He did indeed. The one thing that he does lack right now is a little bit of leverage because he's got that fully guaranteed contract. The guy got straight up paid, but the risk there was that if he underperformed, well, then maybe they aren't going to go ahead and renew him. They aren't going to bring him back in. And it does seem like after 2022, he may be done as a Viking. They may let this playoffs play out similar to the way Washington did. Well, they'll be like, we're going to let this happen. And if we want to keep Kirk, we can franchise him. Although I don't know if he has a no franchise built into his contract. He might have done that. I would have to look into it. That does seem like something he would have done after the saga with the football team in Washington. Robes, it's not slander for not trusting a backs. It's slander for just being a doofus in so many ways. Like, that's just one tip of the Kirk Cousins iceberg. And again, just from a competitive advantage, like, it's a bad deal for your team. You are going to put your team at a disadvantage if you are not vaccinated. That is not anything to do with trusting a vax. That is just the way the NFL has put the rules out there. That is just an unassailable fact. If you are not vaccinated, it will have a negative impact on your team.
Facts are facts, people.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rams also tanked in their preseason game. As we all know in Simland, when I do make a lineup, when I really just love to make one, today was not simply that day.
Yeah,
But speaking of backup QBs, Bryce Perkins for the Rams. Everyone is talking about him. He was pretty impressive in the Rams preseason debut.
Yeah.
I know you people don't really care about backup QBs, but sometimes you have to take a little look at them because he showed out in preseason. Yes, they tanked in their game, just like the Packers. We're playing with two teams here in Simland that did not do well in their preseason, but hopefully they're going to have better seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, I thanks to my old job, I am in orbit with a whole bunch of really great University of Virginia people. So, like, they loved all the Bryce Perkins chatter. Like, between Perkins and Kurt Benkert, it was Benkert looked awful for the Packers, as you mentioned, but Bryce looked solid. So got some good Cavalier Wahuva talk. Oh, wow. Great catch there from my captain. We got our first touchdown of the game. It comes with 20 seconds to go in the second quarter. And the Packers take a 2-possession lead. Rams going to have a little bit of time to mount a counter, but probably not enough to do anything on the scoreboard. Although a lot of good scorers there could make it happen. Who knows what the situation will be there. Over on the YouTube chat, chalking up pizza. How much is a CC's buffet now? I think it's like $5-6, but I don't know. Mo, I don't think you're going to get a lot of likes talking about CC's Pizza. Very fair. And Problem Kid gave is Little Caesars better than Pizza Ranch. Dude, Little Caesars has a time and a place. Like, Little Caesars is good for cheap pizza. Like, it's not a great pizza, but it's like
I don't know if I've ever had Little Caesars.
Yeah, they don't really have Little Caesars in New England. And, like, I hadn't had it in a long time until I got to Madison, and they used to sell the tombstone slabs, like big old trays of pizza, and it would be like Detroit-style pizzas. So it'd be like that caramelized crust and, like, the 4 pepperoni cups on each rectangular slice. It would be like $8 to $10 for one of those. And it was huge. There was a lot of food. It tasted great. You dunk a lot of hot sauce on them, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is actually kind of good pizza." So, like,
I love hot sauce.
Yeah.
Hot sauce on pizza has to happen all of the time.
Perfect. Hot sauce. Even if I'm getting a little frisky too, a little bit of blue cheese with a hot sauce on a pizza.
Yep.
Yeah, load it up.
Buffalo chicken.
Yep.
Loving it.
Yeah. Oh, man, see now, man, a little too much food chat because I gotta go grocery shop after this. So now I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go drop like $200 on groceries I don't need now.
I really want pizza now.
Yeah. Tate in ops coming through not only in the Zoom chat but also in the YouTube chat. No Cece's slander in this chat.
Oh my goodness, Tate!
Yeah.
Is it your favorite pizza, Tate? Like hands down?
It can't be your favorite pizza. Like I understand like might be your favorite place to go for pizza because you can get a ton of it for very little money. Like,
Yeah.
pizza buffets when I was in high school and then in college too, like any kind of buffet I would load up. In like high school, when I was running cross country and putting in like 40 miles a week, I had that like hummingbird metabolism. So I could just eat nonstop. Like I wasn't a problem at buffets.
What would be your favorite? I know Drew just said so many options. There's tons of options for pizza.
That's true. That's true. And
But
you get the
do
dessert pizza.
Do you have like a favorite or a go-to?
Like for like are we talking about like mass produced like pizza chains? Because I feel like we gotta reduce it to chains. Yeah, because I think everyone has a good local, everyone has a good local place they would throw up there.
Yeah.
Like even in Rhode Island, you might go, oh, Ronzio's is my spot. I'm like, yeah, Ronzio's. Is Ronzio's still like a chain? Does it still exist in Rhode Island? Man,
I don't know.
old right now. I don't know. Like if we're talking like big chain, like I don't. Is Toppers count? Because Toppers is kind of like
Toppers counts. I've never had it, but it counts.
Toppers is fine. Like it's good. Like Toppers knows exactly what it is, right? Like it's not even like biased during the daytime pizza. Like they go out of their way to be like
trying to be something that it's not.
Exactly. It's like order us at 2 a.m. Yeah, like you got the red eyes. You don't know why you're still up, but you're hungry. Order Toppers now, and I think that's exactly
Order Toppers now.
Yeah, and they have they know what they're doing, so they'll throw in like coupons for like, oh, I'm gonna get a pizza, but I'm also gonna get a full pizza's worth of breadsticks with like 3 dipping sauces for an extra $2. Like it's one of those things to beat. And they got a good tater tot pizza. They got a good mac and cheese pizza, which obviously can't hold up to the real thing, Ian's Pizza downtown Madison. If you're in Madison, you got to go to Ian's. But a fair enough facsimile that I could get down with it at 1 a.m. after maybe you're coming back from the bar and like you're there like, what the hell? It's I don't know. I think Toppers is even that's not like a big enough chain. Like the only thing like with the big chain pizzas, Carolyn, I think it's more for me. What kind of pizza don't I want? And that's always. I don't want to impugn a sponsor, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Person Alan T, first of all, what a clever handle. I've never seen that one. Said, yes, Ronzio's is still here, Christian.
Awesome. Dude, I liked Ronzio's just fine. Like that would be our go-to order pizza. Although we had a stellar spot in Warwick called Little John's. Little John's had some of the best pizza. But during football season, they wouldn't be open on Sundays. It was madness. But little shop, the red glass candle, the tablecloth with the red and white checkerboard print, the one tap handle that only had Michelob for some reason, totally the Italian place you remember in your brain. That was Little John's, and that would be our go-to. I don't know if there are any Laurel people in the chat out there or stand up. Jordan Lindenbaum crapping on pizza chain, saying anyone outside of New York is eating. Oh, we're gonna have the New York pizza debate now.
Oh, here we go. The debate of all time. Pizza chains.
The OMG father. Never heard of Toppers. Toppers is kind of it's expanding. It's Jonathan Taylor brought a few franchises with him, I think, to Indianapolis where they have. Oh, what's the chain in Indianapolis? Hotbox. Hotbox is pretty solid.
Oh, Hotbox.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty solid. Another one that's kind of expanding. I mean, you got LeBron James, the guy's Blaze Pizza. It's supposed to be the super fast one.
Yep. Never had it though.
Yeah.
Are you on any more Sims today on this fine, beautiful Monday? Finally here in Boston, we've been having a streak of the sun coming out for a while. I thought I lived in Seattle. It was depressing. But I'm a person that I need the sun. I'm like the house dog that has to go crawl into the area where the sun isn't just laying there. So I'm loving this, that the sun is finally out.
But you're gonna go out, maybe a little like sunbathe later. Oh, the wobbler there, very nearly completed on 3rd and long. Instead, the Rams are going to punt again.
Hey, my goodness. I'm probably going to go for a run.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
I know. It's beautiful out here. I might try and do the same. I got to be back at 6, and I think it's me and BK on that one, but I'm not certain.
Okay.
I got the call late to fill in because Glash said he was intimidated by you and couldn't make it.
Yeah, definitely. He's been intimidated by me for 3 years, and it hasn't stopped yet. You think it would by now, but alas.
Yeah. Understandable. I mean, you're an intimidating person, and I feel like that energy kind of flows through the chat. You just don't want to overstep any boundaries and just get slapped down and get called a bozo. It's just very hurtful.
You know what? The chat has made me a stronger woman than what I was before, because some of you people can be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
So you just have to be able to, if you're gonna give it like I give it, you have to be able to take it. Sometimes Kenny can't take it, but
No, Kenny? You think Kenny maybe overreacted to something? That doesn't sound like Kenny Ducey. I know.
wild.
That's why we need to get the SimFam Broadcasting Fantasy League off the ground, because I want to see how Kenny reacts to getting beat by like 3/4 of a point in any given fantasy week. I want to see those message board posts, and I more importantly want to screenshot them and tweet them out to let the SimFam know that.
Yeah, we have to let people know.
Packers, the chance to put this one away with another touchdown. Bunch doing a little bit of work there. The one touchdown in this one belongs to MVS. As you can imagine, not a lot going on from the Rams side of the ball. Not a lot going on from Aaron Jones either. As I'm looking at my standing in the Christian and Terrelin Parking Enforcement Showdown. 73, you got in for our late formed free roll. I'm currently 26th with MVS in the captain spot. I'm okay with that.
Oh, okay. I'm good with that too. 26.
Yeah, if I can finish top 50%, I'm going to be happy with it. Ooh, if we see you got talking up Casey's in the chat, which is what, like, Casey's is like a chain of like gas stations out in the Midwest, like started in Iowa. They got like a nice, like a general store is what they call it, and they have pizza counters in every Casey's. I didn't realize this, Terrelin, but they are like the 6th biggest pizza store. Like, they sell more pizzas than almost anyone, and they are this like Midwest convenience store chain that people just love the pizza. Like, they got apparently a banger breakfast pizza, like with eggs and cheese and sausage.
Oh, wow.
You can go nuts for it in Iowa, man. Iowa taking over the world very slowly. It's going to be a very slow creep, but like Iowa getting out there. I'm just kidding. Iowa is.
I've never had a breakfast pizza. I was just thinking about that as you were talking. I've never had a breakfast.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I like eggs, but there's you can have too many eggs. There's too much. Like, I don't like a quiche. A quiche is too many eggs.
Right.
Like, I like, especially when why are you all parted up like a pie, you know? Just be you, eggs. Just be you.
Just be you.
Like, if I want to like have a breakfast sandwich, like eggs, toast, bacon, awesome. Like, you want to put a fried egg on my burger? Hell yeah, let's do that. If you want to scramble so many eggs it comes a dense cake-like pie, I'm out. I'm out on that. I don't like that. Omelets, like, I'm real questionable about too. So I don't know if I'll be down for the breakfast pizza. Dessert pizza, on the other hand, I can definitely mess with. All right, Jarrell Justice, Casey's breakfast pizza is legit, maybe #1 of breakfast pizzas. Fred Prather, breakfast pizza is the truth. Jeremy Thomas, Casey's taco pizza for the win. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like we gotta get this pizza out. You know, we can't have this conversation with cough because it's going to turn into a 6-minute soliloquy about why he hates pizza.
Soliloquy.
How pizza tore his family apart.
I love our words today. Soliloquy, alas.
We go hard. I mean, we're not. This is
We're not
like,
messing around here,
yeah. I was
people.
gonna say we're not really paying attention to the sim, but it's a 10-0 sim. I don't feel badly about it. Also, you know, we got 2 more weeks of this. We're gonna cram as much goodness as we can down your throats, DK Sim fam. I regret my choice of words there a little bit, but not all the way. Obi-Wan, good to see you. Godfather's piece. I heard about that one too. Like Godfather's another one I think is like that kind of Casey's vibe because it kind of like cropped up in like gas station kind of areas, like you know, just real convenient for like smaller towns rather than having to do a standalone. Like it's a smart idea, and like honestly, we're in a great era of gas station food, Terrell. Like I think I'd like to think it all started in Eastern Pennsylvania with your Wawas and your Sheets and your Get-Go's. Get-Go
Wawa is fine dining. I love Wawa.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. And the fact that you don't have to interact with anyone now. You just go up to the screen.
Right.
Boop, boop, boop. Your sandwich comes out like a minute later. Oh, it's like, again, this is like 10 years ago now because I'm an old man, but like used to be like 2 for $5, 6-inch meatball subs. I wouldn't even be hungry, but I'd be filling up my car and be like, I can't pass that up. It'd be a long drive. It'd be like the drive from Pittsburgh back home to Rhode Island. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to get 1 meatball sub for now. I'll eat the other one in the car. I'd make it to Rhode Island, go see my mom, big hug, covered in marinara sauce because I tried to eat it in the car. The meatball sub is not good car eating food.
I'm laughing because Mo in the chat put in all caps lock. We have a fight in the chat. Can y'all commentate that? Chat, what is going on? What are we fighting about?
Yeah.
Are we still fighting over pizza?
No idea.
No idea. There's a lot of pizza talk.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just going to continue talking about pizza. We're going to keep moving past it. All right, apparently Godfather's isn't gas station pizza. I don't know.
There's a pizza fight in the chat. Honestly, if I had to fight for anything in my life, it would be for pizza.
Yeah.
That's how much I love it. I
Yeah.
truly do. I love it so much. I want it right now. People are asking when Kenny is on, specifically Problem Kid Gaming.
I think he's on next with Flash.
Yeah, Problem Kid Gaming. You say a lot of rude things to me in the chat, but I'll give you the schedule.
Yeah. Oh.
So 2 p.m. We got Cardinals at Chargers. We got Glash and Kenny, whatever the heck his name is. He's coming right up. Then 3 p.m., Get the Green, Emerson and Reed. What a duo. 4 p.m., Titans at Falcons, Jeff and ZT. 6 p.m., Pats at Bucks. We got Moose coming right on back with the one and only, the star, Mr. Post Routes. Screw Wisconsin. He's Mr. Post Routes.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, it's Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 8 p.m., Jets at Raiders, Rossi Tom. 10 p.m., Madden After Dark, Dolphins at Bills with BK and Tommy Freeze Pops.
Good lineup. Good. I mean, we're cramming in as many hits as we can in our final 2 weeks, which I appreciate. I hope we're gonna get that sizzle reel of all the greatest moments in the past 18 months. It's gonna be dominated by Glash, let's be honest, because the man was basically a human cartoon there for a while, which was of course delightful.
Yeah, it was, honestly.
Yeah. Through 3 quarters, not a ton to talk about, but the Rams going to try to make this interesting in Sam Sloman field goal range, be about a 45-yard from here. 3rd and 3 coming up. Bobby Trees, 6 for 47. Devontae Adams, 4 for 50. Funch, 4 for 50 as well. Josh Reynolds, 3 for 30. Mercedes Lewis, 3 for a whopping 9 yards. And Aaron Jones, potentially going to get that babysitter Billy. Someone pointed out in the chat, Aaron Donald just absolutely wrapping it up, using his X Factor to destroy Aaron Jones's X Factor, which is pretty much how it would go in real life. Although
right,
you can see the Rams and the Packers in the playoff game, and did not go great for LA, although they had to kind of cycle through 2 bad quarterbacks. So it wasn't on the defense's fault, honestly, to be fair.
That was beautiful.
Yeah. I like how we harmonized there. Very nice.
Harmony is the key to life, you know?
It's true. Harmony and balance. A+. I will be back at the 6 p.m. Gotta go out, gotta run some errands, gotta pick up some groceries, figure out what we're eating for dinner tonight and the rest of the week.
Maybe he'll pick up a pizza, maybe he won't.
See.
We don't know.
Yeah. Well, we got some, I guess, some other nice things. I feel like the frozen pizza game here in Wisconsin has leveled up considerably. Like a lot of great frozen pizza options. Like you're not going to confuse it with like an actual delivery pizza. We're not in DiGiorno territory. Although to be fair, there's DiGiorno is kind of a garbage pizza.
DiGiorno.
Yeah, they try, like they act like they're a big deal, but like honestly, if you can't tell whether it's delivery or DiGiorno, you should be punched in the back of the head because you're stupid. But yeah, no, it's like Draft House up here, and you got Palermo. You get some good frozen pizza tops. Maybe I'll pick up one of those. We'll see. A+. I want to know who wins Y'all Announcers League. Yeah, we got to figure out a draft date for that. We got to figure out what the buy-in is going to be. Probably
Who's in charge of it?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like at one point we'll start up another 6,000 Twitter DM chat that only a third of the league actually reads, and then Tom will just take over and just drop in and draft date, and we'll go from there.
I like it.
Ralphie, sorry we're not really calling the sim, but there's not a lot going on right now. It is a first and goal for the Rams, but this is a 10-0 game, so not exactly missing out on too much high-flying action. Goff is back to pass and he does get it away. It looked like that was going to be a loss of about 12 yards, but does barely get it off and almost gets intercepted. Jared Kilgore, here since day one, would like to ask you, Terrell, if you've ever been to Bravo Pizza in Alston, apparently the standard for Sicilian pizza. Bravo Pizza?
No, I have not been to Bravo Pizza, and I don't even know if I've heard of it, but would love to try. I'm always down to try new pizza.
Yeah. A good Sicilian pizza is outstanding. There is a spot in Rhode Island, Providence, Caserta's, which is the best Sicilian style pizza I've ever had. Like, it is just a straight away, like, outstanding slab of bread and cheese, as we do have a touchdown there. So Darrell Henderson gets into the end zone. The Rams breathing new life. Goff has a passing touchdown, and we got a little bit of something going here in this game.
Finally.
Yeah, so so I'm looking it up now, and the Wimpy Skippy specialty pizza at
What is it? That sounds like one of Tom's restaurants in St. Louis, or one of his games he played. Like, I was on a sim with Tom one day. This was after the 24-hour Denny session, so he was super loopy. I was feeding off his energy, as I do with everybody, and I was just loopy myself. And he was like, "Oh, do you ever play games on your phone?" And I was like, "Well, no, my game is Instagram. Like, that's what I do on my phone." And he was like, "Oh, I love this one game." And I'm like, "Oh, what? It's probably some Tom is just always saying like the goofiest names." Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, it's called Flappy Dunk." Like, the game is called Flappy Dunk. And he was just going off saying all these weird names in St. Louis, and it just made me laugh. So that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah, it's the Wimpy Skippy. It's not even like the Wimpy Skimpy. You wanted that to rhyme so badly, and it doesn't, right?
Right, it doesn't.
Yeah. So it's spinach pie stuffed with black olives, cheese, and pepperoni. That's a no-go for me, but I'm intrigued by it. And they are so proud of it. It's literally originator of the Wimpy Skippy is right on the website. It's right next to, right under the name. Like, they are really, really proud of this Wimpy Skippy.
Wimpy Skippy.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're in Providence, go to Caserta's, get yourself a slab. It's pretty good. Pretty
good.
See you over there in Twitch. Awesome. Glad to see. Oof, you got season opener tickets for Thursday night on A+. That must have been an expensive ticket, but probably worth it. Probably your first game in a year plus, so definitely worthwhile. Go out, see those Cowboys. See how Dak looks against the defending champs. As Aaron Jones picks up another big first down here. Packers can salt away in this drive. They're on the happy side of the field. About 5 minutes to go. First and 10 from the 44 coming up. A+, also asking thoughts of Najee Harris or James Robinson in Jacksonville. I think that the Najee Harris, I think the Najee Harris hype is overdone. And I don't understand why fantasy experts are fading James Robinson so hard. He's getting faded in his own backfield by Travis Etienne. And James Robinson, all he did last season was prove he can be the guy. You know, he played in a rough offense and still contributed. He added more value to his backfield than almost any running back in the league when it comes to goal line carries. Dude was a monster in the goal line. He averaged 4.5 per carry. He caught a bunch of passes, 49 catches. I do worry a little bit about the usage just because Urban Meyer seems to be a little bit over his head, and I think he's going to try a little harder to justify drafting Najee Harris in the first round by giving him more touches.
Yep.
I think every fantasy place is going to be like, oh, you got to get Harris over James Robinson. There's less competition in the backfield. And you know the Steelers are going to try to establish the ball, the run, get back to their roots a little bit more now that Ben Roethlisberger's elbow might be shot and might not be able to throw downfield. But I still love the hell out of James Robinson. I think if he does slide in your keeper league or season-long fantasy draft, snap him up. You know, get him in like the 4th, 5th round. I think he's going to go out there and give you something like 1,200 yards on the ground, 500 receiving, 40 catches. He's still a good one. I think he's just too good to be denied. As Bunch, another reception there. 3rd and 3 coming from the 13. Big play here. If the Packers pick it up, march to the end zone, they're going to have an opportunity to pretty much seal this game. If not, if they settle for a Mason Crosby field goal, Rams are still in this one. Under 2 minutes 40 to play here. Rodgers' X Factor is lit. He's going to sling one. It's Devontae Adams to the 5, so going to make things real tough. Packers can wait to the 2-minute warning before they snap this one. We'll see if they do. A+ saying $2,000 for that season opener ticket between the Cowboys and Bucks. I get it. I understand why. Good for you, man. Obi-Wan dropping in his spot in LA. Heights Deli Pizza. Good beverages, good pizzas. Into it.
So the North End in Boston, they do the St. Anthony's Feast every summer. Obviously, it didn't happen due to COVID, but it's back this summer, baby. The North End is popping off, and I just cannot wait to get over there and it's called Ernesto's Pizza. It's a huge slice. It's so delicious. I am a Pizza Regina's fan. Love it. How could you not?
Sure.
But Ernesto's is delicious.
We're talking like thick crust, thin crust. Is like one of those big like Neapolitan, like New York slices that
it's kind of
spills over the plate when you get it.
Wow, this whole sim. I mean, I'm starving. Kind of like that, but not as good. It's good for Boston. It's not going to spill over your plate. It's really not going to do like the flop pizza, but it's just a really good, delicious pizza. Like they know how to put their different spices on it. It's delicious.
Yeah. All right, big 3rd down here for the Packers. 3rd and goal. Rams have burned 2 timeouts, but they have plenty of time. Blocking holds up for Rodgers. He's got Adams, and he crashes into the end zone. Looked like
Wow.
was going to end just shy, but Adams putting that squat strength to use, falls forward, and that should just about do it here in Door County. Packers about to take a 17-7 lead, extra point pending. Rams only have a minute 47 and one timeout to mount a comeback. They're going to need to recover an onside kick. And Terrellin, have you ever seen an onside kick recovered here? I've seen it like 2 times in 18 months.
I was going to say only a couple of times.
It's pretty rare.
Pretty rare. We like to skip.
Of course, 2 high-powered offenses end up with this score. Yeah, I know, man. I know. We were talking about it in the pregame. We were like, this should be a firecracker, but it's probably going to end something stupid like 10-7. And yeah, could be.
Yeah, 2 people leading the free roll neck and neck. Adams in their lineup as captain, the captain spot. Then Rogers, Woods, Funchess. I love playing Funchess. And Valdez and Packers DST.
Yeah, I was feeling good about my lineup, and now I'm 56th out of 72. So, not a great turn there for me. Aaron Jones, it's either going to be him or Coop, the Loot Cup. Both of them sitting right around 5 points. It's probably going to be Aaron Jones, let's be honest. Jones was coming in averaging like 19 per game and has been just vomiting down his own shirt all day in fear of Aaron Donald.
Yup. Vomiting down his shirt.
Yeah. Ooh, A+. Terrellin, this is only my second sim with you. Not bad. Too bad they're getting rid of announcers. Yeah, it sucks. But Terrellin rules on commentary. So we're going to soak in the last 2 weeks of these great sims.
Soak it in.
And then you guys can come back for our podcast, Pizza Talk with Christian and Terrellin, dropping September 1st. So, subscribe wherever you find your podcasts.
Literally, please subscribe.
Yeah. Bucky Brumfield needs Cup. Brandon Furlow needs Woods. And instead we get a little Higbee he breaks free for a decent run there. In the middle of the field, though. Goff right now, only 125 passing yards. I feel safe saying he's not going to hit the bonus today.
Are you sure you feel safe?
Yeah. Paul Nelson corrected me. The Green Bay Stadium's in Brown County, not Door County. Door County is further up the peninsula. That is on me. I am embarrassed.
Oh, dang, Christian, you're messing up your counties now.
I don't know, man. Showing up. I mean, I will learn from this mistake. I'll try to get better from it. The problem is I'm coming from a state that had 5 counties, and now there are like 50 in Wisconsin, obviously for good reason. Turns out Wisconsin is slightly bigger than Rhode Island, although just as charming.
And it's the nooner sim. The brain is just starting to get going. We can't be just rattling off Wisconsin counties.
A+, Pizza Talk with Christian and Terrellin doesn't exist yet, but based on what I'm seeing in the chat, maybe it does need to exist. We can talk about all the pizza that the other one cannot enjoy because we don't live anywhere near each other.
Honestly, I think we should do that.
Yeah.
I could talk about pizza all dang day.
Yeah.
Probably gonna get pizza for dinner now.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you?
You're right.
Yeah, see, that's the nice thing about the Disc League sims, that I no longer have to worry about a Friday night sim. I can go hit up my happy hour at Sugar River Pizza, which
Sugar River.
Sugar River, baby.
I want to open up a pizza shop now in Freeze Pop's honor and call it Flappy Dunk Pizza.
Flappy Dunk Pizza.
Drew, the producer, just dropping knowledge left and right. He's dropping Wisconsin counties. Yeah. I just grabbed my chest. That's a lot.
That is. Yeah.
So imagine being from Boston, moving out to Wisconsin to chase your dream.
Right.
News anchor out there. And I even said, I was like, listen, we have a lot of cities and towns and counties, kind of the same names. Yeah. And you guys are pronouncing it quite differently than how we pronounce it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to even think of, like, for instance, like there was like Lakeville here or something, and they were like, oh, it's Lockville. Like it's just like simple stuff like that. So I remember I went on air and it's called Waukesha, right, Christian?
Yeah.
Waukesha. I go on air. Okay, it's probably my second newscast. No one's telling me how to pronounce anything, obviously.
Sure.
So I go on and I'm doing my newscast and I say Waukesha.
Oh no.
The people
Yeah.
of Wisconsin in that area who viewed WAOW ABC in Wausau wanted my blood in the street.
Yeah.
The calls that came into the newsroom, Christian, when I got off air, I thought I walked into a war room. So I know they take their county seriously in how you pronounce very seriously.
Absolutely wild. Yeah. I mean, at least you didn't call it like Waukesha.
Yep, Waukesha too. One of the girls, she did say that. She was like, oh, the first time I said Waukesha.
Oh.
I will just say I've never been as bad. One of the girls, she was from, I think, Kentucky, and moved to Wisconsin, but it had nothing to do with any of the Wisconsin counties, the towns, nothing. We were writing her script for her, and she was doing a segment on Nike, and she pronounced Nike Nick.
Oh.
And she was like, oh, that's how it's pronounced, right? I'm like, listen, what is happening?
Yeah, how? All right. Oh, you had what looked like the end of the game there. We get one untimed down as Goff throws an interception, but a roughing the passer penalty gives us one more shot at garbage points and does take the -1 off Goff's scorecard. And no. Cup came down with it, did not get the toes down in bounds. So garbage time over. Packers win this one 17-7. And the Rams, with that prolific offense, Terrellin, one touchdown. It was to Darrell Henderson. On the other side of the ball, it was Devontae Adams, MVS. So, you know what? At least we got like 4 straight Hail Marys to end the game. None of them were caught except by a Packer defender. So a little bit of a bummer there. But yeah, this game, we came in with high hopes, and instead we talked about pizza for half an hour. Should tell you about how that one went. Terrellin, thoughts on your players of the game? I think we have a pretty clear babysitter Billy in this one, but I'm going to defer to you.
Well, player of the game, I'm obviously from the game and seeing who's leading in, I think, about 10 people's lineups. I would like to go with Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Meager there in our free roll, winning by like 5 full points. Devontae Adams in the captain spot, so agree with that.
Yep, he had 1 tutty, 78 yards, and 7 receptions. Yeah, he's giving people 31 points in the free roll. We're giving it to Adams.
Makes sense. I mean, a chalky play, you paid up for him, but he worked.
Now, are you going to give the babysitter Billy or Christian Terrellin's bozo to Bones since he decided to vomit on a shirt?
Yeah, I think it's got to be. I mean, just a bummer day for old Aaron Jones. I mean, 68% owned in our free roll and 5.8 points. You got to go. He can't stick around with that. He's got to.
No.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Because like even Bobby Trees did okay, Funch did okay, Coop eventually, you know, he had like almost 10 points, and then Aaron Jones did not have a good day. He had less than 6 points, so that'll do it for him.
In the $100 free contest, someone asked, it was tied with Keno Gassman and Jay Strouts, 24.
Nice. All right. Well,
all right.
We are set here. Coming up next at the 2 p.m., Glash and Kenny for Cardinals Chargers. Get the green with Emerson and Reed right after that. That just cleanse that Kenny palette with a little bit of Team Handsome between Emerson and Reed. 4 p.m., Titans Falcons, Jeff and Zach. 6 p.m., Pats Bucks with me and Moose. Always a pleasure broadcasting with that guy. The Up North podcast, really, between the two of us, Canada, Wisconsin. 8 p.m., Jets Raiders, Rossi Tom. 10 p.m., Dolphins Bills, Brandon Cristal and Tommy Freeze Pops. But coming up next is a replay of the Sweat Terrellin. An absolute delight. Hopefully we get to do it again before, you know, they they stop paying us.
Would love it. Drew, hint, hint, please. Let's do this again. I am producing tomorrow, but see you all in the chat, and thank you all for hanging out.
Yeah. And hey, subscribe to the poster out for our 4 trade proposals we need to see because we're overreacting to week 1. They'll be hitting your inboxes this afternoon. You can sign up for free at posterout.substack.com. Tara Lynn, I will see you around. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. Have a good day, everyone. See you at 6.
What up? What up? What do we say to the God of Monday? Not today. Welcome to this DraftKings baby we call the Sweat. I'm Emerson Latzia Jr., second of his name. We're back in studio. This is a beautiful thing here. We bring you this show live every weekday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern time, all the DFS and sports betting analysis that your big beefy heart can handle. So NBA Summer League, check. NFL, check. PGA Tour's postseason has arrived. Check. We'll talk about that. But we're going to start with our baseball panel. Let's go. DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, plus RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. We are price checking, gentlemen. Share with us your favorite plays in the following price ranges on tonight's 10-game main slate. Pitcher, north of 8K. Who's it going to be, Paul?
I like a couple of guys. Frankie Montas of the A's for $9,500. Emerson, he's allowed opposing batting average of only .223 with 73 strikeouts and only 18 walks over his last 61 innings pitched. So that's quite a bit of dominance there. 6 straight starts over 6 innings pitch. We like that when we pick a player in DFS, and 3 of those starts, 10-plus strikeouts. He faces Dallas Keuchel, who has a 5 ERA over his last 10 starts with 12 homers allowed over his last 54 at-bats as part of a 137 whip in that stretch too. But the guy that I like best in this slate is Wade Miley, priced at only $8,200. He's 3-0 with a 3.14 ERA in his last 10 outings, which is better than most of the starters in recent performances of late on this slate. And he's only allowed 5 homers in his 57 innings pitched. I like the fact that he keeps the ball in the park too. He's facing a depleted lineup of the Cubs, which is on an 11-game losing streak. His mound opponent is Justin Steele, who's just pitched his first game over 5 innings pitched, and it didn't go well, allowing 2 homers and only 1 strikeout. He's gone at, and I like the high win probability here because of all those stats favoring Wade Miley tonight. It's a compelling case in my opinion.
All right, Matty, you got 6 pitchers to choose from here, north of 8K. Who's your guy?
I think this is kind of a tough slate. Like, I usually have more of a clear-cut take on who my favorite is, but I think Garrett Cole and Kevin Gausman at the top are both totally fine, and I think Wade Miley and Touki Toussaint in that second tier are both totally fine. So honestly, like, I don't have an opinion that really probably deviates from the norm too much. I do feel like the industry at large will be expecting Garrett Cole to have a limited pitch count tonight, and I don't know that we know for sure that that's true. So the upside with Cole might just be so much higher than that of Kevin Gausman, who has a much tougher matchup against the Mets. Cole is going against a team that basically has one great hitter in Shohei Ohtani with the Angels, but then a lineup that has a lot of strikeouts after him. So I feel like Cole could be under-owned, at least where like Gausman and Cole are similar ownership, but I think Cole's upside is much, much higher. So if I'm paying up, I feel like Garrett Cole all the way at the top could go overlooked also because the Coors Field game is pretty expensive and it's a little bit harder than normal to fit Cole in tonight.
Eric, how difficult of a decision was this for you?
Quite difficult. I can't really say I like any of the expensive pitchers or any of the cheap ones today. Pretty big red flags with everybody. Garrett Cole hasn't looked like himself since the start of June. 4.68 ERA for what's now a 2.5-month stretch, and he's coming off of a positive COVID case. Can't say I would use him with confidence. Kevin Gausman, ERA over 5 in his last 5 starts, and Wade Miley is Wade Miley. There's enough reason not to like him, I think. So Frankie Montas, I think going against the White Sox, which is a red flag in and of itself, I think that's the best choice here at 9,500, just because how good he's been really over his last 6 starts. 35% strikeout rate, 6% walk rate over that stretch. That's ace level stuff. That's what you'd expect to get out of a Cole or a Gausman. Montas is the only guy actually pitching like that now. So even though he's got the toughest matchup, I think with the red flags surrounding just about everybody else, he'd be my top choice.
Matt, a lot of options here when we're talking about paying up for a hitter. So give me a dude who's going to cost you $5K or more.
So I think the position we have to start with is shortstop. And even though Fernando Tatis Jr. is playing in the outfield right now, he's still shortstop only eligible for DFS. He's 6,100, and I feel like he takes up a lot of the ownership at this position. And then you have Jake Cronenworth at 4,400 on the same team, who also is just shortstop only. So I think Trevor Story has to go overlooked because the Padres, who are in this great spot against Antonio Senzatella at Coors Field, have two shortstops in their lineup. And Trevor Story on the other side of this game might only end up being the third or fourth highest on shortstop on the slate. He might be single-digit ownership. I think that's a pretty reasonable scenario. And he's facing Ryan Weathers, who isn't any good in the games at Coors Field. So I think Story for 5,400 is a really good choice. I think Trey Turner, same price range, is a really good choice. But basically, at the high end of the salary range, I'm looking to find some leverage at the shortstop position. I think Story and maybe Turner are the two guys I like the most.
Eric, I say give me a hitter over 5K, and you say?
I say Ozzie Albies at 5,200. Anytime you can get Albies against a lefty, it's hard to turn that down. Over the course of his career, he's got a 150 WRC plus against lefties. That's the same as Aaron Judge's career mark. Granted, they get there in slightly different ways, but just to give you an idea of how good he is against southpaws. Then against righties, he's got a career WRC plus of just 96, which is the same as Kevin Kiermaier's career numbers. So when you can get a guy who's Aaron Judge sometimes and Kevin Kiermaier the rest of the time, I think you got to jump on him. Against a guy like Braxton Garrett, who's been okay, 4.65 ERA. The peripherals look a little bit better than that, but he doesn't stand out at all in any one area. And Albies has hitting quite well lately with 5 homers in his last 7 games. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to use him. And I don't think 5,200 is too expensive at all.
Paul, which direction are you going in here?
Emerson, you know I come from the school of what have you done for me lately? I've got 3 guys for you. I like Starling Marte for $5,900 based on his platoon advantage that he'll enjoy against Dallas Keuchel. I panned him earlier. For his part, Marte has been on an 18 for 48 tear. That's good for a 375 batting average. And head-to-head in a very small sample, Marte has the edge over Keuchel with a 3 for 6 mark, including a home run. I also like Brandon Lowe for $5,300 with his current 12 for 39 streak, which includes 6 extra base knocks. And he'll have a platoon advantage against Matt Harvey, who has reverted to his mediocre form over his last 2 starts after showing brief signs of life. You know, I tell it like it is. There's very little left in that guy's tank.
That's
Joey
right.
Votto, the Canadian, has been killing it over his last 10 starts with a 1.112 OPS over his last 37 at-bats, including 4 homers. Among his last 12 hits, he faces Steele, and I also shared his recent struggles with you earlier. Votto cost you $5,800 tonight.
That's why we love you, Paul. Always telling us how it is. Never beating around the bush. Best value bat for the slate, Eric. Who is it in your eyes?
I'll tell it like it how it isn't and say that Luke Voigt is the best hitter of all time. Well, that's not true. But he was the top home run hitter last year, and you can get him for just $3,600. Obviously, there's reasons why he's down in that range. He hasn't been that good this year. He's just been beat up, 3 trips to the injured list. Just has hit nowhere like he was last year. Specifically, he's just not making nearly as much contact, striking out over 31% of the time after having just a 23.1% strikeout rate last season. But his barrel rate is right in line with where it's been the last 2 years. So when he is making contact, he still has that same pop that, again, gave him the home run lead last season. I don't know if he's just so beat up that 3,600 is the range he deserves to be in, or if he's just never had the chance to get things going through that constant on and off the injured list. But he showed something last night, 3 for 5 with a homer. That's a step in the right direction. Then this is a guy who would normally be going in the 5,000 range that you can get for about 1,500 cheaper than that. I like him, especially tonight at hitter-friendly Yankee Stadium with the platoon advantage against Jose Suarez. He's got a decent 3.90 ERA on the season, but most of that comes from his work as a reliever early in the year. Since moving to the rotation, he's got a 5.79 ERA in 6 starts. So give me Voigt until he returns to the price range you'd expect him to be based on the guy we know he can be over the last few years.
Paul, who is your value bat?
I have 3 of them for you again in this range. Will Myers at $4,600 has a 10 for 27 head-to-head rate against Senzatella on their careers, which also includes 5 extra base hits. Myers comes into this game also on a 9 for 31 run, which, while Senzatella has been roughed up to the tune of a 305 opposing batting average, with a very high whip of 141 as well. Whit Merrifield for $4,400 has a respectable 341 OBP in his last 10 games, but he also enjoys a favorable head-to-head history against Odorizzi at 9 for 21. That includes 5 extra base knocks, 3 of those even home runs. For his part, Odorizzi's allowed 8 homers in his last 47 innings pitched. So I like that, those two facts combined. The Yankees face lefty Jose Suarez, who's been less than ordinary in surrendering 22 hits and 15 earned runs over his last 20 innings pitched. He's right for the picking when it comes to the Bombers' big righty power bats. But I also like DJ LeMahieu in this spot as a table setter in the leadoff spot for that lineup. He'll cost you $4,500 and comes into this one on a nice 13 for 43 tear himself. Good for a 302 batting average as part of a 412 OBP.
Matt, you're up.
So I think the field is mostly looking to cores for the savings because there actually are some big expensive bats there, but there are also some cheaper guys like Connor Joe, Garrett Hampson, guys who could hit near the top of the Rockies lineup, who are really cheap. And then on the Padres side, you have Adam Frazier in the low 4,000s. A couple of their outfielders are in the 4,000s. And then Cleveland has some really cheap outfielders. So I'm kind of trying to stay away from those spots in GPPs due to ownership. And the team that I think will get no love, but actually is in a sneaky good spot, is the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Brian Reynolds is probably my favorite value play on the slate. We're looking at a bullpen game from the Dodgers, probably a bunch of mediocre pitchers. They don't have a really deep bullpen. They have some really good high leverage guys, but the depth of the bullpen isn't great. And Brian Reynolds at 3,300, this is a guy who rightfully made the All-Star game. He's had a great season, and that price tag is just way too low for him. And then you can look even further and see 2,000 flat for Gregory Polanco. Ben Gamel, if he's leading off, I think at 2,000 would be a really good value. Ke'Bryan Hayes is in the 3,000s. So I'll go with the Pirates in general as my value team, and then Reynolds if I have to pick one guy.
All right, Paul, we're going to head over to the DK Sportsbook real quick before you guys take off. What is your favorite baseball bet tonight?
I've got 2 of them here that I really like. I just touched on the Yankees-Angels matchup and like the over of 8.5 to be smashed early in this one. I highlighted Suarez's recent efforts, and we don't know what Cole is going to look like as he comes off the IL. In fact, I go to the alternate run line and take the over at 10.5 for a nice 175 payoff. I also ripped Matt Harvey earlier, so I'll back that up by taking the Rays to win big versus Baltimore tonight. Even though it's a bullpen game for the home side, that almost plays into a real strength of this club with their deep core of quality relief pitching. This will be a matchup nightmare for Baltimore as a result, and I take the home side to win by more than 3.5 runs for a 165 payoff.
All right, Eric, favorite bet for you?
Yeah, not sure if you guys heard my dog from the other room. Apparently did not like that pick, but maybe she'll like mine, which would be Cleveland at plus 110 over the Twins. Not really sure why Cleveland's the underdog in this one. I guess they've had a worse lineup, but the Twins haven't been good since the break either. 18th by WRC plus. And Cal Quantrill, since the break, has been excellent. Well, at least if you look at just ERA, he's got the best ERA, minimum 20 innings, since the All-Star break at 125. He's not that good, but even the ERA estimators are completely fine. A 304 FIP, an xFIP of 4.01. It's basically been league average in strikeouts and walks while keeping the ball on the ground well. That's a completely fine formula. And if that's who he is going forward, he's a solid mid-rotation starter. Griffin Jax, on the other hand, he's coming off a good start against the White Sox. He struck out 10 in a quality start. And even after that, he still has a 5.45 ERA, which looks to be exactly what he deserves, according to most of the ERA estimators. He has the league average walk rate, and that's about as positive as it gets. Doesn't strike people out, doesn't keep the ball on the ground. So given that pretty big gap in pitchers, I don't know why Cleveland should be at plus 110 here.
All right, Matt, bring us home your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'm actually targeting the same game and the same pitcher. The strikeout prop on Griffin Jax, I think, is more appealing to me. He did have that 10 strikeout game last start, but this is a guy who doesn't really have a history of strikeout proficiency at all. His minor league stats, strikeout rates were low. This season, he got up to 6 strikeouts in 2 of his starts, but he's had others where he didn't get any strikeouts even while pitching 5 innings. He's had a couple 2s, a couple 3s. It's been a pretty low strikeout season for Jax, and his whole career in the minors was low strikeouts. He just happened to have this one game against the White Sox last time out where he put up 10. So the strikeout prop is up to 4.5, and I think it's just an overreaction to what he did in this one start the last time out 5 days ago. And I wouldn't really expect him to go over 4.5 strikeouts at any point in the near future with any consistency. So I think a lot of times this happens where a pitcher has a big strikeout game, and then there's value in betting the under on them the next time they start.
All righty, gentlemen, coming up. First off, that was great work. I should thank you for that. But yes, coming up, we're going to build a money-making summer league lineup. That is a thing. I promise you that. So please stay right there. The only DraftKings analyst who steals his Wi-Fi from a hospital next door joins us now. Kenny Ducey here to break down some of the best bets and DFS plays on today's NBA Summer League slate. I like your hat, man. They sent you some swag, huh?
They did, yeah. I don't always break out the hat, but when I do, it's only for the shows that you do. Because I think that you deserve my best look. But I also didn't. That's not current. I think that was like a few days when I first moved in that I was doing that, lifting the Wi-Fi.
Okay, cool. Well, you look good, dude. You sound great. So let's go ahead and get some your high-priced DFS play on the Summer League slate today. Which one are you going with? Who's the dude?
So it's a guy I've gone with before, and he's disappointed me. But look, he's out now. He's $8,000. He's still considered high-priced, but I think that the price has come down considerably. It's Cole Anthony. I think that he's really one of the most talented players in Summer League. He was taken in the middle of the first round last year. Didn't get a chance to play Summer League. He had some flashes of brilliance in the NBA season, and what he did against Houston was incredible. He had a couple great blocks. He scored 15 points. He finally hit a couple of threes, and I think that this is really the performance that the Magic were hoping for, anticipating in Summer League. I don't see any reason why he can't do it again here. Against Detroit, one of the weaker Summer League teams. Obviously they have star power with Cade Cunningham, but I think that Cole Anthony should rise up here for this matchup with the number one pick. And I think that Cole Anthony can have another good game. And again, is this guy going to score you 50 fantasy points? Is he going to be the top of the slate guy? No. But at $8,000, I think you're getting a really good deal on a guy that could probably go for 35 or 40, a guy that's going to be highly motivated. A lot of these guys have already had their good Summer League games. They don't need to continue to dominate. Cole Anthony's going to come out with a chip on his shoulder, I think, and he probably plays more than 22 minutes, and he probably scores 20 or more points.
All right, well, who is going to rise up and is the best value DFS play in your handsome eyes?
I like Sam Merrill at $4,600, a guy that was acquired via trade. Doesn't really fit in quite as well with some of these other guys at Summer League, considering he was not highly touted. But when you look at Sam Merrill, 32.5 fantasy points last time out against Chicago. He played 23 minutes, which is significant because he's just a three-point shooter, Emerson. I love to play the three-point shooters in Vegas. He took 6 threes a game the last two. And, he hit 2 of the last 2 games as well. I think he's going to continue to put up shots here. For the Memphis Grizzlies, one of my more favorite Summer League teams. And I think that he will, just make a considerable impact on this game, make a good stamp. Again, all he needs to do is come even anywhere close to his last game. 25, 27 fantasy points. You're very happy with paying $4,600 for this guy.
And during the break, you were very adamant about wanting to talk about a Summer League game total. So one must really stick out to you. Can you share with us which one it is?
Yeah, sure. It's the Hawks-Knicks over 174.5. The Knicks, as we know, we've talked about all Summer League long. They have some incredibly talented offensive players. Obi Toppin has put his stamp on Summer League. Emmanuel Quickley, one of the highest priced options today, has been fantastic. But when you look at the Hawks, they've had just as many big names that we just haven't seen them in the NBA quite yet. Skylar Mays, Jalen Johnson, And Sharif Cooper, who didn't play last game, you look at the way that those guys have scored the basketball, it's been pretty special. I think that Sharif Cooper, we don't know if he's going to play in this game because he didn't play last time out. But if he does, I think this game flies over the total. We should see a lot of points scored in this one because there's just a lot of talented, NBA scorers.
And since you are so talented yourself, how about a slate-approved pick here, dude? So your favorite bet or DFS play tonight on this Summer League slate?
It's going to come as no surprise that I'm picking Deuce McBride once again, $6,500. The price once again is right for this guy. Not high enough. Look, you look at 42 and 43 fantasy points in his 4 games that he's played in Vegas. I think he can go for another big game just because you look at the minutes, 33 minutes last time against Cleveland. He racks up the assists, the rebounds, the steals, the blocks. This guy does it all. He takes charges. You don't get points for that, but it looks cool. I really like him to have another good game here.
Nice work, Professor, but I need you to stay right there. We are not done with you, please. We will bring in Jeff and AJ for some NFL best bets right after this, all right? Let's get after it now with some NFL talk, shall we? We shall. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's AJ Scholes in the house on your screen. We're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season. First off, would love to get your first impressions here from the opening weekend of NFL preseason action. Biggest takeaway for you, Jeff Ulrich, was what?
I mean, just the play of the quarterbacks. I thought most of the new quarterbacks or the rookie quarterbacks class looked fairly settled. I mean, I think this is going to be a theme. You had Justin Fields coming in looking like he had been in the NFL for a couple years. Even Kenny's boy, Zach Wilson, looked good in spurts. But, Jacob Eason also had a very strong showing, which I think shocked a few people. So that was the biggest takeaway from me. Don't sleep on the rookie QBs because these guys are going to be playing sooner than later.
AJ, who or what impressed you the most week 1 NFL preseason action?
I'm with Jeff here. I looked at some of the QBs. I'm just, it's too early to read too much into it the first week of preseason, but I do think it's somewhat significant that Trevor Lawrence started over Gardner Minshew. That's a situation that I think we need to watch over the next 2 weeks. And I know Jeff's going to love hearing this, but I was kind of impressed with Drew Lock's performance in that game. 5 for 7, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Teddy Bridgewater looks out as well, but I think there's certainly a possibility here that we're going to see, Drew Lock be the guy there week 1. I thought maybe Teddy would give him a run, and that's certainly still possible in a few more weeks, but he definitely did what he had to hold the line, that's for sure.
Kenny, what are you overreacting to? Anything at all?
Yeah, this is why it's in my contract that I don't do segments with AJ because, I was all ready to talk about Drew Lock, how good he looked. Jeff makes fun of me all the time because I love Drew Lock. This guy looked fantastic. This is someone that at the end of last season admitted to reporters that he wasn't sure if he was going to have this job next year. He said, look, it's a business. Whatever happens, I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'm just going to have to deal with it. He was completely in understanding if the Broncos wanted to trade up and draft a quarterback. He ends up looking fantastic. He throws that bomb to KJ Hamler. And I think that he can absolutely take hold of this quarterback position. Teddy Bridgewater hasn't done anything since he was at Louisville. I think that I think he's one of the stories of preseason so far. Also, Justin Fields. Jeff and I were talking before the show. Justin Fields looked fantastic. Really the whole Bears team did as well, the whole Bears offense. But he ran the ball. He ran for 33 yards. He ran, I believe, 5 times. And that's a big development because he didn't really run that much at Ohio State. I think that, he's a mobile guy. But if they're going to have him run, that's a new element to Justin Fields' game. And I don't know if we really anticipated being there. But he looked fantastic, with the legs and with the arm. And I think he should absolutely start week 1.
Kenny, what will you be looking for in this next wave of preseason games? So it'll be week 2 coming up. Remember, there's only 3 preseason games this year.
Probably your boy Trevor Lawrence. He didn't have a great first game, and I think that I'd like to, I'm sure that he'll have his highlight reel play that, everyone's like, oh my goodness, no one's ever done this in the history of mankind.
Yep.
And that'll be fantastic. I'm sure Zach Wilson as well. I'd like to see more Zach Wilson, but I think just in general, what I'm looking for is, hey, where are all the starting quarterbacks? I think that we're eventually going to start to see them as the preseason wears on. We didn't really see many people that we cared about in the first week of the preseason. I wanted to be all pessimistic when you asked me what my takeaways were. But yeah, I'm excited to see more players get on the field. That'll be fun.
What about you, AJ?
Yeah, similar. More players. I think this is where you can start maybe looking at touches for running backs in those kind of competing job spots. Who's getting more carries, who's lining up in third down situations. I think you can start to see some trends after week 2 and some idea of how that might work going forward. Same with targets for wide receivers and tight ends. Like week 1 is not the week to be looking at that. Your starting guys aren't going to see a lot. They're trying to figure out who's going to be the 6th or 7th wide receiver or 5th, whatever it may be. And so I think you can start to maybe evaluate some of those trends after a full second week.
Jeff, what do you want to see this week in the next wave of NFL preseason games?
Yeah, I mean, these guys touched on it. We want to see more players on the field. Specifically, there's a couple players, though, I'll mention. I mean, Bryan Edwards is one guy with the Raiders. I don't think most people are thinking about Bryan Edwards a ton, but this guy, by all means, is kind of sewn up like a starting wide receiver job in camp. He's getting a ton of hype. He was drafted as a number 1 wide receiver potentially by the Raiders. I thought it was a really good pick last year. I want to see him on the field and see if this hype matches reality because he could potentially be a huge late-round sleeper. I also want to see if Cole Kmet, who had some really good usage in the first preseason game, if that carries over and he gets run with the starters again. So players like that, we want to see more of them. Like AJ said, this is the week 2 preseason, when you can start to maybe make some decisions based on this usage. So a couple players there specifically I want to see.
Yeah, I was going to ask you real quick, Jeff. I know previously when there were only 4 preseason games, like the third week was really the most important. Game plans were handed out. You tried to emulate like a game week in practice. Starters had the most reps. So does week 2 probably become the most important now that there's only 3 games?
For me, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a team-by-team thing, right? Like, there could be, like, maybe in Denver, we might see the quarterback battle bleed into week 3. It's possible. But I think for a lot of teams, especially, like, week 2 is going to be it. It's the dress rehearsal. It's the week you got to pay attention. Those are when the snap counts and the usage is going to count. If a guy is going out with the first in week 2, it's a really good sign, for most teams. So, yeah, I would look at week 2 as like the week where you really want to pay attention.
I think that's why you're seeing a lot of teams. There's more than half the league, I think around 21, that are doing at least one joint practice with another team this week as well. Let's get to team specials. Here we go. Here's a team that's doing a joint practice. The Eagles doing one with the Patriots as we speak. Jalen Hurts will get his first full season as the Eagles starter, and he'll be paired up with former Bama teammate here, Devontae Smith. Smith has missed time with a knee injury, did not play in the preseason opener, but head coach Nick Sirianni upgraded him from week to week to day, making some progress here. If healthy, though, do you like Devontae Smith to have more than 999.5 regular season receiving yards at plus 300 odds, AJ?
That's such a big ask for a rookie coming into the league, in my opinion, but you add the knee injury, and I'm just not sold on it this season, even with the extra game here. He obviously hit that mark in each of his previous 2 seasons playing at Alabama, but we're talking about a whole different ball game in terms of the level of defensive back play he's going to be up against. I think I would maybe consider taking this next season. If he goes this year healthy, knee doesn't, flare up or cause any additional problems, he gets his, feet wet in a first full season. But as a rookie, I'm just too hesitant on that to put any action here.
What about you, Kenny? Can you have like a Justin Jefferson type campaign?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. Justin Jefferson had a fantastic year last year. I just don't see it just like AJ. I'm not even concerned about the injury, really. I mean, obviously I am, but like that's not the reason. I just think that these odds are not really fair. I think that I would want like plus 500 odds on this maybe. And when you look at the realistic probability that this happens, not only is he competing for targets with Jalen Reagor, who they're expecting a lot of in year 2, Greg Ward, Travis Fulgham and Greg Ward were 2 guys that were getting the ball a whole lot from Jalen Hurts. Now you're also mixing back in Zach Ertz to the conversation. Dallas Goedert was a favorite target of Jalen Hurts as well. And, he's going to be competing for targets. You also have the fact that Jalen Hurts, we're not even sure if he's going to be the starter for the whole year. Like, I have no idea. I thought he looked great last year. Now there's all these conversations about is he the quarterback of the future? We haven't seen a ton from him. He could be, but I think that we just really are not in a position right now to be hammering Devontae Smith to have 1,000-yard season. There's just way too many factors at play here. And also, how about the fact that they might just decide to run the ball half the time because they have a young quarterback? They could do that too.
Jeff, do you agree there's just way too many factors here, so you're just going to fade this bet?
No, you know what? I'm not. I mean, I kind of thought the same way. I mean, I do think that they're going to be a bit of a run-heavy team with Hurts and stuff like that. But look, you look at Devontae Smith, this player I don't know why people keep underrating him. He had one of the best seasons as a wide receiver ever in college football. People like to get scared because he's small. But, Kenny went over the depth chart of the Eagles wide receivers. And I'm sorry, the talent gap between Devonta Smith and the rest of the Eagles wide receivers is so ridiculously big that Devontae Smith is going to get targets. And yeah, Ertz is there, and I think that does stink a little bit for his usage, but this is a player who makes big plays, Devontae Smith. And you pair him with a guy like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had the largest average depth of target in the NFL last year, over 10 yards. That's because Jalen Hurts keeps plays alive, and he looks downfield. Jalen Hurts is an underrated quarterback, in my opinion. He looked good in his first preseason start. This is all about if Devontae Smith can stay on the field. But at plus 300, I think the odds are good enough. I like this one. I really like this combo, Hurts and Smith. I think if they stay healthy, if they stay on the field, he will reach over 1,000 yards this year.
Moving on to America's team, the Jaguars, and our Lord and Savior, Trevor Lawrence, making his preseason debut this weekend in a loss to the Browns. We already know how Kenny feels about him, going 6 for 9, 71 yards. Obviously, high hopes for this dude, sky-high hopes. But are the hopes presented by this prop too high in your eyes, AJ? Plus 1,000 for Trevor Lawrence to break both the rookie record for passing yards, so nearly 4,400 yards, and then rookie record for passing touchdowns, talking 32 plus here. Is that too much to ask from the number 1 overall pick?
I'm very high on Trevor Lawrence heading into the season. I think he's primed to start week 1, which is certainly good for hitting these props. Look, I'll put it this way. I'm high enough on Trevor Lawrence that maybe I'll test the waters at plus 1,000, but would I recommend others do it, or am I putting the kids, a college fund on it? Absolutely not here. I think he can be a good fantasy QB in season-long formats. I think the yardage will be there, especially if they're playing from behind, a la Blake Bortles, who was a fantasy stud for years for, garbage time yardage. And I think there's spots to use him in DFS too. Week 1 versus the Texans, if he's starting, I definitely think Trevor Lawrence is a guy to look at there. But I think it's going to be a long shot for him to break both these odds, and you're certainly accepting plenty of risk at plus 1,000. So I might do it, but I'm not going to suggest that others should.
All right, well, Jeff, you have 2 kids, so explain to us why you are putting both of their college funds on this bet.
Well, I mean, look, they don't need to go to college. I mean, they'll be fine, But no, look, in all seriousness, I think that Trevor Lawrence is going to be absolutely fine. I actually like the getting the Marvin Jones in there to help the passing offense. I just look, and it's mainly the passing touchdown total that really irks me here. Over 32 passing touchdowns. I think that the passing yards could potentially be there. Jacksonville projects as a team. They're still probably going to be down in enough games, but you look at what Urban Meyer wants to do. He drafted an RB early. I think you're going to see more running, especially in the red zone. I think they're actually going to use Lawrence more as a runner in the red zone eventually too. So I just don't think the passing touchdowns are going to get there. The plus 1,000 odds, like AJ said, they do kind of seem like they're worth a sprinkle. But for me, I'm going to pass on this one. This is one I would avoid personally because I just think that passing touchdown total way too big.
Kenny, chasing or fading this one, and which part of it scares you the most?
I love that Jeff is irked by an exotic prop. I kind of am irked also, really. I think that this is outrageous. I agree that perhaps he breaks one of these records, the yardage, but I don't know if he breaks both. And, to Jeff's point, I mean, not only do they have James Robinson, who was fantastic last year, they brought in Carlos Hyde, and they drafted Travis Etienne, who, again, might be their third down back. They're loaded. Dare Ngubawale was also really good last year, right? They're loaded at running back. I just don't know if they're going to have Trevor Lawrence throw that much. And they also could have Trevor Lawrence just run the read option with Etienne or whatever. Trevor Lawrence is going to run too. I don't know if the passing volume is going to be there for him to get there. The passing volume is not going to reach the volume that his hair has, Emerson. I don't think he's going to be able to get to that total.
Maybe Kenny's best line ever on this show.
That was not bad. That was not bad. It was a little better than Tim Tebow blocking, that's for sure. Gentlemen, hang out.
Standards here.
We're going to talk a little more about some NFL stuff, some of the best bets coming up. But next, the PGA Tour, the playoffs are here. So let's dive into that, Jeff Ulrich. All right, just a few weeks left in the golf season, the PGA Tour season. The playoffs are finally here. DraftKings is going to have a large presence this week at the Northern Trust. Let's do some PGA Tour high or low, though. Jeff Ulrich, welcome back. Tell me, are these opening odds for this week's Northern Trust too high, so we're talking too long, or too low, which is too short? First off, real quick, I'm just seeing this on Twitter. So DraftKings, there's going to be a DraftKings house there at the event. Public venue. It's going to be open to everybody. Space is going to feature a large open-air patio area overlooking the 15th green with views of the 16th fairway. Open to guests 21 and up. Fans who enter will have access to TVs airing the tournament, other live sports, phone chargers, that's important in 2021, Wi-Fi, you need that if you have a phone, and premium food and beverage available for purchase. I don't know what the food is, but I'm sure it's delicious because we do everything the best at DraftKings. I bet you're excited about that. Reed's going to be there.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me. That's awesome. I'm sure you and Reed will be doing a full breakdown of the food available at the DraftKings house once you get more information on it. But yes, look, DraftKings does it up for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's at TPC Boston, but you appreciate them going to Liberty National. So big week for DK. The golf championships and stuff are on. So I might drop by. I mean, I'm sure there's
No, you're
a bunch
not.
of cool stuff going on.
You live halfway across the planet. You will not be dropping by for sure. But Reed can FaceTime you. Let's talk about this tournament. Reed and I will get much more into it too. 3 o'clock today, a Monday edition of Get the Green, everybody. But John Rahm, plus 800 here, dude. Too high or too low, those odds?
Just a little bit too low. Not too low. I mean, look, John Rahm is the best player in the world right now by far. Obviously, had to skip the WGC championship, for reasons of COVID again, whatever. I mean, I'm not sure how many times this makes for him, but off at the Olympics, off at the WGC, but coming off a T3 at the Open Championship and a win at the U.S. Open. I mean, this guy's major season was absolutely lights out. We know when he gets it going, John Rahm is basically the best player in the world, like I said. And look, he's played this course before. He was T3 here back in 2019. So I think all things considered, a bit of a tougher open style venue where, smaller greens, you've got to be accurate with your irons. This kind of speaks to John Rahm's wheelhouse, absolutely. But I think at plus 800, we're just in such an elite field, Emerson, that I just don't think that this is necessarily where you should be going with your money necessarily with him coming off a layoff. So I'll say a little bit too short with John Rahm. I think at plus 1,000, I'd feel much more safe with him as a bet. But he definitely
Yeah.
deserves to be the favorite. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, especially this week, too. It's going to have like a major feel to it. And that dude had a remarkable season in the majors. T5 Masters, T8 PGA Championship, won his first major at the U.S. Open in dramatic fashion here. Do you think that maybe people should then take their money to a guy like Jordan Spieth? He's plus 1,200. How do you like those odds?
Yeah, it's so funny with Jordan Spieth. You know, like 6 months ago, whatever. I mean, we were getting like 40 to 1 on this guy, and he was kind of like really good value. And now he's at plus 1,200. And like, why is he shorter than Colin Morikawa, who has 2 majors over the last less than a year? And why is he shorter than Xander Schauffele, who just won the gold medal, and Dustin Johnson for that matter? I don't get it. I don't really get the plus 1,200 on offer for Jordan Spieth this week. I guess he's just become so popular again with the fans with his consistency that perhaps he's just got a little bit of that Tiger Woods aura, and he's just getting more of the handle each week. It does feel like that. Safe to say, I think these odds are too short. I've just mentioned like 4 players I would rather take over him who are bigger than the odds. I think Jordan Spieth should be more in the plus 1,600, plus 1,800 range. I don't really have anything else to say. He's playing well.
Yeah.
If you really like him, go for it. But I would much rather take a shot on those other elite players with bigger odds. Again.
You're right. He is playing well. 9 top 30s in a row. But he's only teed it up just once, it looks like here, since his near miss at Royal St. George's. Roy McIlroy, plus 2,200. Too long, too short here?
Perhaps a little bit too long for Rory. I mean, you know, obviously I think most people, you know, this is probably a bit of an overreaction to what he did at the WGC, which, you know, wasn't great, obviously. But again, look at everything in context. I mean, Rory played the Open, wasn't great there, but then he played the Olympics, put in a spirited effort, just missed out on the bronze medal with the T4 finish. Look, it's a lot of travel for these guys. You know, I think coming off a week of rest, and one thing we do know about Rory, this dude likes the playoffs, so he doesn't mind the cashish that's up for grabs here over the next 3 weeks. Rory does bring it. I think at plus 2,200, you look at this range. This range, Emerson, you know, starting with Rory, is chalk with names where you just don't see these guys at odds. So, you know, Rory probably just a touch too long for me. I do think there's actually better value in this range, but yeah, this is where the odds start to get really intriguing.
All right, let's go to our guy. We'll wrap up this segment here with Bryson DeChambeau, the big, beefy Bryson, plus 2,500. Yep. Too high or too low, those odds?
Yeah, and look, I mean, Bryson is one of these players I mentioned. I mean, you look at this range, Rory at plus 2,200, Brooks at plus 2,200, Justin Thomas at plus 2,500, and Bryson at plus 2,500. These guys are major championship winners. These are elite of the elite, and they're like double the odds of Jordan Spieth. People, this is the juicy center right here where you want to be, you know, sinking your teeth into this week. Absolutely, Bryson. T8 at the WGC, FedEx. Look, people remember the blow up, the bad final round, the heckling, the whatever. He was still top 10. He was in the final group at that event, and now his odds haven't even dropped from there. You're actually getting him at better odds from a lot of spots. So, yeah, I really love this on Bryson. I think Liberty National's got big open fairways. He's going to be able to take out that big stick, drive it down the fairway. I think Bryson could be in for a little bit of a revenge this week. And look, he's a former winner of this event, so he's gotten up for the playoffs too. This is a great bet, plus 2,500. You're just not going to see this on Bryson very often.
Yeah, that's right. 2018 winner of this event. All right, dude. We're going to get back to some NFL talk right after this. Appreciate your help.
Hey, Glass.
I think it's just me.
Okay,
Looks like Brandon's
hi.
frozen. Oh, you're there. You were frozen.
Oh crap, that's not good.
Wait,
was
you're
talking.
here.
Okay, sorry about that. Internet connection unstable. Why does that happen right when we're about to start? That's just annoying.
It's just Zoom. I'm good. I made a lineup really quickly. I'm really excited about it. I saw I had 15 seconds, so I just mashed buttons, and I got myself a lineup. So I'm gonna learn what it is live on the air with you. Are you ready?
Yep, do it.
Okay. I definitely made sure I didn't have any quarterbacks or backup quarterbacks, but let's just go through it. I got Hunter Henry in my captain spot. I don't know how to feel about that. How do you feel about that?
Eh.
Okay. Kyler Murray, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Christian Kirk, Larry Fitzgerald.
Okay. I took a weird approach to this one. I captained Kenyon Drake.
Oh boy. You were just the worst type of person.
Can't hate the Drake today. I'm all in on the Drake today. Kenyon Drake and the captain, Kyler Murray, and then 4 Chargers. Keenan Allen, excuse me. Kyle Allen.
Ugh.
Mike Williams, Joe Reed, and the Chargers defense.
What is this? What is this lineup?
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. I'm banking on Kyler doing enough to return value, but also I'm confident the Chargers D can rattle him a bit. And Kenyon Drake's just going to be the savior.
Didn't the Chargers have one of the worst defenses last year?
That might be true, but they do have some good players like the Bosa, Derwin James. They've got some superstar traits, X factors. It's a decent defense. I mean, you know how it goes. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't totally compare to what they've been in real life. You know? So that's what I've dug up. That's what I've dug up from this experience. So here we are. We have Daniel and Drew, our production team today. Frangelico and Tate. Game Ops team for this 2 p.m. Madden Sim. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you for being here.
That is a dream team of oppers.
Sure is. Veterans.
It is like Zywoo and Simple.
Yep. Feels like
there's a joke.
Feels like one of the OG duos of last fall that got us through football season, no question.
So I'm wondering.
Yep.
I'm wondering why you named this contest what you did.
Because it sounds ridiculous, and I'm glad you went there, because that's kind of what I was hoping to talk about.
So glad. I'm so glad I went there also.
I think the NFL. I know we've got 5 rookies this year too. I get it. Joe Burrow's knee from last year's rookie class, so 2020. These 2 guys, however, Herbert and Kyler. I know Kyler's in year 3. Does that sound right? Kyler, year 3?
This is the 3rd year, yes.
So Kyler was 2019, so I beg your pardon. And Herbert was a rookie last year. But these 2 players in particular, coming off pretty good seasons, I would like to think. Chargers think they have the next guy. Arizona, of course, has to be really, really sharp from the get-go because of their competition in that division.
Okay.
But I think these 2 players have to make even more of a significant jump this year for the league to feel really good about the quarterback situation they have going on.
I see. I don't think so. I think that Justin Herbert could be bad, and no one would care because the Chargers weren't a good team last year. They were incredibly flawed. They had bad defense. They blew a lot of late leads. So like they could have been good, like they probably should have made the playoffs and would have if not for that horrible defense. And, Anthony Lynn probably has something to do with it too. But it's not like they were, like the NFL wasn't like lacking
exciting teams, I feel like. And they weren't really in the public eye last year. I don't think anyone, aside from like fantasy football players, and maybe people who play things at DraftKings cared about the Chargers. Justin Herbert was unquestionably good, but I don't think they need him. He's not like this marketable face of football. And the reason I also say that is just because like there's so many quarterbacks. They were just 4 quarterbacks drafted this year. There's so many exciting talents. Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson could be really, really good players this year. I think that at least 2 of them should have breakout rookie seasons. And then if Herbert stunk, I don't think anyone would care because people would just talk about the rookies. I'm also not concerned about Kyler having a good season because I think that, it was pretty public knowledge that he was dealing with that shoulder injury. And I think now that he's over the shoulder injury, or you would hope he is anyway, he has the chance to get better. And that offense is loaded. They have so many receivers. It's insane. They just drafted Rondale Moore, who I love.
Yep.
So I think that Kyler and the Cardinals will be okay. And I understand, I think I agree with you that like they're going to really need Kyler to be good. I wouldn't call it a next step or a step forward. I would just say he needs to get back to where he was at the beginning of this first half, the beginning of the season last year, the first half, because that was when he wasn't hurt and he was great. So I think that division is going to be awesome. Are you frozen? Oh boy. Flash is frozen, so we'll watch.
Oh,
Just
so it was
no,
Kenny now?
no, you're back. Oh, we lost you.
I know, it's something with me.
Yeah, it is something. It's always something with you, isn't it?
Lately, it's been me, and it's really annoying because during 2020, when all hell broke loose, I was actually in a pretty good spot. I would like to argue I had the most stable internet of any commentator. I am willing to put myself on that pedestal. Lately, hasn't been me, and it's annoying. Nothing's changed. I still pay the same bill for the same number of gigs. Maybe people know that the commentators are nearing their end, and they're trying to ruin Glasheen and his life in these final 2 weeks. There's Mike Williams with the catch as we come up on the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. Kenny Glash with you here for the 2 p.m. sim. Kyler Murray, the highest owned player in the contest at 72.78%. We're talking the $100 DraftKings free contest. Eckler and Herbert in next. Herbert, I'm kind of surprised, 46.27% owned. David, I was a big fan of the Fields' performance. So, look, I bring this up just because it's good for the league if there are more great quarterbacks. And I think the fact that 5 were taken with the top 15 picks in the draft is a reflection of how good Kyler and Herbert were in their respective rookie seasons, how they just kind of got thrown into the fire. Kyler more upside and more of a known commodity, I think, than Herbert. I think we can all agree with that. But the way Herbert performed after just getting thrown into the mix last year, I think keyed the fact that 5 went in the first 15. Folks are like, all right, we got to take more swings at the quarterback position and give this a chance and really shoot for the stars. Herbert is a big part of that, in my opinion.
I actually think that, you're on to something, but I disagree with the Herbert part. I don't think Herbert has anything to do with teams going quarterback crazy. I think that what started this whole thing was Cliff Kingsbury ditching Josh Rosen after 1 season. Yep. And refreshing the quarterback position and saying, look, we're going to get Kyler Murray. He's going to help our team. We need him. He is, I think he saw Kyler as a generational talent. I think that's not overstepping bounds to say that. And I think that is really, it started a revolution in the NFL. I think that for many years, you had teams holding on to quarterbacks because they spent a lot of draft capital on, say you trade up for a quarterback like the Jets did with Darnold, you kind of feel silly if you give up on a quarterback after 2 years. You have to you feel like you have to see it through. You have to, trust your development and wait, basically the whole rookie deal out before making a decision.
Right.
And, the Dolphins is the same with Ryan Tannehill. They had him forever. So I think that this was a big move where they just they gave up on Josh Rosen after one season, which was unheard of. It was sort of unprecedented. And so and he was taken third or fourth in that draft? Fifth? Yeah. It's a top 5 pick. So I think that, he's 10th. Sorry. Top 10 pick. So anyway, still good. Still big. Yeah.
That's legit.
So,
I mean, Mahomes, look at Mahomes and Watson were near closer to the top 10 than the number 1. So,
right. So anyway,
that's a fair point.
I do think that was very significant. And now teams are more willing to continue to refresh the quarterback position. And, we should mention the Chiefs and the Eagles in this as well, because they sort of paved the way for the blueprint, which I always talk about as we got a nice first down carry here for Austin Eckler. The blueprint, so to speak, for a championship winner. And that is to, you need to win, or you have your best chance of winning when your quarterback's on a rookie deal. And that is what the Eagles and the Chiefs showed us. And I think that, that's sort of where teams are sort of more willing to refresh the quarterback position, because they want to keep resetting that window to get those 4 years of championship contention.
Yeah, I guess we're both. I agree. I know what I wrote in the title is taking it maybe a little too far.
Well, yeah, you're being a good host. You just want to involve both guys in this game. But
I think it's good for the league, especially Kyler. We know he's talented. We think he's probably going to be pretty good. But I think it's good for the league and good for a guy like Kingsbury. If the point can, I guess what I'm trying to say is the point can shine through even more. Get the right guy at the top of the draft, and if you swing and miss, put the ball back on the tee and go swing again, like Miami did with Tua. Now, Miami ultimately could be wrong, right? They could have taken a quarterback. They chose not to. We'll find out if Miami made the right call by keeping Tua.
Right. That was also the reason why I was so. I mean, everyone knows that was a long time before they called a touchdown. Everyone knows how I feel about Tua in the chat, and I haven't seen a ton of special plays from him, and maybe we will this year. We very well could. I'm not saying that he's going to be bad. I just personally don't see it. But that was my whole argument, was like, dude, you have some amazing quarterbacks in this draft class. At least if you have one of the top 3 picks, you got an opportunity to get a really good one, right? Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, and Justin Fields are all there for you. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence is going to go number 1, but you can have a great, awesome quarterback. Is Tua really that awesome, or did you take him in the first round because he was simply one of the best quarterbacks in his draft class?
Right.
I think that this was a better quarterback class, and so I think that they should have put a lot more weight in that decision. And I feel like there's almost this want to see out the Tua experiment. You want to see what you have in Tua before, but why not just spend that 3rd round pick on a quarterback? Trade Tua. You could have traded. I'm sure someone would have traded for Tua. He's still got a lot of value. Maybe you get a 2nd or a 3rd. I mean, look, the Jets got a decent pick back for Darnold. You could probably get a 2nd round pick for Tua, and I think that makes it worth it to just go ahead and reset. And if you really are excited about one of these quarterbacks.
All right, Justin Herbert with the touchdown. We're talking quarterbacks. Herbert, Kyler, both players I'm looking forward to watching this year. And you know what? If the Rams, I think the key to your take on Herbert, and no one will really care, if he ends up being great, and look, if the Rams do well with Stafford, you're probably right. Then LA will be fine. But it would be great if Justin Herbert was great in that market. It would be great to have a legitimate back and forth between Patrick Mahomes and quarterback X. If Herbert is legit, I want to see Mahomes and Herbert go at it. I don't want it to be a landslide or an easy go of it for Mahomes. I mean, look, I'll tell you firsthand here in New England, if Tom Brady had a better foe at quarterback, aside from Chad Pennington, it would have been way more fun to watch that division. I think it would be good for the league, and both teams can still be good. If Herbert ends up being any good, him against Mahomes twice a year, that's must-see TV. There's a lot of divisions where there's only one good quarterback and everyone else is I mean,
yeah.
It happens. I think that's what there's a lot of hope for the AFC East. You got a lot of young quarterbacks. Mac Jones and Zach Wilson and Tua, or whoever the Dolphins decide to go with after Tua. Yeah, I mean, and I saw someone in the chat say, Kenny, you got to let these quarterbacks develop. But that's my whole point, is you don't anymore. That's what we're talking about. You don't have to let the quarterbacks develop anymore because of what Cliff Kingsbury did. He ditched Josh Rosen. They didn't even bother to try to develop him. They said, well, there's a better quarterback objectively, and we're going to go get him.
Exactly.
So you don't have to do that.
No one in here, sorry to interrupt, no one is in here being like, wow, poor Josh Rosen, he got an unfair chance. No one says that because Kyler's that good. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cliff Kingsbury made a tough call at the time, deservingly so. People are like, little head scratching here. They're giving up. And is anyone ever here? Who's talking about Josh Rosen these days? Nobody, because they made the right call. Just like everyone's wondering if Kyle Shanahan with moving up for Trey Lance. If Lance can play, is anyone going to criticize him for Jimmy Garoppolo being pushed out after being in the Super Bowl a couple years ago?
I mean, Garoppolo's kind of older, and that's why I think it's a little different. But it's the same. It's the same thing though with the team that gave up assets, right? They gave up a lot to get Garoppolo. And are you gonna, continue to try to see it out, continue to try to develop, or are you just gonna say, hey, there's a better quarterback available that we can get, and we're gonna do it because we built a great defense, we have great skill position players. Why in the world would we continue to sit around and try to develop a quarterback that might not end up being good? The Jets had the same exact situation happen to them. They could have continued to work with Darnold and maybe turned him into a good quarterback, but you know what? There was just a better quarterback available. There was a great quarterback, a lot of great quarterbacks on the board that they could have chosen from. It doesn't. It's not an indictment on the quarterback all the time, even though I was making an indictment on Tua. Sometimes it's just like you have an awesome guy, you get to reset the clock 4 years with this guy on a cheap deal, and it makes perfect business sense.
Right. And look, at the same time, folks that are making that development argument, well, when you say let them develop, well, the coaching also has to be good, right? But sometimes, as we found out with Herbert, you can be really good in spite of a poor head coach.
Yeah.
Herbert shined, and even though they only won, 7-9? That's still not good enough. You figure with a new head coach in the building and Anthony Lynn out, the Chargers should win more games. So from a development standpoint, that means you got to get the right coaching.
Yeah. I mean, look at Tom Brady. Clearly, in spite of Bill Belichick, still won all those Super Bowls.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
as soon as he left town, that team went into the bathroom.
Yep. So far, it's 1-0 Tom on that front. But anyway, that one's I feel like is just an exception, and you know it, and you're just you're getting a chuckle out of me.
I know, of course, we're getting a chuckle.
It's good. It was well done.
Look at that pistol here for the Cardinals.
Freak of nature, great energy in the commentary, great energy in the sim. We certainly won't take these final weeks for granted. Tim Green says, Rosen was asked when drafted if he would play for certain teams. He said no. He got what he deserved. No, I just think...
Okay, Joker.
He was on the unfortunate end of a decision. Christian Kirk touchdown.
All right. So far okay for my lineup. I mean, look, I didn't put any thought into my lineup. I made it really quickly. So given that, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. I don't have Justin Herbert, but I do have Kirk and Kyler, so that's nice. Hopefully you all out there have both quarterbacks and Christian Kirk.
Kirk is 34.7% owned in the free DraftKings public contest. Chris Adams, we do not count rings as coordinators for coaches. They have to be the head coach. Come on. No, he's not an 8-time champion. That is not true. He is 1-6. Why do we do that? Why do people do that? Why do we give Belichick credit as a coordinator? for Super Bowls. Now, I'm a Patriots guy. It's a little ridiculous. Because his boat's called 8 rings. It's a really bad take by Bill. It really is. Yeah. If head coaches are going to be fired, what happens typically when a head coach gets fired? The whole staff walks out the door with them.
Well, yeah, not all the time.
Yeah, usually.
I guess so.
So Josh McDaniels has whatever X amount of rings but don't we all acknowledge that McDaniels is in Belichick's shadow?
I don't really understand that.
I don't really get it either.
I don't understand the whole McDaniels thing.
Plus, Chris Adams, it won't matter because when Tom wins it again this year, he'll be tied with Bill with your silly argument. So,
I just don't. I think that he could have had a great job somewhere else. I don't know why he's hitching his wagon to the Patriots when, like, I get it. Belichick, one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach of all time. And you can succeed him and you'll have, whatever. It's a well-regarded organization. But with that said, he probably could have had a great opportunity in the time that he's been waiting for this. And I think that, as we saw last year, maybe the Patriots aren't the job worth waiting for. That team was a little lost last year. And I don't understand, especially look at the division. I know that you aren't going to say no to this because you're a Pats fan. Would you really want this Pats job? If you could choose any job, you got Josh Allen, who's about to just dominate that division for, God knows how many years, probably 10 years.
I'm not convinced of that.
I hope that you're right because I don't really like him or the Bills, but the reason I don't really like them is because I am scared of Josh Allen, and I've said that before. I think that he turned around and became a good player last year. Sure. So you have him in the division. You have potentially 2 other good quarterbacks with a lot of excitement surrounding Zach Wilson and Tua Tagovailoa. So
they put a lot around to it too. That offense in Miami could be lethal as long as he just gets the ball out on time and doesn't turn the ball over.
And that's a great defense. And you know what? The Jets also have a pretty decent defense, a pretty good line, and they might just be a quarterback away. They got to do a little more work in the secondary. But that's a team that's they've shown a lot in terms of building that team. Joe Douglas has been tremendous. So
3rd and 5. Eckler with the catch, but not enough for the first down. Tate from Ops says, if the Patriots won the Super Bowl without... Let me start over. If the Patriots won the Super Bowl with Brady on the bench that first year, so say it was Bledsoe and not Brady, but he went on to win other rings, would he have 6 or 7? He'd have 7, but the conversation would be Tom won 6 as the starter.
See, I don't know. I don't understand that. I think he would have 7. Because if it were basketball, right? I get the backup quarterback doesn't play a lot, but
it doesn't. Come on, the backup doesn't play at all unless it's Chad Henne for a play with Mahomes getting hurt. If Brady doesn't touch the field at all in 2001, the narrative is Brady has won 6 Super Bowls as a starting quarterback. I'm
going to be honest. I think that's a very unique situation. I don't know how many times we're ever going to see a ring debate, right, about a quarterback who sat on the bench for a Super Bowl season. I just don't know how often that's going to happen.
Well,
think about it. I'm serious. Think about how unique that circumstance is. Where in today's NFL, first of all, right, rookie quarterbacks are getting, the chance right away to play, and then if they're really that good, they're thrust into the starting role. Like Justin Fields might earn himself a starting role, and that's why it's I think that's such a unique conversation. And Drew brought up Carson Wentz, and I would count the ring the Nick Foles ring for Carson. I think you can give him that ring. He played a lot of that season, right?
But who calls Carson Wentz a Super Bowl champion?
Right, but that's my point. No one's talking. No, I guess so, because he didn't win the Super Bowl. But like, no one even. I don't think anyone cares, Flash. Like, we're not talking about how many rings Carson Wentz has. We're not being like 2 versus 3. I don't know. Oh my goodness, that's a bad fumble, and I thought they might take that to the house actually. I don't know. I just think it's a like a strange situation. I think it's definitely. I don't think it's like a very weird hypothetical, and it's like a very weird scenario which only happens a few times. You know.
Well, when you say a few times, it's brought up so often in New England because they went to 9 of them since 2001. 9. And Carson Wentz that year won 13 games. He should have won MVP probably. I'm not saying it's right, but the narrative of Carson Wentz is he's not a champion. He technically is. He should get credit for it, but do people actually give him credit for it? No. Does Jimmy Garoppolo, as Tate points out, does Jimmy Garoppolo get credit for being a backup to Brady in Super Bowls before going to San Francisco? No. Everyone in here is like, Jimmy G is average. Jimmy G stinks. Well, isn't he a champion? No, we don't talk like that. And the same should be said for coordinators. The head coach makes the call. The head coach lays the blueprint. The Buccaneers, so Brother Phil brings up Todd Bowles. The Buccaneers and Bruce Arians, say what you want about him and say what you want about Brady. They made the call to bring in Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles just got an extension. Is Todd Bowles getting an extension if the Bucs are like they were with Winston again? No. They made the change at quarterback. Bowles deserves a lot of credit for how they played against Green Bay, how they played against New Orleans, how they played against Mahomes in the title game. But sorry, Todd Bowles doesn't get extended if the quarterback they bring in cuts down the turnovers and gets the buy-in. So Todd Bowles, hate to tell you, has Tom Brady to thank for getting a 3-year extension, not Todd Bowles himself.
That is absolutely not true. I think that is totally bogus. I think that he got that extension because he's a great defensive coordinator. He's known as a great defensive coordinator. He was a great defensive coordinator for these Arizona Cardinals, and he's done this, man. He's a good coach. He's not a good head coach, as we learned in New York, but that Buccaneers defense won the Buccaneers the Super Bowl. Like, make no mistake about it. That Bucs defense was the star. I'm sorry. I know that all the conversation after the Super Bowl was about Tom Brady because of the 7 rings. He absolutely would have gotten an extension there. I'm sorry. Because the Buccaneers never would have been, quote unquote, Jameis Winston bad.
Thank you, Drew. That's the right. Thank you, Drew. If Aaron Rodgers just got the job done at home, #1 seed with the weapons he had, and they just took care of the game, we wouldn't be talking about this right now.
But why didn't he get the job done?
Because he caved.
Because why?
Because he wasn't good enough.
Oh, because he caved?
He wasn't good enough.
He caved.
Aaron Rodgers did not.
Did he cave? Did Aaron Rodgers cave?
He caved.
Or did Levante David play a great game? Did Devin White
get come on
to Aaron Rodgers? Did Shaq Barrett pressure Aaron Rodgers?
They were good, but Aaron Rodgers is so
great.
Did
Vita Vea returning make a big difference for the Buccaneers defense? How about Antoine Winfield? Come on, that was the best defense in the league last year. There's a reason why Aaron Rodgers lost that game.
They got hot. They were 7-5. They allowed 38 points at home to New Orleans. No one was talking about this team as an all-star team last March when Tom Brady picked them. You know what the narrative was? Brady's nothing without Belichick. How in the world are they going to buy in?
The squares out there, the uneducated fan didn't know any single person on this defense, and for good reason. Who knows defensive players? Because no one plays fantasy football with IDPs. The fact of the matter is these players were absolute stars last year. JPP had a great season, and again, Devin White and Levante David were the MVPs of the season last year for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just absolutely incredible at the linebacking position. They made the difference. I believe it was White that had the big pick of Aaron Rodgers in that game, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they did everything for the Buccaneers, and maybe Todd Bowles coming in and rejuvenating this defense and had fantastic talent on it was the reason one of the big reasons anyway that the Buccaneers were able to win the Super Bowl. Perhaps Todd Bowles had a lot to do with this defense being really good. Do you ever think about that? No, because all you think about is Tom Brady because you're a Pats fan.
Kenny, Shaq Barrett, Levante David, Antoine Winfield.
You're just doing the same thing I did.
Kenny, no. They were all asked after the win over Kansas City about what Brady meant. And they all said he was the guy that got us to believe. Coach on the field, they said it. They told you. They admitted it.
Okay.
The players.
So are we gonna act like Tom Brady didn't get picked off in that game against the Packers?
I didn't say he didn't.
3 times.
Tom
Brady played an awful game.
Aaron Rodgers had 3 opportunities. The MVP, Aaron Rodgers, 3 opportunities at home, 1 seed in the cold against a warm weather team in Tampa Bay to end the game, and he didn't.
They started that second half. Whitehead forcing the fumble. Devin White getting the ball. They absolutely starred in that second half, that Buccaneers defense. Tom Brady had a great final quarter as well, but I'm just saying that the Bucs would not have been where they were without that defense. And what ended up winning them the Super Bowl? It was containing Patrick Mahomes, something that no team was able to do all year long, and they did it.
Let me ask you this: so why wasn't that defense any good in years past? Even though they got better at the end of 2019.
They had rookies on that defense. They also didn't have the defensive coordinator that they did. Again, why don't you're asking the question, what happened to the Buccaneers defense from 2019 to 2020? You're saying, why did Todd Bowles get an extension? Why don't you look at the fact that they brought in Todd Bowles, they got better, and that's why he got the extension? You answered your own question. You're wondering what changed. It was the defensive coordinator.
Okay. What if Brady recruited Bowles there?
He didn't.
How do you know?
Because he didn't.
How do you know?
Because we know that he didn't.
How do you
know?
He
recruited LaShawn McCoy there. And
how do you
Rob
know
Gronkowski.
that? You don't know that. What if I know that?
You do. You don't know that. Because you would say it if you did.
You wouldn't believe me.
I would not believe you. You're right. But also you would have said it before this. We've talked about this many times.
Mm-hmm. Well, he recruited everyone else there. The guys who caught all the touchdowns in the Super Bowl. Tom was responsible for getting them in the building.
Maybe it's the fact that Devin White took a big step from year 1 to year 2 with a great defensive coordinator, became one of the best linebackers in football. He was second team All-Pro last year.
Are you one of those people who said, yeah, if the Bucs get Ryan Tannehill as their next quarterback, they're a contender? Who, Kenny, when Todd Bowles decided to go to Tampa, anyone here name them a contender? Anybody?
No, because we hadn't seen Todd Bowles be a defensive coordinator in a little while.
I think when they got the quarterback in the building, folks made them a contender. That's the last I checked.
They might not have made the Super Bowl and even won the Super Bowl without Tom Brady. I agree with you there. But I think that it comes with a top 5 pick in 2019, taking an incredible talent in Devin White, getting a defensive coordinator on board. It started in 2019 and it was finished in 2020. I really do believe that. That was a fantastic defense.
Okay. 10-7. Christian Kirk, touchdown, 54 yards, 5 catches. Tampa did finish the season well in 2019, defensively, with Todd Bowles. Fair. He deserves credit. I'm not saying he doesn't get any credit.
But that is the whole
the whole focus of the argument, as you said, what did he do to deserve this extension? He would not have this extension if not for Tom Brady. I think it's the complete opposite. I'm not sure Tom Brady would have this Super Bowl without Todd Bowles. And I'm understanding of, hey, Tom Brady deserves a lot of credit. He made some insane throws. He made stars out of Tyler Johnson, Jaden Mickens. Tom Brady, absolutely, the Buccaneers probably would not have won that Super Bowl without Tom Brady. But I would say almost an equal part of it was the defense, if not more of a part of it. And Todd Bowles, is absolutely, he deserves credit for that. And if you're going to give him credit, you got to give him an extension because they've developed that defense over 2 years in such a great way.
Ryan says you are both right. Bowles is a great defensive coach. Brady motivated the team. This is like 2 6th-grade girls arguing over who's prettier. Yeah, this
exactly.
This is sports talk. This is good.
But I agree. I don't think I'm disagreeing about Tom Brady being instrumental. I just think I always sung the praises of that defense because it did an astounding job down the stretch and in the postseason. And I really do believe that was what set that team apart. I don't think the Buccaneers had enough firepower on offense to just win a Rams-Chiefs style shootout with the Kansas City Chiefs. They just weren't going to be able to do that. Being able to get to Patrick Mahomes, stifle him, limit what he was able to do, that was really the reason why the Buccaneers even had a chance in that Super Bowl. And then Tom Brady was able to do the rest. But the defense all season long made life very easy on Tom Brady. Absolutely. They held the Chiefs to 9 points. When does that happen?
Let's take Matt Nelson. It's the same amazing defense that let up Washington in the first round. Nearly put up 30 points and almost lost.
Washington was a good team.
So are the Packers and the Saints, Kenny.
9 points against the Chiefs. That's all I'm saying.
Great.
That is a championship performance. You pay the person responsible for that as much money as you possibly can.
Folks, he's been to 10 of the last 20 Super Bowls. He's been in there. So why is it then all these well-coached defenses with good-ish quarterbacks, why aren't they in the Super Bowl then?
Because of Tom Brady.
Thank you.
But Tom Brady happens to play on the same team.
That's just a coincidence, I guess. Buy-in. Buy-in is important. Buy-in is important.
I don't even know what the debate is. I thought you were trying to say that Todd Bowles doesn't deserve an extension, and I think that was absolutely.
I didn't say he didn't.
You said why did he get an extension? He would not have an extension without Tom Brady.
Well, they won the title. But
he would still have an extension.
You don't know that.
You absolutely look at the defensive rankings on his team. If you have a top 5 defense in year 2, develop one of the best linebackers in the NFL, you're gonna get an extension, Glash. That's what happened. And you're gonna get a head coaching shot before you get an extension. The problem is the guy failed as a head coach, and that is why he's now being extended as a defensive coordinator because he's back in the defense. He's not gonna be a head coach. That's probably not gonna happen. The bottom line here is that Todd Bowles earned his own extension. No one earned him an extension for him. He did a fantastic job. He earned it, and regardless of the team that he was on, he would have gotten an extension. Maybe that team wouldn't have won the Super Bowl, but he would have earned a contract extension. He would have earned a raise, Glash. That's ridiculous. And that was the crux of the argument. That was what we talked about. That was what you started. And then it turned into a whole, Tom Brady deserves the credit. That's not the discussion. I never fought you on Tom Brady being good and earning a Super Bowl ring, but I am fighting you on, hey, Todd Bowles would not have a contract extension not with Tom Brady. That's ridiculous.
It's really not, though. Let me tell you why. And I'm not saying it's his fault. Say Tampa decides to run it back with Winston. Okay? Work with me here. They run it back with Winston. And they go 7-9 again. And they say, all right, we're getting rid of Arians. Guess who's probably going with them? Todd Bowles. And
absolutely not.
Is that fair to Todd Bowles?
After 2 years and a top 5 defense?
I'm not saying that's right. He's out the window. He's gone.
That's not what would happen. Absolutely not.
Well, of course it didn't happen. It's a theoretical.
Did the Chargers clean house of their coaching staff when they got rid of Anthony Lynn?
They should have.
Why? They had a great offense. They had a terrible defense. Fix half the team and the motivation. Why would you get rid of something that's happening or something good that's happening?
Well, maybe the coach wants power. I don't know. Guy wants to pick his staff. It's important.
Let me ask you this. Jack Del Rio signed to be the Washington football team's defensive coordinator in 2020. The team was pretty bad last year. I don't think anyone would have blamed him. Like, what if Sean McVay was a free agent and you're like, well, we're going to sign him and get rid of Ron Rivera. I don't think anyone would have blamed them for doing that. But are you going to get rid of Jack Del Rio? That was one of the best defenses in football. It just doesn't make any. If your defense is a big problem, a lot of times coaching staffs get canned because the team's just awful. Look at the Jets. The Jets had one of the worst defenses in football, one of the worst offenses in football. They fired their coach. They got rid of everybody, right? If you have a top 5 defense, you're not gonna fire the defensive coordinator. That never happens, Clash. You're just basically putting a blanket over every single coaching firing. It doesn't always happen. You don't always have to clean house.
I don't know about that. And the Chargers did hire a new offensive coordinator. What are you talking about? They hired Joe Lombardi.
Because they got a young coach. I don't think you always need to do that.
They brought in a new coordinator.
They didn't need to do that.
I don't disagree with you, but they did it.
Let's see what the Chargers rank in DVOA. I don't think it's justifiable to fire a coach after. Let's see what they did in 2019. I just want to know what the Bucs did.
So let me ask the chat this, because I'm reading.
The Buccaneers were the number 1 team against the rush in 2019. As soon as Todd Bowles got there,
okay,
they were number 13 against the pass. So they were they were 10th in DVOA.
How'd they do?
The defense did well. The offense did not.
I missed the playoffs.
Yeah, but the Washington football team had a great defense last year, and they didn't play well because they had a terrible offense. Washington was 3rd in DVOA, defensive DVOA last year. Are they going to can their defensive coordinator, Jack Del Rio, if they decide to get rid of Ron Rivera?
So let me ask the chat then. Who's this year's Tampa? Who's the team everyone's just going to say by December, oh, well, they were a super team. They were a super team. Who's that team this year? I'd love to know. Kenyon Drake.
The Chargers were 22nd in rushing, by the way, DVOA last year. So it's not like their offense was fantastic.
Okay. Who's this year's Tampa?
They did lose Austin.
The Rams? Okay, so Matt Stafford. Don't worry, Matt Stafford. No matter what you do this year to turn that program around, as great of an upgrade as you are over Jared Goff, if you win the title, Matt Stafford, all of the credit is going to go to the defense. Okay, just be ready for that.
I don't think that's necessarily true, because we've seen that they're a quarterback away. I don't know. I mean, the defense is good though. The defense deserves credit. They did lose a lot of names, so I don't know if that's going to be quite the same defense. Didn't they lose John Johnson?
Who's their coordinator, Kenny? Apparently the coordinator can make all the difference in the world.
I mean, the coordinator can. And by the way, the Chargers went from 22nd in the run to 31st. So they probably should have gotten rid of their defensive coordinator or their offensive coordinator, because they were not able to establish the run.
Raheem Morris, defensive coordinator of the Rams this year. It's on you, pal. All right. $17-7. Good energy in the sim. I'm gonna miss this, Ken. Really am. Are we working together at all again this week?
Well, there's next week too.
Well, there is next week, but as of right now, we know this is all we get. So we have to get it all out in this 1 hour of time, or hour-ish.
I don't know. Are we working together later this week?
I don't think so, no. But I think ratings are good on this one. So,
Yeah.
Pat says, whoever wins the Super Bowl, the credit goes to Todd Bowles. Look, here's what I'm getting at. No one in March of last year this is all I'm trying to say. No one said this was a super team. Folks were like, he can't get it done. And they did. And it's still not enough credit. He still doesn't get enough credit for it. Nationally.
Tom Brady doesn't get enough credit?
Nope.
Well, the only thing that people talked about after that Super Bowl was Tom Brady.
According to you, everyone's talking about how great their defense was.
I'm talking about how great their defense was because no one's talking about their defense.
Wrong.
What do you mean that's wrong? Every single headline after they won the Super Bowl was about Tom Brady. What are you talking about? In the words of Nicholas Kyrgios, you are delusional, Mike.
Robe says, I thought Tampa was a super team. Okay. Interesting.
I don't think that there was anybody. I don't think Tom Brady needs any more credit. I was saying that too much credit was going to Tom Brady. No one's talking about the rest of the team. I think Tom Brady got a very fair amount of credit for that Super Bowl. We were on the next day. The entire dream stream the next day was just Adam Kaufman talking about Tom Brady and how great he was.
Kaufman hated Brady. Kaufman wanted Rodgers to beat Brady.
But the whole day was about how great Tom Brady was.
Okay, let me put it to you like this. If Aaron Rodgers finishes the job and wins as he's supposed to with the 1 seed at home at Lambeau in freezing cold weather, guess what would have happened the next day? Oh, Glashy, look at your guy. He stinks. He's all done, blah, blah, blah.
But it didn't because of their defense. So you should be thanking the defense instead of hating it.
See, it's not because of their defense. It's because Aaron Rodgers didn't capitalize on an opportunity. We're giving the Bucs defense too much credit, and we're not criticizing Juicy, come on. This is okay. You want to play this game? All right. Okay. Can't have back and forth. Interesting. All right. All right. We'd all be here on Monday morning saying, Aaron Rodgers, what a great performance. What a clutch play. That's what we'd be doing. That's what we'd be doing.
What about Tom Brady's supporters?
Yeah, exactly. What about his supporters? Agreed. I miss your dog. And Mac. You? Are you guys gonna miss us? I miss when people were saying nice things about we're gonna miss you. 2 weeks from tomorrow. Bye-bye. You are the weakest commentators. Goodbye. That's what happens tomorrow. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yep. I'll miss the DK Sim fan.
Cracks me up when Kansas City won the Super Bowl 2 years ago and they came from behind so many times. And how was their defense? It was okay. They have good players in that team. It's okay. And look who Mahomes faced.
Okay, their defense wasn't that good.
Look who Mahomes faced in the title game. Oh, this San Francisco defense, he's gonna have trouble. What do you know?
Right, maybe with the better coordinator than Robert Saleh, they would have gone.
Oh, yeah, that's the coordinator's fault. Yeah, I just think the quarterback was that good in that game.
Yes. Well, I don't think that game was the same as this year's Super Bowl when Tom Brady was just pretty good, and the defense was. I mean, look, how many teams you just went through it. You're literally making my point for me, so that's why I'm letting you talk. You are looking at a team that held the Chiefs to 9 points. No one has been able to hold the Chiefs to 9 points and limit them like that. Not even the vaunted Niners defense of 2 years ago with Robert Saleh. Like, it was a special defensive performance that I don't know if we'll see for quite some time, because we talked about Patrick Mahomes for years, especially all year last year, about how he was so special, how about he might go down as, the greatest or one of the greatest of all time. people talked about that Ravens defense and how early in that season, right? Remember that Monday Night Football game, how the Ravens defense was going to own Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. And after that game, Jeremy Fowler was Steve Young was on ESPN, and he was saying there's never been, and this is like a historically great offense. There's never been another offense like this. It brings back memories to the old Patriots. And what happened in the Super Bowl, man? They scored 9 points against this defense. It was absolutely insane. The pressure was in Patrick Mahomes' face all night long. The one thing you have to say is the Chiefs did have a banged up offensive line, which probably contributed to it. But this run that they had was insane. It really was.
So no one predicted a blowout last time I checked. Everyone thought it was going to be a great game, right? What happened?
I mean, yeah.
The O-line. So if their O-line was healthy, is the Bucs defense really all that good, or was it just going to be a competitive game?
I mean, what about Tom Brady when he faced the Giants defensive line? How about that? I mean, it was same story. Great offense, amazing, Randy Moss, all that, and great pass rush. Tom Brady was on his butt the whole game.
Yep, front-running team that year in 2007. Front-running team.
What happened when the Jets came to Foxborough in 2012?
Sure. Yep. And then Peyton Manning beat them.
Sean Ellis.
And then Peyton Manning, a great quarterback, beat them the following week.
From behind.
They had a good day.
Great first half for the Jets. They were up on the Colts. Actually,
and guess what happened? A great player played great and did his job at home in a title game, which Aaron Rodgers should have done, but he failed to do so. He's a great player. He failed.
But no credit to the defense, right? Let's just blame Aaron Rodgers.
Credit to the defense, but at the end of the day,
you're not giving credit to the defense, though.
If I had to pick right now, tomorrow, Aaron Rodgers or the Bucs defense, I'll take my chances with Aaron Rodgers to start my team. I'm not starting my team.
I absolutely disagree.
Buccaneers defense. Then you're crazy because Aaron Rodgers is an all-time great.
What quarterback do I got?
You get Aaron Rodgers.
No. If I start with the Bucs defense,
I don't know. Apparently, you can win with anybody now. So pick a quarterback. Pick Ryan Fitzpatrick.
The Washington football team made the playoffs last year because of their defense with nobody playing. They didn't even have a quarterback.
Okay, so
literally no quarterback.
Go ahead. Pick a quarterback because apparently anyone could do it. So pick one. What do you want?
I will take my chances with the field and the Buccaneers defense. I mean, I could literally have Tom Brady and the Bucs defense.
Okay.
Against Aaron Rodgers.
There you go.
And they would win.
Okay. See, folks thinks it's hating Aaron Rodgers. No, it's giving Aaron Rodgers credit, and when you don't deliver, you get criticism. But now it's about lack of weapons. Oh. If you're the same people that think Aaron Rodgers didn't have enough weapons, you can't also be the same people that Tampa's defense was really good. No, it's going to be one or the other. Aaron didn't do enough. And the Bucs defense was good. But Aaron didn't deliver. And if he did deliver, I'd be right here.
I'm still laughing about your hypothetical. You said I could have any quarterback and the Buccaneers defense against Aaron Rodgers. So yeah, give me Tom Brady. No, Clash is frozen again. I think I just blows my hand. 1st and 10 for Kyler Murray. While we've been talking about this, Kyler Murray's had a great half running the football.
Kyler Murray, highest owned in the contest. What place are you in?
Well, I'm in 49th because I didn't take a defense.
I did. I believed in the Chargers defense, and they're still going to lose.
Hunter Henry in my captain spot, a big old goose egg. That's the big reason. But other than that, my lineups been fine. Larry Fitz with 5.6, DeAndre Hopkins almost at 10 points, Keenan Allen with 7, Kirk has a touchdown and 8, and Kyler has almost 20 points. So. Yeah, I mean, again, I didn't really have time to set a lineup. I just kind of threw some random guys in there. But all things considered, doing okay.
I'm just dying to know, of the 387 of you watching, how many of you actually picked Tampa to beat Green Bay at Lambeau?
I did.
I'm willing to say less than 20%.
I did.
Okay,
I was
good.
on here
You get
every
credit
day
then.
saying that the Tampa Bay was going to win that game because of their defense. I'm on record.
Hold on. You're also the same guy who thought the Washington football team was going to beat Tampa in the first
Right.
round.
And then I stood corrected.
How'd that go? How'd that go?
They almost did. They covered the
Who had a
spread.
response every time Heineke ran for his life and scored? Who responded on offense? Who, Kenny? Who responded on offense? The next drive. Who? Tom Brady.
Leonard
I'll tell you.
Fournette. Leonard Fournette.
Okay. All right.
It's a great team last year. That's what we can leave it at. It was a great team, and everybody involved deserved credit and a raise.
Yay. And they're
Todd
running.
Bowles deserved an extension. Tom Brady deserved all the coverage that he got.
His supporters. 24/7. Real quick. All right.
No one ever reads the positive Tom Brady comments.
Nope, they don't.
No one gives Tom Brady any credit. No one calls him the greatest quarterback ever.
I need. Is Retease Did You Know still with us? I need that clip. We need to play the clip, the supporters clip.
What do you mean, play the supporters clip? I'm giving you your own supporters moment. You're here sitting here crying that Tom Brady, widely regarded as the greatest quarterback of all time.
I'm just looking for consistency.
You are trying to say that no one gave Tom Brady credit for winning that Super Bowl.
Reading this chat
It couldn't
right now,
be any
no one's giving
further
credit.
from the truth.
Reading this chat right now, it's not enough credit. Not enough. Not enough for me.
So the 30 members of the DK Sim fam that are the vocal ones in the chat right now are not giving Tom Brady enough credit, and that equates the whole nation, including all the media outlets, turning a blind eye to Tom Brady having a hand in the Super Bowl. Okay, I got it.
I love the Sim fam so much that I would like to think the 400 here on YouTube, about 400, and the 50 or so on Twitch, they represent the world. I think the world of them, therefore they are my sample. I mean, brother Phil, love you, mean it. Just going down this road. Barely a top 10 quarterback last year. His numbers and the film both say good, efficient, but nothing special. Okay.
He wasn't that special last year until the postseason. In Tom Brady fashion, not Tom Brady fashion, but he turned it up
just
in
like the
postseason.
defense. Just like the defense. They didn't get good till the postseason, too.
Oh, yeah, the defense wasn't number one in DVOA last year.
Yeah,
No,
whatever.
They weren't. No, they weren't.
They were 7-5. They allowed 38 at home to New Orleans. What was everyone saying about that defense when they hung 38? When Tyreek Hill had 200 yards receiving in the first quarter, what was everyone saying about this great defense then? Nothing. Everyone said Tampa was done. So enough. They got hot because the quarterback got the buy-in. And they played well. Bowles deserves credit. Everyone deserves credit. But it was about the quarterback. Changing the DNA and the buy-in of the losingest franchise in all four major professional sports all time. The end. The end.
I don't understand how we're still talking about this.
Kenny, when they went to 7-5, they lost to the Chiefs.
Gosh, I watched the season. I watched that
They
game.
lost to
I
the
know what
team
happened.
they
I
beat
cover the
31-9.
NFL.
So why wasn't the Kansas City defense, the Tampa defense being criticized more when they dropped to 7-5 and they let
What
Tyreek
about the
Hill?
fact that they were able to make adjustments and limit Tyreek Hill and cover him in the Super Bowl
same can be
because of
said.
their coordinator?
The quarterback told Bruce Arians, let's run some more play action, short throws over the middle instead of risk it, no biscuit. Doesn't Tom get credit for changing the offense up a little bit?
Tom Brady gets credit. What are you talking about? Who is not giving Tom Brady credit? Like, start naming some names or outlets or something. There's no one out there that's not giving Tom Brady credit.
Noah Moon says, Glass, you literally can't bring up the Tyreek game against the Bucs when Brady didn't win the game. Yes, I can, because then we should be giving Tampa's defense more criticism. They went down so big in that game that Brady actually rallied them back.
I don't
and they
even
almost
understand
had a shot.
what argument you're trying to make or what gripe you have. Like, it sounds like one of my arguments. Like, what is even the point of what you're saying? I don't even understand. No one is not giving Tom Brady credit.
What changed? What changed then when they went from 7-5 to winning whatever it was in a row, 9 in a row? What changed?
Well, first of all, they played a little bit easier competition. The Falcons were out of it at that point. They got to play them twice.
Okay.
The Saints without Drew Brees. But, I mean, you named some of what happened, right? Tom Brady got this offense to turn around. He got the most out of some no-name players. And the defense started to act like just absolutely dominate. But the defense has been good they were good all season long. I don't understand. You can't argue with the facts. Like,
they weren't good all season long.
The numbers point to Tampa Bay being one of the best defenses. They were number 1 against the rush, number 5 against the pass.
Oh, I don't care about that. What they do against the good teams. New Orleans and Kansas City, how'd they look?
They looked fantastic against New Orleans the other time they played them. They looked great against Kansas City the other time they played them.
Interesting. Pretty sure they were playing with the lead the entire game in New Orleans. Someone was responsible for that. Trying to figure out who.
Yeah, the defense. Tom Brady had the ball on the 30-yard line to start every drive.
Oh, but wait a minute. So why couldn't Aaron Rodgers then convert when Tom Brady threw those interceptions?
Because the Buccaneers defense. What are you talking about?
This is good. I will not back down on this.
I don't understand. You must not have heard what I said. I said that the Buccaneers defense got Tom Brady the ball on the 20-yard line every time.
So Kane now says the Bucs had the latest bye week in the whole league last year, so that's why.
Let's look at that again.
Now the NFL, the bye weeks are unfair. Okay. Interesting. Look,
They got to play the Vikings. Okay, not a great team. The Falcons twice. And the Lions. 4 incredibly winnable games. That is how they got hot. They won 4 in a row, which is the hot streak that you're referring to. Mm-hmm. Very easy wins, okay? So none of that was like Tom Brady, right? And they lost 3 of 4 before that, including...
And it was Tom Brady when they were down.
There's no rhyme or reason to that.
Pretty sure that great defense you're talking about, that great defense, Atlanta was kicking their butt, and Tom Brady came from behind.
Yeah, they limited Aaron Rodgers to 10 points, right, in week 6. Obviously, really they had a few games in there, right? They got blown out by the Saints. That was a bad game.
Yep, defense played awful.
The Chiefs, I mean, they played a good game against the Chiefs defensively. 27 points is not a ridiculous number against the Kansas City Chiefs. But again, the fact of the matter is, in the postseason, this defense made plays.
That really special Atlanta team, when Tampa won four in a row at the end of the regular season, that really special Tampa defense let Matt Ryan go 34 for 49, 356 yards. Atlanta was winning the game 24-7 midway through the third quarter. How many teams in this league fold at that stage? A lot. Come back. Who had to score the points? The quarterback. Quarterback led the drives, scored the points.
I don't think the game even mattered.
It did matter. They had to keep winning in order to secure a wild card. They were 7-5. They weren't a lock to make the playoffs at 7-5.
You're talking about week 17?
No, the week before that. So week 16. I'll double check it just to make sure I have it right. That was
week 17.
No, they played week 15 at Atlanta.
Right, but that wasn't the game you're talking about.
Yes, I am. At Atlanta, down 24-7.
They had to come back against Atlanta week 17. They scored 21 in the fourth to put it away.
Oh, put it away. They had to come back, Kenny. They were losing.
No, I'm saying in the week 17.
No. In week 15 at Atlanta, it was 24-7.
Right, they did the same thing 2 weeks in a row then. Or two out of the 3 weeks against Atlanta.
No,
Both those games are. I'm helping your argument, by the way, so you should let me talk. I'm saying both of those games they had to come back.
Yeah, you're right. No, they didn't. What are you
The
talking
Falcons'
about?
offense last year was also good.
No. Tampa was winning 23-10 at halftime against Atlanta in Week 17.
Yeah, and then they scored 10 in the third. Atlanta. It was 10-0 in the third. 10 unanswered.
Okay, 23-20. They're still winning.
Right, but it was a close game. Is my point. The defense didn't do their job.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Also, yeah, and then they scored a touchdown to start the fourth quarter.
My God.
I don't understand what your whole. I don't like. What's your problem?
Well,
not
this
like,
whole
not like in general, but with this, like, what are you trying to argue here? What are you trying to get across? That Tom Brady doesn't get enough credit.
I just want to know. I just want to know from everybody who's this year's Bucks before I get blindsided, because I want to make sure I'm aware of who the next great defensive coordinator is. I really need to know. I need to make sure I got to make sure I'm on this now before I get surprised next February. When
What are you getting blindsided with?
apparently Tampa was a super team and that this defense was just so amazing for all 16.
Okay, well, Pittsburgh's defense is really good.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine with Big Ben.
Maybe that's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Could be.
This is now I know what it's like to do a sim with me. This is exhausting. Your argument was so circuitous. I have no idea what you were even trying to argue. You're trying to say that Tom Brady didn't get media coverage or something, and that the defensive coordinator of the Super Bowl champions and one of the 5 best defenses in the league last year didn't deserve an extension, or like wouldn't have gotten it if he weren't with Tom Brady. When, you know, year one he put together a great defense and they developed one of the top 5 linebackers in football, and like it just doesn't make any sense. Like, what are they gonna do? Fire him after one season? Like, that's insane.
I'm not saying that's right, but
No, you literally did. You're like, oh well, they fired Bruce Arians. They got to get rid of Todd Bowles. Like,
I didn't say that. I said if
you
they
did. You did say that.
I didn't say that. I said they could.
All right, player of the game, Christian Kirk, touchdown, captain's the spot of the little free showdown here. I thought he had a great game. He was not very popular, and he's not always a great fantasy contributor. So I would say Christian Kirk, player of the game for me. A Ducey's delight, a Ducey's disappointment. I think it's got to be Austin Eckler. Only 12 points, and I know that there were guys that had worse games, but 70. He was the chalk of the sim, and he only went for 31 yards on the ground, 38 yards on 6 catches. Pretty disappointing game for him. So I would say that he's the Ducey's disappointment in this one.
I like this take from Sean Dale. An offensive team might win it this year with an okay defense. And then we'll give that team credit. Both units. And the defensive coordinator. Even if it's not great. This is fun. Kenny, any parting thoughts? We're not together, I think, the rest of the week, so this is a bummer. Want me to come to New York again soon? We'll talk it out.
No, I have no parting thoughts.
You had enough of me?
I'm exhausted. I want to go take a nap now.
Okay. Well, if you want me to give you...
Wait, is it because you're exhausted? Is that why I'm picking up your 2:00 game tomorrow?
Yeah, I was preemptively asking off because I knew that Glash was going to just...
Look at Emerson
with
doing
Glash
the
was
Wizard of
wow.
Oz, taking everyone behind the veil. Jesus.
Get the green.
I can't even see you guys.
Coming up.
We're not
you.
I'm listening to Daniel. I'm listening to Daniel on the ones and twos. He says, don't turn the camera on like yet. And I said, okay, dude, you are the boss.
Okay, I think we're good here.
What is this about you guys gonna have a party for DraftKings for the PGA Tour?
No,
playoffs?
Oh, yes, that. We can totally 100% get into that. Yeah, and Reed's going to be there this weekend at the Northern Trust, and there's this huge DraftKings tent.
Oh,
that
doesn't surprise me.
Massive man cave. Anywho,
you know what used to be the Northern Trust, the Barclays. Used to be right here in good old New York City, and I would cover it.
Yeah.
Good
You know, I'm
times.
actually not a fan of really when I look at next year's schedule. They're kind of like shafting the Northeast here. It's less than ideal. I know the U.S. Open's in Brookline, but like outside of that, I don't think there's much going on. There's the Travelers. That's it. Like, come on,
But TPC Boston, we don't get the Northern Trust. Isn't that TPC Boston?
man. No, it's not. Not
Oh.
next year.
If,
Yeah, I know,
if
dude.
I show up to the DraftKings tent, will they let me in?
Debatable. We'll see. We'll ask Glash.
I
Glash
can
is
take the ferry over.
your ticket in.
All right.
Glash is your ticket in.
Glash, I will see you at high noon tomorrow. I'm looking forward to doing a little sim with you.
Same, man. Looking forward to it.
Kenny,
Right,
I'm excited for football season with you, bud.
I'm really excited too, bud.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be fun.
Hey, I got you. I got you.
How about we let Get the Green begin?
Yeah. I mean, like whatever you guys want to do. I wish we could go 4-box, you know?
Quad box.
Like,
I am very
Yeah, like-
I am very much looking forward to some great football content with the two of you.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
well, it started this morning on the sweat.
Yeah.
We talked.
Yeah, I already
Yeah,
do
you and
football
Emerson,
with you
Glash.
every day.
He doesn't want to talk to me. It's you and Emerson.
Okay.
By the way, I need everyone tomorrow night, Tuesday night, Nesson Plus, 7:00. My dude Glash is going to be on the call of the Connecticut Sun game. He's back. He's back, baby. Big time. TV Glash, a little more buttoned up.
With suit and
Little.
tie.
It's just
He's got the announcer voice. Oh, it's velvet, people. It is velvet to the ears. When Glash does his announcer voice, second to none.
What am I doing?
All right,
right
see
now?
you guys. See you guys
All
later.
right, yeah. We have to let you guys wrap now. Sorry.
Yeah, people are just looking at my face while they hear Reed talk.
Thank you to Frangelico and Tate from the Game Ops team, producer Drew and Daniel. They're all back for the next sim at 4, Titans Falcons with Jeff and Zach. Without further ado, let's get some golf chatter in the mix here with Emerson and Reed. It's Get the Green.
Thanks, man. Love you. Mean it. You too, Kenny. All right, Reed. All right, so here we go. Mike's on, Daniel says. Full screen graphic up. Cam's on, exclamation point. He wants it. You're going to get it, Daniel. Anywho.
Daniel's given us the instructions. He bullet point. He said, make sure you two hammerheads do this, this, and this, or else.
I need that though. Like, I don't know about you. Like, just tell me what to do. Give me very clear, concise constructions, and I could do anything correctly. Thank God.
Right. Exactly. Screen share. Okay. Screen share is now up, Daniel. Are we good? We're typing. He's typing, everybody. He's typing.
Well, hey,
We're good.
Good. Okay. So, Reed T. Fowler, Emerson Lazio. What's up, everybody? We do this thing here every Monday, 3:00-ish. Get the Green. Talking about this week's tournament, which we got 3 left in the season, everybody. Yes, we do. It's the playoffs, FedEx Cup playoffs starting. But like we like to always do here, I want to look back to what happened yesterday just really quick because there was kind of history, a 6-man playoff. And Kevin Kisner making birdie on the second extra hole
to
win the Wyndham Championship. Before I ask you, though, actually, I'll ask you first. What was your biggest takeaway? Because I know what mine is.
Well, I'm excited for that. Kisner was someone that a lot of us thought would do well in this tournament. He kind of had that form coming in, just the type of course that he can do well at, right? Kind of has a Carolina feel, right? It's obviously, it's in there. It's in Carolina, Sedgefield Country Club. He's just a player that plays this type of this area, right? Harris English, Webb Simpson. These guys play, the guys who live around Sea Island, Georgia, right? This area of the country, there is a connection between these courses and guys that play well. And Kisner checked off that box. Now, you mentioned 6-man playoff to end the regular season. That's pretty exciting, right? Kind of felt like the Olympics for the bronze medal. So we're getting extra golf. I know you guys love OT, extra golf. And that's what you got with Kevin Kisner. Brandon Grace was a guy that I liked as a pivot play later last week around Wednesday in my pivot article. I believe I wrote up Brandon Grace. If I didn't, then shame on me. But he's also someone too, right? That you can tell that and we'll talk about a little bit this week because of how the tournament is situated, that there are some guys down in the lower price ranges that, are coming that are coming up, right? That could do well in the playoffs, a la Sebastian Munoz, what he did last year, and then making the top 30 for the Tour Championship. There are some guys out there that could do that, and that's kind of what we're seeing with Kisner. That's what we're seeing with some of these guys that are a little bit lower in the FedEx Cup standings.
Did I see that the victory, did it shoot Kisner up into like the top 30, which is obviously huge when it comes to the FedEx Cup standings here.
Oh, yeah.
After this week, this is the only event that has a cut. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go down to 70 and then from 70 to 30. Before we look ahead to the Northern Trust, my biggest takeaway, holy hell, Adam Scott, man. Adam Scott, he struck 54 putts inside 5 feet for the week at the Wyndham Championship, right? Struck 54 of them. He holed 53 of them. The one he missed on the first playoff hole, oh my God, that was brutal, dude. After everybody else failed to make birdie on the first playoff hole, the other 5 dudes, he gets up and he has about 5 feet, right? 5 feet on the first playoff hole for birdie and the win. He'd take home 1.2 million and he couldn't do it, bro. He couldn't do it. And he doesn't end up winning. No, I mean, not like a whole lot, not with that putter. Like, well, actually, why shouldn't I be surprised? He hit every single one inside 5 feet up to that point. But like, you lost. It cost him over $700,000. Like, me as just this jamoke. That's like, of course, the one thing I look at. I'm like, damn, dude, that's a boatload of money.
Yeah, you're right. Look, Adam Scott, he's a great golfer, right? Adam Scott doesn't need the money. Like that's not what he needs, right? The 1.2. It's like water. Like, it's sad to say, but that's like a drop in the ocean for him. But yeah, that's his bugaboo. It always has been, it always will be, is the putter. And especially those short putts, man. I've seen him miss so many of those 5-footers. Like even on a Thursday, and I'll say to myself, this will be the reason why he'll miss a playoff or he'll miss being in contention by a stroke. And sure enough, come Sunday, Adam Scott, misses the playoff by a stroke. So, it's kind of par for the course. No pun intended for Adam Scott, but yeah, it was pretty excruciating. And what you want to do, right, is we talk about that so much, but you don't want to take away what Kisner did. Right? Kisner has not been playing well. Like he was coming into form a little bit, but he hasn't been playing well all season. What this does, Emerson, for any golfer, job security, money, like you said, in the bank, FedEx Cup standings, this gives you a ton. And a guy like Kisner, he's no longer one of these players that's just on the bubble. He's a multi-tournament winner on tour. And whenever it gets to these type of courses, RSM, the RBC, the Wyndham, Kisner has to be in consideration, especially if he's not playing well. And he got odds. I believe he was at like plus like 5,000. I think heading into the tournament around there.
Damn good bet. Yeah. And much more about these guys' nuts and bolts, putting game, analytics, all that stuff. I was just like, wow, you've made every putt from 5 feet, and the one you missed was just could have won you I think your 15th career tournament. And you're right about Kisner. Let's give him some credit. Started the day 4 shots off the lead, shot at 66, which included birdies on the 16th and 17th holes to reach 15 under and the playoffs. So guys got some marbles there. And now we kind of turn our attention to the start of the FedEx Cup playoffs. I think it's an exciting week for many because it has that like major feel to it. I mean, these are obviously the best golfers, like 1 to 125 or whatever it is. Although I think Usti's out this week, but he's safe. So I think there's 124 in the field. But anyway, it's exciting. I know that the PGA Tour is making some changes to it, like down the road. But I know you're going to be there. DraftKings is going to have a large presence there. So I don't know if anyone watching right now is going to be in that New York, New Jersey area. Swing by, say what's up to Reed and the DK family there at this like special booth we have. Dude, let me find. I gotta like find this thing,
dude.
Oh yeah, here we go. So producer Drew sent it to us a little earlier today. We'll get this out of the way. So there's a DraftKings house, right? And it's customized, open to the public venue at this year's tournament. It's going to have a large open air patio. You're just going to be out there, probably sunbathing without a shirt on, overlooking the 15th green, views of the 16th fairway. Got to be 21 and up to get in. And there'll be a bunch of TVs with the tournament, other live sporting events, phone chargers. You have to have phone
Wi-Fi.
chargers these days. Wi-Fi, wow, dude, internet, everything you need, and premium food and beverages.
Yeah. Yes, producer Drew. Yes, you do. 21 and over to see the goods.
I can't wait to see your hairy Hawaiian chest on Twitter.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. Don't be prudent. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Stop by. The reason why, one of the reasons why we're there, right? The Northern Trust, DraftKings is the official betting partner for the Northern Trust. So this is a value partner, obviously, for us. On top of that, the Fantasy World Golf Championship, Emerson, is also going to be held at the Northern Trust. The top 40 finalists who are competing for $1 million prize. We're going to be watching it live. So we're going to be doing a lot of stuff with them as well, which is going to be really, really exciting. We got Smear coming. We got TG coming. We got the whole crew.
Is Billy going?
Billy the Kid, I believe. Yes, he is.
Yeah,
Billy
dude,
the Kid is coming.
Saw him in person this morning, looking jacked.
Dude, jacked. Just curls all day.
That's all he wants.
Curls, just all day. Broad shoulders. Dude, guy holds it like a 90-pound camera. Anyway,
yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you're in the area, if you want to, have some fun and be safe, because obviously we're going to be very, very safe as much as possible. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I have yet to see what it looks like, but I am very excited to actually get there and look at what we're going to be producing.
I wonder if we'll have any. We typically do this for the World Championship fantasy events. Like we have shadow contests where like people who aren't in it, you can fill out like a lineup. Typically, it's what we've done in the past. Not saying we have it this year. And then you kind of stack up and see how some of the best fantasy golf players like in the world, how you compare to them. That's pretty cool. So I would keep an eye out for that. Maybe I'll have more information for you by the end of the show if that's actually happening or not. But with this tournament here, Sweet T Fowler, a lot of points up for grabs here. Again, top 70 move on. So just first off with this course, what's the playing style? What kind of golfer do you suggest people target for this week?
Yeah, so par 71 Emerson, over 7,400 yards. So it's pretty beefy. It's an Emerson type of golf course where it's got some length. And most of that length comes in these par fives. There's four par fives that measure between 450 and 500 yards. And there's one par four that measures over 500 yards. 3 par threes on the par 71. So we remove one par five. And I believe 2 out of the 3, the number 6 hole, I believe, is reachable in 2. For sure, it doesn't matter the wind direction. 2 can be reachable of the 3 in 2. So guys can score. The eagle opportunities are going to be aplenty on those if the wind does cooperate. And that's the one thing that I want to get to as well, is that the first thing you notice, and you'll see this in my article up on DK Nation, is that the first thing you notice about this course is the proximity to the Hudson River. It's very, very close. Yep. So if you remember in 2019, the year Patrick Reed won, the Northern Trust, you remember those views of the New York skyline.
Amazing.
It's gorgeous course. And so what happens though is that this is a coastal course. So if the wind does pick up, it can be susceptible to windy conditions and then make the course play difficult. So that's one thing that you have to consider. This was the Barclays. You heard Kenny allude to it earlier, that this was the Barclays. This was 2013, and it wasn't a FedEx Cup playoff tournament just yet. I don't believe so, or maybe it was. I have to double check on that. But at any rate, it was named the Barclays. And same thing, right? There's been some iterations. In 2009 also was the PGA Tour play in 2009 at Liberty National. And also the 2017 President's Cup, where the U.S. team beat the international team pretty handily, 19-11. Yeah, and so we've seen this course before, but most recently in 2019, Patrick Reed won. And what you need here, Emerson, it's approach, obviously. And the big thing about approach is greens and regulation. These greens average in size, I think like 4,600, just under 4,600 square feet. And that's small for greens. And so greens and regulation, less opportunities gained or proximity is very important, because if you get on these smaller greens, you're going to have a decent shot at birdie. So if that's the case, right, greens and reg is a correlated stat that you see a lot with these guys who do well. So clearly, right, with approach, you want these guys who can get it on the greens and then find a hot putter. That's the other thing, right? Around the green, putting is especially important. If you take a look at these guys, especially on these bent grass greens, that if you can putt well, you look at some of the top 10 guys last year and the top 5, I believe in 2013, you saw that, in terms of the guys who finished in the top 5, I think 15 in strokes gained putting, 4 of the top 5 who finished that tournament were in the top 15 in putting. So that's the other thing that you need, right? So it's essentially tee to green. Like, you need everything. This is a FedEx playoff course. Usually the guys who win this tournament are in top ranked players. They're trying to win this big tournament because of what you just said. It gets them into the Tour Championship. Doesn't guarantee you, but more likely than not, right? If you're in the top 125, it's going to get you, it's going to catapult you up the rankings quite a bit. So this is a big tournament, and usually the bigger guy, like the guys who are in the top ranked players, usually take this one home. So I'd be trying to stay within the top 50 or so of overall world golf ranking, and then sprinkle some guys that you want that might be trending to be playing well this week.
All right. So you mentioned you're basically going to be a damn good putter this week. Who is probably one of the hottest putters right now that you like? You got one, you got a couple different dudes. Who's someone who comes to mind?
Yeah, so the top 10 in putting right now, Emerson, coming into this tournament over the last 24 rounds, and I'll go from 10 to 1 here.
Okay.
Let me see. Number 10, Brendan Todd, number 10. Pat Perez, number 9. Troy Merritt, number 8. Xander Schauffele, 7. Zach Johnson, 6. Adam Scott, 4. Ian Poulter, 3. Cameron Tringali, 2. Jason Kokrak, 1.
I just love hearing Adam Scott in there after what we talked about at the start.
Yeah, so that's what you're seeing, right? But out of those guys, the guy that I really like this week is Cameron Tringali. He's at $7,300. He's number 2, obviously, in putting. But if you take a look at his approach, he's top 40 in that same time frame. We know what he can do, and I mentioned Sebastian Munoz earlier. What he did in the FedEx Cup playoffs and what he was able to do in Catapult this season was a lot to do without the success of what he did. He made the Tour Championship last year. I think that's going to be Tringali this year. I think he's 40th in FedEx Cup standings right now. So he's, safely in the BMW Championship. So one school of thought is that he's playing freer. He doesn't have to worry about it. And then he can go attack these greens. He's been solid. And we've seen Tringali early on just smoke these tournaments and like shoot 5-6 under in the opening round. So I like him a lot at $7,300. In terms of the guys who putts well, Daniel Berger is top 15 or top 16. Jordan Spieth is top 17. He's done well here in the past. So, right, you're going to see your run-of-the-mill guys who have putt with JT Poston is up there. Patton Kazire is up there. Alexander Noren, Brian Stewart, someone that I liked last week, is up there as well. So there's a lot of guys who are putting well this week that you could go to, but I'm trying to stay away from playing the guys a little bit lower in salary, and I want to do a more balanced approach because of what I said earlier about the guys who win here and play well here.
We got a question here from Kev. Will Wolf bounce back this week after missing the cut at Wyndham? How are we feeling?
I mean, Wolf, the only thing about Wolf, right, is you just don't know where his game's going to be. $7,100 is fine, but where his advantage is the distance is off the tee, right? His strokes getting off the tee. He's one of the best at fairways, hit, like total driving, essentially. But what you're seeing with it, and this course doesn't really call for that. These fairways are relatively easy to hit. There's a ton of bunkers on this course, and there's, I believe, 10 water hazards that come into play.
Yeah. I was going to say that there are 90 bunkers on the course overall, 10 water hazards. That not many trees. So this will, I guess, this will punish a player for going a little too far off the line.
Yeah, and the fescue is thick, but those are guys who are like hitting it way, way, way out of left field. Like those aren't the guys that, if they miss the fairway, it's not going to be, US Open style fescue. But if it is if it's wayward, it's going to be extremely hard. But you have guys down in that range. Brandon Grace, $7,200. He might be popular. He's another coastal course player, a guy who plays coastal course as well. He might be a popular play because of what he did last week. Emiliano Grillo is at $7,200. He's always a popular play because of his ball striking, but he can't putt that well. Charlie Hoffman, Charles Schwartzel is playing well. Mav McNeely is someone, again, he's another guy that does well on these par 70 courses. We've seen Mav do well on these shorter coastal courses. We've seen him do well sometimes. So he's someone that I'd rather go to as opposed to Matt Wolff, because look, you're not going to get a ton of ownership on Wolff. I get that. He's not a bad play at $7,100, but I just don't know what he's going to produce. Maybe if I'm making 20 lineups and I got Wolff in there in about 2, that ain't bad at all. Not a bad strategy, right? If I go here in terms of what he's done in the game log, not a bad strategy for GPPs because of what he's doing, right? But T17 at a WGC, T39 at 3M Open, that's not bad, right? That's not bad, but I'd rather go elsewhere, because someone like Matt Wolff, we've seen him go, we've just seen him eject in these tournaments and just kind of be out of it, right? Not really get himself back into it.
Yeah, this is, again, these are the best golfers still standing. 124, the best golfers like on Planner, a little bit of a major feel. And someone who's been absolutely phenomenal in majors this year is the highest priced player on the board. That's Jon Rahm. So T5 Masters, T8 PGA Championship, winning his first major at the U.S. Open in dramatic fashion. What was that, like a week or two after becoming a dad? Has that dad strength? My question for you is, how hesitant are you going to be, or should people be, rostering this dude as he's coming off his second bout with COVID-19 in recent weeks here? We haven't seen him very active.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, right? We haven't, what we saw with the NFL as well, when these guys got COVID, and it's a completely different sport, right? I don't tell you guys.
A little bit,
A little bit.
Unless you're Happy Gilmore and you're tackling Bob Barker out there.
Yeah, a little bit. But we'll see how these guys come back from COVID. Rahm's, got 2 COVID cases. We saw Bryson a little bit, right? It could have been a lot of things with Bryson. It could have been a myriad of different things that was getting to him. But we kind of saw him a little sluggish, at TPC at the WGC. And, will that happen with Rahm? It's been a while, right? I'm sure he's been training for this. If you take that away and you look at what he's done this year, you're right, Emerson, at 11.5, that's pricey. That is pricey with a lot, like everyone essentially here, right? Like everybody is here except for Louis. But having said that, if you take a look at just what he's done, looking at the raw stats, he's the best. If you take a look at some of the other courses that correlate to what we potentially would see here, Augusta National with the Bantgrass Greens, Bay Hill, Muirfield, Riviera Country Club, right? These are some courses, the WGC, HSBC at Sheehan International, Torrey Pines. Guess what? Guess where Rahm ranks over the last 50 rounds in those tournaments in strokes gained total? Numero uno.
Yeah, I knew it. I see what you did there, since he's a Spaniard.
Yeah. So, and look, the approach hasn't been great, right, in those specific tournaments, if we aggregate those specific tournaments. But man alive, he is so good at these type of courses as well. He's just an all-around player, right? He's just an all-around player. I kind of like Spieth this week at 10.8, but that does predicate a lot on what his roster percentage is going to be. Because I think Xander, gold medal, Morikawa, best golfer right now, just hammering majors and WGCs this season. Brooksy, always popular. I think Jordan's Spieth and Rory, those 2 guys in the 10K, I think might be sneaky, sneaky good. And I wouldn't mind playing either of those guys in GPPs, to be honest. Spieth, probably not, because his ownership is always high, but Rory especially.
We talked a little bit about Spieth this morning, Jeff and I, on the Sweat. And I like the fact that Spieth has this streak of 9 top 30s in a row.
Yeah.
The only concern, it's another guy who just hasn't played a whole lot. So he's teed it up just once, which he was T12 WGC, the FedEx St. Jude, since his near miss at Royal St. George's.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was I don't know if you punctuated that.
Is it more? Yeah, no, it was, I was trying to be like TV guy. You stop talking. The other guy comes in.
I was about to.
No, that was really dumb of me, actually. That's pathetic. Rested and ready to, all right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. So he's rested and ready to contend, yay or rusty. It's one of those things, rust versus rest.
Yeah. Look, T12 after taking a month off, essentially. That ain't bad. That ain't bad, Lazio, right? Are we a little rusty? No, nay, we aren't, because this is content, baby. And if you don't appreciate it, you know what? No, I'm just kidding. Smash the like button, subscribe, hit the bell button, please. No, I look. This is the part where consistency and like you kind of throw that a little bit off the table, or out with the, off the table, just because this is a type of tournament and this specific time. These are big tournaments. $15 million. That ain't chump change, Lazio. That ain't chump change. You know how many DK polos you can buy with 15 mil?
I don't even know how.
3,000. I did the math. I'm just kidding. I did the math. A lot. An F ton. Okay. An F ton. So, like, don't worry about Spieth trying to get up for it. And if it becomes a short game type of play, like this is what Spieth does too. If his approach isn't good, he's not playing well, he's not hitting it well, he saves himself more times than I can fathom around the greens and putting. This guy is a magician around the greens. And these, like I mentioned, these greens are small. So if these guys, like, they're not going to hit every single green. Golfers aren't, even if you're the best in fairway stand and regular, even if you're the best in approach shot, you're not going to hit every single green. I mean, Spieth ranks 3rd in strokes gained around the greens coming into this tournament, 20th in putting. So if it becomes that type of tournament, right? And we know Patrick Reed, what does he do well around the greens putting? And when he drives the ball well, he usually wins, and that's Patrick Reed. Jordan Spieth, kind of the same thing, right? When he drives the ball well, he usually is in contention. So 10-8 for Spieth, I don't mind it at all, especially where he's priced. Like if he was priced, like if Spieth was priced where Morikawa is, then yeah, like I would be like, yeah, like, that's not something that I would want to potentially do because he's not doing well. And sorry, the stats that I was looking at were for those other tournaments that were correlated, but a 10th around the greens, 17th in putting over the last 24 rounds, which is essentially the same. I love where he's priced too. He's by Xander, Colin, and DJ. So like when he could be 20% rostered in this type of tournament, he's probably going to be 15. And if he comes out and he's up there, that's going to be enough leverage for head-to-heads, 50-50s, cash, and even GPPs if he's one of the guys that you start with, and maybe pair him with a guy like Morikawa or Rory.
What better way to prepare for the FedEx Cup playoffs than with a bunch of playoffs? A guy like Hideki Matsuyama, who lost that on that 7-way playoff for the bronze medal at the Olympics. You mentioned that. And then he was in that 3-man playoff with Sam Burns and Abraham Answer at the St. Jude Invitational. So we're looking at the Masters champ this year. Would you prefer him more on the DFS side, or I don't know what his numbers are on the sports betting side? So you like his numbers better where, on which side here?
Yeah, I think you can just find Decky here. He's plus 4,000. Okay. That ain't bad for Decky. I mean, why is this guy $9,000? Right? Like, why is he priced at $9,000? Like on DraftKings? Yeah. Like that is this guy.
So you think he should be more expensive?
Yeah. I mean, this he won the Augusta National. He almost medaled in his home country, mind you, where there's a ton of pressure, especially just a ton of pressure. Gained 9 strokes with approach at WGC, the St. Jude, 9. Right? He almost won. He shot whatever he did in the last round, like 7 under par. Yeah, he's a little fatigued at the Wyndham. He went like 3 tournaments straight going back, forth. Of course he's going to miss the cut at the Wyndham. Guy's a little tired. At $9,000, Emerson, I don't mind it. I do like Berger. My favorite play this week is Patrick Cantlay at $9,200. I think he sets up perfectly for this course. He's already a winner here. I think a winner this season. He won the Memorial, right? And in his last 6 starts, there we go, Memorial. He's top. I think he's either first or second in greens in regulation over the last 24 rounds. We know what he does on bent grass putting. His around the green game is a lot better than it used to be. I think Cantlay is a perfect cash game play at $9,200. He might be heavily rostered, so it might not be a huge play, but the guys around here, $9,100 for Berger, Cantlay is at $9,200, and Scheffler at $93. Like, the only reason why I wouldn't play Decky is because these 3 guys are really where I want to stay. Like I want to be heavily on Cantley, and some shares are going to shift over to these two guys. But in GPPs, I think $9,000 Decky, I think is fantastic because of what he's been doing with his irons. The only thing that scares me about Decky is his putting.
Yeah,
like you
always say that. You always say that with this guy.
Well, I mean, but look, right over his like 1, 2, 3, 4. He's lost strokes in 4 of his last 5 tournaments on the PGA Tour. Right? You can't do that here. You can't lose strokes on the greens here if you want to win. You just can't do it. Now, like if he gets a hot putt, it's not Bermuda. That is not the greens that Decky likes to putt on. Decky's best on Poana greens, but we're on bent grass, and he's not like terrible on bent grass putting. So if you want to go after Hideki, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. But those other guys around him, especially in this range, like I mentioned, I want to stay balanced. And so a lot of my lineups are going to be heavily around this range where you see Paul Casey, Cam Smith, who played well a couple of weeks ago, right? I mean, like I mentioned, the Answer, who won the St. Jude. So Victor Holland is there at 95. So there's going to be a lot of people who roster those guys. Decky's probably going to be less than 10% rostered, in my opinion. And ain't bad for a guy who won Augusta National.
And Daniel Berger, you've dropped his name a few times. I know it's his first appearance at Liberty National, at least in the FedEx Cup playoffs, but he's got some good memories here when he made his Team USA debut at the 2017 President's Cup.
Yeah.
Why do you like this man and this price range here?
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to stay balanced, and so a lot of those guys are going to be in this 8-9K range. He's positive. He's a positive splits putting. Like over the last 5 tournaments, he's gained 5 strokes with his irons. That's massive. If you consider his last 5 tournaments, a WGC, the Open Championship, the John Deere U.S. Open, Charles Schwab, like those are pretty soft tournaments, right? The PGA Championship. Like he hasn't lost strokes with his irons in like 10 tournaments. And at St. Jude, he gained 10 strokes with his irons. Like this guy is playing some stellar golf right now. And you look at his last finishes, T5, T8, T7, in 3 of his last 4. And he's priced at $9,200 or $9,100. This is a par 71. Kind of feels like, a type of course that Berger, who's really, really, acute with his irons, who can play well. The thing with him, right, is he's got to stay the course, right? And when it comes down to Sunday, close a deal if he's in contention. He's a guy that I want chasing because he's great at chasing guys down because he can make those birdies, man. We've seen him make tons of birdies in bunches. But yeah, he's had a great season, a 9th at the Players. He won in Pebble Beach too, right? Another coastal course.
Yeah. He was and it started, I think, late 2020. He became this top 10 machine.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at his card here, 4-time PGA Tour winner. And he looks poised, no doubt, to win a major eventually, but this would be a huge boost to his already impressive resume.
Oh, yeah. He's just a solid player all around. Like there's no real weakness to his game.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, can he close a deal on Sunday in a field like this? Right. We saw him. We see him win Memphis, right, a couple times, and it wasn't a WGC.
Oh God, that's like his home away from home. It feels like.
Yeah, and so we want him to win on these type of courses, and when he does, right, he's going to be one of those golfers that sticks around. He's 20th right now, I believe, in the FedEx Cup standing, so he's firmly inside the top 30. You don't have to worry about that. He
almost won for the 3rd time in Memphis. He posted a T5 there this year, right?
Yeah, he was balling, man. He was playing well.
I like Kev's style here on YouTube, and he's coming in with some of the questions he has about some of these guys. So before it was Wolf, I think it was 7,100. Now he has a question about Mackenzie Hughes for you. So he said he loaded up his lineups with Hughes at Wyndham last week. Excellent putter. What do you expect him to do this week? And I know you've already said you really like to target some of the strong putters in this field.
Yeah.
Would Mackenzie Hughes, I mean, does he kind of tickle your fancy a little bit?
Yeah. So with Mackenzie Hughes too, it's like he doesn't look like Wyndham. He should do well at the Wyndham, right? Like he should. But T37, like that's not bad for what what he was doing and how much. I think I can't remember how much he was, but I don't think he was that expensive. But when you take a look at this field and the guys that are around this price, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stay away from these type of players, right? The Mackenzie Hughes at $6,700, I think is like, if you're in the top 125, excuse me, in the FedEx Cup standings, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. A guy that I'd rather play, and again, Hughes isn't bad, Kev. Like, I don't mind taking Hughes on that. I talked
Sprinkle
about
him in
this
some
guy.
of your lineups wouldn't hurt.
Yeah,
right?
I talked about this guy last week. For the guys who were watching last week,
yeah.
our Monday show, Tuesday show, I was like, man, I don't know what to do with Wise, but I feel like he's on the brink. I feel like he's close. The wedges are solid. He shot a 66 in round one, and he was close. And then the round two, he really shot himself in the foot in round two, and obviously didn't close very well. But you started to see the putting come around. And what this guy does well is he plays coastal courses well, man. He always plays these coastal courses well. And you're starting to take a look at a guy like Aaron Wise at $6,600. He's strong off the tee, and he's the type of player that I would want, as opposed to someone like Mackenzie Hughes. Even though I don't think Hughes is a bad play, I prefer Wise if you want to go down in the $6,000 range. I'm trying to stay away from that and be as like, the lowest I want to go is like Tringali at 73, and even this guy, Bubba, at 74. I think Bubba, like, the one thing that I wanted to tell you guys, because we have a couple minutes left here, Emerson, is this is one thing that you guys should definitely take a look at, incorporate in your strategies for DFS and sports betting. He's $7,400 on DraftKings or DFS. Tringali is $7,300, right, on DraftKings DFS. If we take a look at the odds for both of these guys, Tringali, I believe. Yeah, Tringali is at 90 right here. You see it plus 9,000. Look where Bubba is. Bubba's at 130.
Damn.
So where's the discrepancy? Bubba's more expensive on DraftKings. So maybe what that means, right, is that the algo, like whatever it is, says, oh, he can make a ton of birdies here, or not, right? Like whatever, like however you want to rationalize it, he's more expensive on DraftKings than he is in the odds. So how you play this, and you're using both markets, is how can Tringali, it's like either or, right? You fade Tringali, you think he's overpriced in the DK side or the sportsbook side, and you go for someone like Bubba Watson, who's at plus, is 40 points higher than Tringali, but he's more expensive on DraftKings. So those are the things that you want to take a look at and really play arbitrage, play those markets where you can find value and leverage. And I like Bubba this week. I really like Bubba this week. He's got a good track record in the Northeast. At Travelers, he's played well. At Plainfield CC, and I believe in Jersey, he's played well. And he's a guy that's made the FedEx Cup playoffs, Emerson, like every single year since it started. And on top of that, I believe he's made the last 12 BMW championships. So like he's at 71 in the FedEx Cup standings. So he's right outside the bubble. I think he's a guy who's going to make the cut this week. I think he's going to do well. If his around the green and putting, like the short game scares me with Bubba, but he's 12th in greens and reg over the last dozen rounds. So hopefully that mitigates some of that stuff that kind of scare you with this around the green style or around the green game.
All right, we just have a couple minutes left. The last guy I want to ask you about is our dude here at DK, DeChambeau, Bryson DeChambeau. We saw what he did at St. Jude, that kind of very U.S. Open-esque, like back nine collapse there, has not been playing some of the strongest golf lately. How do you expect him to fare this weekend? Yeah,
think of Bryson too, and hopefully we get a couple of minutes with Bryson to see where his head's at. He's always, he's clearly on the team, so that'd be great to get some insight into what he's working on. There's been a lot of changes for Bryson, right? Caddy coming into the limelight more than he's ever been, right? For
he
better
did the
or worse.
match for a little bit, yep. And there's been some other issues for sure.
Right. And if you look at his stats, just raw, I mean, he's number one in off the tee, but he's 73rd in approach. And like that scares me a lot. He's a great putter. He's a solid putter. That's not part of his game that worries me. Is his approach is a little shaky, although he's done well over the last 6 tournaments. He's gained strokes with his irons in 5 of the last 6. But if you take a look at his around the green game too, if those irons aren't doing well and if those wedges aren't doing well, his around the green game has been atrocious. Like, it's been bad. He's been struggling in his around the green game. He's lost in his last 6 tournaments, measured tournaments in around the green. So that scares me a little bit with Bryson. $9,600 is not expensive.
Yeah,
again,
even the guru says that. Guru says he's cheaper than normal over on YouTube.
Yeah, he's cheaper than normal. He's a top ranked golfer, but I'm sticking with these. I'm going to try and like be overweight on these 3 guys. And again, Bryson's not a bad play, but you got to make some cuts. And a guy like Bryson right now for me Monday, if it's something like 5% roster percentage, yeah, I'm going to be rostering Bryson. But if not, I'll try and be overweight in the other guys that I talked about.
Okay, I like that. I like you a lot. I like producer Drew. I like Daniel on the 1s and 2s. I absolutely love our DK Sim fam for hanging out with us here for Get the Green. Are you and Jeff going to do the lesser version tomorrow? Are you guys back at 3:00?
We're back. We're back at 3:00. Q&A. Fire up the questions, guys. It's been good. We've got a lot of interaction over the last handful of weeks, and this is the time to ask it for the FedEx Cup playoffs because we're getting down to it. 3 more tournaments, and then 2020 to 2021 in the books. Yeah, they
still do the wraparound season though. It's like we all get depressed the season's over, but then it's like 2 days later, new season, let's go, and it's all these dudes you don't really like know a whole lot. Maybe making their way from the Corn Ferry Tour.
There's money to be made in those weeks though because everyone's focusing on football. So
right, let's go.
Pay attention.
Also, pay attention to the 4:00 sim. Speaking of a lesser version of Get the Green, Jeff will be with Zach. ZT, another up-and-coming golf lover here on the team of ours. Yep, that's right. Love you, buddy. See everyone later. Have a great rest of your day. Safe rest of your day. Follow Reed T. Fowler for all the latest fun golf news and fun facts. You got more questions pop into your head later on tonight? Hit them up on Twitter. Much love, everybody. See you later.
think we're live. There we go. Yeah. We're in. We're back. We're here. Me and Zach and I.
Let's do it
properly. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in. Your little 4 p.m. Eastern Sim here. We got the Tennessee, the Titans of Tennessee, and the Falcons of Atlanta here. Again, ZT and I think this makes like 3 or 4. This is just becoming a regular.
It's becoming regular. Yep, Monday 4 o'clock seems to be our time slot here, which is great. It's good stuff, and should be a good sim here. The Titans and Falcons both have plenty of options to choose from. I'm interested to see what you did with your lineup, and what do you do with the former Falcon, current Titan, but in this game he's playing for the Falcons, Julio Jones.
Right. Yeah, Julio. I mean, I actually captained him. When it comes to Atlanta and Tennessee, it's pretty much like AJ Brown and Julio Jones are really the guys I gravitate towards. Always kind of, I mean, look, Derrick Henry is a fine play, but I always kind of want to get away from that huge chalk. Again, we're playing huge tournaments. We're trying to win big, 100 people free rolls, whatever. So I always kind of gravitate away from it. Now, I did put Derrick Henry in my lineup with Matt Ryan, Calvin Ridley, AJ Brown, and punted with Berkser. So I went with basically like a 5 heavy stack in a rando and faded Gurley. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I faded Gurley as well. I have Jones as my captain, just like you. I have Henry, Tannehill, Jonnu Smith, and Steven Gostkowski is my kind of punt play as the kicker. And then my other Falcon to go with Julio is Russell Gage. So that's how I built my lineup. A little bit more balanced. Didn't go with the total punt with Ferkser. But when you pay that much for Jones in the captain spot, kind of got to figure out a way to save some salary somewhere. So I did that with the kicker.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually getting me kind of excited to play Showdown in the real NFL season because, look, it's kind of funny. I mean, I always joke around, I'm just throwing lineups in. But, like, this is – I feel like this is actually a good couple teams to do that kind of build where you have a pure punt play because we've got so many studs.
Right.
And, like, if you get the right combo of 5 studs, I mean – you could probably win with a 0. I mean, I've definitely won one of these free rolls with a 0. I've seen other people win big, the big contest with 0s before. So, especially in the Madden sims, in real life NFL, you generally aren't going to win with a 0. But also the punt plays in the real NFL usually get you like 2 to 5 points at least. So, interesting little strategy.
And kickers actually aren't bad values, in some of those showdown plays as well, where they're very affordable. And they end up kicking a few field goals, and they can be a very valuable value play, a lower price that does. And I don't hate playing defenses depending on the matchups as well. So those are some things you can kind of carry over a little bit from Madden to real life showdowns as we get ready for some of those. This one, do these two teams meet in real life? Because that's going to be a fun one. I don't know that they do.
No.
That would be too much fun.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tennessee plays the NFC West.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they would.
I know they start off against Arizona, so I'm pretty sure they play the NFC West. So probably not playing Atlanta this year. But that Arizona game will be good. Yeah, that's one of my favorites for week 1 from a fantasy perspective. Arizona, Tennessee.
Arizona, Tennessee should be good. Yeah, Titans and Falcons do not play during the regular season. You were correct on that one. They did play, though, it looks like in the preseason. Did they just play this last weekend in the preseason? I still have some preseason to catch up on. That's one of them.
Actually, it's funny because you say that.
Yeah, they played Friday night.
I don't think I watched these two teams play either. I think this is like one of the games where I missed out. So, I think you're
23-3. The Titans crushed them.
Okay. I mean, that's not shocking.
No, it's not. I think obviously not a lot of starters playing in that one. I would assume I did not watch that one Friday night. I had other stuff going on, but definitely some games to still catch up on. Be interested to get your overall reaction to some of the big storylines coming out of preseason week 1. And do you put any stock at all in preseason performances as we do kind of get our first look at some of these teams in real life? Obviously, preseason, we didn't have it last year. How much do we read into it this year?
Yeah.
How do you normally treat preseason?
So I feel like where people get carried away is the usage stuff. It's like, this guy played like 5 snaps with this team, and it's like, oh my God, like bump him up. And it can be so random why a player, got like, it could just be like, they had a set of plays and the coaches wanted to see it, right? So especially when it's close, between players and depth charts and stuff like that. So I feel like people get carried away with that. What I do put stock into is just how players look, especially like new players and in new teams. I am a big, I don't know, I guess you could call it like tape guy, but I really do feel like there's nuances that you need to look for with certain positions. And there's certain ones like I feel like I'm better at reading. So I always I love watching rookie quarterbacks because I feel like I've developed a good feel for when a rookie quarterback is actually comfortable and when he's just kind of like playing off cuff or not comfortable. So I always look for that. That's like my favorite thing to look for in preseason. Always interested in, look, like usage is interesting, but I look at it more as like, I like to see new players and the players in new situations, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
like Julio Jones with the Titans.
Exactly.
Although
like that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah.
I don't think Julio played in the first preseason.
He did not. No,
I didn't.
Neither team played their starters. Derrick Henry, just let's run through some ownership percentages, and then I want to hear what you thought of the rookie quarterbacks when you saw them this weekend. Derrick Henry owned in 77% of leagues. Matt Ryan, 54%. Jones, 51. Gurley, 51. Those are your top four. Those four people owned in over 50% of lineups. Calvin Ridley's next at 41%. So there's some ownership percentages. And then Derrick Henry captained in just under a quarter of lineups. All those numbers from the larger free showdown contest where you can win $100 in DK prize money. Every one of these sims does still have that $100 free roll. There's Ryan Tannehill getting his roll on. Run for a first down. He's captained in 6.4% of lineups, in 36.7% of lineups. He's in my lineup, and I will take those rushing errors.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill, man.
Never know, right? Convert a wide receiver. Why not?
Athletic guy. Underrated rusher, really. Kind of again, in terms of like underrated rushers, like guys like him and Mahomes always kind of come to mind. Just in terms of what they can do outside the pocket.
Daniel Jones, another one who people sometimes don't realize how much he runs.
Daniel Jones is fast.
He's known for that one long run where he tripped at the end, and that's a little unfortunate, but he's pretty good. Other than that run, he's usually a solid running quarterback. Obviously, everybody knows Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. Those guys like to run around, but some of those other quarterbacks also putting up good rushing performances. Tannehill off the mark with that one, bringing up a third down on this opening drive of the game. So what rookie quarterbacks did you get to check out this past weekend?
I watched every snap of the top rookies, like the top 5 guys.
Cool.
So, the last guy I saw was Zach Wilson. I feel like him and Trey Lance struggled the most, but with Lance, some of the throws he made also were like some of the highest upside throws of the group that were completed. So
Obviously
it's kind of a catch-22.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing with Lance, there's a couple things with Lance. First of all, the San Francisco wide receivers probably dropped 4 passes. It was at least 3. It was like legitimately at least 3. Like, so I'm talking straight up drops. I'm not talking like, oh, the ball was just out of reach. Like drops, like hit him and he dropped it. So that skewed his stats. Jalen Hurts actually had a couple drops as well, but he's not a rookie. Anyways.
Tape guy. That's the stuff you get from watching the tape.
It is.
I love
it really
I
is.
love it.
And it's nuances, right? Like I thought, Jalen Hurts.
Because it's an incomplete pass. Right?
Exactly.
You look at it on a box score later, it's just an incomplete pass.
Yeah. So, Jalen Hurts is another guy I thought looked good. But anyways, let's stick to the rookies. KC started their starting defensive line. And, like, legitimately the whole time Lance was in, he was under pressure. He got, like, sacked, 3 times. So that's a really tough situation for a dude who didn't play college football last year, is,
he's playing for the first time in, 2 full years almost.
The first team, KC, was rough. So you got to take his performance with a grain of salt. But, man, his arm looks – it's a little bit Mahomes-esque. Like, Trey Lance there's some serious talent lurking there. So I was pretty impressed. I was like, the upside is real there. I'm starting to like that pick a lot more for San Francisco. But it's pretty raw. I'm not sure how he'll look or even if he'll start early.
So what we expected pretty much from Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Raw, lots of potential. We'll see if he can put that together.
To me, the guy who looked the most ready to just step in and legitimately start winning games was Justin Fields. Looked so much more comfortable as the snaps went up, like later in the game. Maybe that was, some subs getting moved in on defense, but
struggled early for sure.
He did. Yeah, his first couple series weren't great, but he never really panicked, never really went away from the game plan, and just you could just see him starting to process it faster. And I think what I'd like to see from him is just the same thing in week 2. If you see that in week 2, I don't know how the Bears keep this guy off the field, but that's another discussion. I thought Zach Wilson struggled the most. The arm talent is there. As soon as he was under any pressure, the throws were just like he's just chucking it, like off the back foot, trying to fit it into nothing. Probably could have had at least one pick. If the Jets' O-line doesn't hold up, or if teams are just bringing pressure, I think it's going to get ugly. So, the talent is there. I mean, the arm talent is obvious, but and he's athletic. He can move outside the pocket, but you could see some of those throws were just like yikes. So that's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. I'm just telling you what I saw. Again, went back, watched all these guys a couple times.
So the one you didn't mention is Mac Jones of the top 5.
Yeah.
What did you think of Mac?
So I think Mac Jones, I want to see Mac Jones again, because I feel like he basically didn't throw a pass longer than 5 yards. Like, it was just check down city. And I don't think that's his fault. Like, I don't think it's like we should label Mac Jones as, he won't throw downfield. It's just that was the game plan he was asked to execute. And I think he executed it well. So, it was a strong debut. But, I mean, that's the guy I don't really have an opinion on yet, because, he looked okay. Like, obviously not as athletic as the other guys. You could see it from the get-go, in my opinion. But also, did what he was told. So you can't really discount him for that.
Yeah, and I think if you're asking him to be an athletic quarterback, you're asking him to do the wrong thing,
totally.
right? And you know that the Patriots aren't going to be doing that. They're going to play to his strengths and see how that works. He's not going to be running the same packages that Cam Newton gives you the opportunities to run. So it'll be interesting to see that quarterback battle going forward, and just how these rookies continue to play. I think how they react to their first game action and how they work this week in practice and then going into week 2 of the preseason, always very informative as well.
Yep.
While you were giving us that breakdown, the Falcons had a little bit of a drive rolling, helped by a Tennessee penalty, but then got big sack and threw a 1-yard pass on 3rd and 20. That makes a lot of sense. Todd Gurley steps out of bounds, and we get another punt. So the Titans punted their opening possession. The Falcons will do the same. I will do my best not to call them the Oilers, even though that's what they look like with these throwbacks, which I'm kind of digging. Good pick.
I love these throwbacks, man. These are these are probably my favorite, the Oilers throwbacks. Just when you combine the socks with the helmet,
Yeah, right.
I mean, the little red outline. I mean, these are, I'm just going to say it, like, these are actually my favorite groups. I mean, these are maybe it's not even jersey, just schemed. They are amazing. Got to bring these back, Tennessee. Like, do something. Start a movement. Buy some billboards. Get out there. Bring these back.
They can do it now. They can do it this year. They can do the other helmets. So
yes.
We'll see if they do, but I think it's cool for sure. Let's do it. I'm all for it.
All right. Zach is in on the Oilers movement. I love these, though. I mean, they're
Should do it when
sharper
they're
than
playing
sharp.
to really confuse everybody.
Who was the old? Was it Earl Campbell? Who's the old Oilers running back? Yeah, it was. Okay, just wanted to make sure. That's who I always picture in these uniforms.
Yep.
Is Earl Campbell.
For sure. Yeah, I can see that. I think wasn't Warren Moon with them at one point too?
Oh yeah.
I feel Warren Moon is when you see that uniform, and people do this on Twitter, right? Where they give you the uniform and they say, who do you picture in this uniform?
Right.
Mine would be Warren Moon with the Oilers. But yeah, Earl Campbell's a good call as well. The Oilers moving to Tennessee to become the Titans. I remember that move. And then, of course, the team going in behind them, the Houston Texans, to be the new Houston team.
There you go. Hope everyone's doing good, man, in the chat. Yeah, I see some Raiders fans in there. Congo Cab, Ashley bringing up Brian Edwards.
Nice.
Brian Edwards, I think, turning into a serious fantasy sleeper you guys are going to want to pay attention to.
I loved Brian Edwards so much last season.
I know.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
I think I talked to you about this, that I loved him too, and I took him in some best ball teams. He basically got me no points, but
same. Same.
The depth chart there is, it's clear as there's no one blocking Brian Edwards this year.
No.
And look, here's the thing. He sat, Zach, the first preseason game, and he didn't sit because he was bad. He sat because he's with the starters. Like,
right.
You don't sit guys who aren't starters in week 1. So
no,
look, we're gonna want
if you're looking for sleepers, look for the guys who have no plays in the first week and no injuries, obviously. But you want those guys that are considered part of the starting unit. I love Edwards this year.
Yeah.
If you can get him late, could be a huge pickup.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about. Look, I know everybody talks about Ruggs. Brian Edwards profiles as a wide receiver 1. Like, he's not small, he's not slow. I mean, he's everything you want in a guy to like be the main dude on your offense. There's nobody else the Raiders have even close to him in terms of profile, except Waller, obviously. But we'll pretend Waller's actually a tight end for a sec. But
okay, we'll take it.
Yeah. Anyways, I think he's. I hope he comes in, catches like one pass, looks great.
I hope he does nothing in the preseason, though.
Nothing.
I hope he's totally like off. Don't do anything in the preseason so I can get him at the last round of my drafts, because I do think he's going to be outstanding. Ruggs, as you mentioned, definitely going to take some targets, but Ruggs is a home run threat. He's a deep route runner. He's got all that speed. He's not going to do the wide receiver 1 work on a possession level. At least I don't think that's going to be his primary role. That's not going to be where he's most effective. And that's why they'll send him deep, Edwards underneath, Waller underneath, and those guys should rack up catches and be really, really productive. I like Edwards a lot. I know that by saying that, I run the risk of being wrong on him 2 years in a row and having him, drafted and dropped for the second year in a row. But okay, in my season-long league, I am all right with that. Towards the end of the draft, I'm taking flyers like him because I like the expected workload, but really it's the potential workload that could be coming his way as the Raiders get ready to get their season underway. We are at the end of the first quarter here. No score yet in this one. Nothing.
4 rushes, 4 yards. Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot going on. Tannehill's run a couple times, so he's got some decent yardage. He's also completed 7 of 8 passes for 41 yards. He's got 2 rushes for 28. You mentioned Derrick Henry's numbers, 4 for 4. Atlanta doesn't even have a carry yet. They don't have 1 carry, which is unusual.
Yeah, this offensive outburst we were touting, take the studs, load up on the studs. You probably should have loaded up on the defenses at this point, 0-0. But hey, we got a lot of game left. These two teams can score quick, but.
Corey Davis is the one receiver who jumps off the stat sheet with 4 catches for 22 yards. A.J. Brown, who you mentioned off the top, 1 for 19. Julio, absent. We'll just go with absent. He's missing. We're not sure where he is.
Getting some pushback on my Zach Wilson take. Hey, I mean, I'm definitely not married to it. I always change my mind on players. I think if you go back and look at the throws he made and the misses he made, they were concerning. And all of his completions were pretty much, kind of meh. Okay, the throws he should make. So I'll be.
Who had the most impressive throws? Was it Lance? I mean, I know they weren't the most consistent, but were his the most impressive, or was it Fields?
Yeah. No, to me, I mean, Fields I think maybe had like 1, but to me, the guy with the most impressive throws absolutely was Trey Lance. Like, he probably had 2 or 3 of them. I mean, and again, maybe this is the thing, guys. Probably one of the Trey Lance throws was dropped, but so you can't just look at the stat sheet. Like, just if you're going and telling me that Wilson only had 3 incompletions, like that doesn't really mean anything. I mean, anyways, that's my take. I'll be the first one. You guys know I'll come on here and tell you I was dead wrong about him, and if I was wrong, but I'm not married to the take at all. I'm not even anti-Jet or anything. I'm just telling you what I see and what I think. So this is clear. Dude is clearly athletic. He's got a great.
If you want to hear good things about Zach Wilson, just wait till Kenny's on us, and he'll tell you all the great stuff.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Kenny's coming up at some point. Look, Zach Wilson's arm looks great. He's got a quick release. He reminds me a little bit of Daniel Jones in that regard. And if you take that as an insult, that's fine, because I actually see a little bit of Daniel Jones in him. I think he's, when he's in the pocket, he looks a little bit jumpy, and he just looked like, I got to get rid of the ball without necessarily processing if it was a good throw or not. So look, it's 1 game. It's like I didn't play 3 series. I'm just telling you what I saw. If he looks way better in the second game, I'll tell you if I think that. But that's what I saw the first game.
Oh, I guess Kenny was here on the 2 o'clock sim.
But there you go. You need me to balance out the Deucey takes, anyways. So
I asked producer Drew if he was high on Zach Wilson, and he said they argued about Tom Brady all game. So sounds about right. Whoa! All picked off.
INT. You can't
At the one. That's a really good arm punt if you want to look at it that way. But Matt Ryan to the 1, but picked off there, looking for Julio Jones there for the big completion. None. Well, Julio knows he's got to play for this other team when we get the new game. So
it's true.
That's going to be fun to see in the new Madden 22. Julio Jones, AJ Brown. This Titans offense is going to be lots of fun in real life and in the Sims. Henry with a nice run there out to 9 yards, so he's out to the 9.
And Julio didn't even make an effort on that ball. It's kind of concerning. You have him in your captain spot,
which I do, and you do,
which we both.
And
do.
It's not going well for us at this point. But Derrick Henry.
All right,
there we go. He only had 4 for 4 coming into this. Now he's up to 6 for 25 on those 2 carries. So getting going a little bit here. You know who I was impressed with, and I agree with you on Hurts. I liked what I saw from Hurts. I also really liked what I saw from Tua. I think that offense, and I'm not saying this is not, I'm not ready to buy all the way in on Tua after just one preseason game, but he looked much more comfortable. He took the shots I thought were available to him. I thought he played very well, and he's somebody that I actually did move up a few spots, not so much because of the way he played, but more because of the way he seemed very comfortable in the offense and willing to take the downfield shots that he was unwilling to take last year. So I did adjust my Tua take a little bit. Oh, we got a pick.
Oh, another
the other way.
Wow, diving one. Defense is just coming to play here. That is another game. I didn't see the Titans game. I didn't see the Dolphins game. So it's oh no, wait. Who did the Dolphins play?
They played early.
Yeah. Didn't they play the Eagles actually?
That sounds like it might be right. Bears, that's right.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I only watched the field snaps from
the
that
Fields
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to watch the Tua snaps.
Yep. Early on, he wasn't in there long, but he did have some nice completions early. Had a nice deep pass to Gesicki, who's wide open at that point, so it wasn't like he had a small window to fit it in, but nice to see him willing to create and take that shot. He just seemed much more comfortable in the offense than he ever did last year. And I wonder if with the preseason, the rookie quarterbacks and these second-year quarterbacks that we've just been talking about, him and Jalen Hurts, are able to ease in a little bit more, and we kind of see a more typical growth instead of Tua just seemed like it was all going way too fast from almost like Justin Fields at the start of that game yesterday and never had the chance to really adjust to it. He had some good moments, don't get me wrong, but never seemed comfortable, where he looked very comfortable against the Bears, who did play most of their starting defense.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that side. Interesting. I think you're most of these guys are college ready, so really they just need some game reps and stuff. And they didn't have the preseason last year. Both those guys got thrown in mid-season. Yeah, right. I mean, again, I don't. Much like I didn't like the way Zach Wilson looked in that game, I didn't like the way Tua looked last year either. But
oh no,
nobody. I don't think as an analyst, you got to keep an open mind. I mean, if he starts to show more progression, obviously, I'll
a new offensive
change
system.
my tune.
So that should help him, I think.
Yeah,
more time.
I mean,
immunity wasn't ready last year.
Much like Jalen Hurts, Tua was a winner in college, right? I mean, it's not like he doesn't, hasn't gone through a little bit of adversity and stuff like that. So I'm not huge on the Dolphins, if I'm being dead honest, this year. But hey, maybe that offense will rip it up or something. Maybe their defense will regress a little bit, and maybe Tua will just be a good fantasy play. You never know. There's worse late round targets. I mean,
right.
That's honest, I don't.
And again, when I say I moved him up a few spots, I'm not anywhere near taking him in 1 quarterback leagues, except as a backup. But if you're in a 2 quarterback league, he's somebody who interests me late as somebody who has some nice upside, good ceiling. If he does grow, Devontae Parker has a ton of potential. I like Jakeem Grant. They've got pieces there. Plus, they drafted a lot of options for Tua. I think they could. There's a high ceiling. I like him late because of his ceiling. If he is comfortable in the offense, like he seemed to be. And Waddle looked good. I thought Waddle looked really good.
Yeah,
had
absolutely.
a nice.
Not shocked to hear that.
I think it was a punt return. Where he made a bunch of guys miss. It was pretty impressive. It was spinning around Twitter.
Look, regardless of my opinion or anyone's opinion, this is an amazing draft class. Like, we've got 5 basically high-end quarterbacks, probably 3 very high-end wide receivers. Like, there's a chance
Waddle,
none of these
Chase,
guys are busts. I mean,
Devontae Smith?
Devontae Smith, Waddle and Chase. Yeah, that's the 3.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yep, I would totally agree on those 3. I think they're not can't miss, but they're as close as we see coming out of the top of that draft for
exactly,
sure.
right? So
yeah,
and you got Kyle Pitts too,
Kyle Pitts.
Just forget about, right? So
as we're watching the Falcons here, we should remember him. He reportedly has looked really good in practices and in camp. Didn't see him in that opener, but I think he has a ton of upside as well. Somebody who, depending on where he's going, right now his ADP is a little high for me. I have not landed him in any best ball or early season long just because his ADP is a little ridiculous at this point. But if it comes down a little bit, he's somebody I would definitely be interested in.
Mr. Nick, I do see your golf line up there. Zach and I were talking about football there.
We were.
I haven't forgotten about you.
We can talk some golf. That's
cool.
Yeah,
Mr. Nick wanted to get on it.
What did you think of, before we get into this week, did you enjoy the Wyndham?
I mean, I thought it was a crazy tournament. It was a crazy ending. I didn't enjoy the ending because I really would have liked either Russell Sloan to win, which would have won me a GPP. I ended up 4th in the $33 last week, but if Sloan had won, I would have won. Or if Henley had just, shot like 2 under, that would have been cool too, because I would have cashed my outright and probably won. So I still had a really nice week, but didn't quite end up. It was a brutal back 9, going just so smoothly until he missed the 2-footer, and then
on the par 5 where he hit the shot and he ran up the hill, I was like, okay, we're fine. We're good now. He's going to be fine. Yeah. And then the wheels continued to fall off.
Missed a 7-footer for birdie on 16. Missed a 20-footer for birdie on... Sorry. Missed a 7-footer for birdie on 16. Missed a 20-footer for birdie on 17. Missed a 3-footer for par on the last hole. If he makes any one of those putts, he makes the playoff at the very least. So.
Yep. It was a fun playoff. I feel like we've had more playoffs this season than any season I can remember.
Yeah.
I don't know if the numbers back that up, but it feels like we have a playoff almost every week.
The summer has been playoff season. Absolutely.
really has. And now this week we get the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, it all makes sense. Yeah. As we get ready for the Northern Trust. I know I read your article over on Playbook, and people should definitely go over there and check that out. Playbook.draftkings.com. Look for the picture of Scotty Scheffler, who is one of your picks for this week, and you can get all of Moose's preview there. Anybody else you want to highlight real quick here before halftime, other than Scheffler, who I know is your main pick there in that post?
I mean, let me just see here. A couple names, probably.
I like that Scheffler call, by the way. He has been kind of sneaky good throughout the summer. Hasn't won, I don't think, at all this year, right? Came very close at the WGC
match play,
but I don't think he's won.
No, hasn't won yet. Still searching out the first win, but it's close. He's a good all-around player. I think this will be a good venue for him to potentially break through.
Get his feet in. He did touchdown. Hold on just 1 minute. That is Jonnu Smith with the first score of the day. Kept his feet inbounds just barely on that deep back corner of the end zone route from Ryan Tannehill. Titans up 7-0. So in addition to Scheffler, who you got?
I'm definitely interested in Bryson, man.
You think it's a Bryson week?
I do. I think he was playing pretty well. You know, the off the course stuff is probably keeping people a little bit suspect on him. It's probably kept his numbers down. I'm getting a booth review, but this will probably stand up. So, yeah, I'm definitely in on Bryson at 96. I think JT at 98 and Bryson are both like really good plays.
I agree.
From a DF, I think they're good. Just all facets. Betting whatever. But yeah. Mr.
What
Nick,
about Patrick Reed? I know Patrick Reed is going to get a lot of love since he won at this course a couple years ago. Are you in on Reed this week or no? Because I'm not. I like the guys you listed much better than Patrick Reed this week.
Yeah, I just have to remember what his salary was.
Pull it up here. I had it.
86. Yeah. So I'm Reed has been like kind of disappointing is probably fine. He's played a heavy schedule and then he missed the cut at the Open. Yeah, I'm pretty much out on him. He's right next to Casey, who I like a lot better. Adam Scott played well last week. You could go back to Reed, but I feel like Casey is
your preferred play.
Maybe even Webb
Simpson.
Agree with that. Yeah.
Yep. Simpson one shot out of that playoff last week. Adam Scott, of course, had the putt to win. I thought he had it done. I had started writing the recap blurb on Adam Scott winning and had to throw that away when he missed the short one on the first playoff hole. And then obviously the great shot on the second playoff hole from Kisner. But it was exciting to see Kisner win. I also had a little bit of Sloan, not a lot, but he's somebody that I play quite frequently and was glad to see him in that last playoff as well. And a 6-man playoff, kind of fun. I like your calls there on both Bryson and JT. Kind of feel like they're a little under the radar compared to somebody like Reed, who did win the last time they played at it's Liberty National, right? Isn't that what it's called?
Liberty National this year. Yep.
Obviously, this event bounces back and forth between Boston and New York. So if you're looking at last year's results for this event, where Dustin Johnson won, who I know you also mentioned in your piece, that was at this event, but at a different course. That was TPC Boston.
Yeah.
Right here near DraftKings, actually. Our home event, if you will.
Yeah, I think DraftKings is going to be at the Northern Trust this year, too, at Liberty. Going to have some kind of house there or something, a DraftKings house. I don't know.
Nice.
Emerson seemed to be all over it. They were going to be offering free food, so he was very into it this morning on the sweat.
There we go.
Wanted to get a plug in, make sure people knew about the food.
You can always count on Emerson to give us the updates on where the free food is, which we appreciate. Somebody's got to do it. Timeout there, and 11 seconds left. Still just out of field goal range, but one more completion here. If it's down the field, still have time for another timeout to kick a field goal before we get to halftime, potentially. Or he could heave it up near the end zone to Julio Jones, who doesn't try to catch it again. That worked well. There is the timeout. Still feels like way too far, though, for a field goal. First catch of the day for Hayden Hurst on that play. So with 5 seconds left, I think we will get, they're going to try it, a 58-yard field goal attempt from Younghoe Koo. This is not going to go well, is it?
No, definitely not going to go well. Oh, might get returned into the end zone.
No, that well short. I thought they'd take a Hail Mary shot at the end zone, but nope. Instead, they kick the long field goal, or try to, and go into halftime with no points. Wait. We still have 1 second. Let's see.
Wow, there is 1 second left.
The Titans gonna air it out the other way.
Just like Zach Wilson. Knockdown.
Incomplete. Both quarterbacks did throw an interception. Tannehill's was not on that last play. It was earlier, diving interception by the Falcons. But the Titans do have the lead 7-0 on that Jonnu Smith touchdown. Not a lot of offense here in this one. The Falcons just 56 total yards to go with their scoreless first half. Yuck. if you stack the Falcons, not much going your way so far, except you're only down 7, I guess. So still got some time to turn this one around in the second half. In our free showdown, the smaller one for the DK Sim Fam, Pulpy is in the lead. Ryan Tannehill is the captain there with the 1 passing touchdown, 28 rushing yards. They also have the Titans defense, which is pitching a shutout at this point, along with 4 sacks and the pick. So nice play there for the of the Titans DST. Very low ownership on them as well, because they normally don't do very well. But today, not bad at all. Henry's got 30 yards on his 7 carries. Our leading receiver, from a fantasy perspective anyway, is Calvin Ridley, 5 for 59. Corey Davis just behind him, 6 for 45. Hayden Hurst did have that catch, 1 for 7. Are we still waiting for our captain to show up? Is he still missing? We still got nothing from
I
him?
don't think Julio has actually 1 catch. I do not. I mean, we've actually been pretty good at tracking this game, and I don't recall him showing up.
He was targeted on the interception.
Oh, wait. I think I saw
Wait
one
a
catch.
minute. He
Hold
does.
on.
1 catch for 4 yards.
1 catch. Okay, he's on the board, folks. He is on the board.
We want a recount. 1.4
Brown not doing
fantasy
great either.
points.
3 for 55 for AJ. So,
Hey,
yeah,
it's great compared to Julio.
Yeah.
Julio Jones in our smaller free roll, 53% owned, 16% captain, and barely anything at this point.
He's on life support, Jim. He is on life support. So
the only upside is he is known big plays, right? Like big plays. He does have big plays, and he was targeted on the deep throw.
Yeah,
think
he
the
was.
Falcons going to have to throw a lot here in this second half, I guess. As producer Drew points out, he's only beating Darrington Evans' score by 0.3 fantasy points at this point. And that's not good. That's not good.
I mean, we did a sim yesterday where Tyler Eifert caught 12 passes and like DJ Chark
Wow.
got nothing. I think he got like 1 pass. So this kind of feels like more of the same. I just hope we get some more points in the second half, Zach. These are 2 teams where you should be able to rely on. If you can't rely on the Titans and the Falcons and Simland to put up points, what can you rely on in life? I mean,
I agree. Both these teams, solid offenses and very little defense. Typically, today we've got a 7-0 game at halftime, which feels very strange. It's not the weather, guys. We're indoors here, and it's Monday. It's not Wednesday. We don't do wild weather Wednesday anymore. We've got the sweet threads. We just need some scoring. Oh, the dome is open. This just in. The dome is open. Is that even a thing in Atlanta? I didn't think they could open that.
I don't think they can open that one. Wait, really?
Huh?
Oh, they can apparently. And look, Daniel knows everything. So, okay, I guess they can open it. I actually didn't know that either.
I didn't either.
I thought that one was perma shut. It gets like
confusing.
100 degrees every day in Atlanta sometimes. So,
and it's confusing because it's the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and then it's the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans, and they play each other all the time, and their stadiums are named virtually the same thing.
Mercedes, very big fan of the NFC South, apparently.
Apparently.
The Superdome definitely can.
We know that. Yeah.
Yeah. That.
Yeah. But yeah, Mercedes-Benz must really like the NFC South.
They should change the names. Not much of a Superdome if you can't open. I mean, more like just a regular dome. Anyways, that's horrible.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Got my dad joke in for the day.
There it is.
Zach, you asked me about my takes for preseason, but what stood out to you, man? I mean, what was your favorite thing to watch?
I mean, it is just good to have football back. Let's just be honest. It's just so good.
Yep.
I enjoyed watching a lot of it as I could. I still have a lot of it to catch up on. Threw a lot of it on the DVR, and we'll get around to it. I love the fact that, you can jump around, catch the plays you want to catch, and then skip entire drives when it's players that won't have much of an impact. But there were definitely some things that stood out. I mentioned already Tua, I thought, was definitely somebody who I thought looked a lot more comfortable. Now, again, I'm not taking him in one quarterback leagues yet, but I'm not staying away from the Dolphins anymore because I'm afraid of Tua. I thought the Ramondre Stevenson, the rookie that the Patriots, he had a really nice run, obviously ended up with 127 yards, but he was somebody who jumped out as a player that I was not watching, that I want to see where he falls, because we know that Patriots running back depth chart constantly changes. If he's involved, he's somebody that I was very interested to see that he picked up more practice reps today. That's significant. Bad news in the running back front for Miami today. I don't know if you saw this. I did want to mention this. They're going to rotate 3 running backs, which is the worst for fantasy owners ever. They're going to use Myles Gaskin, Malcolm Brown, and it's like, oh, okay. That makes me not excited about any of them with all of them rotating through. Who's the third? It's Gaskin, Brown, and is it
Ahmed?
Yeah.
Salamed, or what's his name?
Salvan Ahmed.
Salvan
he was pretty
Ahmed,
good.
yeah.
He was good when it was only
he
him.
good,
but the problem is it's never just one of those guys, so they kind of kill each other's value.
Yeah.
So those are a few of the notes that I thought were significant coming out of the week. And then Melvin Gordon's injury is a little scary to me for Denver, just because he was going to be the workhorse back and somebody that I liked a lot. But now that he's dealing with a little bit of a grind issue, I think Javonte Williams is worth a late round pick and could be somebody who takes over a lot earlier. Everyone was hyping him as a future RB1 next year after Gordon is assumed to be leaving as a free agent, but maybe that happens earlier. So Williams definitely somebody who I put a bullet next to on my RB list, so that as I get to the end of whether that's best ball or early season-long drafts, and they are a little different. We can go into the nuances of strategy there, but definitely somebody who in the late rounds, I'm like, yeah, I'll take a flyer on him because I love the ceiling with Williams if Gordon is hurt, which we've seen. So
yeah, it's not like Melvin Gordon isn't prone to getting banged up. He is getting up there too. So if he's starting the season banged up, that's very good for Javonte Williams' potential upside there. I don't disagree with that take at all. Denver's a team who, hey, and look, I mean, and I know Ducey actually brought this up. Ducey and AJ and Ducey on the Sweat this morning brought this up, but Drew Lock actually looked pretty good in the first. So if we're giving QBs credits and criticizing others, I mean, got to give Drew Lock a little bit of praise. Maybe all these QBs like looking good. Maybe we should just be like, yeah, maybe preseason doesn't mean anything, but
yeah, right. Everybody looks good, then nobody looks good. Calvin Ridley with another catch there. He's up to 6 for 77, which is a solid day for him. I did also, Trey Lance was impressive. Like you said, just the overall upside was so apparent, although there is definitely, it's raw. It's raw. There's going to be some growing pains if you put him in right away, but if he wins that job, he's somebody that I would definitely be interested in. Touchdown, Falcons tie it up. Is that Ridley taking all of Julio's catches? Believe it or not, ties it up. Captained in 8.1% of lineups, owned in 41.5% of lineups in the larger free showdown. He has your first Atlanta score of the day, and we've got a tie game. That was a much better offensive showing. Thank you, Falcons, for hearing us at halftime and showing up with your A game here in the Sunday.
Burned a lot of time, but they got the touchdown to Ridley, guy who could potentially lead the league in targets next year, if you're asking me. Wouldn't be shocked if he would stay out there.
I would agree. The one other running back situation, just to wrap that, Phillip Lindsay getting carries ahead of David Johnson. I know a lot of people are talking about that, and probably he's, the hype is going to outpace where I would take him. But definitely worth noting, if you're using draft, if you printed out your cheat sheets before preseason, you want to make that adjustment because it looks like he is ahead of David Johnson for RB1 work. How much is that worth in Houston? Probably not much, but worth at least noting if you're looking for depth at running back that he does look like he's going to get a significant workload there.
I know it's Like, I think Philip Lindsay is a pretty good player, but how hyped do you want to get about a Houston RB? You also
That
might have
offense is
Tyrod.
gonna be
Well, I mean, not might. You're probably going to have Tyrod Taylor starting. Guy who does run a lot. You know, he can run in the red zone. So, yeah.
Hard to get too excited for much coming out of Houston.
Unfortunately, it really is. I know I got David Johnson on my roster in a dynasty league, and
Oh, you do?
oh
Apologies.
god, I need to up my RB game there. I need to go try and make a trade on that team. My RBs are really bleak on that team.
How does
So
your
everyone
dynasty league
else.
work? You keep everybody?
What's that?
How does your dynasty league work? You keep everybody and just draft rookies?
Yes, just
or-
draft rookies.
okay.
Yep.
Do you already have your draft?
Yeah, we did. Here, I'll tell you who my running backs are. It's actually embarrassing. Kenyon Drake, David Johnson, Gurley, Jalen Samuels, Josh Kelly, and the guy who actually might produce for me this year is Travion, not Johnson. What's his last name?
What team?
The backup, Travion Williams. Excuse me, Travion Williams, the backup to Joe Mixon. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, he's not going to be a starter unless Mixon gets hurt, but he's at least an interesting dynasty hold. But yeah, my backs are just a disaster in that league. It's
that's
a shame.
thin. That's thin.
It's a shame because I have Keenan Allen, I got DJ Chark. I have good receivers. I have like really good depth. It's a 2 QB league too, and I have Wilson and Matt Ryan. I have really good tight ends. I got like 3. I got like Logan Thomas for cheap last year, but yeah, I got to trade someone. I got to rectify that. So
Move one of those running back or tight ends for a running back.
yeah, nobody wants to trade running backs. They
that's
see my team as weak and they just want to keep me down, Zach. It's a whole conspiracy.
How many teams in the league?
It
sounds pretty deep.
It is. It's pretty deep. I think it's 14.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah, that's deep. It's deep, especially for 2 QB. That's cool. That's cool. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I
Oh
know.
boy, Matt Ryan.
Oh my God, unbelievable! It was a
Matt-
linebacker too. I think picking. We don't see
It
that
was.
very often.
Well, it was Vaccaro.
Oh
who's
no,
a
it was
safety.
Vaccaro. Okay, safety. Yeah. So
So he dropped into the box. He was definitely in a linebacker
Yeah.
position as he dropped into the box there and just leapt and made a very nice interception there. Second of the day from Matt Ryan. Puts Tennessee in great field position. Expect Derrick Henry here. We get Derrick Henry here out of that power I formation. Still not much going on for Henry on the ground. We see this a lot of times from him in real life where he grinds and grinds and grinds and wears the other team out. Doesn't really happen quite as often here in Simland where he has a monster second half. But as somebody who's had Derrick Henry in my home league the last couple years, it's just the second half for him is always fun because everybody else is tired of him hitting them. And he just runs everybody over. Not happening here, though. Not yet.
what I really need on that team is for Todd Gurley to get back on Atlanta and be like the Sim Todd Gurley. I need Sim
Yes.
Todd Gurley in my lineup.
Sim
but
Todd Gurley, pretty solid. Do you think he catches on with a team? I know he's tried out. He tried out with the Lions, right?
Yeah, I think he will eventually. I think someone will just need the depth. I mean, look, and we're not done preseason. Someone will probably go down,
Oh, yeah.
Injuries, By the end of, let's say, week 4, he's probably signed. He'll probably be one of the first signings, kind of.
Yeah,
he's just
so. Almost like Freeman was last year.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
yeah. And just, okay, well, we need a veteran. We need a guy who can just come in, take snaps, and be good, be decent. Really, not be good, because I think he's absolutely. He looked more than done last year. Was a decent red zone back, but seemed to be good at converting those touchdowns last year. That's about the only thing he was good at. This is just not the game I was expecting it would be. I mean,
No.
defensive struggles, sacks, punts.
Lots of sacks. Going to get another field goal here to put the Titans back in the lead.
Yep. Will they snap it before the quarter ends? They will.
They
Wow.
did.
Drama.
Got it off.
And we're even going to get
Kicked
1
it through.
second left.
Oh, yes. Got to get that 1 second playing. I like it. I like it. Also, I don't know if you saw this today. it's not a big story, but a little humorous. Trace McSorley, who was competing for the backup job in Baltimore, is going to miss the rest of the preseason because he injured his back while moving a box at his home on Saturday. He was moving. There's no details besides that, but hate to see it. Moving a box, didn't use his legs, right, and pulled his back. Well, that's inconvenient for anybody when that happens. It pretty much means he's not going to be the backup there for the Ravens. So Tyler Huntley is the guy you want if you're trying to handcuff somebody to Lamar Jackson. Last year was RG3 who started in his place, but pretty much Tyler Huntley will be your backup with Baltimore. He gets that job after McSorley expected to miss the rest of the preseason. Other much more significant was injury news from Baltimore was Rashad Bateman getting hurt. Hopefully it doesn't cost him too much time, but a rookie receiver there with a lot of upside if he is healthy.
It's definitely playing into my fade the Ravens call, which is nice. But the Baltimore pass game, again, unless Sammy Watkins pulls a rabbit out of his hat and I don't know, maybe it goes back to his rookie season. I don't know what's going to carry that team to another level in the passing game. So I feel like the Ravens, could be just on the verge of maybe third year in that offense with Lamar, maybe getting figured out a bit if they can up the ante, and Bateman being out definitely makes that more of a possibility. We got Ridley was 7 for 88. Ridley's just beyond the bonus here, Zach. So we got to keep an eye on him. Corey Davis, 6 for 45. Brown, 3 for 55. And then Jonnu Smith had the other touchdown. So Ridley and Jonnu Smith. Jonnu or John? I can never remember. Jonnu Smith?
I think it's Jonnu, but
I think so too.
I've heard it both ways.
I think it's Jonnu Smith. I'll probably say Jonnu Smith now during regular season just because that's what I do. But anyways, those are the touchdown scores. That's all we've had. We've had one field goal.
And the field goal was right before the end of the quarter there after the second interception of the day from Matt Ryan. 2 catches for Julio Jones, 18 yards. Calvin Ridley, probably the player of the day to this point, but we still have a quarter left and anything can happen. And he is, at this point, also the only player really close to getting the bonus. A big play can change that, but at this point, he's really the one we're watching to see if he hits that bonus. Both quarterbacks not going to do it today. Tannehill at 141 yards, Matt Ryan at 138. All right, here we go. Fourth quarter. Let's see if the Falcons can answer back after that pick on the last possession by Kenny Vaccaro. See if Atlanta can take the lead back. They did tie it in that third quarter.
Look at this disaster.
Oh, man. Another huge play by this Titans defense. They've got 2 interceptions. They now have the forced fumble. They set up that last short field, which resulted in the field goal. Let's see if they can turn this one into a touchdown. The Titans defense couldn't scoop and score, but we'll see if this is another score for Jonnu or if it is Derrick Henry or if Tannehill runs it in. We've seen him run a lot or more than usual.
Oh, wide open. There's Hump.
Wide open.
Should be a first down. Down to the 3. First and goal. And 3 turnovers by Atlanta, all on Matt Ryan. Don't see that very often from him. He's still got pretty high ratings in this game. I can't remember what his ratings were, but do you know if they went down in the next game, Zach?
It's a good question. I don't think they did. Not very much.
I don't think they did either. I kind of remember him being still the 10th highest or 9th highest.
Yeah, he was. I want to say he was in the top 10 quarterbacks.
So, I think so. Release. Getting that veteran respect. Kind of hate to see it because I don't really think he deserves it anymore. But
no, but I will say, and we know that from these that. There's definitely a lot of that veteran respect, right? You see guys like Greg Olsen, even Todd Gurley, who we were talking about before. There's that veteran respect factor that does keep those rankings elevated and keeps guys relevant a little bit longer in Madden Sims than they are in real life. Matt Ryan at 85 overall in Madden 22.
It might have gone down a bit. I feel like it was 87 or 88 this year, so probably went down a couple points.
I can tell you that in these, so on our depth charts over on, we got a touchdown.
Is that Henry? Oh yeah, it was Henry. I
think
thought it was,
it is,
I
yeah.
thought it was Darrington Evans for a second. I was about to leave because of the hate that was going to be flowing through the chat. But don't worry, it was Derrick Henry. It's all good.
It was Derrick Henry, everybody.
Life is okay. You'll survive. Derrick Henry's here to save you. Put you on his ginormous back. Carry you to the end zone. D-Hen.
There he is, wearing people down, scoring late. You are correct. Matt Ryan was an 87 in the ratings that we use for these sims, which come from the beginning of the season. 87 overall. In Madden 22, he is 85 overall, which is pretty high. I mean, compared.
It is still a good rating, yep.
It is. Although, do you think Ryan Tannehill is above or below Matt Ryan?
I mean, I would rank him above Matt Ryan, but I'm pretty sure Tannehill's still below him, isn't he?
Nope. Tannehill's higher. I would have agreed.
Oh, okay.
Until I looked it up, I would have been with you and thought that they still had Matt Ryan higher. But Tannehill gets a pretty generous 87 overall.
Okay. So they've kind of like switched these two because I think Tannehill was like an 82 or 83 or something in this game. So that's good. I like that. Giving Tannehill some respect. He deserves it. He's had, 2 really solid statistical years in this offense now. He's not a flash in the pan. We know that.
No.
Titans.
Yeah, and I think, too, just in general, athletic quarterbacks grade out a little bit higher in Madden in their overall rating because, I mean, Tannehill has an 84 speed rating, which would be pretty good if he was a wide receiver even. An 87 overall feels pretty good for him. 89 throw power. He'll be very, very solid when we get the new game because he'll have Julio Jones, A.J. Brown. Burks are a tight end, but he'll work with it. Obviously, Derrick Henry still.
All right. There it is. There's your info for next year on Matt Ryan and Tannehill. Still 2 very solid. As I say,
he
that,
fumbled.
This is one of the worst games I've seen Matt Ryan play in these sims, and it's not even against a good D. Jeez.
No, Matty, ice cold. If you want to keep going with the dad jokes here, because he's been awful. He's been awful.
Yeah.
In this one, taking sacks. 3 turnovers, as you mentioned. He's had a couple like that where the ball falls out afterwards. Looks like it's almost a turnover. Not quite, though. It's just a sack.
Do you have any interest in Matt Ryan in real life this year? Like as a dude who you think might bounce back or just be...
No,
just none. You just kind of,
I mean, if he's sitting there in a 2 QB league towards the end, which he usually won't be because somebody will be much higher on him than I am.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I wouldn't take him under any circumstances, but he's pretty far down the list.
Yeah.
You've really, with Julio not there, you've really got to like the tight end they drafted, who we talked about earlier. You've got to think Calvin Ridley's ready to take the next step. Russell Gage was a little fluky maybe last year. I mean, he had a solid year, but I don't know. I'm not sure I'm buying.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea of Matt Ryan, but again, like in a 1 QB league, I could see myself if I was really waiting on quarterback, taking him and someone else. Maybe like you're waiting on quarterback, you grab Matt Ryan as your veteran starter, and then you take like Justin Fields or something like that,
Okay.
Or Trey Lance. I could see myself perhaps drafting like that, but it's not something I'm actively thinking about. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wait on Matt Ryan. Gonna get Matt Ryan goodness. No, it just if the draft works out like that, and like, okay, I'm waiting on quarterback, and it's time to draft a quarterback, and Matt Ryan is like the highest rated, I'll take Matt Ryan. I don't have a problem with that. But again, that's a whole draft strategy thing.
He's probably going to have to throw a ton. He's probably got that going for him, right? He's going to have to air it out.
This could get taken back.
I think it's roughing the passer.
Oh, it is roughing the passer. Okay.
It is. So we'll add it on to it. Second time we've seen that from I almost called them the Oilers. The Titans.
Was that Ridley? I think that was Ridley who caught that. So he'll have
It was Ridley. So he's got the bonus
and
a walk-in touchdown.
All happening
for Todd Gurley. There he is. I faded him, but there he is scoring a touchdown, running around the end zone.
My dog's favorite play, Todd Gurley. That was my second dad joke. Sorry, I'm over the allotment for the day.
No, you get extras.
I get extras. Okay. I do have 2 kids, so there you go. I got one.
That's right. So there you go. Sure, that works. 51% owned for Gurley in the larger free showdown, captained in 12.9% of lineups. A very solid play, usually because he does get very involved as a pass catcher as well as the RB1, and there he walks in out of the shotgun formation for the touchdown to put the Falcons back within one score. I don't think you have to be crazy and do the onside kick yet. Kick it deep. Try and get a stop and get the ball back again.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree with you on the Matt Ryan strategy. If you're in a deep, as you mentioned, let's say a 14-team league, right? And you're going to wait on quarterback. You go maybe tight end early. You stack up wide receivers and running backs, and you're going to go with the strategy of grabbing Trey Lance and hoping he starts at some point. Or maybe even a high upside guy like Tua, who I mentioned earlier. And you want somebody who's pretty safe. I think Matt Ryan fits in that category. He doesn't have a great ceiling, but he's not going to be a total bust either, not with Pitts and Ridley and the fact that they have no running game. And very sketchy defense at best. So they're going to be throwing the ball. And I think as a result, he's going to end up with decent yards. So I don't hate the late love for Matt Ryan if he's there, but not somebody who I'm targeting highly because I think he's going to have a huge bounce back year.
Yeah. Fair enough.
New coach there as well.
Yep.
From the Titans. So we've got all kinds of connections in this.
Derrick Henry up the gut. 4 minutes left. Trying to protect the 3-point lead.
Going to get one more Derrick Henry run here and then a punt, I think, as
Yeah.
long as the Falcons come up with the stop here.
Generally gets pretty tame in terms of play
Whoa.
calling.
Maybe
Empty
not.
backfield. Yeah, empty backfield. As soon as I say that, they go 5 wide, of course. Spread it out. And look,
got
good
it.
things happen.
Just barely. But I think that's Smith, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I think it was Smith with the grab there. Just his third of the day. Does have one of the 2 Titans touchdowns, though. The other one, Derrick Henry. Both running backs with the score. Jonnu Smith has the score for the Titans. Calvin Ridley with the score.
Sticking
for
with it, Zach.
Falcons. What?
Empty backfield again. On first down, nonetheless. Didn't really work out there, but
No, back
he
to
stayed
Smith
in
again.
bounds. Same as a run.
Exactly. Well, I mean, a run that
Except
lost
for losing 2 yards.
But yeah, we've seen that happen. You still get the PPR point, Jonnu owners. Don't worry.
Yeah, Jonas Smith having a couple catches here, so saving your sim a little bit if you got him.
Yeah, he hasn't been bad. He's got 4 catches now with the score in there, as we mentioned.
All right. Do have a running back there for once. They're not going to hand off again, though. Titans committed. Oh, stay in bounds. There you go. All right.
Smith again. They just decided running isn't work. We'll just throw to Jonnu Smith every time and see how that goes for us.
Yeah.
So far, much better strategy. 5 catches now, 39 yards, and that touchdown.
All right. Wes says he needs more Gurley, lots more Gurley, and no more Titans DST. He's 4 points away from top spot in the 10 Classic. Good luck to you, friend. I don't know if Todd Gurley's going to see the ball again, though. And if he is, you're going to need Atlanta to stiffen up right here, folks. Perhaps even a turnover needed. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Oh, Derrick Henry. Now they go back to him.
Yeah.
Kind of worked a little bit. Closing in on field goal range, which is a little scary if you don't want overtime, because it looks like a real possibility. But more overtime does mean more fantasy points for everybody, so that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Can be a good thing.
Unless you're in first, generally you'll want more overtime, right? So you want that shot. You always want to stay alive. So picked up 4 yards there. Going to go back and get tackled for a loss there. Only a yard, but still. That's going to, set up a chance here perhaps.
So let's see they don't pick this up, right? Let's say it's 4th and 7. You've got to go for it, right? No 58-yard field goal. Let's not do that again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in real life,
I feel like they need one more.
There's no chance. But
Okay, so this is their two back formation, two back. So that's Darrington Evans along with Derrick Henry who makes the catch there.
What are they
really
going to do
close.
here? I have a
It's
feeling
really
we're going to
close.
see Young Wei Koo. I have a feeling we're going to see Young Wei Koo.
You think so?
I do. This could even set
55?
up. I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna try it. Because I don't think they'll punt from here. They could go for it. I think they're gonna.
And it is Gostkowski. So no, they are gonna.
No,
punt.
they are
I
gonna
think
punt. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm on the wrong team here. Yeah,
You are.
Gostkowski. Obviously. Okay, gonna. Oh,
they faked
it! Sack! They're going for it all. Oh, they're gonna get nothing. They should have tried the Young Wei Koo field goal because at least they would have had a chance of going through. That had zero chance.
I have not
Quadruple
seen many
coverage.
fake punts. I have not seen many fake punts. That was cool.
I'm not gonna lie. We actually saw that play work for a touchdown like last week at
Really?
some point. Yes, that exact play from like midfield went for a touchdown. I thought it was gonna
Not so
happen
much
again.
there.
All right. Well, Matty Ice is back in business. He can't be any worse than he's been already.
And he's
And look at this inside
Going
the
to
30.
Julio. He remembered Julio's on his team.
Yep. Okay. Wow. Everything is happening now.
That
Mike
works out well
Vrabel.
for you and me, and everybody
right.
else who has Julio as their captain.
Yeah.
I
Still
know-
lots of time left. They can throw it over the middle at least once more.
Oh yeah.
They have a
They
real
are
shot
out
to
of
win this
timeouts,
game, but they can't fool around. They can't do that. Well, okay, that's okay. That's fine. You're
Yeah.
inside the 20. You take one dump off. Now you got to go. You got to throw this ball in the end zone.
You got to throw this one in the end zone. I was just going to say that with no timeouts left. You got to take a shot at the end zone. Try to win it. They're in the shotgun. Just don't complete it short of the end zone.
Oh, don't get sacked. Oh, okay, that's
Threw
fine.
it away. Threw it away. Veteran move. Veteran move. Matt Ryan up to 250 yards passing. I wrote him off for the bonus, but if we were to get overtime, I guess it would be in play. Nice second half from these Falcons after a scoreless first half. You had said that you could see a person with a punt play winning, and
Oh
we
no,
couldn't
Matt!
still see
No,
that.
don't do
Oh,
it.
Matt Ryan.
Sorry, finish.
Now you
your
got to
thought.
kick. Now you got to kick. I was just looking at some of the top lineups, and
Yep.
no punt plays in there really.
No, and again, like that strategy, they're gonna go try one more. That strategy
They really
really only
can.
works
Don't
if the
take
studs
another
go
sack.
off. If the studs go off.
Oh, he's not going to get out of bounds. Oh, he did.
He did. Just
Oh, that was
barely.
close. That was
really
close.
I didn't think he was gonna get out of bounds either.
I didn't either. I thought that was ball game. But they're going to give Gurley the out of bounds, and as a result, we're going to get, I would think, a coup field goal here, right? Like, I don't know why you wouldn't.
I mean, you would hope. He
Kind of
makes
have
this.
to.
No, it's fourth down. So yeah, they got to kick it. Crazy little end to this game, which really hasn't given us that much excitement. Lots of defensive plays, but
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to keep right on rolling here after this chip shot field goal. We probably got overtime ahead of us. We'll see who can hit the bonus. Calvin Ridley already there. He's 145 yards on his 8 catches. So a big day for him. Get this field goal. It's good. 17s. Tied up at 17. So more football. Overtime. Trying to see, Matt Ryan has 11 fantasy points despite some of his struggles. He does have that one passing touchdown. He's up to 260 passing yards and then the 3 turnovers. So I wrote him off for the bonus. He's got a chance. He's got a chance if he's got a big overtime period here. It's been Tannehill that's kind of gone cold. He's still at 181 passing yards. Had a couple of completions on that last possession to Jonnu Smith. How about that fake punt now? The fake punt, instead of just running a play there or or punting or taking a field goal. Instead, they do the fake punt and give the Falcons a very short field to go kick that game-tying field goal. We'll get a play here from the Titans.
They're not even going to try. They could. They should be throwing it in the middle of the field. They have 8 seconds.
Looks like they're just going to run it.
Maybe Derrick Henry will run for 100 yards here, 70 yards. Don't think so. Broke a couple tackles. Anyways.
And we get a timeout.
We took a timeout.
We want another chance for Derrick Henry. We want more yards for Derrick Henry, I guess.
We can't even get to overtime. We know we're having overtime. We can't even get to it now. Anyways.
Maybe this is the Hail Mary. Maybe we get it now. Can Ryan Tannehill throw 64 yards?
Now they're going to do it. This is backwards stuff from Tennessee. Who knows? We've seen weirder things happen. We've seen defensive. We've seen DPIs in this, and that's just.
We have.
Pointless.
That's not it, though. Throw it deep down the field. Oh boy. That is the end of the fourth quarter. There's your scoring line. It's tied 17-17. The Falcons with 17 points in the second half after being shut out in the first half. Let's see who gets the ball first. The Titans will receive, so they will get the first chance. You know the overtime rules. They're the same as they always are. No ties in Simland. We keep playing until somebody wins.
There it is, folks. We keep going. The show goes on. Let's go. 17-17. Jonnu Smith, 6 for 51. We have a Calvin Ridley hit the bonus.
Yep.
See where these QBs are, actually.
Yeah, so 260 for Matt Ryan and 181 for Tannehill. So Ryan could hit the bonus if they get a chance to have the ball after the Titans.
Yep.
If the Titans kick a field goal or do not score, the Falcons will have a chance to possess the ball. If the Titans score a touchdown, we're done. Haven't seen much A.J. Brown. And Corey Davis had a big first quarter, then kind of disappeared. So maybe we get a big play from one of those guys.
Yeah, A.J.
Maybe
Brown
Jonnu Smith breaks one. That'd be kind of fun. Could see your boy Ferkser with a catch or two on this drive.
That'd be cool.
Maybe not. Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry 10 times. He's got 51 rushing yards.
We could see that. Yeah.
A.J. Brown, 3 for 55. He hasn't caught a pass in forever, though, like Zach said. So.
Well, it feels like they haven't thrown a pass in forever, except those Jonnu Smith with 3 passes in a row on that last drive. Other than that, it feels like they haven't passed since the first half almost.
Yeah,
not quite,
I mean,
but it just
this whole game, like most of the scoring and stuff came in like the last quarter, like half of the quarter.
For sure.
Like so.
And the Titans had a couple short fields too after turnovers from Atlanta, so not a lot of yardage for any of the Titans in those situations. We did get the Derrick Henry touchdown from one of those short fields, so can't hate it too much. But he's up to 19 fantasy points. He's stealthy sometimes with these. It doesn't feel like he's had a great game, but he's almost to 20 fantasy points, helped out by 5 catches out of the backfield. We don't see him do that very much in real life, but in Simland, always adds those PPR points. Speaking of PPR points, there's one for Davis. 7 catches now, I think that said. 6 or 7. See if the Titans can score here. Like I said, if they score a touchdown, we're done.
1st and 10.
They're
just going to keep feeding Henry.
Yeah, right.
And I'm choked up about it, apparently.
It'll be all right, man. It'll be all right. You've got him. He's in your flex spot. It's okay.
Maybe the internet has finally infected me with the Kaufman cough that he's had for 2 months now.
He really has.
I'm going to take him in for an X-ray or something at some point.
I'm going to tell him he should go in. I'm not going to take him in. Don't want to be that close. Oh, here's a big one.
Oh, I think, is that Jonnu Smith again?
Yeah.
Jonnu Smith is the passing offense right now.
He really is. Is that 7, 8 catches now for him? He's been very busy.
4, 8.
7, yep. Already got that touchdown as well. If he catches a score here, I think you'd have to give him the player of the game if he gets a second touchdown. If he doesn't get a second touchdown, then yeah, it's probably Ridley.
Yeah,
31 fantasy points.
Atlanta's selling out to stop Derrick Henry, which is probably smart because you let him get ahead of steam, you're done. So
yeah, you got to stop him in the backfield, or you're giving up 10 yards. And at this point, you don't have much more than that to give up. Jonnu Smith is the captain in the third place lineup in our smaller free showdown, but Calvin Ridley is the captain in the leading lineup. Billy Beans tied for the lead in our smaller free showdown. Pull up the larger free roll. Keep you up to date on how that one is playing out as well. Right now we have a two-way tie for the lead there. Billy Beans also in that. 133.25 in that leading lineup. To this point, live scoring, or manual scoring, excuse me, so it will continue to update here as we play this one out. 15 yards separate the Titans from a walk-off winner. Tannehill looking.
Flushed. Oh, he's going for it. Got it. Yeah.
There it is.
Got it all. And guess who?
There it is.
Wow.
I said if he caught the game-winning score, he'd be the player of the game. I'm a man of my word. There's your player of the game, Jonnu Smith.
Right.
Second touchdown. He was the Titans offense. He was the Titans offense basically single-handedly. Finishes just 3 yards short of the 100-yard bonus, but still a good enough game with those 2 touchdowns to be the player of the game. He walks off, and the Titans walk off the winners of this one, despite the rally from the Falcons there in the second half. Scores will continue to update. Jonnu Smith was in those leading lineups, so they still are holding the lead right now. So we see everybody hug it out and walk off here. Titans with the victory. Not my kid award. Who do you, I mean, I know for both of us, it's got to be our captain, but was there somebody else who was more disappointing?
I don't, from a perspective of what it costs to get up there in performance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got to be Julio.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. Julio, just 3 catches, 50 yards. So, I mean, he didn't do nothing with his 50 yards, but not what you expected if you paid up for him. And in a matchup that he has dominated before, this Titans secondary, not great. But today they were very, very solid. 260 yards for Matt Ryan, 255 for Tannehill. He had the 2 passing scores, including the walk-off winner. Kern, the punter, also did try an ill-fated pass. But it led to overtime and gave us more points, so we're okay with that. 64 yards on 23 carries. They fed Derrick Henry. And then Todd Gurley had 30 yards to go with his rushing touchdown. So both running back ones getting into the end zone. Ridley, 8, 145, and 1 score. Jonnu Smith, 897, just short of the bonus and 2 touchdowns. Hopefully his ankle heals and he can be out there for the Patriots week 1. With a similar performance would be okay with me because that's the team I cheer for. So there you go. But yeah, it's got to be. I mean, Russell Gage was pretty bad too. 2 catches for 18 yards. But Julio Jones is your not my kid award.
Yeah. For me, it was between A.J. Brown and Julio was more expensive, so I always give it to the more expensive bust, right?
Yep, I agree.
So we got 3 more Sims coming up today, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Zach is done for the day, so say goodbye to him. Give Zach a like before he goes, okay? He always brings the football stuff. Make sure you check his stuff out on DK Nation. Zach, anywhere else people can find you?
That's where to look, playbook.draftkings.com. I'll be writing up the Madden slate for tomorrow. There, tonight's write-up is up there right now, so you can go take a look as you build your lineups for the classic slate tonight. So that's playbook.draftkings.com. Today, I think, I don't remember who the picture was, but just look for the one that says Madden. It's pretty obvious.
Okay, so there you go. Zach always bringing you the Madden info, obviously. You can follow me at the Fantasy Grind. Like Zach said, my fantasy cheat sheet for PGA up for the Northern Trust already, so you can go check that out. You can follow me on Twitter. I really appreciate it, obviously. We have 3 more games, Patriots at Bucks. Christian and I will be on the call, so I'll be back for 1 more. Then we got Jets at Raiders, 8 p.m. Eastern. Rossi and Tom, 10 p.m. Eastern. Dolphins at Bills. And then Brandon Cristal with Tom E. Freeze Pops. Those guys are going to be closing it out. Madden After Dark should be fun. Right now, guys, we got the Sweat replay coming up next. So make sure to tune in because I'm on again. So you just get me for like 5 hours here straight. Golf, NFL. I think some guys talked about baseball in there, but it wasn't me. So who cares? But Sweat's coming up next, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
What do we say to the God of Monday? Not today. Welcome to this DraftKings baby we call the Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia Jr., second of his name. We're back in studio. This is a beautiful thing here. We bring you this show live every weekday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern time, all the DFS and sports betting analysis that your big beefy heart can handle. So NBA Summer League, check. NFL, check. PGA Tour's postseason has arrived. Check. We'll talk about that. But we're going to start with our baseball panel. Let's go. DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, plus RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. We are price checking, gentlemen. Share with us your favorite plays in the following price ranges on tonight's 10-game main slate. Pitcher, north of 8K. Who's it going to be, Paul?
I like a couple of guys. Frankie Montas of the A's for $9,500. Emerson, he's allowed opposing batting average of only .223 with 73 strikeouts and only 18 walks over his last 61 innings pitched. So that's quite a bit of dominance there. 6 straight starts over 6 innings pitched. We like that when we pick a player in DFS, and 3 of those starts, 10-plus strikeouts. He faces Dallas Keuchel, who has a 5 ERA over his last 10 starts with 12 homers allowed over his last 54 at-bats as part of a 137 whip in that stretch too. But the guy that I like best in this slate is Wade Miley, priced at only $8,200. He's 3-0 with a 3.14 ERA in his last 10 outings, which is better than most of the starters in recent performances of late on this slate. And he's only allowed 5 homers in his 57 innings pitched. I like the fact that he keeps the ball in the park too. He's facing a depleted lineup of the Cubs, which which is on an 11-game losing streak. His mound opponent is Justin Steele, who's just pitched his first game over 5 innings pitched, and it didn't go well, allowing 2 homers and only 1 strikeout. He's gone at, and I like the high win probability here because of all those stats favoring Wade Miley tonight. It's a compelling case in my opinion.
All right, Matty, you got 6 pitchers to choose from here. North of 8K, who's your guy?
I think this is kind of a tough slate. Like I usually have more of a clear-cut take on who my favorite is, but I think Garrett Cole and Kevin Gausman at the top are both totally fine, and I think Wade Miley and Touki Toussaint in that second tier are both totally fine. So honestly, like I don't have an opinion that really probably deviates from the norm too much. I do feel like the industry at large will be expecting Garrett Cole to have a limited pitch count tonight, and I don't know that we know for sure that that's true. So the upside with Cole might just be so much higher than that of Kevin Gausman, who has a much tougher matchup against the Mets. Cole is going against a team that basically has one great hitter in Shohei Ohtani with the Angels, but then a lineup that has a lot of strikeouts after him. So I feel like Cole could be under-owned, at least where like Gausman and Cole are similar ownership, but I think Cole's upside is much, much higher. So if I'm paying up, I feel like Garrett Cole all the way at the top could go overlooked also because the Coors Field game is pretty expensive and it's a little bit harder than normal to fit Cole in tonight.
Eric, how difficult of a decision was this for you?
Quite difficult. I can't really say I like any of the expensive pitchers or any of the cheap ones today. Pretty big red flags with everybody. Garrett Cole hasn't looked like himself since the start of June. 4.68 ERA for what's now a 2.5 month stretch, and he's coming off of a positive COVID case. Can't say I would use him with confidence. Kevin Gausman, ERA over 5 in his last 5 starts, and Wade Miley is Wade Miley. Was enough reason not to like him, I think. So Frankie Montas, I think going against the White Sox, which is a red flag in and of itself, I think that's the best choice here at 9,500, just because how good he's been really over his last 6 starts. 35% strikeout rate, 6% walk rate over that stretch. That's ace level stuff. That's what you'd expect to get out of a Cole or a Gausman. Montas is the only guy actually pitching like that now. So even though he's got the toughest matchup, I think with the red flags surrounding just about everybody else, he'd be my top choice.
Matt, a lot of options here when we're talking about paying up for a hitter. So give me a dude who's going to cost you 5K or more.
So I think the position we have to start with is shortstop. And even though Fernando Tatis Jr. is playing in the outfield right now, he's still shortstop only eligible for DFS. He's 6,100, and I feel like he takes up a lot of the ownership at this position. And then you have Jake Cronenworth at 4,400 on the same team, who also is just shortstop only. So I think Trevor Story has to go overlooked because the Padres, who are in this great spot against Antonio Senzatella at Coors Field, have 2 shortstops in their lineup. And Trevor Story on the other side of this game might only end up being the 3rd or 4th highest on shortstop on the slate. He might be single-digit ownership. I think that's a pretty reasonable scenario. And he's facing Ryan Weathers, who isn't any good in the games at Coors Field. So I think Story for 5,400 is a really good choice. I think Trey Turner, same price range, is a really good choice. But basically, at the high end of the salary range, I'm looking to find some leverage at the shortstop position. I think Story and maybe Turner are the 2 guys I like the most.
Eric, I say give me a hitter over 5K, and you say?
I say Ozzie Albies at 5,200. Anytime you can get Albies against a lefty, it's hard to turn that down. Over the course of his career, he's got a 150 WRC plus against lefties. That's the same as Aaron Judge's career mark. Granted, they get there in slightly different ways, but just to give you an idea of how good he is against southpaws. Then against righties, he's got a career WRC plus of just 96, which is the same as Kevin Kiermaier's career numbers. So when you can get a guy who's Aaron Judge sometimes and Kevin Kiermaier the rest of the time, I think you got to jump on him against a guy like Braxton Garrett, who's been okay, 4.65 ERA. The peripherals look a little bit better than that, but he doesn't stand out at all in any one area. And Albies has hitting quite well lately with 5 homers in his last 7 games. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to use him. And I don't think 5,200 is too expensive at all.
Paul, which direction are you going in here?
Emerson, you know I come from the school of what have you done for me lately? I've got 3 guys for you. I like Starling Marte for $5,900 based on his platoon advantage that he'll enjoy against Dallas Keuchel. I panned him earlier. For his part, Marte has been on an 18 for 48 tear. That's good for a 375 batting average. And head-to-head in a very small sample, Marte has the edge over Keuchel with a 3 for 6 mark, including a home run. I also like Brandon Lowe for $5,300 with his current 12 for 39 streak, which includes 6 extra base knocks. And he'll have a platoon advantage against Matt Harvey, who has reverted to his mediocre form over his last 2 starts after showing brief signs of life. You know, I tell it like it is. There's very, very little left in that guy's tank. Joey Votto, the Canadian, has been killing it over his last 10 starts with a 1.112 OPS over his last 37 at-bats, including 4 homers. Among his last 12 hits, he faces Steele, and I also shared his recent struggles with you earlier. Votto cost you $5,800 tonight.
That's why we love you, Paul. Always telling us how it is. Never beating around the bush. Best value bat for the slate, Eric. Who is it in your eyes?
I'll tell it like it how it isn't and say that Luke Voigt is the best hitter of all time. Well, that's not true. But he was the top home run hitter last year, and you can get him for just $3,600. Obviously, there's reasons why he's down in that range. He hasn't been that good this year. He's just been beat up, 3 trips to the injured list. Just has hit nowhere like he was last year. Specifically, he's just not making nearly as much contact, striking out over 31% of the time after having just a 23.1% strikeout rate last season. But his barrel rate is right in line where it's been the last 2 years. So when he is making contact, he still has that same pop that, again, gave him the home run lead last season. I don't know if he's just so beat up that 3,600 is the range he deserves to be in, or if he's just never had the chance to get things going through that constant on and off the injured list. But he showed something last night, 3 for 5 with a homer. If that's a step in the right direction, then this is a guy who would normally be going in the 5,000 range that you can get for about 1,500 cheaper than that. I like him, especially tonight at hitter-friendly Yankee Stadium with the platoon advantage against Jose Suarez. He's got a decent 3.90 ERA on the season, but most of that comes from his work as a reliever early in the year. Since moving to the rotation, he's got a 5.79 ERA in 6 starts. So give me Voigt until he returns to the price range you'd expect him to be based on the guy we know he can be over the last few years.
Paul, who is your value bat?
I have 3 of them for you again in this range. Will Myers at $4,600 has a 10 for 27 head-to-head rate against Senzatela on their careers, which also includes 5 extra base hits. Myers comes into this game also on a 9 for 31 run, which, while Senzatela has been roughed up to the tune of a 305 opposing batting average with a very high whip of 141 as well. Whit Merrifield for $4,400 has a respectable 341 OBP in his last 10 games, but he also enjoys a favorable head-to-head history against Odorizzi at 9 for 21. That includes 5 extra base knocks, 3 of those even home runs. For his part, Odorizzi's allowed 8 homers in his last 47 innings pitched. So I like that, those 2 facts combined. The Yankees face lefty Jose Suarez, who's been less than ordinary in surrendering 22 hits and 15 earned runs over his last 20 innings pitched. He's right for the picking when it comes to the Bombers' big righty power bats. But I also like BJ Mayhew in this spot as a table setter in the leadoff spot for that lineup. He'll cost you $4,500 and comes into this one on a nice 13 for 43 tear himself. Good for a 302 batting average as part of a 412 OBP.
Matt, you're up.
So I think the field is mostly looking to Coors for the savings because there actually are some big expensive bats there, but there are also some cheaper guys like Connor Joe, Garrett Hampson, guys who could hit near the top of the Rockies lineup, who are really cheap. And then on the Padres side, you have Adam Frazier in the low 4,000s, a couple of their outfielders are in the 4,000s. And then Cleveland has some really cheap outfielders. So I'm kind of trying to stay away from those spots in GPPs due to ownership. And the team that I think will get no love, but actually is in a sneaky good spot is the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Brian Reynolds is probably my favorite value play on the slate. We're looking at a bullpen game from the Dodgers, probably a bunch of mediocre pitchers. They don't have a really deep bullpen. They have some really good high leverage guys, but the depth of the bullpen isn't great. And Brian Reynolds at 3,300, this is a guy who rightfully made the All-Star game. He's had a great season, and that price tag is just way too low for him. And then you can look even further and see 2,000 flat for Gregory Polanco. Ben Gamel, if he's leading off, I think at 2,000 would be a really good value. Ke'Bryan Hayes is in the 3,000s. So I'll go with the Pirates in general as my value team, and then Reynolds if I have to pick one guy.
All right, Paul, we're going to head over to the DK Sportsbook real quick before you guys take off. What is your favorite baseball bet tonight?
I've got two of them here that I really like. I just touched on the Yankees-Angels matchup and like the over of 8.5 to be smashed early in this one. I highlighted Suarez's recent efforts, and we don't know what Cole is going to look like as he comes off the IL. In fact, I go to the alternate run line and take the over at 10.5 for a nice 175 payoff. I also ripped Matt Harvey earlier, so I'll back that up by taking the Rays to win big versus Baltimore tonight. Even though it's a bullpen game for the home side, that almost plays into a real strength of this club with their deep core of quality relief pitching. This will be a matchup nightmare for Baltimore as a result, and I take the home side to win by more than 3.5 runs for a 165 payoff.
All right, Eric, favorite bet for you?
Yeah, not sure if you guys heard my dog from the other room. Apparently did not like that pick, but maybe she'll like mine, which would be Cleveland at plus 110 over the Twins. Not really sure why Cleveland's the underdog in this one. I guess they've had a worse lineup, but the Twins haven't been good since the break either, 18th by WRC plus. And Cal Quantrill, since the break, has been excellent. Well, at least if you look at just ERA, he's got the best ERA, minimum 20 innings, since the All-Star break at 125. He's not that good, but even the ERA estimators are completely fine. A 3.04 FIP, an xFIP of 4.01. It's basically been league average in strikeouts and walks while keeping the ball on the ground well. That's a completely fine formula. And if that's who he is going forward, he's a solid mid-rotation starter. Griffin Jax, on the other hand, he's coming off a good start against the White Sox. He struck out 10 in a quality start. And even after that, he still has a 5.45 ERA, which looks to be exactly what he deserves, according to most of the ERA estimators. He has the league average walk rate, and that's about as positive as it gets. Doesn't strike people out, doesn't keep the ball on the ground. So given that pretty big gap in pitchers, I don't know why Cleveland should be at plus 110 here.
All right, Matt, bring us home your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook tonight in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I'm actually targeting the same game and the same pitcher. The strikeout prop on Griffin Jax, I think, is more appealing to me. He did have that 10 strikeout game last start, but this is a guy who doesn't really have a history of strikeout proficiency at all. His minor league stats, strikeout rates were low. This season, he got up to 6 strikeouts in 2 of his starts, but he's had others where he didn't get any strikeouts even while pitching 5 innings. He's had a couple 2s, a couple 3s. It's been a pretty low strikeout season for Jax, and his whole career in the minors was low strikeouts. He just happened to have this one game against the White Sox last time out where he put up 10. So the strikeout prop is up to 4.5, and I think it's just an overreaction to what he did in this one start the last time out 5 days ago. And I wouldn't really expect him to go over 4.5 strikeouts at any point in the near future with any consistency. So I think a lot of times this happens where a pitcher has a big strikeout game and then there's value in betting the under on them the next time they start.
All righty, gentlemen, coming up. First off, that was great work. I should thank you for that. But yes, coming up, we're going to build a money-making Summer League lineup. That is a thing. I promise you that. So please stay right there. The only DraftKings analyst who steals his Wi-Fi from a hospital next door joins us now. Kenny Ducey here to break down some of the best bets and DFS plays on today's NBA Summer League slate. I like your hat, man. They sent you some swag, huh?
They did, yeah. I don't always break out the hat, but when I do, it's only for the shows that you do. Because I think that you deserve my best look. But I also didn't. That's not current. I was like a few days when I first moved in that I was doing that, lifting the Wi-Fi.
Okay, cool. Well, you look good, dude. You sound great. So let's go ahead and get some your high-priced DFS play on the Summer League slate today. Which one are you going with? Who's the dude?
So it's a guy I've gone with before, and he's disappointed me. But look, he's out now. He's $8,000. He's still considered high priced, but I think that the price has come down considerably. It's Cole Anthony. I think that he's really one of the most talented players at Summer League. You know, he was taken in the middle of the first round last year. Didn't get a chance to play Summer League. He had some flashes of brilliance in the NBA season, and what he did against Houston was incredible. He had a couple of great blocks. He scored 15 points. He finally hit a couple of threes, and I think that this is really the performance that the Magic were hoping for, anticipating in Summer League. I don't see any reason why he can't do it again here against Detroit. One of the weaker Summer League teams. Obviously they have star power with Cade Cunningham, but I think that Cole Anthony should rise up here for this matchup with the number one pick. And I think that Cole Anthony can have another good game. And again, is this guy going to score you 50 fantasy points? Is he going to be the top of the slate guy? No. But at $8,000, I think you're getting a really good deal on a guy that could probably go for 35 or 40, a guy that's going to be highly motivated. A lot of these guys have already had their good Summer League games. They don't need to continue to dominate. Cole Anthony's going to come out with a chip on his shoulder, I think, and he probably plays more than 22 minutes, and he probably scores 20 or more points.
All right, well, who is going to rise up and is the best value DFS play in your handsome eyes?
I like Sam Merrill at $4,600, a guy that was acquired via trade. Doesn't really fit in quite as well with some of these other guys at Summer League, considering he was not highly touted. But when you look at Sam Merrill, 32.5 fantasy points last time out against Chicago. He played 23 minutes, which is significant because he's just a three-point shooter, Emerson. I love to play the three-point shooters in Vegas. He took 6 threes a game the last two. And, he hit 2 of the last 2 games as well. I think he's going to continue to put up shots here. For the Memphis Grizzlies, one of my more favorite Summer League teams. And I think that he will, just make a considerable impact on this game, make a good stamp. Again, all he needs to do is come anywhere close to his last game. 25, 27 fantasy points. You're very happy with paying $4,600 for this guy.
And during the break, you were very adamant about wanting to talk about a Summer League game total. So one must really stick out to you. Can you share with us which one it is?
Yeah, sure. It's the Hawks-Knicks over 174.5. The Knicks, as we know, we talked about all Summer League long. They have some incredibly talented offensive players. Obi Toppin has put his stamp on Summer League. Emmanuel Quickley, one of the highest priced options today, has been fantastic. But when you look at the Hawks, they've had just as many big names that we just haven't seen them in the NBA quite yet. Skylar Mays, Jalen Johnson, and Sharif Cooper, who didn't play last game. You look at the way that those guys have scored the basketball, it's been pretty special. I think that Sharif Cooper, we don't know if he's going to play in this game because he didn't play last time out. But if he does, I think this game flies over the total. We should see a lot of points scored in this one because there's just a lot of talented, NBA scorers.
And since you are so talented yourself, how about a slate-approved pick here, dude? So your favorite bet or DFS play tonight on this Summer League slate?
It's going to come as no surprise that I'm picking Deuce McBride once again, $6,500. The price, once again, is right for this guy. Not high enough. Look, you look at 42 and 43 fantasy points in his 4 games that he's played in Vegas. I think he can go for another big game just because you look at the minutes, 33 minutes last time against Cleveland. He racks up the assists, the rebounds, the steals, the blocks. This guy does it all. He takes charges. You don't get points for that, but it looks cool. I really like him to have another good game here.
Nice work, Professor, but I need you to stay right there. We are not done with you, please. We will bring in Jeff and AJ for some NFL best bets right after this, all right? Let's get after it now with some NFL talk, shall we? We shall. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, RotoWire's AJ Scholes in the house on your screen. We're looking at some interesting team-specific future bets for the 2021 NFL season. First off, would love to get your first impressions here from the opening weekend of NFL preseason action. Biggest takeaway for you, Jeff Ulrich, was what?
I mean, just the play of the quarterbacks. I thought most of the new quarterbacks or the rookie quarterbacks class looked fairly settled. I mean, I think this is going to be a theme. You had Justin Fields coming in looking like he had been in the NFL for a couple years. Even Kenny's boy, Zach Wilson, looked good in spurts. But, Jacob Eason also had a very strong showing, which I think shocked a few people. So that was the biggest takeaway from me. Don't sleep on the rookie QBs because these guys are going to be playing sooner than later.
AJ, who or what impressed you the most week one NFL preseason action?
I'm with Jeff here. I looked at some of the QBs. I'm just, it's too early to read too much into it the first week of preseason, but I do think it's somewhat significant that Trevor Lawrence started over Gardner Minshew. That's a situation that I think we need to watch over the next 2 weeks. And I know Jeff's going to love hearing this, but I was kind of impressed with Drew Lock's performance in that game. 5 for 7, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Teddy Bridgewater looks out as well, but I think there's certainly a possibility here that we're going to see, Drew Lock be the guy there week one. I thought maybe Teddy would give him a run, and that's certainly still possible in a few more weeks, but he definitely did what he had to hold the line, that's for sure.
Kenny, what are you overreacting to? Anything at all?
Yeah, this is why it's in my contract that I don't do segments with AJ because, I was all ready to talk about Drew Lock, how good he looked. Jeff makes fun of me all the time because I love Drew Lock. This guy looked fantastic. This is someone that at the end of last season admitted to reporters that he wasn't sure if he was going to have this job next year. He said, look, it's a business. Whatever happens, I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'm just going to have to deal with it. He was completely in understanding if the Broncos wanted to trade up and draft a quarterback. He ends up looking fantastic. He throws that bomb to KJ Hamler. And I think that he can absolutely take hold of this quarterback position. Teddy Bridgewater hasn't done anything since he was at Louisville. I think that I think he's one of the stories of preseason so far. Also, Justin Fields. Jeff and I were talking before the show. Justin Fields looked fantastic. Really the whole Bears team did as well, the whole Bears offense. But he ran the ball. He ran for 33 yards. He ran, I believe, 5 times. And that's a big development because he didn't really run that much at Ohio State. I think that, he's a mobile guy. But if they're going to have him run, that's a new element to Justin Fields' game. And I don't know if we really anticipated being there. But he looked fantastic, with the legs and with the arm. And I think he should absolutely start week one.
Kenny, what will you be looking for in this next wave of preseason games? So it'll be week 2 coming up. Remember, there's only 3 preseason games this year.
Probably your boy, Trevor Lawrence. He didn't have a great first game. And I think that I'd like to, I'm sure that he'll have his highlight reel play that, everyone's like, oh my goodness, no one's ever done this in the history of mankind.
Yep.
And that'll be fantastic. I'm sure Zach Wilson as well. I'd like to see more Zach Wilson, but I think just in general, what I'm looking for is, hey, where are all the starting quarterbacks? I think that we're eventually going to start to see them as the preseason wears on. We didn't really see many people that we cared about in the first week of the preseason. I wanted to be all pessimistic when you asked me what my takeaways were. But yeah, I'm excited to see more players get on the field. That'll be fun.
What about you, AJ?
Yeah, similar. More players. I think this is where you can start maybe looking at touches for running backs in those kind of competing job spots. Who's getting more carries, who's lining up in third down situations. I think you can start to see some trends after week 2 and some idea of how that might work going forward. Same with targets for wide receivers and tight ends. Like week 1 is not the week to be looking at that. Your starting guys aren't going to see a lot. They're trying to figure out who's going to be the 6th or 7th wide receiver or 5th, whatever it may be. And so I think you can start to maybe evaluate some of those trends after a full second week.
Jeff, what do you want to see this week in the next wave of NFL preseason games?
Yeah, I mean, these guys touched on it. We want to see more players on the field. Specifically, there's a couple players, though, I'll mention. I mean, Brian Edwards is one guy with the Raiders. I don't think most people is thinking about Brian Edwards a ton, but this guy by all means has kind of sewn up like a starting wide receiver job in camp. He's getting a ton of hype. He was drafted as a #1 wide receiver potentially by the Raiders. I thought it was a really good pick last year. I want to see him on the field and see if this hype matches reality, because he could potentially be a huge late round sleeper. I also want to see if Cole Kmet, who had some really good usage in the first preseason game, if that carries over and he gets run with the starters again. So players like that, we want to see more of them. Like AJ said, this is the week 2 preseason, when you can start to maybe make some decisions based on this usage. So a couple players there specifically I want to see.
Yeah, I was going to ask you real quick, Jeff. I know previously when there were only 4 preseason games, like the third week was really the most important. Game plans were handed out. You tried to emulate like a game week in practice. Starters had the most reps. So does week 2 probably become the most important now that there's only 3 games?
For me, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a team-by-team thing, right? Like, there could be, like, maybe in Denver, we might see the quarterback battle bleed into week 3. It's possible. But I think for a lot of teams especially, like, week 2 is going to be it. It's the dress rehearsal. It's the week you got to pay attention. Those are when the snap counts and the usage is going to count. If a guy is going out with the first in week 2, it's a really good sign, for most teams. So, yeah, I would look at week 2 as like the week where you really want to pay attention.
I think that's why you're seeing a lot of teams. There's more than half the league, I think around 21, that are doing at least one joint practice with another team this week as well. Let's get to team specials. Here we go. Here's a team that's doing a joint practice. The Eagles doing one with the Patriots as we speak. Jalen Hurts will get his first full season as the Eagles starter, and he'll be paired up with former Bama teammate here, Devontae Smith. Smith has missed time with a knee injury, did not play in the preseason opener, but head coach Nick Sirianni upgraded him from week to week to day, making some progress here. If healthy, though, do you like Devontae Smith to have more than 999.5 regular season receiving yards at plus 300 odds, AJ?
That's such a big ask for a rookie coming into the league, in my opinion, but you add the knee injury, and I'm just not sold on it this season, even with the extra game here. He obviously hit that mark in each of his previous 2 seasons playing at Alabama, but we're talking about a whole different ballgame in terms of the level of defensive back play he's going to be up against. I think I would maybe consider taking this next season. If he goes this year healthy, knee doesn't, flare up or cause any additional problems, he gets his, feet wet in a first full season. But as a rookie, I'm just too hesitant on that to put any action here.
What about you, Kenny? Can you have like a Justin Jefferson type campaign?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. Justin Jefferson had a fantastic year last year. I just don't see it, just like AJ. I'm not even concerned about the injury, really. I mean, obviously I am, but like that's not the reason. I just think that these odds are not really fair. I think that I would want like plus 500 odds on this maybe. And when you look at the realistic probability that this happens, not only is he competing for targets with Jalen Reagor, who they're expecting a lot of in year 2, Greg Ward, Travis Fulgham and Greg Ward were 2 guys that were getting the ball a whole lot from Jalen Hurts. Now you're also mixing back in Zach Ertz to the conversation. Dallas Goedert was a favorite target of Jalen Hurts as well. And, he's going to be competing for targets. You also have the fact that Jalen Hurts, we're not even sure if he's going to be the starter for the whole year. Like, I have no idea. I thought he looked great last year. Now there's all these conversations about is he the quarterback of the future? We haven't seen a ton from him. Like, he could be, but I think that we just really are not in a position right now to be hammering Devontae Smith to have a 1,000-yard season. There's just way too many factors at play here. And also, how about the fact that they might just decide to run the ball half the time because they have a young quarterback? They could do that too.
Jeff, do you agree there's just way too many factors here, so you're just going to fade this bet?
No, you know what? I'm not. I mean, I kind of thought the same way. I mean, I do think that they're going to be a bit of a run-heavy team with Hurts and stuff like that. But look, you look at Devontae Smith, this player just, I don't know why people keep underrating him. He had one of the best seasons as a wide receiver ever in college football. People like to get scared because he's small, but Kenny went over the depth chart of the Eagles wide receivers, and I'm sorry, the talent gap between Devonta Smith and the rest of the Eagles wide receivers is so ridiculously big that Devontae Smith is going to get targets. And yeah, Ertz is there, and I think that does stink a little bit for his usage, but this is a player who makes big plays, Devontae Smith. And you pair him with a guy like Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had the largest average depth of target in the NFL last year, over 10 yards. That's because Jalen Hurts keeps plays alive, and he looks downfield. Jalen Hurts is an underrated quarterback, in my opinion. He looked good in his first preseason start. This is all about if Devontae Smith can stay on the field. But at plus 300, I think the odds are good enough. I like this one. I really like this combo, Hurts and Smith. I think if they stay healthy, if they stay on the field, he will reach over 1,000 yards this year.
Moving on to America.
welcome back in, DK Sim fam. Haven't seen you in a bit. It's been about 40 minutes. Hope everyone's still doing good. We got another Sim, fourth one of the day coming up. And guess who it is? Everybody's favorite guy on these Sims. It's Tom Brady. And it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And look,
I thought it was me. I thought you were talking about me, Moose. Come on.
Well, I mean, you're the second favorite guy, but I mean, everybody loves Tom Brady discussion, Christian. So sorry, pal. I mean, you gotta take second seat. He's the GOAT. And look, I've heard Christian's feelings, but look who they're playing, Christian. They're playing the Patriots.
I know, quite
the Tom Brady smorgasbord right here, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Quite possibly the final Brady Bowl of the Madden 21 simulate. The last Patriots Tom Brady showdown we're ever going to get to call. We'll see. Obviously, things can change, but yeah, old Tom, terrific touchdown. Tom going against his old teammates. And Bruce, what does your lineup look like for this one? First off, how are you this lovely Monday afternoon?
I'm doing great. And look, I was just kidding. Clearly, you are the Sim Fam's favorite. You're the wild man of Wisconsin, the madman of Madison. You are number one in Simville, friend. Tom Brady can just get the heck out of here. We do have to watch him, so we're probably going to talk about him. I'm sure everyone will hate him. But I captain Chris Godwin because the Bucks, they're a good Sim team. I put in the Bucks D. I got Brady. I got LaShawn McCoy. And I got Asiasi and N'Keal Harry on the other side. What about you? Who'd you captain?
I threw 2 Patriots in the lineup, and for whatever reason, just wild hair, I guess, put Edelman in that captain spot. Because I was looking for someone to pay down. Obviously, you got a lot of good players in this one. And for whatever reason, Edelman was speaking to me at 12-6 in the captain spot. I got Godwin and Evans because you don't want to have to choose between them. I have Ozzy because last sim I called Moose, he was just an absolute monster. Went out there and had like a 35-point day, 50+ in the captain spot from him, his last outing that I had the privilege to call. But it's just been on fire lately in general. So super, super useful. And then I have LaShawn McCoy and Scotty Miller to round things up. I don't have that guy right there, a little Damiere Byrd, former Patriot, now current Chicago Bear, and might get a few more targets than we expected if Justin Fields looks like he did in week 1 of the preseason. Moose, any takeaways from the Ohio State rookies NFL kind of sort of debut? Because it was preseason, he was playing against backups, but still not a bad start for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, he struggled early, and some people pointed out he didn't look good against the ones. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that it was less the defenses he was up against as him just getting comfortable, because he did just look more comfortable just moving in the pocket, making decisions quicker as the game went on. So I wouldn't read too much into it necessarily that he was, he struggled against the ones and then the defenses got softer. Now we'll have to see if that trend goes forward in the second week. And I think the second week is more important, but I think you saw this talent bleeding through in the second half of his time out there. And I think that's more what I would take away. So I'm more on the side that it was a very positive. You had a guy who just looked like he was ready for the pro game, in my opinion, completely ready, making decisions, already, taking off for the run when it suited him, and just using that blazing speed. This dude ran a sub 4.5, man. I mean, he can get it. He can get after it. So
he's not afraid to take a hit. I mean, we saw that in his last game, or second to last game, when he got basically in a car crash against Clemson, came back, played the national title game anyway, and then proved he learned nothing from it because he took a big hit going into the end zone on his rushing touchdown in that 2013 preseason win over the Dolphins. So, I mean, I like him. There's a little bit of that kind of Josh Allen, tip drill catch there as the pass goes up in the air and into the hands of N'Keal Harry. He's got that. I'm going to go for it. I'm just going to put my head down and churn through this like Justin Herbert, like Josh Allen, and might come back to haunt him for sure. But he does look like the kind of guy who's going to lead by example and get his teammates fired up because he's going to put his own body on the line. I am a little bit more concerned about his receiving core around him, but you got a few guys there who we've talked about before, Moose. Guys in that roster who can make the leap this year. Obviously, at Allen Robinson, who is probably the most underrated player in football. But behind him, Mooney, Kmet, I think both those guys could wind up having some pretty solid seasons for Chicago this year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, look, Allen Robinson's still there, but you're right. It's a bit of a thin receiver crew, but And again, this speaks to something else. Like, he didn't have Allen Robinson out there against the ones. So you want to give Justin Fields all the praise. Like I said, I mean, I would like to see him do better against the ones next game, but at the same time, I see more to be much happier about, with him looking ready out there and moving around a bit. He's got a great arm too. I like his release. So, it was pretty much what I was expecting, and I was glad to see it.
Yeah.
Missed touchdown pass there by Cam Newton. 4th and goal. Probably going to kick the field goal.
Yeah, it's the one thing that does concern me is that he is a Bears quarterback. There's it's nothing. It's a time-honored tradition to build a little bit of hope and optimism before completely kicking the legs out of the franchise, and hopefully that's not the case. Like, I love Fields. I thought he was great in college. I did not understand why he slipped in the draft. I still get the impression that listen, if he plays the way he did in preseason game 1 and keeps that up in game 2, game 3 is going to be meaningless. Who knows? But yeah, I think there's going to be a moderate chance he can start week 1. I still am a little bit concerned about throwing him into the fire against that Rams defense. Maybe you keep Andy Dalton in just for that reason. Maybe, if you're getting blown out, if Dalton looks bad, you let Fields go in the second half and build a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum, get the fans behind him. But I don't know how that's going to work out. Obviously, we need to see more from him, but very encouraging start from Fields. Did not look like the game was too fast for him. Didn't look like he just needed a little bit of an adjustment time, like you said. And things are obviously going to change during the regular season. I expect a fair share of growing pains, but I don't know if he deserved to be the 4th quarterback taken after what we saw in week 1 of the preseason, which is probably an overreaction, sure, but I liked what I saw from Fields. I like what we saw from Trey Lance.
Yeah, no, Lance definitely lots of upside there as well. Lance was going up against the ones for the KC for a lot of that game, under pressure all game, but lots of raw talent there.
Yeah, he made some plays that suggest he's still a project, but he's also like high ceiling. Let's go.
Yes.
We can get there. And I see a little Josh Rosen too. I forgot he was a 49er. Like, oh yeah, this guy.
Yeah, I know. Josh Rosen, like, it wasn't even that long ago. The dude was like a top 20 pick, 1st round pick. Crazy, but maybe, who knows? Maybe Josh Rosen will get a chance one day again. I mean, I guess he already had a chance, but he just landed in the worst spot. Like, Kyler coming in the next year, the Cardinals were terrible.
Yeah.
You knew they just had a chance to get this kind of special player. And if Rosen had been in Sam Bradford's shoes and been with the Jets, he probably would have gotten 3 years as starter, but he wasn't. So
yeah. Darnell.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, wow. Big fumble there. Patriots defense holding the front. Darnell, and I hear you. Like, obviously there are some stereotypes at play there. We don't know how that played a role, what that meant going forward. I honestly don't know whether or not Fields' ethnic and racial background played a role there, but it's definitely worth considering. And if that is progress in the right direction, that is a very good thing to see, and hopefully it'll be a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
As the Patriots taking over here in plus field position. Might be time for Damiere Byrd. Might be time for my captain, Julian Edelman, to make an appearance. Or might just be time for, I don't know, like a 3-and-out from here and a terrible punt for one zone. We'll see.
One or the other. So we're going to run it on 2nd down. James White. Still going to be about 3rd and 5-ish. Hope you guys are doing good on Monday. Getting through the old Mondays. You got a case of the Mondays today, pal? Or are you just kind of chugging along?
You know what? Doing okay. It came on early, so Tara Lynn and I had a good sim, which, all right, so Packers-Rams, you'd think, oh, that's going to be a firecracker of game. We're going to get some points. No,
right.
No, it was like 17-7, just nothing going on. So Tara Lynn and I spent a good 2 quarters just talking about pizza, whether or not a Sicilian pizza is truly the king of the pizzas. Where is Sicilian pizza just deep dish pizza in a different way?
like Detroit style pizza, how'd that get so popular all of a sudden? But I understand why. Have you had a Detroit style pizza, Moose?
I have not. I don't even know
great.
what it is. Should I Google
So
it?
it's kind of like a Sicilian pizza, but it's baked in a pan. So, you know, the grease goes down and basically bubbles out to the crust. So you get this really crispy, caramelized, kind of buttery crust to it.
Okay.
It's awesome. You get like the pepperoni cups on top too, you know, and the cup pepperoni like blooms a little bit like a flower and just holds in all the grease. So you get this little tiny like meat shot glass full of awesomeness. Big fan there.
Okay. I'm looking at pictures. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, makes sense. Interesting. So it's not like full on Chicago deep dish, but it's like, yeah, it's like its own little thing here. Interesting. I mean, I could get behind it. Looks good. I'll take your word for it. All right. Red zone. There's the touch. No, stop.
Wow.
Make
Is
me
that
eat
Devin
my
White
words,
flashing
Tampa
the
Bay.
star power to absolutely steal one from Sweet Feet White there? I thought he was as good as in there, or would have been a rare rushing James White touchdown. Instead, the James White owners devastated at the goal line there. White was a guy, I looked late and I was like, oh man, I should get James White in here. He's always cheap. No, not today. Jimmy Jams going off at 5,600. Normally you can get her for like 3K. And of course, you would have been upset if you had, because Sony Michel steps in and steals the touchdown away from his third down back. Patriots an early 10-0 lead here, 1 second to go left in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was not Mr. White in the dining room with the candlestick. It was Mr. Sony Michel with the vacuum cleaner in the kitchen. That's terrible. I don't know. So Sony Michel scored the first touchdown of the game here. James White, oh, so close. He got absolutely destroyed at the goal line there by the Bucs D. So big swing on the running backs there. What their ownership percentages are here. Where did we go with here? Who did people go with? I'll find out in a second because I don't have them right in front of me. That's okay. Did you give me your lineup yet, Christian? I can't remember.
I did. I just we're
Who
talking.
did your captain? I
I'm
forgot.
dropping a little more pizza chat into the pizza talk into the chat. So I captained Edelman, who I believe is still.
Oh right, Edelman. That's who. I just couldn't remember your captain.
Right. Yeah, I know. 'Cause you probably blocked it out of your mind because it was a very stupid decision. And you respect me too much. So you're like, no, there's no way you would have put Edelman. No. I'm sorry, future Hall of Famer. Julian.
Yes.
Yeah. The hill that Koff dies on every week, every Patriot sim. Koff just goes up there like he's trying to take a key platoon strategy point in World War II and just gets absolutely obliterated.
Yeah.
He is working with the cavalry against an army of tanks when he brings up the Julian Edelman Hall of Fame argument. It always ends up exactly.
He thinks if he just keeps bringing it up and talking about it, it'll happen. You know, it's like persistence. Like if you just, like you said, if you just throw enough troops at it, eventually he'll just get the position.
Just wear us down.
Not going to happen. No way. Not while I'm around, and not while you're around either. So that's the first cue. Cam 5 for 7, 63 yards. Edelman 0 for 0. For 0 yards.
Yep.
And 0 Hall of Fame inductions.
Yeah. That's all been right, honestly.
Do you think Edelman signs with Tampa Bay this year?
Oh man, I just don't know what his physical condition is going to be.
I think it's
abuse.
I've thought since the start that there's no way it's not going to happen. Like it's like he will be on that team at some point.
You know, I thought the same, but I thought James White was going to go down and sign with the Bucs too. Instead, they had to settle for Gio Bernard.
Right.
Which honestly probably is pretty similar at this point in their
pretty
career.
Similar, yeah.
I think Brady probably has a better connection with White, but Bernard will do in a pinch. I think Edelman probably stays retired. I think he was a little bit more beat up than Gronk was when he went out. And Gronk, Gronk's like spending his offseason wrestling. Like he does look like he's truly recuperating. And Edelman to me just seems like a dude who like every morning he wakes up and the pain just begins. Like he wakes up and just goes and immediately gets some Aleve. He walks around like my 75-year-old dad.
Yeah.
He does one of those.
Like the hip doesn't warm up till noon. And then he's limping the whole morning. Yeah. I could see that. But at the same time, like, you got to figure this dude's going to find a way to, like, connect with Tommy once more. You know, if Tom's out there having fun in Tampa, I don't know. I just feel like the allure of going out and having like one more good run with his good pal, you know, Thomas L. Brady, or whatever his middle name is. I mean, I feel like that. I really feel like Edelman will end up on that team this year, but that's it's just a wild prediction of mine. Anyways.
Well, yeah, I would have been
Not
skeptical they would have gotten Gronk because their depth chart was already deep with Howard and Brate, but Gronk came in anyway.
And they still went and got him, yeah.
Heck, I would think the same thing about that receiving core because you have Godwin, Evans, AB, Scotty, Justin Watson. Like, you have a whole bunch of very good, very talented wideouts there.
Isn't Watson done for the year? I think he's already out. So that's like one guy who's out.
Yeah. So maybe that's just the opportunity Julian Edelman needs to stand.
It wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much for Tom Brady to walk in there and be like, you know what? You know who's available? You know, like let's say, even if it's just like Scotty Miller goes down with like an ankle injury for 3 weeks, like, you know, Brady's in there, like, we need the depth. You know, Edelman's out there. We got to do this
for the minimum.
Yeah, he'll play for nothing.
Yeah. Plus, if you have Edelman in your lineup, like, if he's in the locker room, he can tell you whether or not it's going to rain or not, depending on how strict it feels. So.
Oh man, I can picture Julian Edelman just legitimately walking around his house like that, like, just, you know, getting the icy hot cold patches like every, you know, couple hours, just whatever.
Do you remember like the clips of like they'd be like at home with Jerome Bettis like towards the end of his career, and like it would just be like a Wednesday, and I think it was like CBS that did like an all access day with Jerome Bettis. And literally watching him go down the stairs, like in the middle of a football season, was like a 6-minute ordeal. It was like,
yeah,
ooh, I don't know if this guy should be playing anymore. Then he'd show up on Sundays and give you 3 rushing touchdowns, like 5 total yards, but 3 rushing.
Yeah.
The salad days of the.
I do remember those clips. Oh, we get a nice run here to the outside. I'm not sure if that's Fournette. I think it is. Yeah, 6 for 26 for Fournette. I do remember those clips because I remember I don't know who it was, but they showed a player and it's like, okay, this is my prep. And then it's like the day after the game, they're like, I sit in bed until like 11 and then I slowly get out. And it's like, you know, the whole process, you're like, holy, like, this is like painful to watch, man. You know, so yeah, I remember those clips. It's kind of eye-opening, I guess.
As we hear you guys in the chat, don't worry, we will make sure we have the stats completely up to date for you. We'll get them all in. Might not be the fastest, but it will be the most accurate. That's our DraftKings guarantee, so don't worry about that. As Patriots throwing a shutout right now with the turnover as well, but scoring range for the Buccaneers at home. Big third down coming up for touchdown Tom here.
Yeah, obviously we got the guys in the back end. Get that straightened out as quickly as possible for you. And guys, just because the commentators are leaving, I mean, doesn't mean the scoring is going to be done every difference. So going to be manual scoring. You just won't have people to complain to who will actually be addressing your concerns. So, you know, just a heads up there, D-Rod. You know, the manual scoring is what it is. We're going to have slight hiccups with it, but these guys are very good at making sure it's all correct. And in the end, that is what matters, guys. So, unique product comes with unique scoring. Can't get those stats in. You know, there's no stat provider for Madden, just like there's obviously huge stat providers for the NFL, MLB, and all those sports. Just feeding them into the DraftKings mainframe, and we just don't have that for Madden. And you know, we might not have that ever. So the manual guys got to do it that way, and they're very good at what they do. And like I said, they're very good at getting it accurate in all the end when it's finalized. So.
Robes, all that announcer money going to ops. What's ops going to do with $60,000 a day? I mean, come on.
Yeah. What are they going to do with Emerson's, you know, $500,000 salary per sim? I mean, I don't know, man. Pizza parties, or, you know, what's going on here?
For me, it's more like the perks that Emerson got on his contract. He had one hell of a rider. No green M&Ms, which I thought was wild. A case of sparkling water every day he showed up to the DraftKings green room. A lot of dog grooming material, which actually makes a lot of sense to me. as, Fournette down to the 1. So it could be Fournette time. Could be a shady McCoy vulture-ish carry here. If you see a guy carrying the ball like a Frenchman attempting to steal a baguette, that will be what that'll be McCoy in there right there. Man treats the ball with such great disdain that he doesn't want it anywhere near his body.
Anyways, guys, I appreciate you guys in the chat. Like I said, like I always say, free to express your opinions as long as you do it respectfully. I'll even respond to it sometimes, even if I don't agree with it. So,
yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with Emerson's Peloton collection in the studio. Like, it wasn't just one, it was one per sim. So now we have this fleet of exercise bikes, which does seem wasteful to me, but I don't know. I guess now Emerson can just teach spin classes in his off time. I mean, I feel like if there were one member of the DK Sim fam I would take personal training lessons from, it would be Emerson. Not only is he in shape, but being called a chinchilla would be, very rewarding. As we get a Cameron Brate tight end 2 touchdown. So not OJ, tight end 3, really?
Wow. Yes.
Wow. 2.9 points per game, 1K to flex him. Only the 4th sim ever in which he has had points in Madden 21. It is his 2nd ever touchdown. Absolutely wild to see that. So, that's what you guys are going to miss come September 1st. No more vulture calls. You're going to have to do your own "I'm a vulture" impressions at home, as we just had one of the most vulture-y touchdowns of all time.
It was definitely a vulture. Cam Brate showing up. I wish I needed that last sim because I rostered Berkser. Didn't go the punt route this sim, but there it is, folks. Open this one with a vulture. The vulture. Good Spider-Man villain there. Classic one. One of the old crew.
Oh, see, Meager got the reference there. Yeah, it was that No Green and M&M's thing was a very specific Van Halen part of their rider. They came off as, oh, man, this is just such rock star excess. David Lee Roth, come on, like, get out of here. Boy, they don't want green M&Ms. These guys are out of control. The reason they did that was because, I mean, it was Van Halen in the 80s, so it was all excessive. But it was a very elaborate stage show with a lot of pyro, a lot of moving parts, and they wanted to make sure that every instruction and detail in the contract was read all the way through. So if they got to their dressing room and they had green M&Ms, guess what? They knew that contract was not being followed to the letter. They could go bring that up immediately. They have problems. Someone could get hurt. So it's one of those things where it wasn't an urban legend. It absolutely happened. It happened for a good reason. It wasn't just because these guys were kind of wacky and bonkers, although David Lee Roth, obviously a bit of a weirdo himself in a good way. But yeah, it wasn't just rock star excess. It wasn't just putting things on. No, it was just straight up like, it was for a good reason. They wanted to make sure that the people they were putting their health and safety on the line with were actually paying attention there. As we get a little bit of Julian Edelman on the board. JE11, the man, second catch for him. The man who introduced his own NFTs last year, and no one talked about him. Not last year, earlier this year. It was not really a big thing. His auctions didn't get the money he wanted for him, so he opened them back up after they'd already closed, and people were furious. All 6 hardcore Julian Edelman fans. Koff, probably one of them, as wow, oh no, looking for Edelman downfield, but Newton picked off deep on this one. Wow, what a return! No way. Demir Bird is not gonna catch him. Who is that? Carlton Davis?
Oh, do the Carlton, yeah.
Either way, wow, what a return there from the Buccaneers. 85 yards. And even the Patriots defense shining early. And look at that. Just playing center field, waiting for that one to come. Oh, that ball was getting sniped either way. It was that Jamal Dean, or was that in fact?
I think that was Davis. The Carlton, like I said, man. That was a big play. That was a big swing in this game. I mean, Patriots kind of were keeping this good sim team down, but you can't make mistakes like that against the Bucs, the defending Super Bowl bringing everyone back. Was that a true story you said, you told about David Lee Roth, about why he did the M&Ms? He just did it so people would see if people would pay attention?
Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, everyone thought, it's like, oh, man, these guys, this is just rock stars being crazy.
Right.
But no, it was like a legit, they wanted to make sure people
I like
reading
that.
the contracts.
All right. There you go. A little bit of knowledge, hashtag knowledge here.
At 5 p.m. slowed down.
That's an interesting one. I've never heard that before. Now you got to figure he probably did it for that reason, but like, the Mariah Careys and the other people after him, they probably did it just because.
Yeah, because they could.
For lack of a better word,
they saw that. They wanted to top that. They're like, oh man. Yeah, I used to run the concerts side at Carnegie Mellon, and we get all these wild, funky riders, and you can cross out things on the rider, tell them you're not going to do that. Especially like we were in college, so if they had anything like alcohol related, just on principle, we couldn't go through with it. Like I remember in Jurassic 5 wanted a case of like Red Stripe or something like that. We'd have to be like, nah, I can't do it. But for the most part, it was all pretty reasonable. Partially because like we couldn't spend more than like 10, 15 grand on a concert. I'm sure once you're working with multi-million-dollar contracts, you're like, fine, yeah, whatever. We'll spend the extra $30 to make sure you have Oscar Mayer bologna in your dressing room or whatever.
You got to get that Oscar Mayer, man. I mean, you got to get the good stuff.
Classic.
Everybody loves Oscar Mayer.
Oscar Mayer's, I mean, we used to have a plant here in Madison, and we had a bunch of friends who and I didn't know this was a thing, they got packaging degrees as the run on 3rd and 18 very nearly works out, but not quite enough, so the Bucks are going to get a chance to extend the lead here. Packaging degrees from Michigan State. So not only they get to go to a good school, but a school with a good football team, great basketball team, good hockey, like a good, fun Big Ten school, in-state tuition because a lot of them were native Michiganders. And they came out and they got these great jobs with Oscar Mayer, and like the lead scale was great. The work was low stress, and they got to do really cool stuff with food packaging, and they got to take home a bunch of food as well. So like my friends would always just have like random like giant piles of Lunchables and Oreos and like other like random things just lying around. They'd be like, yeah, man, take a crate of Lunchables. I have no way I'm going to use it. Like we had one friend who was a doctor of meat, and she would like come by and like, yeah, here, you guys want some, you want like 6 pounds of deli sliced turkey? Done. Yeah. It was just like, not a job I ever would have thought of, right? Like not, like I was like, oh, I'm growing up, I want to be like a doctor or an architect, or, I want to be a broadcaster for simulated football. I never once thought I could go into packaging deli meats, make 85 grand a year coming out of college, and basically work like 30 hours a week. It's glorious. If any of you are out there and you're like, I think I should go back to school, look into packaging, because holy moly, like these guys all loved their jobs. It was easy and they got paid great, and not only in money, but also in lunch meat. Anyway, we are at halftime. The Patriots got out to a 10-0 lead. That has since crumbled. A Cam Newton pick six and a passing touchdown to the immortal Cameron Brate. So 2 very unlikely touchdowns for Tampa so far. The tight end 3 and an 88-yard interception return. Moose, I'm going to say it. This game kind of rules right now. I am a big fan.
Pretty good sim. Had a nice little swing there at the end. Getting a little bit from everyone. Edelman 2 for 22, White 2 for 22 in terms of receiving. Not like big receiving numbers. I guess that's the only thing we're missing. But yeah, some nice swings. I'm into it. I mean, we got a little bit of packaging discussion. We talked a little bit of Justin Fields as well. But we got a little bit more discussion for you guys to digest here, because we're going to do a little sweat clip here at halftime. Earlier today, I discussed. You can get more me. I know it's been like 5 hours of me.
That's what the people demand, Moose.
I mean, I guess so. I'm in high demand. I'm not going to lie. Like I said, the second highest paid sim announcer behind Emerson. We discussed PGA high-low in the odds today. We discussed Bryson DeChambeau, who I really like, but you're going to hear more about that. And this week, this is for this week's PGA Tour stop at the Northern Trust. So listen up, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Bryson DeChambeau, the big beefy Bryson, plus 2,500. Too high or too low, those odds?
Yeah, and look, I mean, Bryson is one of these players I mentioned. I mean, you look at this range, Rory at plus 2,200, Brooks at plus 2,200, Justin Thomas at plus 2,500, and Bryson at plus 2,500. These guys are major championship winners. These are elite of the elite, and they're like double the odds of Jordan Spieth. People, this is the juicy center right here where you want to be, sinking your teeth into this week. Absolutely, Bryson. T8 at the WGC, FedEx. Yeah. Look, people remember the blow up, the bad final round, the heckling, the whatever. He was still top 10. He was in the final group at that event, and now his odds haven't even dropped from there. You're actually getting him at better odds from a lot of spots. So, yeah, I really love this on Bryson. I think Liberty National's got big open fairways. He's going to be able to take out that big stick, drive it down the fairway. I think Bryson could be in for a little bit of a revenge this week. And look, he's a former winner of this event, so he's gotten up for the playoffs too. This is a great bet, plus 2,500. You're just not going to see this on Bryson very often. Welcome on back, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that little bit of early week PGA discussion. It is a big week this week with the FedEx Cup playoffs. It's the first of 3 playoff events, so 125-man field. Bryson coming in, Christian, a little bit underpriced in my opinion, 9,600 on DraftKings. Good on the DK Sportsbook. I'm not going to lie to you. I know he's a little bit
right now. Yeah.
He's playing okay. I mean, he played well in his last event. So I think he's a good buy low guy right now. You just don't get to see these prices on Bryson that often. So yeah. I do like him. It's a stacked field though. Should be a fun week.
Yeah, he's going to bounce back at some point. So it might as well continue to spam him until he does.
Here's more Bryson narrative for you to digest or think about. It's going to be a DraftKings house at the Northern Trust for this event. So they're going to be TVs. People can hop in. Chargers. I've heard there's adult beverages perhaps available. It is 21 and over. So stuff like that, food. I think Reed gets to go because Reed gets to go to everything and I have to stay home. But it's going to be fun. And look, Bryson, the company's there. And they want to just, put in a little extra effort, if you know what I'm saying. Put a little elbow grease into this week. I do think it's a good setup for him, too. So I am pretty big on Bryson this week. I do like Scotty Scheffler as well. He's a guy I targeted in my article, but definitely high on Bryson as well. That is a guy who, if you follow my Twitter feed, might get a little more info on going forward. So Leo Fournette.
Oh, and I called the wrong name on the interception return. It was Jamel Dean, not Carlton Davis. So
it was Dean. Okay.
Not one SEC cornerback, a different SEC cornerback. So Jamel Dean at the 88-yard run back. The absolutely beautiful.
It doesn't count for points, but we do like to give the proper sim players the recognition they deserve, especially the defensive guys. They don't get called out very often, so. Fournette, a couple carries to start the second half, so.
Yeah, not much LaShawn McCoy today. He's got like 4 rushing yards, so it's been an all Lenny kind of day.
Just an Uncle Lenny kind of day. That has been the theme of it. I know I took McCoy. He's generally the better passing back. Maybe he'll get involved. Oh, he wasn't. Oh, look. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. LaShawn McCoy with the catch. Tom Brady doesn't have many passing yards either, so that's
only 106 total yards. So I mean, not a lot from the big guns in this one. I haven't seen much Mike Evans. Haven't seen much Chris Godwin. I mean, the biggest play of the game, probably will remain the biggest play of the game, was an interception return. Brady has an INT on his own, but he does have a passing touchdown. Only was to Cameron Brate, so a very unorthodox start to this one. As that time we get a little bit of Chris Godwin. This entire running back rotation in Tampa, Moose, is just feels toxic. Just feels like, from a fantasy standpoint. From an NFL standpoint, it's great. It's great.
Yeah.
You got 3 guys who can move the ball, but like from a fantasy realm sort of thing, like it just seems like bad news. Like you don't want to have to depend on Leonard Fournette or Ronald Jones or Gio Bernard or even Keyshawn Vaughn any given week. Like at any point, they're going to be the guys you kind of begrudgingly throw into your flex because guys got hurt or you're getting baffled by a bye week. The one thing, and it came up earlier, like I'm a little bummed about how low James Robinson is being ranked going into the season. I think Robinson
was so much more than even his numbers suggested last year. Just as a value-added runner and receiver, he elevated that bad Jaguars team. And I get it. Etienne is going to be there to steal snaps and carries away from him. But all right, so right now Etienne going off as the 23rd consensus-ranked running back right now. A little bit of James Robinson, 30th. I just don't understand that split right there. What do you think? Do you think Etienne is being overvalued? Robinson's being undervalued? Do you agree with those rankings? Where are you on those? I wouldn't put James Robinson on public and very, very real, but I may be alone on this one.
I don't think you are. I think there's quite a few James Robinson connoisseurs out there. People who really watch the games and not just look at stat boxes and stuff. Like they know what he did last year. He was legitimately like a 3-down back. He showed some perk in the passing game. He's a solid runner. Like he can kind of do it all. So, you kind of maybe put him in like almost like a more like a almost better version of Chris Carson kind of thing. Like you can get him between the tackles. I don't
5 in goal line carries.
Yes.
Every time he got the ball inside the 5, he scored a touchdown for the Jaguars.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, if you're asking me right now, who would I rather take at those valuations? Like it's Robinson 10 times out of 10. Etienne is fine. I mean, I know he's a high round pick. I'm not even suggesting he's bad. I think he's a really good receiver, especially. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Jags drafted him. But, like Christian just said, I mean, James Robinson's a fantastic inside the red zone. He's a good in between the tackles runner. I don't think that they're just going to move away from him. And already he kind of outsnapped Etienne in the first preseason game. So I think my biggest worry there is how much do they use Trevor Lawrence as a runner? Does he become a red zone option? And does that really kill the value of both guys maybe? But other than that, those things are hard to predict. I mean, if Robinson falls low enough, definitely think about picking him up. The Jags aren't going to be like a world-beating team, but, they're in the same division as Houston. Do the Colts kind of implode without Carson Wentz or with Carson Wentz? Because I think actually with Carson Wentz is worse for them. That's a touchdown by Uncle Leo right there. Uncle Leo, hello! Leonard Fournette on the touchdown. I think Robinson is a guy you need to keep an eye on. Just see how far he falls. If he goes far enough, you grab him. If Etienne goes before him, you grab him. He's just good. He's just one of those guys who's good at football. I don't even know how else to put it.
Yeah, I was shocked when he fell all the way out of the draft. I mean, I loved watching him at Illinois State. All right, so let's take a look at the ADPs. James Robinson right now, currently going off at 64th. So early 6th round average pick for James Robinson. Moves too high or too low?
65 for James Robinson?
64.
64. I would say that's maybe half a round too low, I think. You getting James Robinson as like a 5th round RB. That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, I would agree there. I think I would take him over a guy like Darrell Henderson right now, or maybe even a Kareem Hunt for sure.
Kareem Hunt for sure. Yeah, I agree.
Myles Gaskin's going at like 46, which Gaskin was actually a very useful value-added running back as well. But Miami's rotation has been real weird, and I don't know.
Yeah, and they're rolling with the rotation in Miami. Like I that one's like clear cut for me. I would rather have Robinson. I think the one play. I think Henderson. I would probably lean Henderson just because he's got a path to such big numbers. But guys like Melvin Gordon, I assume, kind of in there. I don't want any piece of him.
Yeah, especially now he's dealing with a little bit of an injury. I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I think Robinson is the guy. And again, I don't think Robinson is a guy who you're going to have to reach for at all, which is nice. Let him come to you. And when he does, you can just snatch him up, right? So,
the way he's going right now, I mean, Gordon is only going a couple spots behind Javonte Williams, and it really seems like Williams is primed to have a big, big rookie year.
Yes. Yeah. No, Javonte Williams definitely arrow up. Melvin Gordon banged up as well. I can't remember what's wrong with him, but a little bit banged up. A groin injury. So, I mean, maybe it just keeps him out of preseason. Not a big deal for a veteran, but still, slight edge to the rookie there right now.
Yeah. DeAndre Swift also dealing with a groin injury, but expected to return to practice. And Swift is a guy I love, and much like I expect the Bears to break a promising young rookie quarterback, I expect the Lions to break a promising young running back. That's just what they do. Sony Michel stonewalled there. So third down coming up. Patriots have been doo-doo since the first quarter. The Bucs have scored 21 straight, but can get back into the game with a touchdown drive here. They kind of need it. They can settle for a field goal, Moose, and make it an 8-point game, but the way the defense has been playing, I would not be happy with that outcome.
No doubt. Third one, they're going to get stuffed. Midfield, you got to think. They got to think about going for it. They're down 11. I don't even think there's a thought here. Vita Vea, the run stuffer. Vita Vea sounds like a sparkling water. But right now, something that's not sparkling for the Pats is their offense. They got to go for this. They don't as Emerson would say, if he was our Peloton instructor, don't be cowards. But you cowards, absolute just.
At the very least, they could have lined up for it and tried the hard count while time ran out on the first quarter. And instead, we get a punt. Not a great one. Not a standard Jake Bailey punt. And now 2 seconds left. Final play of the third quarter. Is it going to be a big gainer? Tom Brady, X Factor lit. Could be trouble for the Patriots. Take it back. That was all. Brady throws it to no one, and we go into our final quarter break here. 21-10 home team Buccaneers in the lead in this one. And, as we said, man, not a lot going on in this one. The rushing, you needed Fournette, you needed the Bucs defense. It looks like the two quarterbacks between them don't even have 200 combined yards. This has been kind of grim. The only passing touchdown belongs to Cameron Brate. Also grim.
Been two games in a row. 2 games in a row. Pretty good sim matchups, and really just not producing. I got a question for you, Varter Robinson. Christian, I want to know who you think is the best underrated guy coming out of college, like the sleeper pick of the NFL this year, who's going to come down from the clouds, swing down from the trees, Christian, and dominate for fantasy.
Wow.
Who's that? Who's that guy?
I mean, it's a tough question because there's so many guys who just came into the league, but one of the guys, and maybe I'm just saying this because it's recency bias. He had a great day on Sunday, but Terrace Marshall, one of those LSU assembly line wideouts, looked very good in the preseason. Granted, gonna be tough for him to work his way up the lineup because Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore are ahead of him. But Curtis Samuel no longer in Carolina. It's going to free up some targets. And Sam Darnold, you got to imagine, is going to be throwing the ball a little bit more and a little bit deeper than Teddy Bridgewater. So a guy like Terrace Marshall, a bit of an overlooked second-round pick, he could really go in and make a difference for the Panthers, especially with Matt Rule in tow. It could be a nice pickup there. I also like Diami Brown with Washington. I got to see a little bit more from him, but he seems like the kind of guy who can shine with Ryan Fitzpatrick as his quarterback. And obviously, there's one alpha wideout in the Washington lineup, and they have a great tight end in Logan Thomas, who is probably going to be a pretty good bargain pickup if he slides to like tight end 9-10 in your fantasy drafts. Snap him up a little bit earlier because he's probably going to get a ton of targets. Anyway, that's a guy I feel like could make a pretty big difference if he gets there. And I'm on Ross St. Brown just because there's no one else you really trust in that Lions passing offense. If anyone's going to come out of day 3 and make a positive impact, it could very well be him. Speaking of positive impacts, Chris Godwin, big-time pickup on 3rd and 6. Gets the ball out to the 40. Tom Brady, not yet at 100 passing yards, but got his team in prime position to salt away his former team. Heading the fourth quarter.
Godwin 3 for 33, so hasn't done much, but they're starting to move the ball a little bit. Tampa obviously had a defensive score if you're just joining us, so that's been part of the reason why they're up big, but Tom Brady's starting to click here. Bad news for the Patriots defense. Looks like he's only 10 for 12, only 102 passing yards, but that's Tyler Johnson swinging in from the trees, speaking of that. So wide receiver 4 or 5 right there. I like those calls. I like the Terrace Marshall call actually a lot. He's a guy who could just be one injury away from being in a really big role. I mean, there's not much to, even with Moore and Anderson in the lineup, there's not much else. Like Ian Thomas hasn't done anything. I think Dan Arnold could be someone who maybe could venture into a useful role, but I don't think he's going to take that many targets. So Marshall is a good call. I like that a lot. Jake Funk is interesting, I think, for the Rams. I know everyone's kind of high on Xavier Jones as a backup, but if Henderson doesn't work out or gets injured, I think Funk is more in tune for as a guy that could.
Funk is absolutely wild from a daily fantasy standpoint because I feel like he's going to have one day where he comes out of nowhere and blows up, and the next week he's going to get hurt. Like he just couldn't stay on the field at Maryland. But like watching him, go check out the Jake Funk highlight reel if you guys have a little more time. Dude was absolutely delightful to watch with the Terrapins, and like he looks like he can be a special player. But then you look at how many games he played, how often he could suit up, and it's like, oh right, injuries are going to be a thing. He's a little bit inconsistent, but hey, he just needs to fill a platoon role with the Rams. He's going to have plenty of opportunities. Another big strike. It's Godwin again. So poor Mike Evans just kind of twiddling his thumbs downfield as Godwin does the work. 4 for almost 60 yards for him now.
Yep. Godwin's starting to heat up a little bit. This whole Bucs offense starting to heat up a bit, which is just bad news for the Patriots. Brady's starting to pick things apart. Wonder if this is what it's going to be like, and whatever it is, week 4 when they head back. What are you expecting from that game? Like, what do you think is going to be the result? You think it's going to be? I think you could see a game like this where it's just more muted than people think.
Yeah.
Like the hype is bigger than Fournette just hit the bonus, by the way, people. So 20 rushes in this game for Leonard Fournette. You do not see that very often in a sim, people. A running back taking that many rushes. He's been crushing Uncle Lenny here. Ronald Jones nowhere in sight. LaShawn McCoy 1 catch. But yeah, what do you think that the result of that game is going to be? You think it's going to be like big time shootout craziness, or just kind of more like this?
No, I don't. I think it's going to be a defensively led battle.
Yeah,
I think as good as Tom Brady would like to be in his return to Foxborough, the Patriots defense is still operating at a very high level. They got some key performers back. The pass rush has really been upgraded. The rotational guys there are much improved from what they had been. The linebacking core is back in sync. I really am interested to see how Kyle Duggar does in year 2, because for a guy who came from Division 2 is Lenny. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Uncle Lenny. Hello, Jerry. Hello.
This guy. That's going to pretty much do it for this one. But Leonard Fournette can be a no doubt crusty cough postroute.substack.com player of the game, because my goodness, man is doing work.
Absolutely, man. Second touchdown of the game. Hit the bonus. He's got about a bajillion carries. This whole sim, his offense has been a couple Brady checkdowns and just Leonard Fournette going absolutely berserk. If you're a Dumbo like me and you rostered McCoy over him, well, head to the exit, people, because this one's over. But look, we'll get his. Obviously, we'll get these stats figured out as well. You got a little bit to catch up on, but they are catching up. Fournette does have 2 touchdowns now, though. So
Fournette just out here murdering lineups as your touchdowns belong to Cameron Brate, 2 for Lenny, and 1 for the Buccaneers defense. Just as we predicted. Just as we saw.
Exactly how we saw it coming.
And this poor Patriots were up 10-0 at one point, and now just getting the doors absolutely blown up. We got some garbage time. It should be some good news for Cam Newton owners. For Sony Michel owners, maybe you can get another touchdown under his belt. For Julian Edelman owners, maybe you captain him like a big dummy, like some of us here. Maybe that you see that and you're like, yeah, it's coming. It's starting. I'm going to climb out of the bottom 10%. But neither team really looking all that good this week. Offensively, it's really been the Lenny show in this one.
We did get a Edelman catch there.
Must Buy giving us buy stream trash, trying to figure out who we'd rather have. Duke Johnson, Jake Funk, or Jake Butt. Really, real into the weeds there. I got to tell you. Jake Butt. I don't think he's playing this season, so probably going to have to trash him. Duke Johnson was awful last year, and Jake Funk might not play more than 4 games this year, so I'm going to trash all those guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to go trash.
Not into the Funk, the
trash,
Butt, or
and
Dukes.
trash. Yeah.
Christian's just having none of it.
Yeah.
There's a pass over the middle. I believe that's Asi.
Yeah, finally.
I just can't even say his name without doing some kind of weird sound effect with it. Asi.
Yeah, there's a guy who won't have a breakout year, but he will be better than last season because he kind of asked him. He only had 7 targets all last year.
I mean, both Henry and Jonnu Smith are now banged up, so who knows? It would be kind of hilarious if Asiasi did end up having a breakout year now after they spent a bajillion dollars on tight ends. Cam just getting pinballs. He's staying on his feet. He's throwing downfield. He's completing a pass too.
Looks like Demir.
Demir Bird. Demir Bird. Second catch for Bird. Yeah, and Bird, I mean, kind of looks like he's going to be slotting in potentially as wide receiver 3 or sharing the wide receiver role in Chicago. Not a deep receiver core after Darnell Mooney and Allen Robinson.
Yeah, I still don't really understand the logic behind trading Anthony Miller, but hey, Marquise Goodwin's there, and like I would love to see Goodwin get like back to those late levels, you know?
Yeah. He had a good stretch there. He really did.
Didn't he look like he was going to break out, maybe be like a 1,000-yard type receiver?
Yep.
Never happened. Unfortunate.
No. And then he sat out last year. Yeah, it was a little unfortunate. I know. I had high hopes for Marquise Goodwin. I was like, wow, this guy's breaking out. He's getting to a new level, and it kind of just fizzled. But interesting spot for him in Chicago, man. I mean, the depth chart really just, falls off a cliff kind of thing after the top 2 guys. So I think they just got sick of seeing Anthony Miller's face and his, ridiculous routes and ridiculous drops and everything. He just really is not a good player. So at least in my opinion.
Yeah, no, we've talked about this. Love the hell out of Mooney. I think he's going to be a great wide receiver too. And then, like you said, there's just a lot of candidates to get that next man up position at wide receiver.
Vaughn Wims, Riley Ridley, Marquise Goodwin, Demir Bird.
Yeah. Like guys who, like if things
got a little something there with some of them.
Jump into them,
Yeah.
Like
as long as Allen Robinson stays healthy, all those guys could semi-flourish. And I'm not talking about like fantasy usefulness, but they could all kind of pop up with like 2 or 3 catches here or there. And, Marquise Goodwin could get stretched the field for them a bit. But boy, oh boy, do those guys need Allen Robinson to stay healthy. Because if it doesn't, I don't know who to throw the ball to. They could get ugly there fast. So
Patriots convert on 4th down. They are still marching to garbage points. 45 seconds to go in this one. Cam Newton trying to throw his first passing touchdown of the day. Plenty of time.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Devin White mercifully knocking that one down instead of returning it 100 yards for the touchdown. Would have been wild to see 2 of those in one game.
It was quite considerate of him to consider, the Patriots' feelings right there. Thanks.
Thinking about Cam. Like, you know what, buddy? You got it rough enough.
Yeah. All right, second chance here. Oh, is he gonna? I'm not sure. Did he get it? He did.
Ooh, wow.
Back of the end zone.
Didn't look like he stayed in, but okay, I'll take it. Say the N'Keal Harry owners out there. A part of today's post route where I try and figure out where N'Keal Harry would fit best if he does get his wish to be traded. He has looked better than expected in camp and in the preseason so far, although preseason really just had 1 target, 1 catch. See if the review stands. I didn't look like he was in, Moose, but these things rarely get overturned.
Yeah. I thought he got the toe. It looks like he did some dragging, some toe tapping. There's one. I can't see that other one. Did he drag it? Tough to see. Inconclusive. Play stands. I don't know, actually. Let's wait for the call.
It stands. Wow. Good. All right. Refs throwing New England a bone here.
That's one of those ones, the play stands. Not confirmed. It stands because they can't see properly. Who knows? What about Chicago for N'Keal Harry? That would actually be perfect.
Not a bad idea. I was thinking a similar spot, New Orleans, who desperately need someone to rise from the primordial ooze behind Traquan Smith and Michael Thomas. We don't know what Michael Thomas is going to be like this year. He dealt with that ankle injury all last season, missed games, quarreled with his team, didn't score a touchdown until the playoffs. So we don't really know who's going to step up and even who the quarterback's going to be for the Saints right now. So Harry, he hasn't been the guy the Patriots thought he would be. He's not really doing great with vertical routes. His go up and get it hasn't quite been there. But he has developed into a tough over-the-middle possession type receiver, which is what the Saints could use. Jared Cook's gone. They need someone to provide a little bit of extra toughness and a little bit upside. It's not a bad spot for him. Maybe Bill Belichick sees the N'Keal Harry bounce coming, and he's like, I got to get rid of this guy before he shows up in a game and drops 3 straight passes again and no one wants him. Maybe that's when he offloads him. But yeah, Bears would be a great destination. Saints would make sense. And 2 teams the Patriots wouldn't have to see in the postseason until a potential Super Bowl matchup, which seems unlikely in either case, with apologies to them.
And look, Peyton and Belichick, they always practice together and stuff. So yeah, maybe there's some heat to that rumor, or that idea, I should say. Not really a rumor, but I could see it. I mean, Saints definitely, I think, makes some sense as a destination. So, I mean, look, we're not even sure if Michael Thomas is going to be there for the entire year. So yeah, I could see that. Man, Uncle Leo going back for more. He's hungry for touchdowns.
Oh, man, this is
the Patriots. Patriots just refuse to give up here. They refuse to. This is like, okay, kid, you've maybe just stay down this time. This last time you get pushed down, maybe just stay down. This one's over, but the Patriots have not admitted defeat yet.
This one feeling like an early Red Dead Redemption 2 mission, because all we keep repeating over and over again is Lenny.
All right, we're getting the kneel downs. We're still going to take the timeouts because that's just what Bill Belichick does. He fights to the end. God love him.
So, yeah, Lenny going to be our player of the game, our postroute.substack.com MVP. And for that babysitter Billy, man, everyone was kind of disappointing in this one.
Did Mike Evans catch a pass? I think he got a couple.
I think it might have to be Mike Evans. He has one catch that I remember. So we'll have to take a look at the stats, see how we're doing there.
Mike Evans comes to mind very, very quickly for me in terms of people who were horrible in this game.
Yeah.
Gronk only had 1 catch. Edelman had 3 catches. LaShawn McCoy had 4 rush yards. I think he did have 1 catch.
He did have a catch, yeah. So let's take a look at the stats.
We'll look at the stats for sure.
But it's going to be a close one.
Absolutely. And again, guys, stats aren't finalized. We know they're a little bit behind here. Guys are working hard to catch it up. Trust me.
Guys, understand.
They're not that far behind. They got the Uncle Leo rushing bonus up there. So Cam Newton, 180 yards, touchdown. Tom Brady, 131 yards, 1 touchdown. So not much passing yards going up there. Both guys just with the 1 touchdowns, passing touchdowns. Leonard Fournette, 129 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. Did have a fumble. Forgot about that. He got blown up. Yeah. Sonny Michel with the touchdown, 43 yards. James White, 32 yards rushing. LaShawn McCoy, 8 yards rushing. Tom Brady with -2 yards rushing.
Yeah, true to form.
Couple kneel downs.
Man, McCoy just did kind of a nothing day out of him. So if you were hoping that he would be the one that broke free, he did not. But yeah, looking at the numbers right now, I think it's going to have to be Mike Evans. Mike Evans, typically a pretty reliable fantasy performer here, but didn't even crack 5 points today. So I am so sorry, Mike Evans. I love you in real life. I think you are an impossible human being. You seem like you were built in some kind of strange lab for football. But here today in this sim, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid. I don't know her award winner for this game. Look at that. 1 for 14 today.
Ouch. That really just sums it up. Kind of sums up the whole performance from the Patriots as well. Okay. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate hanging out for a couple sims. Christian, you done for the day, my man?
I am done. I'll be back for due tomorrow. I think I got 2 on Thursday and 2 on Friday and 1 on. We'll figure it out. I'll be around all week. I'm going to take as many shifts as I can because I got to soak in the sim fam while I can. So, yeah, I will be here. Maybe you and I or something. I think I got a Kenny and a Glash sim tomorrow, or maybe a Kenny and BK sim tomorrow. I don't know.
Who knows, man? It's all crazy from here on to the end. Like you said, we all got to get as much the sim fan in our veins as possible. But we got 2 more sims coming up today. 8 p.m. Eastern, Bears Steelers. No, that's tomorrow's schedule. That's Wednesdays. Never mind. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Just pretend I'm not here. I'll get you to you here. I'll get the schedule in front of me. We do have 2 more games coming up. We got Jets at Raiders with Rossi and Tom at 8 p.m. Eastern. We got 10 p.m. Eastern, Brandon and Tom with Dolphins and Bills. That's what's coming up. So those 2 sets of dudes, Rossi, Tom, Brandon, Tom, they're coming up 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Eastern. But coming up right now on the DraftKings Dream Stream, we got a little interesting combo coming up. Dr. Kerry Hastings, a licensed clinical sports psychologist and mental health doctor for the Los Angeles Rams, joins Ross Tucker on the podcast. That's going to be an interesting one. Stick around for that, guys. Probably hear some interesting stuff and maybe learn something.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday that we are recording and dropping on a Sunday night, presented, of course, by DraftKings. It is a new week. I cannot wait to talk with Dr. Kerry Hastings, a sports psychologist, and more importantly, for our purposes, the mental health clinician for the Los Angeles Rams. Man, we have come a long way in a short time as it relates to mental health. I think still have a long way to go, but the teams like the Rams and others that have been at the forefront of hiring people like Dr. Hastings, it has just been fantastic. I'm sure that it's helping the players quite a bit. Quite frankly, I wish we had them when I was a player. It's awesome. Excited about that. Excited about a new spread the word winner this week at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. Just engage on any of the social media platforms. New sponsor confirmation email winner. Take advantage of any of our sponsors. Then we also have the YouTube shout out winner that we love, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Just go ahead, subscribe to that YouTube channel, and then make a comment, and you can win a cameo style shout out that people pay $25 for all the time. You can get it for free, which is awesome. Speaking of free, by the way, you've heard me talk about Fantrax the past 2 weeks, because starting next week, we are going to start to announce the people that are in the season-long league with me and Joe Dolan. You want a season-long fantasy league going against your boy? Well, you got it. Just go to fantrax.com/Ross. Here's the deal, by the way. It's all free. And for me, you can customize it anyway. That means no defense, no kickers. Just for signing up at fantrax.com, you're eligible to win a Devontae Adams signed jersey. Even better, this is crazy. I didn't even know they were doing this till last week. If you bring your friends and your other leagues from some not-to-be-named platforms, your entire squad will be eligible to win a weekend getaway to watch your favorite team play. I'm sure there'll be some arguing amongst your buddies. You'll get over it because you get $6,000 in spending money. Totally free, totally customizable. No defense, no kickers. Only at fantrax.com/Ross. That's fantrax.com/Ross. Awesome. Cannot wait to see who signs up this week and gets to go against me and Joe Dolan. We'll be announcing it on the Fantasy Feast. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
As promised, we are now joined by Dr. Kerry Hastings. I don't think the last time I saw Kerry, she was a doctor. I think she got that over the years, which is awesome. Kerry, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure, Ross.
Yeah, no, it is awesome. I've been wanting to have you on for a long time, really ever since you got the job with the Rams. She's a licensed clinical and sport psychologist and is the mental health clinician for the LA Rams, which is amazing. Mental health is a huge topic. You are right in the middle and the thick of I don't know if you call it an evolution, a revolution, or what, but it's a good time for people like you to help people like us, all of us. So glad you could come on the show. And I have to point out how I know Carrie. Her husband, Chuck, was a teammate of mine at Prince and actually hosted me on my recruiting visit when I was 17 years old. So I have known your husband for 24 years, and I was at Carrie's unbelievable wedding in Hawaii. That was amazing. We still talk about that. So it's good to talk with you and see you. It's been a while.
I know it has been a while. It's so good to see you virtually. And yes, we definitely have a history here. And as long as you're nice to me, I won't bring up any skeletons in your closet that Chuck may have shared with me.
Oh man, I promise I will be. And Chuck absolutely knows about a lot of skeletons I have from the college days. So that's, although in fairness, if you brought those up, I could bring up Chuck ones, and I think I would win that battle ultimately.
Yeah, we won't go there.
So, Carrie, I guess we'll start with this. How did you get the Rams job? Like, how did that whole thing start?
When they moved out to LA, they did have some overhaul with just needing people in different places. And it was really kind of just starting to be prioritized in the NFL in terms of this total wellness concept and supporting athletes, as a whole person with holistic approaches to coaching. And so they were looking for someone to fill that role. And I was a practicing sports psychologist at the time. My office is in the vicinity of where their practice facility is. And so they had heard about me. I'm in my area. I'm kind of the only person who does what I do. And I also specialize in neuropsychological evaluations. So I've got that kind of knowledge when it comes to, concussion protocol and how that intertwines with mental health. And having been an athlete, I've always approached this from both a personal and a professional standpoint in terms of what I've learned along the way, what I could have used but didn't have as an athlete. And so it all just kind of lined up: timing, opportunity, preparedness, location, all of that. And it was a good fit, I think, for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I've read rave reviews. I've read a story or two that has been written about you out there in California, which is awesome. I think you touched on it, but I'm sure you get asked all the time, what are your duties for the Rams? Because it sounds like it spans a pretty wide spectrum.
Yes, and it's grown over the years from when I first started, as it has within the league. I'm proud to say I think the Rams has served as a model for the league in terms of how we've developed our mental health program, our IR protocol, and how we just approach this whole thing. When the CBA was revamped a couple of years ago, I remember that some of the league reps came and did a site visit and were so impressed with how we were managing that total wellness approach that they did take some ideas back and incorporated it into that new protocol, which involved, mandating that every team had some sort of a mental health resource. I, being a sports psychologist, also get to kind of blend my mental health support with performance enhancement. And, I find that they go together automatically anyway. But yeah, so now I'll do anything from, I work with all the rookies and give league mandated rookie trainings to kind of prepare them for the league and help them with that transition. I'll give staff trainings. I remember the year that we went to the Super Bowl, everyone, come end of January, everyone was so fried and just the stress levels were through the roof. So I did just a staff relaxation, educational, workshop with everybody to ground them. And then I meet, most of my time is spent meeting individually with players, sometimes coaches and staff, but mostly players, and working one-on-one with them, typically on a weekly basis. And then, I'll attend some practices and kind of see how things are manifesting, again, both in terms of mental health and performance. And then we go from there.
It's interesting, Carrie, because, and I'm sure a lot of guys are similar, but growing up in high school and college, things generally went pretty well, right? Like they went, in my favor for the most part. Then you get to the NFL and it's just not like that. Plus the level of stress and anxiety is more than you've ever experienced before. I can remember, and I've told this story on the show before, we were playing the 49ers. I was in Dallas, and it was a critical play, and my guy made the tackle, and we ended up losing the game. And I'd already been cut once in my time in the NFL. So I spent all night watching every Sports Center, every local news to see whether or not they were blaming me. Mm-hmm. And I was not able to sleep the entire night. I called my girlfriend, who's now my wife, probably 3 or 4 times. I called my parents 3 or 4. I mean, literally, it was almost on the hour. I was freaking out. And, I never really experienced that before. And I guess I look at it like, thank goodness I had those people and I had a really good support system. But I think I know, and we know, there's a bunch of players that don't. And I can imagine it's as valuable as anything for them to just have someone to talk to about what they're feeling.
Absolutely. I think that, this is a resource that was never even considered before, and it didn't exist. It wasn't accessible. And guys go through that all the time. And, I just got back from training camp, and it's like the pressure of earning a position, of, battling it out with someone to start or get on that roster. And we've got cuts coming up, anxiety about, who's going to stay, who's going to go. And then when you get into the season, if you make a bad play, is that my fault? Am I being blamed? How do my teammates feel about me? All of those things you're mentioning. And the thing is, that's always been there, but it's finally being talked about, and it's finally being addressed and normalized so that we can then support those players and guide them through it so that they can get back on track sooner. And not feel so culpable and have that just weigh on them for so long. And, it's so important. And now you see it in all different levels of sport, in different sports altogether. We saw it in the Olympics, and people are starting to speak out. And every year that I've been with the Rams, I have worked with more people per season every year. And now I'm starting to see people who come to me when things aren't necessarily wrong and something didn't necessarily go badly, but they want to see me to kind of establish that relationship ahead of time, just in case, or just for maintenance. Some guys I've worked with for years now, and it's the continuity of it that feels reassuring to them and is a comfort that they have that anchor in place.
So it just seems crazy to me now that when I played from 2001 to 2008, to my knowledge, there was no one like you for any of the teams. I guess my question is, what was the impetus for this? I don't necessarily mean the Rams. I just mean globally. Like, mental health is such a hot topic here in 2021. And I've talked to other organizations that are working on total wellness, that they have mental health clinicians like you. But what was sort of what's turned the tide to get us to this point? Was there some big moment that happened? I'm curious as to when this breakthrough happened.
It's such a great question, because it does kind of seem like all of a sudden this is, top stories on the news. This is all of a sudden a priority. And it has happened rather quickly over the past, I think, several years, and things are being put in place. I really think it's from public figures speaking out. I think, you've seen Michael Phelps speaking out between Olympics, not just once he was retired, about, difficulties he's faced along the way. And, and now, Simone Biles now, and so many that are revered for their athletic prowess. And then, it makes younger athletes look at that and say, okay, it's okay to actually be going through something like that, and then to seek support for it. And now I think we're reaching a level where not only is it being perceived as okay and not taboo, but it's encouraged. And hey, wait a second, that can actually make me a better athlete. That can make me thrive and bring out the best in me. And so now it's actually being sought out. And you mentioned those articles that you read about my work, but that came from the players. I'm not even allowed to talk about that. And I was so proud that now we're starting to see leaders in sport talk about how this total wellness support is benefiting them as a whole person, not just as an athlete, and then how they can bring it onto the field, onto the court. And that's, I think, what we need to have more of as we continue, is just having it advocated for from the top down. And I always say this to our team, but, making it cool for athletes, especially where, there's such a message of being tough and, sticking it out and really diffusing that mindset of, if you have mental health issues, that's a form of weakness.
Yeah, it's totally changed. And you hinted at it earlier, but you were a high-level athlete. I mean, you were a recruited athlete to Notre Dame. I want to say sprinter and hurdles. Is that right?
You got it. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my question there, Carrie, is how much does that help you? I mean, I can't imagine that most of the sports psychologists were athletes. Does that help you relate to what they're going through?
Having been an athlete helps me so much all the time. And I didn't have a sports psychologist. We didn't have one at Notre Dame when I was there. I was a very anxious athlete every meet and about a lot of things. I lacked confidence. When I look back, and if I knew then what I know now, boy, I could really apply a lot of things. Now they do. And now most, especially the more big time athletic schools, have at least one sports psychologist on staff. Some, like USC, has developed a whole sports psychology focused program. And so, we're seeing it now at levels, collegiate levels. I would love to see it start to enter the high school scene as well. Young adulthood is such a prime time for the manifestation of mental illness. And, I love, though, that often I'll have rookies come to me now and say, yeah, can we set up a regular time? I worked with a sports psychologist in college and I just kind of want to keep up with it. And that's so great to hear because you never heard that before. But now, because so many of the collegiate settings have that in place, athletes who go pro want that continuity. But for sure, I mean, whether I suffered a season-ending injury my junior year, and so working with injured guys, I can definitely relate on some level to those feelings of helplessness and frustration and having to be patient with what seems like an endless time period before you're back to playing form. So I draw from my own experience all the time.
So I think the last question I have is probably one you get a lot. And this was one of my initial reactions when I heard that you got the job. And quite frankly, when I heard all of these teams were having team psychologists, mental health clinicians, there's not a lot of trust for players when it comes to management, to the point where a lot of times you might have a hometown trainer or a hometown doctor that you go to for second opinions, or if something's bothering you, you go to instead of the team because you don't want to tell the team because they're going to hold it against you. How many questions or concerns have you gotten from guys that don't want the team to know maybe it's a family issue, or don't want the team to think this guy's lacking confidence? We're going to cut this guy. I guess I'm curious about that dynamic, and I'm sure you've had at least a player or two that has questioned you or called you out on it.
Trust is such a big thing, and it can get kind of tricky. And I emphasize that right off the bat and continually, that anyone's work with me is confidential. And regardless of my involvement with the team and the fact that I'm in communication with, the training staff and with coaches and with other folks. Now, depending on what the issue is, I've also had situations where, let's say there's a readiness to play aspect. And I never will go and talk to someone without letting the player know, without getting the player's permission. I mean, that's just standard clinical practice. And I will have them sign a release and say, and I don't know if I've ever run into where they've not been okay with it. Some players don't want anyone else to know they're seeing me, and that's fine. And so we work with that, and I'll take that into consideration when I'm scheduling them, where I'm scheduling them. I still have my private practice office in town. So if they want to be that discreet, then I just meet with them at my office. But I don't want there to be any barriers to a player getting support. And often it comes up, sometimes there's conflict within the team or disagreements between coach and player, or that's fine. And I reassure them that that's not going to get back to anyone. It's not going to interfere with their playing status, not from me anyway. It can get a little tricky when, especially like if you're dealing with injury, or I'm working with the training staff and even if they've sent the person to me, then sometimes they want to know, how are they doing? Where do we stand here with them? And that's where it's just open that, I clear it with the player first, have them sign something so that I can talk to those folks. But I definitely, probably more than anything, prioritize that confidentiality piece so they know it's a safe and secure place.
Can't wait, Carrie, to hear and see the listener reaction to this. I've been wanting to have you on the show for a while, ever since you got the job there with the Rams, because it's such a hot topic. You're right. We just had the Olympics. We're getting into the grind of final cuts and starting jobs and all of that. For people that want to know more about Dr. Hastings, Carrie, and what she's doing, drcarriehastings.com, Carrie, Hastings.com, drcarriehastings.com. I'm sure people will check out the website, Carrie, just to see more about it. I mean, you probably didn't even know when you got into it that you were going to be at the forefront of something huge. I think you did it just because you liked it and you wanted to do it. Now it's turned out to be this huge thing.
Yes, that's so true. I really just kind of, like I said, from my own personal experience, I've always been interested in sports and working with athletes, and I love psychology, and the two worlds I kind of was able to put together. But all of a sudden, here I am in the NFL, and yes, and shaping the views of mental health within athletics. So I'm very blessed, and I love my job.
Thank you so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. It's so good to see you. Say hi to your girls.
I will. Likewise. Well, I knew Dr. Carrie Hastings would be awesome. I also knew when I finally got my shorts and workout shirt from 10,000 that it would be amazing. 7-inch interval short with the liner, versatile shirt. Got them last week. I was riding my bike wearing them this week, and I had the Raycon earbuds in, had my 10,000 shirt on, my 10,000 shorts on, lightweight, breathable, durable. Here's what's crazy about the 10,000 shorts. I wear them for my 50-minute bike ride, and I'm like sprinting, I'm sweating. Then I go right to the beach with them, right to the beach. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law call them my All-Americans because they're great for everything. Spinning, short runs, interval training, super lightweight, running, yoga, mobile. It's insane. You guys got to get these 10,000 shirts. 10,000 or in shorts. The shirts, awesome. The shorts, amazing. 10,000 offering our listeners, that's you, 15% off your purchase. Go to 10,000.cc and enter code Ross Tucker to receive 15% off your purchase. So interesting website here. Make sure you make note of it. 10,000.cc and enter code Ross Tucker. My full name.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, a lot to get to since we spoke back on Thursday morning, I think. We'll start with the interaction between Deshaun Watson and the reporters in Houston late last week.
Yeah, not good for him, man. I mean, Deshaun Watson's coming off the field, and he says to the reporters, "Why are you guys filming me? It's the same thing every day." Hey, Deshaun, probably just in case you interact and say something that makes no sense whatsoever, like you just did. You're kind of a franchise quarterback that demanded a trade and is about to get indicted by a grand jury. Yeah, they're going to film you. This was not a smart move by Deshaun. Very interesting that he did this. I don't understand why he did it. And I would just say, I don't get into the guilty, not guilty. I don't know enough about that stuff. I do know he's not quite the guy I thought he was based on some of the things that have happened over the last 6 months.
Tuck's Takes.
Had a trade take place during your game on Thursday night. Steelers traded a 6th-round pick to the Jags for linebacker Joe Schobert.
Yeah, it's funny, Bri, because it happened during the Steelers-Eagles game Thursday night, but I'm not going to announce that. Number one, I'm doing the Eagles broadcast. Number two, I need somebody to verify it. I can't be the one telling thousands of people about a trade. I need that to be confirmed by the teams involved, and it wasn't that night, so I didn't say anything. It's interesting because I thought the Steelers felt pretty good about Devin Bush coming back from injury, Robert Spillane, but evidently not good enough. Now, I think the Jags are paying about half of Joe Schobert's salary. I think the Steelers think, okay, we don't know about Spillane for sure, and Devin's coming off the injury. Let's get a known commodity in Joe Schobert. Makes sense to me. And I think for $3.5 million or whatever it is, they're happy to lock that in.
Tuck's Takes.
On the injury front, rookies Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings and Rashad Bateman of the Ravens each had core muscle surgery over the weekend, and Texans put 3 tackles on the COVID-19 list.
Right, so that means 1 tested positive, 2 were close contacts, but my understanding, Bri, is you can only be considered a close contact if you are unvaccinated. So that's yet another reason to get vaccinated. I don't know why you would want to take the risk of being considered a close contact. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me. We're talking about Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard. I mean, these are their starting offensive tackles. Are they out for 10 days? It's crazy. As for Rashad Bateman, not good for the Ravens. The one thing they're missing is the passing attack, and they've just missed a lot of time between Hollywood Brown's injury, Lamar Jackson out for 10 days, Bateman now out for a while. And as for the Darrisaw thing, Bri, I told you, remember a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, no, June, when Darrisaw missed minicamp, I said, this is not right. You don't have a January core muscle surgery injury, and now you're not practicing in June. Because I've had that surgery. I said it. Nobody picked up on it. Nobody nationally, nobody in Minnesota. I said there's more than meets the eye here. Well, there you go. There was more than meets the eye.
Tuck's Takes.
Got some interesting news down where I am, down in the Bayou. Saints announced that all fans must present proof of either being vaccinated or having a negative test prior to attending games at the Dome.
Well, and if they want proof that they're married, Bri, it's all about Manly Bands. Manly Bands is here to rescue you from an otherwise hellish band buying experience. They offer your hand the freedom to look how you want it in just about every type of earthly material imaginable. You know what's crazy? I could not find my wedding band the other night, Brian. The one I got when I was married. I was so glad that I have one from Manly Band. I mean, they have gold, wood, antler, steel, dinosaur bone. Mine is steel. And I was like, man, that would be bad if I can't find my wedding band, my original one. But thank goodness I got a second one from Manly Bands because they're awesome. To order your Manly Band and get 21% off. I know this is a big engagement season, big wedding season. You get a free silicone ring as well. Go to manlybands.com/Ross. That's manlybands.com/Ross for 21% off. Manly Bands, the best darn rings, period. As for the Saints thing, how are people down there feeling about that, Bri?
I don't know. Haven't asked them.
I think it's great, to be honest with you. I mean, it's indoors.
Hang on. I'll interrupt you. It's very polarizing. You ask one person and they think it's wonderful. You ask another person, it's the same thing. It's no different than anywhere else in this country being so divided, unfortunately.
But even if you are not in a vaccination or whatever, I think you have to understand that you shouldn't be in an indoor place with people that don't want you to be like that. And you don't have to get vaccinated. Just get a negative test then. I guess I don't understand how anybody could dispute this one, right? Like, either get vaccinated, you don't want to get vaccinated, okay. You want to go to the game and be inside with a bunch of people that are vaccinated, get a test that proves you're negative that day. Makes sense to me, Brian.
Tux Takes.
All right, we've had a ton of preseason games with teams taking the field for the first time this preseason. Any takeaways so far?
Yeah, obviously we'll talk to Greg Cosell later this week about the rookie quarterback performances. I thought, quite frankly, Dwayne Haskins played very well in my game, Bri. Steelers Eagles, they gave him a lot of playing time. He had one play where he went the wrong way on a handoff. Other than that, he threw the ball very well. Looked like he was in command. His offensive line did a good job. But Zach Wilson did some good things. Trevor Lawrence did some good things. Fields, I thought, was very exciting. It's a good time for these young quarterbacks. Mac Jones had some positives. I would say really good start overall for these young quarterbacks. Really good start to this week. We'll have the College Draft podcast and the Even Money podcast on Tuesday, so get fired up. Might even post Andrew Brandt's Ross Tucker Football Podcast Wednesday edition on Tuesday night, so look out for that one. Shout outs to Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, and HumanHeadNYC.com, as well as SteakhouseSports.com. Our buddy Chris Aronchek. We're getting closer. Every team has played already. We got week 2 of the preseason. Your boy's on national TV Thursday night. Tell everybody you know. Get excited. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Okay. Hey, guess what we're doing? Simulated football, Madden style, on DraftKings. It's a thing. What's up, Freeze Pops? How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. What's going on?
Hey, man, you know what? Life couldn't be better if you pinched me twice. We got ourselves literally maybe the worst matchup possible, but there's still points galore to be had. You got the Jets, you got the Raiders. And to be honest, actually, I was really trying to think about it because I want to say the Broncos because I think the Broncos might be literally the worst.
Mm-hmm.
But their defense is good. Like, they can actually stop teams. Offensively, it's a disaster. Outside of that, though, they're up there at least on the Mount Rushmore of poor Madden 21 simulated football teams.
So I have a soft spot for the Jets because my lone win in Madden is with the Jets as one of the teams to pick from. And
respect.
I have to hold that near and dear to my heart as it's probably going to be my only simulation win in my time calling games as we wrap up commentary here on Madden at the end of the month. So
wait, what? This is breaking news?
Oh, did you miss that?
I did. I almost missed this actually, but hey man, listen, let's be real. Let's break it down this way. As I always say, we're here now. Let's live in that moment, baby. Let's have some fun. Let's talk some smack. We'll talk some football. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Let's see if our guy Tommy Freeze Pops can get that dub. Freeze Pops, very rare for me to ask as we are here in the opening drive. Wow, quick draw there to Darren Waller from Derek Carr. By the way, actually, before I ask, I'm going to ask your lineup. That's right. I'm going to do it.
Wow.
Did you see Nathan Peterman played almost the entire game for the Raiders?
No.
Nathan Peterman threw 39 passes in the preseason game the other night. He was taken out at the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter. That's it. He played all 3 full quarters, fourth until the 2-minute warning.
Well, I got 2 thoughts on that. One, I mean, the guy clearly needs practice. He's Nathan Peterman. And 2, Raiders clearly feel like they might have something here. They want to see what they got. You know, he's one of the laughing stocks of the league. They want to see if he's actually a laughing stock. So
Nathan Peterman, dude, one of the oddest stories in the history, recent history in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills were rolling a few years ago with Tyrod Taylor, and they're just like, yeah, Sean McDermott's like, we're going to start Nathan Peterman. Dude throws 5 picks in the first half. Team goes on to be a playoff team, too. It's just, what a wild story for Peterman.
I mean, the fact that the whole Josh Allen thing has occurred in Buffalo kind of makes us forget about that, but that was one of the more wild situations for a minute there. I mean, yeah, they ended up making the playoffs that year. That Bills team was horrible. Remember that playoff game? It was like them
and the Jags. It was like 10
Jags. That's what it was. It was them and the Jags. And I remember thinking to myself, like, are either one of these teams going to get past the 50?
Dude,
it was super windy that day too. Just what a terrible playoff game. I can't believe I sat through that thing.
I have very little fame to my name, and I'm not pretending like this was really it. But I remember putting out a tweet. It was like a CBS highlight of Bortles. He was running to the sideline and just threw the ball out of bounds. And I think I posted something like, that's the longest pass thrown in this game. And it was picked up by Barstool. And it was one of those, you ever get a tweet picked up by Barstool by chance?
Not that I can recall offhand.
Okay. It will happen to you because you're world famous. When it does, your Twitter is going to explode. And it happened to me that day. There's 2 tweets in my history that got picked up by Barstool and like Dave Portnoy. One was that, and one for the Boston Bruins. Obviously, I'm out of Boston. Torrey Krug a couple years ago in the playoffs came flying down the ice with no helmet on.
And he destroyed Rob Thomas.
Thank you. Okay, so you know it very well. And I took that clip and said, like, Tuesday after a long weekend, gonna hit you like, or something like that. And that thing took off to the next stratosphere as well at the time.
Wow.
Anywho,
good tweet.
Yeah, I used to be great. When you have something to tweet about, or you work in certain industries like Freeze Pops does, sometimes it catches. Anywho, appreciate you all being here. By the way, listen, I'm not here to preach. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your life. I appreciate you spending your time here. There's a lot of things to be spending time on a Monday in the midst of August. The fact that you're here, we appreciate it. If you could, share the thumbs up. Smash it. tickle it, tongue punch it, as Emerson would say. We got a great crew. We got Michael, we got TP, Bailey, Zach. We got the double op squad. Woo woo. Also, shout out. I see Robbie Noble in the chat. Haven't seen this dude in a long time.
Nabi Robble.
I don't see the other one though. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, Robbie, good to see you. James, Sean Preston, Congo,
Noah Moon,
Scott Grant, Noah Moon, always positive in here. Lindenbaum, CEH. I see our guy Obi-Wan over on the Twitch. It's me and Freeze Pops. Freeze Pops, we get Vegas not doing much in that first drive. What's your lineup look like, though? I'm very intrigued.
Oh, well, here you go. I prepare to be even more intrigued. Darren Waller, Henry Ruggs, Chris Herndon, Jamison Crowder, Chris Hogan, Rashad Perriman. A lot of pass catchers.
Yeah, you didn't. No kicker in there. A little disappointing.
No kicker, no quarterbacks, no running backs.
No shocker on the quarterbacks. Which, by the way, Derek Carr's still there for the Raiders. You kind of see that team, I think, in full. This team, I think I actually saw this in a Madden 22, like, top 10 teams to if you're going to, like, play a franchise mode with. And I thought this is such a good point. And Congo, I want your thoughts on this. Because, like, honest thoughts. I know, I'm not going to say anything bad about the Raiders. But is there a team right now in the league that is could make a run at the playoffs if things click, or could be in full rebuild mode, like at the same time, than the Raiders?
That's a good question.
Like they're not at the point, like they kept Derek Carr, so they believe they can contend to a degree. They haven't sold any of their real big assets. People are just randomly retiring at all points for this team. I was thinking about it. I think it's them. I almost want to say this.
I think any NFC East team you could make that. I mean, 3 of the 4, I'd say. But Eagles aren't making the playoffs, but any of those 3 could swing the other way.
Yeah, but I don't see like the Cowboys in like a full rebuild. I don't see the Giants in a rebuild.
I personally don't either, but it's not like any of those 3 teams had winning records last year.
True.
And I just think that all 3, you could make the argument, are going to improve this year. You could also make a strong case that all 3 will continue to be bad and be in that rebuild stratosphere. It's the NFC East.
Sure. AT Alien says, Rossi and Free Spops, you're 2 of my favorites. I'm going to miss you, cool sons of guns. You know what, AT Aliens? We're going to miss you more.
Yeah, I was trying to think about how we can still all hang out or something, and I came up with an idea. Let me hear yours first. Whoa! That was weird. The ball was bouncing on his helmet for a second there. That was kind of crazy.
You had the idea first, so I didn't want to steal your idea because I want to talk to you. This was going to be an off-air conversation, but what the hell? We're going to let it.
Yeah, let's let it fly. I definitely let it fly a little too much yesterday. I apologize to those who were watching.
Couple of
no language, but
couple explicits. Okay,
I could have behaved better. My idea was we pick a night once a week. We call the broadcast Madden After Dark. It's a YouTube live show, and just any DK broadcaster that's available can join. And
what about
it's
Kenny?
Just
can we skip Kenny?
No, Kenny's allowed. Okay. I don't think Kenny will join often though. He's always very busy watching tennis. So I don't know. It look, not a lot of thought put into it, but just popped into my head. The name Madden After Dark is kind of catchy. It's an homage to how this group came together.
Should I stream like a Madden game like while I'm just playing, just to have something for visual purposes?
No, I don't think that there should be any element of Madden involved in it, and that's part of the inside joke for those who get it.
I don't mind it. Oh, hold on. My cat needs to take a dump.
That was my idea.
I got another one. Hold on.
Okay. Rossi is going to allow his cat to go in the bathroom to use the litter box.
I don't know what.
Chris Hogan with the big grab. First and 10 good. Jets.
I haven't been home like in all day, and my poor cat. That door was closed. I only God knows, or maybe Michael knows, where that cat's poop is.
You think that cat's about to take a massive dump?
No, without it. If he hasn't, like the fact that door is closed, first of all, we're gonna have a domestic dispute later. But aside from that, yeah, no, that's crazy. My other idea was actually, and I love.
So wait, before you give yours, give me a letter grade on mine.
B+.
Okay.
because I don't give away perfect grades.
No, B+ is a perfectly fair grade for that idea.
It's a great idea because you know what it is? It's smart. And you know what? The idea that I have, I'll tell you in a second after we take a little break here for the
That's a fast quarter.
Listen, we got the best in the biz, dude. We got the best in the biz with us.
Let's slow this thing down here.
No.
As we go.
No. You go right ahead, TP. Don't listen to that nonsense. I'll just call you after. No, I'm gonna. Oh, please. It's so funny. Every conversation I have with people after, like when the Sims are over, they're like, "Man, like Kaufman's like, I'm gonna cry on that last one. I just know it." I'm like, bro,
no, he's not.
Let it out. You do whatever you want. You think you're gonna cry? Cry. You're not gonna cry? Don't cry.
I'd be shocked if Koff cried. I might cry. I'm an emotional guy. Koff feels robotic to me. I don't think.
I think
Koff's
it's gonna depend. Sloppy steaks. Rossi, why are you so scared to say my name? Don't be a coward, you bozo. Just say it with all due respect. What, sloppy steaks? Slop them up.
I've never seen that username on YouTube before. I'm happy to see that we still have new people joining us here on the Dream Stream a year and a half into this thing. Sloppy steaks, what's up?
You know what's going to happen, right? Commentators gone. This thing's going to blow up. There's going to be like 50,000 people watching. It's going to be like putting like the McAfees, the Lebitards. Everyone's going to
We're the ones that have been holding this thing back.
But all jokes aside, no. The other idea I had was, me and you are the masters of the Mount Rushmores.
Ooh, I like this already.
And we've teased a little bit of doing this, but I was thinking the first idea. It's not necessarily like yours is just like a really smart idea. I've actually had a similar idea for something off of this, but yeah, wait, real quick, long stroke. Rossi, did you get a new ring or in trouble for not wearing it? No, dude, I wear the same thing every day. The glasses, the shirt.
It might be the lighting.
It probably is the lighting.
Yeah.
Put a
this
ring
is a semi-new space for you for Sims. Like, you haven't been doing Sims that long from this area. Am I right on that?
Nope. You're right. Yeah, it's like about a month now. Lev Bell just bonkers his way into the end zone. I don't know if I rostered him. I can't remember anymore because I already lost my I lost my phone somewhere and I don't know where it is. I literally got here maybe a minute, just enough time for Michael to give me the full rundown, our great producer, of what's going down tonight, and take a couple shots, which I love about him.
Yep.
But my idea was, as we have the Lev Bell score, that we do a tier list. And I think we've talked about this before. And I wanted to start it. And it's funny, I was going to do this anyways. The week there that I guess we'll be off, maybe I could put everything together to be right there that night. But I don't want everybody on. No offense to everybody. We could rotate.
That's fair.
But I feel like you're good. I feel like me and you get along very well. Like naturally. And I don't mean that other people don't. But I feel like if we were doing this like we're doing right now, or if you were here at my house, or if I was there in the great St. Louis, like it would just be a natural like couple hours. I agree. So my point is, maybe I was thinking like I want an odd number, so 3 or 5 people. And what we do is once we know, because that week that we're going to be done will be the in between before the year league like actually starts. So once we know the 32 starting quarterbacks, I want to do a tier list of the starting quarterbacks for 2021.
I'm in. Sign me up.
And the reason I want an odd amount is because it always helps break a tie. So if like 2 people think, oh, that's a great, whatever the categories are, like the best, like okay, or like no doubters or something like that. Like you want somebody that can be like, I don't know, like I think.
Yeah, you got to always have. I think Kenny'd be great for it.
I don't know if I really want to talk to Kenny again. I'm not getting paid, bro. I don't know, dude.
Let's power rank the people we hate doing Sims with the most. Okay, you go first.
I don't hate doing anything with anybody. No, I don't even think it all depends on it's really the Kenny you get. That's what I will say. And like for most people, and I'm sure I'm the same way. I'm sure people feel the same way about me in certain ways, but it's like all about that day and what person you get. Like, so I've gotten Kenny's when he just doesn't want to do things, when he's writing articles during the sim, he's eating during the sims, listening to music on his headphones during the sims. And I'm just thoroughly annoyed.
That's a power move.
I don't say anything. People behind the scenes don't have to say anything right now, but I'm telling you. Just saying, you know what I'm talking. There was a stretch where I was like, I think Kenny got to go. Like he was like literally listening to music and not paying attention to anything I said.
Oh, that's incredible. I respect the move.
I don't. I actually don't. I don't respect the move. I like people that give a crap about if it's.
No, I do too. I
wanted to smack the kid, if you wouldn't believe, but
there was a question here asking who will be doing commentary once we are gone. It's actually going to be the pre-recorded commentary that comes with Madden. So you'll hear Charles Davis and blanking on who the
Brandon.
What's his name? Brandon Godden.
It's actually going to be BK and Ducey. I'm just going to do.
I texted Charles Davis yesterday in the middle of the sim. I sent him the Zoom link with no context.
Nice.
And no response.
Ah.
Yeah. I figured that could be fun. Like, what if he just clicked in and we saw what happened? Granted, then he'd have to ask me for the password. I didn't think that far through. I was kind of seeing red yesterday.
Oh, we're getting that little Darren Waller touchdown here on the way out. Jabal, I can't even say your name right, says they want to see Cough cry. Well, you might.
I kind of want to see Cough cry, too.
I don't, because it'll probably make me upset. Like, I don't like seeing people cry, especially over things.
I want to see that he's a human, because he doesn't sleep. So that's one part of the human element that I know he doesn't possess. So if I see tears, that will give me some reassurance that I haven't been working with a cyborg for about a year.
I don't know, bro. I watched Dexter. He cried once, and he's still crazy. Kaufman and Dexter may be the same person. Just saying.
Are you suggesting? No.
I'm not suggesting. I'm just inferring. I like our crew tonight. After some of the things I said earlier, TP said no comment. Michael said never. And then also TP says we have never seen him in the same room before. We've never seen them.
True.
It's true.
I've only ever seen Kaufman in a room with a bunch of DVDs.
I have seen
apparently he did. Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess he did a sim with Glash once upon a time, so I missed that.
I was there. Long stroke. Yo, Rossi, when does the sim start with updated rosters? I don't know, dude. My guess would be somewhere in early September, if not dude.
I got no idea, man.
I stopped asking. I can tell you that. Can we tell the behind the scenes, because this is kind of a funny situation. So, was it a week ago today? When did this all go down?
Last Wednesday, so less than a week ago.
Okay, so Thursday is when me and Kaufman broke the news. Okay, so last Wednesday, I'm sitting in my computer doing my work. I get a text from Freeze Pops, and I'm like, "What's up with it? Maybe he needs me to cover or something." I knew you were at the hall, and that there's so much better stories to talk about, but
yeah,
unfortunately, you have a podcast for that, which everyone needs to go check out. Great Dane Nation. By the way, we got to get your boy. We got to get that suit tailored, but we'll get to that another time. That thing's a little long in the arm. Or he's just slimmed down. I don't know. So I'm sitting at my computer and I get a text from Freeze Pops, and it's a screen grab of an email from the authority at DraftKings, we'll just say. And he's like, "Yo, you know what this is about," or something like that. He's like, "I'm on vacation." I'm like, "This dude's gone. See ya." But I'm like, let me just check.
So you thought that me sending that screenshot to you was them firing me?
I don't want to say the word firing, because I just don't know all the situations you've been in. I'm not on every sim with you. You may have slipped up. Let's be honest, everybody. We can talk about it. There have been people that have made mistakes on these sims before.
For sure.
They're gone.
That's why I have a job with DraftKings.
Exactly. So, and I remember that night very well, oddly, because I used to watch these way more than I'd like to admit. So I'm sitting there and I see that and I'm like, "Oh, Freeze Pop's messed up. Something happened." Then I'm like, let me just check my email, because I never get my emails for some reason never populate from the same source that you got the email from. So my email, and I see the same thing, and I said, "Well, we both gone."
Looks like I'm fired too.
I didn't listen. Fired is if you do something wrong. But I said to myself, I said, So I sent the call. Obviously, now we all know what happened. They were very, very, very cordial to let all of us individually know. Have personalized conversations with us. Let us not only know, but like, damn, we got time. They didn't say like, "You're done now." They went ahead and said, "We're shutting this thing down in about 2.5 weeks." So shout out to DraftKings for that. And shout out to DraftKings in general. You're not going to hear bad words, I don't believe, out of any of our mouths.
Not me anymore. No.
Oh, you already said some bad things? It already happened? All right, that's fine. Whatever happens behind closed doors. listen, whatever you listen, we all have. You have to feel how you want to feel. And I'll say it now. Hey, CEH, let's not free him. Screw him. How about that, CEH? Screw him.
Oh man, the next 2 weeks are gonna be fun.
I'm joking. But I will say, no, this is obviously like we're gonna have fun. We're gonna let it all hang out, ask some questions, do whatever, throw some stuff at us. Emerson Screwdriver, Pops will be bagging groceries by next month. Time out, real quick. I want to give you guys also a little heads up. So I'm gonna let you know why I have beef with Kenny. He doesn't even know this. A little bit of beef.
I love it.
It's because every time Derek Carr's going to take a sack. Sorry, Congo. Every time I come on these sims, and usually I do with him in the afternoon, like if I'm going to do a sim with Kenny. And all of a sudden, this kid comes in, maybe a minute. Like what I came in here earlier tonight while driving over an hour to be here. I got in here soon. He'll come in like a second before, I'm like, sorry. And then you're like, no big deal, dude. And then he talks about how busy he's been. He'll say he's doing this. He was up last night. Oh, he's doing this and doing that and doing that. And I never once say it. I never once bring it up. But every time I do a sim before if I do a noon, a 2, or a 4, or even sometimes the 6s, that's literally me like working around it. I have a job every day, every single day. And it's a job that entails, like, for a lack of a better term, some sales to it. So technically the job never ends. Like if I want to work at 8, I have West Coast, like Michael. Michael right now it is 5:21. He's probably sitting out back with the pups, feet up like a gangsta, just owning it. The point being is that like I never bring it up, but this kid will always tell me how busy he is. And I always got 5 jobs. And then, oh, woe is me. And oh, this. And I want to be like, hey bro, we all got jobs. And like if you work in media, and this is one of your main outlets of doing this, like this is what you signed up for. The Wild. Yeah. Like Freeze Pops, he got stuff outside of these sims.
Yeah, I do.
We got stuff. So I just want to say that, like, and I mean this now jokingly. I'm taking a lot of shots at Kenny for really no reason. I don't know why. I feel
it's kind of fun.
Yeah, screw him. But the point being here is almost everybody in one way or another has either a full-time gig outside of this or something else. So I just want to let you know that we are more than thankful for everything that DraftKings has done for all of us, whether they are saying it every time or not. And if they're not, if you don't hear people coming on here and kissing the tuchus of DraftKings, they're fools. Because they're fools. Because I'll be the first one to admit it. Mortgage here has been getting straight up paid because of DraftKings. And that's called side hustle. That isn't my day. Like, so I am all, and you guys made this. The reason we all did this is because it's fun. Jobs or whatever, making money will find, everyone's going to find a way, right? But to come into something that meant more and became a community and getting to meet likewise people like Freeze Pops, like myself, like Emerson, Reed, Moose, Lamarca, everybody, the whole crew. What a different array of people every time. And you got to have, and for you guys, like the quote unquote customer, listener, chatter, the silent ones, like how cool for you to like have different pairs every like 2 hours of different conversations with hopefully people you liked, or at least if you didn't like, you almost hate listened, whatever it was. So that's why you're not going to hear bad words. We do have other things going on. Yes, it stinks. Yes, we wish things ended differently, of course, or we were all able to step out in our own ways. But hey, this is a decision the company made, and what are we going to do? Cry about it? Nah.
Maybe cough on the last broadcast.
Well, when everything's come to a very end, I might, like, it's like high school. Like, I never thought I'd be sad at the end of high school. And I remember, like,
but then high school ended, and it was sad.
It was. Seriously.
No, very well said, man. It's been incredibly fun. I've talked about how much this job has meant to me many times on these sims. It's been a great little side gig for all the reasons you just said. And I'm going to miss it terribly. And I hope that commentary comes back. I'm holding out hope. I reread the statement today. Commentary is being paused on Madden Sims.
Never say never.
Paused. That means they can always unpause it. So if you guys love it, man, be loud about it. Tell them you want it back.
Just specifically tell them you want Rossi Freeze Pops for 6 hours a day. 6 Sims a day.
if that was presented to me, I would do it in a heartbeat and make my other job work around it.
Oh, you can make it work. Those hour breaks, bro. Just give me TP. Give me TP.
I would ask for another computer. That's what I would ask for my other job.
On that. Don't get me started.
I'd need 2 laptops.
That was another thing by our good friend that I've already bashed enough. I won't have to keep saying his name. It was like, they gave me a computer. Oh, they did this for me. Oh, shut up. Whiny guy. Love him though. But that's the thing I like. Now joking. Now I'll spin into positive. That's also why I liked working with Kenny, because we're so different. And like there would be no reason for me to continue. Like I would never probably work with someone like that outside. Like I don't see our paths crossing. So that was awesome.
Yeah, and like, I'm working with BK next broadcast. I got to meet him up in Canton, and we had a great time. Like he had been to Canton before, so when there were moments where Morton wasn't around, because I was kind of just hanging out with Morton and his wife and his little entourage all weekend, but when he wasn't there and BK was hanging around, I'd hang out with BK and he kind of showed me the ropes. I mean, I got a picture with Guy Fieri because BK was like, "Hey, let's go get a picture with Guy Fieri." Like,
BK's good people. Like
BK's great. I think such a good dude.
I think he gets a bad reputation a little bit here in The Sims because he's such a Broncos honk, and I don't mean that's a joke, but like that's what he does for a living.
Yeah,
like, that's literally.
No, he's legit, man. Like watching him in action in Canton and seeing like Terrell Davis dap him up before he leaves a party, and Rod Smith get pumped to see BK, and watching BK help Ray Crockett set up a Cameo account. I mean, it was cool to see BK in his element. It truly was.
And just to like put it in perspective, like you guys know, like I'm not trying to compare, just to make like an obvious, like an Ian Rappaport, a Schefter, like those guys go to like if they were ever like whenever you hear them talk, they say names of players all day long. They say names of agents all day long because that is their life. So when they're talking, like when BK's in the studio for what he does for the radio station he works for in Denver,
AOA,
yeah, these are the conversations he's having all day. So when he's on here, that's just who he is. He's not trying to be a showboat about the name drops. We can make fun of it. It's so funny to do. But like that's just who the dude is. That's like what he does. He's a hustler. He's very, very, very like connected to a lot of high profile people. That is a really cool. And so is, by the way, so is Freeze Pops. Like, let's not downplay what Freeze Pops does. Did you know he knows three different Denny's employees right now? They're in his cell phone, so he can start dropping names too.
I have the manager of that Denny's in my cell phone, as well as the Wi-Fi for the employee Wi-Fi in my phone still.
So, go back. Super Bowl Baby says, Rossi, that sucks, dude. I really enjoyed tuning in for the little levity in these Sims. Well, like Freeze Pop said, listen, let's be real. Let's break it down what's going to happen. We're about to get to the half here in a moment. Sims, the commentary is going to go away. You guys will still have free rolls. Still make the contest amongst yourselves. Make some cash. Take some rob Peter to pay Parker, or whatever that line is. And maybe it's going to take a few weeks. Like, you're going to do whatever you're going to feel those first few days. Maybe you drop off. Maybe you come back. You do what you got to do. But I feel like if there's ever going to be a movement, it's going to take place probably 2 months later. Wow, that's an awful kick. That
should have been a gimme.
Carlson, come on. I know I rostered him, by the way, from 50 yards out. Absolutely atrocious. Yeah, but here's the one thing I'll say as a user. This can be such a background thing while you're throwing money on it. Like, you could just plop some cash down, watch a movie, keep it on the side, because you don't have to worry about, certain elements of this. But, like, listen, this thing's going to keep cooking. Let's not pretend. But if you want us back in any way, or you just want more from some of us, like, let DK know. Go to that DK assist and tell him. Record videos.
Tweet at all of the accounts. Tweet at all of the DraftKings accounts all the time. We want them back. But you will still be able to see us on the sweat, and it looks like we have a clip from earlier today to hit.
Oh, what a segue. That's right. Moose, AJ Schultz, and the guy we've talked about a little too much, and I'm going to take his name right out of my mouth because for some reason he's living rent-free, I guess, is that's what they say. But his name is Kenny Deuce. They look back at week 1 of what we saw in the NFL preseason.
First off, would love to get your first impressions here from the opening weekend of NFL preseason action. Biggest takeaway for you, Jeff Ulrich, was what?
I mean, just the play of the quarterbacks. I thought most of the new quarterbacks or the rookie quarterbacks class looked fairly settled. I mean, I think this is going to be a theme. You had Justin Fields coming in looking like he had been in the NFL for a couple years. Even Kenny's boy, Zach Wilson, looked good in spurts. But, Jacob Eason also had a very strong showing, which I think shocked a few people. So that was the biggest takeaway from me. Don't sleep on the rookie QBs because these guys are going to be playing sooner than later.
AJ, who or what impressed you the most week one NFL preseason action?
I'm with Jeff here. I looked at some of the QBs. I'm just, it's too early to read too much into it the first week of preseason, but I do think it's somewhat significant that Trevor Lawrence started over Gardner Minshew. That's a situation that I think we need to watch over the next 2 weeks. And I know Jeff's going to love hearing this, but I was kind of impressed with Drew Lock's performance in that game. 5 for 7, 151 yards, 2 touchdowns. Teddy Bridgewater looks out as well, but I think there's certainly a possibility here that we're going to see, Drew Lock be the guy there week one. I thought maybe Teddy would give him a run, and that's certainly still possible in a few more weeks, but he definitely did what he had to hold the line, that's for sure.
Kenny, what are you overreacting to? Anything at all?
Yeah, this is why it's in my contract that I don't do segments with AJ because, I was all ready to talk about Drew Lock, how good he looked. Jeff makes fun of me all the time because I love Drew Lock. This guy looks fantastic. This is someone that at the end of last season admitted to reporters that he wasn't sure if he was going to have this job next year. He said, look, it's a business. Whatever happens, I'm paraphrasing, of course. I'm just going to have to deal with it. He was completely in understanding if the Broncos wanted to trade up and draft a quarterback. He ends up looking fantastic. He throws that bomb to KJ Hamler. And I think that he can absolutely take hold of this quarterback position. Teddy Bridgewater hasn't done anything since he was at Louisville. I think that I think he's one of the stories of preseason so far. Also, Justin Fields. Jeff and I were talking before the show. Justin Fields looked fantastic. Really the whole Bears team did as well, the whole Bears offense. But he ran the ball. He ran for 33 yards. He ran, I believe, 5 times. And that's a big development because he didn't really run that much at Ohio State. I think that, he's a mobile guy. But if they're going to have him run, that's a new element to Justin Fields' game. And I don't know if we really anticipated being there. But he looked fantastic, with the legs and with the arm. And I think he should absolutely start week one.
First off,
he'd be like, dude, not a big deal. It was a party and I thought it was open. Oh, back?
We're back.
Okay, cool. By the way, you're going to get more good action like that each and every single day. And this ain't going nowhere. 11 o'clock Eastern every single day. The sweat, baby. Check your pit stains. Because that ain't a good look. Make sure you have antiperspirants, all right? Use the white antiperspirant. Don't put the gel stick on.
Rossi, these Sims aren't going anywhere. I think we should continue to mention that.
Yeah.
The customers and the viewers, these will still be here. We just won't be here. I just think it's important to continue to reiterate that. The Sims will not go anywhere. So you can catch the sweat, followed by some Sims. Then you can catch the slate. There's going to be all sorts of great content continuing to be pumped out here on the Dream Stream from DraftKings. So your Sims do not die. You just won't hear your friends talking over the Sims anymore. Unless you're personally friends with Brandon Gowden and Charles Davis.
Like freeze pops.
Well, he doesn't text me back, so how good a friend is he?
You're close enough, at least. You still got the number. But yes, that's 100% true. And there's still going to be some Get the Green. There's going to be a lot more focus again and all the content coming up and really helping you all out when it comes to the NFL this season. And again, don't forget, just throwing it out there too. There is some wackiness out in the world. There's some V word that's being thrown around. So you never know. We might be right back in this position again. So hope that doesn't happen. Not just because of everything DK wise, just in life. I'm over it. Let's just move on.
I'm very much so over that. Yes.
Supposed to be going to Vegas this weekend with babysitter Billy, but there's some sort of fantasy golf tournament or something.
Oh yeah, you guys have been talking about that on the pod.
Yeah, I want to smack him, and I want to smack that's why on the phone when this phone call happened, I said, "You're a dirtbag" to the human being on the other line. I said, not because of this, because if I knew this was going to happen, then I would have told you some sort of lie to let babysitter Billy outside of the stupid fantasy golf tournament so we could have went to Vegas to be at SummerSlam on Saturday. He barely laughed.
Yeah.
I was nailing some great jokes on that call. Like jokes as if it was a TV show, but not jokes as if you're in reality. And they were getting very, very little snickers. You would have liked.
Isn't that always the worst? When you feel like you got great material and your audience just isn't having it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, best line here. Look at this. Just keep coming. Bury me while I'm here. You got Robbie. Sorry, Robbie. I would never say that. You got Obi just smash me. Then Jabale just says Rossi will be forgotten.
Not by me.
True.
Because I subscribe to the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast. Check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right after you subscribe to the Great Day Nation, baby.
We're just going to plug our crap for the next 2 weeks.
The last one I did with Christian, I literally told everybody that you better be like, everyone better just plug into everything we do, even if you don't stay on there. Zach, just smash it. Zach knows. Crazy plug right there. Professional. That it, baby. You know what, Jabel? I might be forgotten. That's okay. I was here, though. That's all that matters. Some people might remember. Some people... You know what's going to happen? Like 20 years from now, I'm not going to remember I did this. It's not because I'm going to have like crazy... I forget some of the amazing things I've already done in my life.
I was on vacation when I got this news, so I was talking with my dad about it. And when I first was presented this opportunity last fall, when Madison hit me up, she's like, hey, this is a weird thing, but like I feel like you'd be perfect for it. I was home for a wedding, and so I was sitting next to my dad, and I popped up. She's just sent me the YouTube link of a broadcast. It was a Friday broadcast. In hindsight, it was Koff and I believe Moose doing the broadcast. At the time, I didn't know who Moose was. I recognized Koff because we had worked in the same building before. And they were talking about Batman during a quarter break of a Madden sim. I had no idea what was going on. And my dad was like, all right, yeah, I mean, look, figure out how much they'll pay you, and it seems like it's fun, so you should give it a shot. So went through the process, got the gig, ended up being a blast, totally worth every second of it. And it was funny to then get the news that it was going away with my dad again. And he was like, think about like a year ago when we got that when you got that link sent to you, and neither one of us had any idea what we were watching on your phone and like what this became. It's pretty remarkable. And I'm like, yeah, when you put it in that context, it really is.
It's remarkable.
Wow. Love the big Saxy. I said on the broadcast yesterday that on the last day of the commentary with Sims, that LaMarca has to go out and like rent a saxophone and play the sax.
His birthday, this is the problem. I had a plan. We were going to buy him a saxophone for his birthday in September, and we're not going to be able to do it now because I'm not going to care about anybody. September 1st.
Yeah, there's like this fantasy league we were going to all do. People still want to do it. I thought people wouldn't want to do it. I'm surprised. Everyone seems to be down. I feel like 5 weeks into the season, when we're about a month removed from the commentary, as we have a fumble here by the Jets DST recovering it, no one's going to pay attention to that league.
I don't well know if there's enough money. See, I like, it's so funny because we've had so many discussions in that league chat. Like, oh, do this or do this, do that. I do actually like the weekly payout situation because that's my league, that like my family league. And I know this is the first year. You can't just jump in with everything. But I thought Reed had a brilliant idea. It's basically like every week, it's a personal like $10 between people. So you beat, like me and you play each other. I win, you Venmo your boy $10 or vice versa. Like, I think that's cool.
I like that idea too.
And whatever the overall payout is, whatever, like that's if I try not, like if you took the horns on this thing, Freeze Pops, and I give you a lot of credit. Somebody was trying to tell me to do it, and I said, nope, got enough problems in my life.
I said I was okay with organizing it, and I wasn't all that motivated to be the banker if we were going to do any sort of fancy payout situation, I was like, look, this is what I want the payout structure to be. This was before we all knew we weren't getting paid for Sims anymore, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, that keep it simple. If it's simple, I'll handle it. Now, that hasn't really been re-discussed on an official level since we got this news last week. Looks like it's going to be a smaller amount, so I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Whatever it will be, it will be.
It'll be fun.
It always will be. Oh, look at this. It's going to be a sack lunch. Derek Carr taking a little snooze in the backfield.
Yikes.
He hasn't got on there.
This game has stunk.
Told you it was good. Listen, the name of the contest was two of the worst.
These are two of the worst teams in Madden 21. You're spot on there.
And I think, like, with all the updates, listen, here's a little pub for what's going to happen in the future. Like, when the changeover comes to Madden 22, all the stuff I've been watching from like those that are really negative about the game to those that are really positive about the game, and there's a lot of politics and everything on YouTube, and like people reasons they say things they say, but I just think overall, like, the gameplay will be a little more like less predictable, we'll just say, from what I've seen. Again, it's early stages. They let, like, some people have that early access to the game. The game officially released, I believe, tomorrow, Friday. But there's going to be a big patch, I know, coming out for the franchise mode, which that's a big catch down the field. Holy smokes, hold on to your cap there. Henry Ruggs. No, sorry, Nelson Aguilar. New Pat. Also love that Jabil coming in. I think he's trying to get on the official stamped Rossi Mount Rushmore haters. I saw Dallas Scott I've seen twice in the last month on the chat, and both times saying how he's not going to miss my voice or something. It was the day we announced it with me and Koff, and now today. I won't miss his voice, that's for sure. It's all good. Dallas Scott, I appreciate you being here, bro, whether you like me or not. That's the best part about this, though. Like, you don't like me? No problem. Don't like free spots? No big deal. Next sim, or like earlier today, you didn't have us. Like,
yeah,
that's what was cool about it. You always had different people, and I think that was cool about it because you had different perspective on things.
Yeah, and also people will be like, oh, I hate this person. I hate this person. Their name's still always there. 6 sims a day, no matter what. So it's like, how much do you really hate this person? Or do you enjoy hating the person? Like, is that a part of the fun?
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of people it is. Like, Obi-Wan is here every sim, 6 sims a day, 7 days a week. He hates you and he hates Koff, but he's here every single sim no matter what.
True.
Spewing the hate.
That's why you'll never.
It's a part of the fun. You need those foils in the mix.
I always said you'll never hear me say a bad word about anybody who says
that's what this is all about, baby.
Freedom. You like who you like, but you being here, being a customer, appreciate you.
Yeah, no doubt.
DM me on the first, though. We're heading to the end of 3 here. Again, shout out to our great crew. We got Michael, we got TP, we got Bailey, we got Zach. We got an awesome crew, guys that have been hanging with us, hanging in there, doing their thing, making sure things are buttoned up tight and smooth as always. Holy crap, what are you doing? Yeah, do you want your computer? Hold on, my wife came down to get a computer.
Hi, wife.
Oh.
You can talk.
Good
It doesn't
night.
matter. I can't get in trouble. So.
Oh.
Just don't swear.
Yeah, no swearing. Okay,
no
no
swearing.
you sleeping?
Sleeping.
No nudity.
Oh, okay.
what?
Well.
Hold on, wait.
forget it.
I guess we'll have to keep her
roll.
off camera then. Oh, my cat's here too.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm going to take that.
So anyways, yeah, we're after 3. Things are happening. Oh, Bad Boys of Pop says, the new Madden's going to be super unpredictable. There will be 3-pointers, free throws, home runs, grand slams. Love it. Look at this. Dallas God tries to clear up and says, actually, haven't watched in 2 months. And I have to say, this is most likely I'll never watch again.
Well,
I appreciate that.
It was
Dallas
good while it
God.
lasted, Dallas God.
I know you're going to miss me, so I appreciate you. All jokes aside, come on.
I'm more of a fan of Houston Lord.
Scott Greer says, hey, I've been here the whole time. Gonna miss you all. Oh, yeah. Zach says right in the obituary now. Emulator, are you saying I'm like Jinder Mahal over McIntyre? Or are you saying you like Jinder Mahal to beat Drew McIntyre? That would be nonsense.
I think he's saying that you like those things.
Oh, I don't. That's going to be a field goal. So we're all knotted up here in the 4th quarter. Juan Flores, Rossi, I love you all. Do see a little less. But see, you need that. Like, all jokes aside, and I've said
Of course,
stuff
we all need a common enemy.
not just that. You just need something like, it's just a little different, right? You need that dude, like, in your class, like, y'all your buddy, or even your friend group. If you have an extensive friend group that's any more than, like, 6, one of them's the kind of like, yeah, I love him.
Yeah, there's always that guy. Yeah.
I love him because he's my friend that way.
Yeah. Like we're allowed to mess around with him, but no one else is.
Yeah, like his really bad humor and all that kind of stuff. Like, we're cool. Oh, Corey, don't leave me like that. UFC over WWE. Nah, bro. I'm in for the entertainment. Both are predetermined.
Bad Boys of Papa, I'm glad you caught my subtle humor.
Wait, Grease Pops has humor?
Justin Nye wants us to explain why certain dudes aren't doing anything in this sim, because sims are random as hell. The AI just is really unpredictable. If it was predictable, I would have won more than one sim in my 300-plus broadcasts.
Here it is, everybody. You wanted to know the truth? After all this time, the Sims are random. We said it all the time. These games are unpredictable. We got our guy TP right now who has a game connected somewhere and it just plays out. It's just what happens. We don't know. Never know. It always throws me off. Remember Hogan for a while was like hot as hell. And then he just stops. It just happens. I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
And that's why it's great. I was saying to Moose yesterday that one of the main purposes for us being here is our ability to say to the commenters, stats are updated manually, everything is being taken care of, and also, no, the game is not rigged. It is the artificial intelligence, and it's random. Like, how many times are those said? At least once a sim, both of those things are explained. We're never going to be able to do that again. So people are just going to be screaming into the abyss. Kind of, if you guys want to like DM me those specific questions every sim moving forward, I'll give you the answers.
Yep. We'll tell you the truth.
The sims are still going to be scored manually, and they are still not going to be played by human beings, but rather artificial intelligence, as they always have been and always will continue to be.
1,000%. Well said. Darnold looking to make a move here. We're going to get third down. Rob Rand says, Rossi, I need my lawn jockey after you. I will never let him look down on you. LOL. Nothing but love for you, my friend. Back to you, Rob Rand. Appreciate you. Those who've been around since the Rossi Super Short days. I might have to actually stand up on camera one of these days.
Oh, 100%.
Prove my height.
We're going to need you to go back-to-back with Kenny. I don't know how that's possible, but I want to know who's shorter.
I think we're almost everybody. There's like a contingency of us that are all about the same height. Old Man Dog Fan says, I just knew Rossi was going to say rigged. Nah, bro. I will tell everybody right now, there was two things that get to me. One, I'm not going to mention because it's not fair.
FYI, I just received a text from BK producers being told that there's a chance he may miss the sim. I don't want to share any details as to why, but he might not be there.
Is he okay?
Yes, he's okay.
Okay. Well, guess what, everybody? If you need me, I can do it. We'll just keep this conversation going. Even though I'm probably going to fall asleep in the middle of that if it's at 10 o'clock. But I would do that. Anywho.
Stick around.
Okay. I'm going to need you there, TP. This one is what it is. Next one, I'm going to need you. Your boy is toast. As we get Le'Veon Bell to the one here. But yeah, like all those I won't even give the word. Just those comments, like, it was so like those started. I remember one time I had a couple of conversations. I'm like, are we done with these? Like, can we like those you guys continuing to say that stuff? I was like, this is ridiculous. It really made it no fun for a little bit. And I'm just being honest. I love you. I really do. Like, I love the crap out of each and every one of you. But there was a couple of sims when there was just a contingency of you as Sam Darnold shake, rattle, and rolls his way into the end zone after scrambling out to his left. Yeah, that was that's all I'll say about it. I just didn't like that, and it bothered me. So I was like, you guys just sound like just absolute children.
Yeah,
And there was
bunch of babies.
I can't remember. It was on like a Wednesday, and I did 2 in a row, and people were losing their ever-loving minds. And there were some people in the chat, and you know who you are, like the people that are always just like trying to keep the conversation flowing, the Jordan Dubs, people like that, like the Brian C's, even Lindenbaum, even though, you know, you can get a little questionable, bro. You know that.
No, I'm a Lindenbaum fan. I've come around
No,
on
no,
Lindenbaum.
no. Don't say it like that. You said, no, I am too. But I'm just saying, you know, he can dip the other way. He can get a little.
For sure. I have definitely done a 180 on Lindenbaum. I'm team Lindenbaum.
Oh, BK just texted me. Would you tell him?
Yeah.
Okay. No sweat, my brother. I like when I get the chance to call people my brother.
Brother.
I don't have any brothers, so. Anyways, but yeah.
You have sisters?
2.
Oh, never knew that. I actually never even knew if you were, an only child or siblings. So yeah. All right, there you go. Learning stuff about each other.
I had to guess, so I have 2 sisters. Where do I fall?
You're a middle child.
Middle child? Okay. Anybody else? I don't know if TP or Michael already knew.
I am also a middle child.
Spoiler. Wait. I see TP's typing. TP just says, I'm the baby. Gotta love me. He didn't write that part. That's a reference. Well, spoiler, I am also the baby. I am the...
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my second guess. You don't have oldest child energy. And I think that's a good thing.
Thank you. Juan says, appreciate all the DK personalities replying to me. Been there since day one tweet. Oh yeah, dude. Saw that. Love that. Yeah, other people have been tweeting. Like, we appreciate you guys. Like, literally, like, I get it. It's all, things are gonna, pass. You guys are gonna go on with your lives, find other forms of entertainment. Like, you're gonna still do your thing with The Sims, but like the entertainment side, you're probably gonna find other outlets. And that's why I used to say this so strongly every time. They're right now in this instant, on Monday, August 16th, at wherever you are, and for Eastern, it's 8:51. There's over 1 billion things you could do to entertain yourself. And the fact that you're spending any more than a millisecond here, our life, how much time we get on this planet, means literally the world. Because it could just be me and Freeze Pops just talking to each other.
And we would.
Oh, we will. But, I'm just saying, like, that's awesome that you guys do that. And you find this to be an outlet for you. So thank you. And thank you not for today, and not just for the past year, for always. Like, that's really cool that you guys always took time to be here.
Hell yeah. Right there with you.
Oh, Jordan Dub, I didn't even see you in there, bro. I was just giving you a shout out because I always think of you. You're one of those, like, just always keep it above board type dudes. Not that, and there's a lot of you there. I just didn't say it.
You're just a good example.
Yeah. Look at this. D-Rod says, my birthday was on July 31st. And when I blew out those candles, I wish that LaMarca and Freeze Pops round 2 happens. So we're all waiting for that. Are we going to, maybe we have to.
I think LaMarca and I are together here at some point. Oh, you're talking karaoke.
The sing-off, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, next time him and I work together, we'll do it, just because I don't know when there will be another time after it. Varder Robinson said he used to not like me. Then he liked me after he saw me with BK at the Hall of Fame. Saw how I really acted with BK and his normal life. Made me really like Freeze Pops. Thanks, Varder.
How did he see you? Did you guys get together?
BK did a sim from the media room at the Hall of Fame hotel, and I was packing up my table, so I let him grab a chair and do the sim from that table, and I popped in, hung out for, a quarter break and then a full quarter.
Better put that on your paycheck.
I actually didn't. That was free work right there.
That's foolish. Still have time.
Well,
Just go with it.
Now that I know how things are ending, yeah, I might actually, that might be billable hours.
Put a bonus in there. It's another run.
BK was teasing that it was a big guest. He's at the Hall of Fame. People were guessing, is it John Elway? Is it, Bronco famous person X? Is it famous media person X? No, it was just your old friend Tommy Freeze Pops.
One Man Army says, really? I don't understand management decision on this, but I for sure enjoyed the hell out of you goofballs, getting us through COVID and everything else. Well, we appreciate that you allowed us to. And again, that's a credit to management. They decided, hey, let's get a bunch of goofballs out here to entertain while we, there's no sports. Let's get Madden up and cooking and give you guys an outlet. Make some money.
D-Rod says Lamarca quack, quack, quack too much. I don't know what that's in reference to, but anytime you can quack on a broadcast, you should.
Ball game right there. It's a touchdown. Jameson
Crowder.
Serving Crowder. So there we go. It's going to be a 24-10 advantage with a minute left. Who's going to be your award winners here, Free Spots?
Oh, I have no idea.
Perfect. Just throw out names like I've done. I didn't. So the same when we announced it, I don't think we called the play. And then at the end, they're like, what are your awards? I'm like, are you serious?
I'm going to go with Waller for the wooden nickel. He's in my captain spot with 41.85 points. Congratulations. He gets the wooden nickel. That is a free mini ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. And for the babysitter, Billy, I'm going to go with Jamison Crowder. No, Chris Hogan. Less than 6 points in the flex. Stunk.
Stinky poo-poos.
Crowder did just score the touchdown. That's what made me change it.
I like that. Derek says, these two actually respond and interact with viewers. Or just certain ones? But these two? I try to almost all of them that I think have a respond.
Everyone that warrants me responding to, I respond to. I can't read everything. Half the things that are said don't warrant a response. They're just like random statements.
Yeah, like what am I supposed to say to Antoinette? It says, okay, tell me what going on, guys. Well, I guess that's a good one, actually, because, yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say we should read that because maybe they just popped in and don't know what's going on.
Spoiler, Internet. As of September 1st, DraftKings is going to be ramping up all the content and coverage for the NFL season. So the Madden simulation commentation, that's a word now, will be ceasing for the time being. It's going on a pause, for lack of a better term. So, no, we're not fired. No, we're not. There's not pink slips in Freeze Pop's mailbox. More just they're redistributing their assets, especially the people behind the scenes, to do more outside of Simland. Are the Sims going away? No, they're just not going to have commentators live commentating. So you can still make your contests. You can still play in the free rolls. Free money can still be won 6 times a day on most days. So, obviously, you can check the schedule. Any updates on the game? I don't know. But yeah, that's the update there.
Commentary paused. That means there is a chance it returns when you hit play again.
It sounds like when my dad, when I said, like, can we get ice cream? And he'd say, maybe. And you know what the answer always was?
No.
No. He just didn't want to say it. Howard.
It would be like when my mom would ask my grandpa, hey, where's Lassie? Oh, Lassie went to the big dog farm down the road. They're going to stay there for a while. They'll be back at some point. Lassie never came home.
Oh, so it was a really good accommodation.
It's a really good dog farm.
Seriously, can you give me a cat farm like that?
Look, hey, I'm holding out hope. Paused.
Derek says, okay, just wondering, wasn't trying to offend in any means. New to this, that's all. Dude, Derek, I apologize if you even thought that I was being offended. I was in the least bit offended.
Derek, and I'm sorry that you're new to this now with like 2 weeks left. You know, you're going to, I guess you're catching it at the end. But better to have loved at some point in your life than to never have loved at all.
It's so hard to say goodbye. Wait, no, I'm back at 10. Great. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just went to bed. Anywho, how can I, come on, Face Pops. I just got to soak it all in, man. You got to just drench it in you. You got to drench it in. I'm going to be an absolute waste of space for that sim. But this game is all done. It's over. Jets, Raiders, Stankfest, Dunzo. More credit in the world goes out to obviously you guys for tuning in to watch us. He's Freeze Pops. Go check out Great Day Nation wherever you get podcasts. If you are on iTunes, give it a 5-star review. All the cool
EFT commenter coming out this week of Barstool Sports.
Really? I'm telling you, never mind. I just don't want to say, I don't want to gloat too much about the pod, but it's done when you thought you're like, oh, a kicker. And I love kickers. Oh, it's Morton Anderson. You're like, nah, what kind of personality is this guy got? Like, is he just trying?
It's far exceeded my expectations. If I know where you're going. Yes.
The dude is electric.
It's been
and
crazy.
He's fun. And he's so fun, and it's good to have him in Free Spot. So go check out that podcast. Like you said, PFT commentator coming on the pod. You can also, if you happen to be over on iTunes, you can also check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver, or wherever you listen to your podcast. You can even say, hey, Alexa, listen to the Pop Culture Pile Driver. It's cool. It's cool. Just watch what happens. You'll start hearing me talk. What else do you want in the world? On behalf of TP, Michael, our producer, Bailey, Zach, and Ops, this crew has been unbelievable. This game and has been fun. But guess what? We're gonna run it back at the Madden After Dark 10 p.m. or in the East Coast. So I'm gonna take a nap at about 10:35 and just sleep here on the sim. And Free Spots will tell you stories. So look forward to that. It's coming up in about an hour. But till that, Freeze Pops, we have coming up on the Dream Stream. This is a long one. Screw this. Pat Mayo and Jeff Fennenberg are going to talk about golf. That's all you need to know. Golf. Golf is what's coming on here right next. Freeze Pops, leave the folks with some words of wisdom.
It's my golf swing. I don't golf.
Neither do I. Do you mini golf?
Yes, I love mini golf.
Sweet. I love it too. When you get here, mini golf on me, then a little BBQ with you in the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's we're going to talk mini golf in the next sim probably. But right now, Mayo and the crew going to talk about real golf. We'll catch you back here for Madden After Dark. Bye.
Jeff Feinberg is on the line. Did you have Kevin Kisner? Because I didn't. I had Russell Henley, who blew it. And then I had Brendan Grace, who did cash in each way, but also blew it. I had Kim, who missed myriad birdie putts down the stretch to win this event, as it turned out. And he ended up losing too. So Harris English, Russell Henley, I feel like my penance has finally been paid for cashing that Patrick Cantlay ticket when John Rahm had to withdraw. I think this is it now.
Yeah, the people, I gotta say, unlucky, or in the end, lucky to not be one of them. Dumb to. I'm an idiot because I didn't bet English or Henley, but the people that did, they have to feel. I feel for those people that had both of them. There's a level of scorn that they are feeling with how cruel this can be. I gotta say, I'm giving full 50 out of 5 credit to my boy at PGA Tout, John Hasselbauer, who I had on my show Wednesday night, Pat, all week on Twitter. He spoke up Kevin Kisner and he spoke it into existence. He sold me, or whether he sold me, or I wasn't just going to let someone on my show that passionate talk about something, not put a little piece on it. So I got a stamp ticket from 1049 on Wednesday night after being talked into a little Kevin Kisner. And that was incredible. My biggest takeaway from everything is still how a playoff at 15 under made this thing happen. Henley led at 14 after Friday. It's Wyndham. That was incredible. What a weird tournament. That was lots of fun. Crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as Henley left it, where Kisner left it on 18 on Sunday, I was like, oh no, because Kisner put it by the hole and had to make a 5-footer coming back. And I was listening to it on the radio because I was actually on the driving range. I was listening to the radio feed and they were describing, I was like, oh, that's exactly where Kisner's ball went. Henley's going to miss this too far past it and then miss the comebacker. I just know it because I was like, I'm going to have 3 guys in a 7-man playoff somehow. Then I only had 2 guys in the 7-man or in the 6-man playoff. So that wasn't great. And there's no real hedge opportunities when there's 6 people going. And Scott should have won it to begin with and then didn't because he's Adam Scott, obviously. But I don't know. I just feel like I've been kicked in the nuts 3 out of the past 4 tournaments. I think I've had the second place finisher in 4 tournaments in a row now. I had Spieth at the Open, Vegas in Minneapolis. I guess English didn't come in second, but he was winning that tournament by 3 strokes.
That's second in my mind.
Yeah, and Henley didn't come second at this one, although I had 2 guys who did tie for second. Henley should have won this one, so I'm close. Wow. It's funny, if you're running good, and we've had this happen to us over time, where you win all of those, and you win 2 of those, you're up so much money for the year all of a sudden, and then you lose all 4 of them, and it's so dejecting. Yeah, that's just where I'm at right now, with golf betting. Good thing NFL starting, so I can just go lose all my money on that instead. But I really felt like this really could have been a good year golf betting for me, and it's just not. And I'm going to finish in the hole this year. That sucks.
I gotta say, I mean, you made a very good point. I know it's so easy to say because the winner is all that matters, but your process is clearly on point. Like that is undeniable. You are a shark circling the winner circle, and you are like there's a hamster trying to keep getting that piece of cheese on the other side of the electronic fence. Like so I feel for that, but as a fan of you and this show, I would hope you don't get demoralized because your process in getting you into these positions is as good as any and as good as any run you've kind of like short-term run you've had that could have been 4 of 4. So I don't know, man, keep on keeping on. That was such a weird weekend. And for a tournament whose field is so like low end, we don't make fun of it like we do others. Like we're expecting to have a great week, and we got one in Minnesota after making fun of the field. But this one, we didn't have that pre-tournament, like sort of, this tournament jokes. Like this tournament always gives us something fun and classic on Sunday. And it did it again.
Well, the big thing is with this tournament, we don't kick it in the nuts like the other bad field tournaments because it's the same field every year at this tournament. Like we don't expect. I remember when Tiger played it that one year, it was like, oh my God, he's playing the Wyndham Championship. Like it was such like an outlier, but I really do. I love the course. I love Sedgefield. I like that it's the last tournament. There's some fun storylines. Your boy Ricky couldn't get it done, but I want to give a special shout out because I mean I'm down from the betting side. DraftKings has surprisingly been going really well for me because I have a bunch of people in second, a bunch of people in seventh, and I'm getting 6 of 6s through, so that's going okay. I did want to give a special shout out to Sam Sherman, who entered the golf creation space after being a viewer of this show and a lot of other shows. He took the leap. He was inspired to get into the space. He does really great work, and he won $30K on the weekend. So congratulations to him.
Way to go!
It's nice to see that coming through. But there's 2 things that I think we need to talk about. One is Kevin Kisner and how it pertains to the Ryder Cup team. And 2 is Justin Rose, who did not qualify for the playoffs. And we had to bring in an expert on both these things. And his name is Tim Andergust.
Tim Andergust. That's not my name.
But you are an expert in these things, aren't you?
I don't know about that.
I
picked Monroe and he nearly won the thing, and he didn't.
So
my best pick in a
Well, people ask me, it's like, how is Rose going to be Andergust this week? And Jeff, here's what happened. So Justin Rose was Tim's one and done for the week, and it was looking pretty good. He was challenging for the lead, but the biggest thing he needed to do, obviously he wins and he's in, but he needs to get into the playoffs. So what happened is Rose is tied for first, then he's tied for second, and he's firmly inside the FedEx Cup top 125 to get into the playoffs and have a shot. I mean, he's a former winner of the FedEx Cup, cashing that $15 million paycheck, and we know that it really means so much to him. All the monies means everything to Justin Rose at this point in time. So how did the Andergust actually affect him? Well, he started missing every putt down the stretch all of a sudden. He went from tied for first to tied for second, for tied for third, all the way to like the back end of the top 10. And Jeff, what happened then? He missed the FedEx Cup playoffs.
Yeah, he missed a 5-footer on the last for bogey, and he subsequently misses the FedEx Cup playoffs. There it is. I don't know. Tim's, I guess, voodoo magic took very late to Sunday to show up, but by golly gee, it showed up.
I plead not guilty.
Well, the biggest thing that I think that we need to talk about is Kevin Kisner, because when he was making a run at match play early, is there a weird contingent of Kevin Kisner fans that I just don't know about? Like, why do people care about Kevin Kisner? We made a case for him to be on the team last time when it was in France, because that was an excellent course for him, and we just know he plays well in pairs. I understand the logic behind some of these arguments, and that just wasn't a course at Le Club National in Paris where like the bomb and gouge tactics were going to work. We had seen that course in play. It was completely set up for European style golf, which I think that Kevin Kisner is more apt to play, to be perfectly honest with you. I just don't think that Whistling Straits is a great course for him, especially when you have all of these like top level bomb and gouge type players, which are going to play perfectly at Whistling Straits. Like, where is this coming from, Jeff?
Where is it coming from? Well, there's been a bit of a drum for Kisner for a while, right? Because He was left off of Paris, where even people who staunchly don't believe he belongs here argued, me and you, that he deserved to be or should have been in Paris. He doesn't get put on Paris, and then he goes out and wins the very next WGC match play. So that right there was the gasoline moment that built an even stronger community. Because you get to Paris, they got whipped, and the guy that a lot of people wanted on the team who wasn't, then goes out and wins the only real way in some people's mind to quantify if you're good at match play, which is the WGC match play. And then you compound that with the fact that America loses a lot with better rosters, and Kisner would sort of bring, people feel he would bring like what Poulter brings, and maybe Team USA needs that. Right? So there have been like sort of an argument that we need to change how we are picking this team, and Kevin Kisner would be a perfect fit for him. On top of all of that, Pat, the foreplay Barstool Riggs he is like obsessed with Kisner. They have like developed a friendship, which I certainly can respect. Vouching for your friend, having a platform and putting your friend on a pedestal. So I think most of it really does come from, they have a really big platform, and they, in the same way we talk people into bets at times, Pat, they have spent a lot of time talking people into Kevin Kisner belongs on this team. So there are a lot of people who are loyal to them and who are good golf fans themselves, who have been convinced in some way that Kevin Kisner belongs on this team. I really just want to say one thing here, and I'll pass it. And you could cut this, because I believe something is so missed when people examine Europe's success for the Ryder Cup, Pat. People who see how the European team is built have this conception for some reason that Europe passes on its really good players to take team guys. No, they just take the best players they can. A lot of them happen to have to play team roles because they don't have that super skill set. To not want to fall back on American exceptionalism in golf with like 9 of the top 10 ranked players in the world is ridiculous to me. You've got to be able to overwhelm them with talent. Now, I believe there's a new guard coming in many ways. Well, I do think Phil will be on the team. I think a lot of the young players on this team that we see as the future, from like Spieth to JT to Xander and Brooks, like a lot of them are just 1-1 in Ryder Cups. So all of this like last 10 Ryder Cup stat doesn't mean anything to me, because this new blood shouldn't bear that responsibility. And this new age of USA golf deserves to try to overwhelm Europe at whistling freaking straights. Overwhelm them with talent.
I am not.
That's all. They got Shane Lowry as an auto pick. He's like ranked 40th in the world. Like over freaking whelm them. If this is like saying if the Tampa Bay Rays were bought by Jeff Bezos, they would still be nickel and freaking diming, despite them having success.
I understand the Kisner argument. I don't think that he's undeserving to be on the team. It's just, I think he's undeserving to be on this team at this course. So, Cust, you love the Ryder Cup. There's no way that Kisner can make this team if Phil makes this team. And I think we're all pretty convinced Phil's going to be on the team.
Yeah, I don't see a path forward for Kisner at all. I mean, you look, even with the jump up in the rankings, he's still way behind guys like Scheffler and Finau and Berger and Cantley, all of whom haven't qualified yet and have much stronger cases than he does. So it just is not on the cards for him, like it or not.
He would have to win one of these playoff events. And that's still one of the things that's going on right now, is that some guys can, like if Scheffler wins one of the next 2 playoff events, he's probably on the team. I mean, I'm betting Berger this week to win the Northern Trust. If he wins, I think he should be on the team regardless.
I'll die on the hill of Berger. I'll die on it. Like if people think he doesn't belong on this team, I will lose my mind in arguing staunchly for his place, in how well he has played in the majority of big events this year, and he has 2 wins in the last 14 months. There's not a case that there could be 6 names, one of which isn't Daniel Berger. Personally, I think there's only one spot up for grabs, but and you make a good point with Scotty, Pat. Do you know in the last 12 majors, WGCs, like combined, he's the only one to T20 in like all of them?
Oh, he's the new Brooks when it comes. Remember when Brooks had that run before?
He's like the
Brooks
new
was
Finau.
Brooks? Yeah. Well, Berger,
he's like the new.
If you look at Berger and you just look at his past few starts, he was 5th at the WGC, 8th at the Open, 7th at the U.S. Open. Those are his last 3 of his past 4 starts. And weirdly enough, his worst finish was at John Deere.
Yeah, look what he did at the Players. Like the big boys get together. Daniel Berger. Yeah, honestly, he's a lock as far as I am concerned. But I just believe in my heart of hearts that there's a new age of USA golf. And while this team will have Dustin Johnson on it, and it'll be a last dance for Phil Mickelson, the rest of this team it's their time. It's like their time to change this thing. And the talent of options is ridiculous. And the notion that Europe would like Europe's just picking their best players. Those back end guys fill a role that they're like team guys. Like they wouldn't be passing on really good players if they had choices to. Because sometimes they're stuck taking frickin' Andy Sullivan. And as much as he's our boy, Danny Willett.
But they're not taking any bad players this year that you would call bad. I mean, you guys, Wiesberger is the worst player that will almost certainly have to be on the team by qualifying.
I don't think he's on the qualification team.
He's not on the qualification.
He's 7th overall right now.
No,
so
I know the site that you're looking at. They don't have it right.
Understood.
Because the European Ryder Cup is done in it. They have it like it's done the American way, and it's not.
Understood. But I mean, most of the guys who were on the list, there's some young blood coming into the European team too, most likely. So I take your point, but
I mean, but when we go over the European captains' picks, they do not have the options. There's 4 players. They're going to decide whether they want to take a young guy or bring like Rose or Sergio. Like that's what they're going to have to decide.
Or Dick Bland.
No, I'm just saying it's like Bobby Mack or a veteran. They do not have, when they pass players, they're not passing top 30, 40 players in the world. Shane Lowry's on the team as like an auto, and he's ranked like 40th in the world. That's my point.
I want Richard Bland on the team.
He's not going to be on the team. You see, the one thing that the European team will do versus, I mean, what Jeff is speaking to, like, they'll bring a Thomas Peters if they think that they have like a superstar upside guy. They do seem to be more willing to do that, to gamble on a younger player who might be really awesome. But you're still going to have, like, Keimer's not going to make this team, but they will go with that type of player because they're going to end up just being like, I'm pretty sure Bobby Mack is going to be on this team.
Okay, but they have 4. They have what? Only 3 captains picks.
Correct.
And it is going to be so one of these veterans is being left off if Bobby Mack is on. But we think Poulter's going to be on. So it's between Sergio and Rose for that final spot.
Yeah, I don't think that both of them go. I think they'll because they're going to end up with 2 veterans anyway. I think that they'll bring Bobby Mack. And like Guido, ever since Tim picked Guido to win like the US Open or whatever, the British Open, the guy hasn't been heard from.
But Pat or Tim, I think Bobby Mack should go. If this was my team, Bobby Mack goes. Do you not see a scenario where Padraig, one last dance, the whole band gets brought back together because they've earned it? And it's Poulter, Sergio, and Rose. They get the spots in this. We're going to just bring the band back. This band, one last hit song. Give it to us, guys.
I could see it. Do you think they do that, Tim?
No, I think that Patty intends to win this thing, and I think he's got the horses to do it, and he's going to pick the best possible players he can to win this thing.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to be standing around with a Team USA ticket. I'll tell you that. I think they're in real trouble. I think the Europeans should, if they play their best, Europeans should take care of them.
I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if both teams play their best, the U.S. team mops the floor with them.
I got to say this. I've never not bet Europe.
Me too.
From going back to before
they're
me
always
and Pat,
value.
They've cashed. So I just blindly want to go back. Even at Hazeltine, I took it on the chin with that Andy Sullivan, Danny Willett's brother. I took it on the chin because I always bet them, but we were frothing at the mouth to go back in France. I gotta say, part of me is like, should I go to my street book and like just get a credit line? Because I want to potentially hammer USA.
The US
because
team
I'm dumb
almost
enough
threw
to
away
think
the team that almost threw away the President's Cup against even worse talent, and it took a miracle for them to win the President's Cup 2 years ago, is going to take care of Europe. I think you want to be very careful about that.
I don't think this Europe team's as good as people are giving it credit for.
I know. Hold on. I think it's pretty good because it has noticeable flaws because Fleetwood's playing like crap, Hatton's playing like crap. Westwood had 4 good months, and that was kind of it for him in the past 18. He's on the team. And, I mean, Lowry, in fairness, is playing really well. So, really, this team comes down to Rahm, Rory, Hovland, Casey, and Fitzpatrick as your 5 best
That's
guys.
not enough names.
It's not.
Versus the other side that doesn't, I've always been on Europe, and I'm tempted to do it again, but I stare at it, and I'm like, it doesn't feel like enough. Their power outage, and so much sooner than it's going to need to, in my opinion this time. The team, I mean, world rankings are flawed. And I'll tell you this right now, I love the burger play this week. And I'll tell you one thing, I'll cue it up right now because it's going to change the world rankings. I love Rory McIlroy this week.
Oh, those are the 2 guys I bet this week, too.
He's currently not even in the top 10 in the world. So that'll change when he wins. And if it's not him,
Europe has my full support.
Hold on. But my point being is staring at world rankings right now, and that's a horrible way to do it. But it is ugly. It is ugly because it's Rahm, and then you're going outside the top 10 to find your second bodies, and that's Rory and Vic.
Okay, let's make the USA team right now what we think it's going to be, and obviously this can change with stuff that happens in the FedEx Cup playoffs. So I think that is Reed an auto lock on this team? Yes or no, Tim?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll throw Reed onto this list too. So I think these are the 8 locks for the team because obviously 6 of them qualify. The Xander Spieth spot can be switched by points right now, but they're both on the team either way. Morikawa, DJ, Bryson, Brooks, JT, Xander, Spieth, and Reed. So those 8 are on the team. If you're going to make your case for Kevin Kisner, I think that he has a worse case than Harris English or Jason Kokrak at this point. And maybe
I would take either of them.
Well, let's just put Berger and Cantley. Let's get it easy. Like, Berger and Cantley got to be on this team, too.
I don't know if they are. Like, has Harris English done enough to be on this team?
I'll tell you this right now. Those next 5 up on points are all on my team. Spieth, Reed, English, Cantley, Berger. There is 1 spot left. All 5 of those guys are on my team.
Well, there's no spots left because you believe Phil's going to be there. So then you are out of spot.
No, but I'm saying that's a debatable spot. And we can break down Phil versus I think there's 4 guys for 5 because we're now going to include Kisner.
I would expect Harris English will not be taken.
I agree. I don't think that Harris English is going to make this team unless he wins one of these next 2 events.
Does he have to win?
I think
2 top 10s wouldn't get it done for him.
Maybe it would.
Winning. He's got to win.
Yeah, but it's
Kisner's got to win. English doesn't have to win.
I don't know.
I think Phil and Webb go.
I don't think that Webb makes this team.
Oh, I do. I think Webb.
So you think? Hold on a second. So let's leave it. Are we going to take Berger and Cantley, or we want to debate those?
I would take them both.
I would take them both too, but I don't think that they're locks to be on the team.
Okay, well, let's do our team. So they're on our team. We all 3 of us agree they're on.
So Berger and Cantley would be spots 9 and 10. That would give us 2 more spots. So then you have English, Finau, Webb, Scheffler, Kokrak, Burns, who's had his better year than
he's not there.
He's having a better. What I'm saying is that he's having a better year than Kisner is. Billy Horschel, who won the WGC match play, has been on this team before, has hot playoff runs. I think that he's still in consideration, and I do think that Phil makes the team. He can say as much as he wants that he's not going to be on the team, that he'll pass his spot. If it's left to the players to decide, they will want Phil on this team, and it would be hard to make a case for him in a normal year being this old and like with the inconsistency that he's had, but he won a major. Like this can actually be a legitimate last hurrah for him on the Ryder Cup.
At a Pete Dye course.
Sure.
And this is a Pete Dye course for the Ryder Cup.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand that, but he's never played well at Whistling Straits, I guess is the thing.
No, fair enough. But I would say Webb and Phil would be my 11 and 12.
I would like to more so do this by eliminating people we can agree on or we're going to eliminate. So can we eliminate Sam Burns?
Yes.
I would.
He'd have to win again. Like he almost just won that. He almost won in Memphis 2 weeks ago.
No, I know. I'm not trying to be. I totally agree. His season is more worthy than other guys. I'm just in us trying to make this team like we have to just cross names off. So let's eliminate Sam Burns, and I think we're going to eliminate Kokrak.
Yeah, I feel bad for Kokrak.
So now we're down to 5 guys for 2 spots.
Yes. So I think you can cross, unless Webb wins, I think you can cross him off.
I agree. Although there's some funnies chattering going around that Webb is the one like most desperately letting Stricker know how badly and how much it means to him.
Well, I think if you take Webb, I think that's a more compelling case for Kisner then you just match Kisner and Webb up as a team. And I think they would be a good team.
Okay. Kisner has, like, as I said last week before he won, when the thing was, if Kisner wants to win this week or last week, which he did, and then catch fire, beat Chris Kirk, Billy Horschel, FedEx Cup, and go get it, good for you, pal. But as far as right now, like, if Kisner deserves credit, then so does, like, Bubba and Kuchar and other past match play champions who can go. Like, so I'm still not there. Like, he would have to have an amazing FedEx Cup for me. I think Harris English is going to go. Which leaves Phil, Finau, Webb, Scheffler, which then to me becomes a decision between Scheffler and Phil. And they will choose to give Phil the lifetime achievement. And for no other reason why, you can't. I am so confident that Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth and Xander Schauffele, I don't think DJ's saying much in the team group chat, but I think the vocal players want Phil there. They'll sit him in the sessions, that he needs to sit in. He'll be a great better ball partner for somebody. I think now you could argue the team room dynamic could be hurt by him because he is a long foundation member of the teams that have gone and lost, and maybe his joking attitude isn't what's needed. But I don't really care for that argument. I still believe that the talent has to overwhelm, and I think Phil wins. And I'll give the main other reason. I think English is on the team. But I think it's a lot. This is like saying I've got a ticket to a big game, Pat, and I've got my dad or my 4 best friends who want to go equally. And I don't know who to take. Like, inviting one of my friends it's going to be really hard to tell, like, Scheffler, you took Finau, or Finau, you took Webb, or something like that. But if you just say, listen, guys, I'm taking my dad. They can't. What can they say? What can they do? Dad, you're in. Phil, get in there. Whatever USGA pays for these guys, Phil goes over the top. Gets 3 more platters, and nicer suits, and better sunglasses. Like, he takes the USGA budget and then greases it with his own for the whole team, and they want him there. I promise.
And Tim, you've made the point too, and I don't know if this actually has any influence or not, but you know that Stricker's on the phone with NBC being like, hey, you should take Phil.
100%. Everybody knows that the Ryder Cup is a made-for-TV event, and NBC would like to have, with Tiger unavailable right now, the next biggest name that they can get. Look at the ratings from the PGA Championship, and don't delude yourself as to where the juice is. If Phil can be there, they want Phil. Of course they want Phil. And you think of the fun team. Like, he played with Bryson 3 years ago. Imagine now that Bryson's transformed himself. A Phil Bryson team might be unbeatable.
Unbeatable. Okay. So I'm going to say, I am going to say, I agree with you, Jeff, in the way that you broke it down. I think that Phil is on this team unless he gets picked and says, no, I don't want it. Because I think it makes the choice easier. I think you can justify it, and it satisfies all parties because you can sit him out. It's good for the ratings. It's good for team morale if those top-end guys want him there. I really have no clue. I think the last spot will come down to how guys play the next 2 weeks. And it seems like it's time, like Finau was up, and now he's down. If Finau has 2 good weeks, I think it's going to be Finau.
Could be, although
I agree.
He was picked just at the very end last time. And did he even perform at the last Ryder Cup?
He was the only good player.
Yeah.
He was like one of only 2 good USA players in Paris. Right. I mean that. He won his singles versus Tommy, who was like a freight train.
Yeah, he had 2 points in 3 matches. You're right.
But I do recall him playing well, and that's fair. I just like if Finau won in Riviera, to me, as simple as like just having won that tournament, to me, there's no keeping him off. Now I don't know. He's a good guy and he's a great teammate. And that's the case. But he hasn't exactly been playing well, and he doesn't have the win to say he earned it. Yeah, and Scheffler, like if USA, like I said, this guy, I mean, he lost in the finals of a match play, and he's been T20 in the last 12 full field main man party events. Like to think Kevin Kisner deserves it more than Scheffler, who went to a match play final and lost, like is crazy to me. Like,
people were putting Kevin Kisner on the Ryder Cup team when he was 2-0 during the group stage in match play. He didn't even advance out of his group.
Like you said, he just has a group of people who adore him.
Yeah, I think that they're going to look at the course and they're going to look at the skill sets that translate the best to Whistling Straits. And that's not to say that any one of these top-end players can't play well at Whistling Straits. They can. But I think that the path of least resistance is Scheffler or Finau. I think English is in the driver's seat with Scheffler right behind him. But I do think it comes down to if any one of those 3, maybe you're right, that Harris English doesn't need to win, but like a top 5 and a top 10 for any one of those 3 guys, I think gets them on. Without like Webb or
Kisner needs to win. I don't think English
if Kokrak won one of these events. Kokrak's in.
If Kokrak wins one of these events, yeah, I could see him being. That'd be 3 wins in 12 months. Yeah, you'd have to.
Then you have to go. Then he has to go.
Although he should be playing underneath the Canadian banner because he's actually Canadian, so he should be on the President's Cup team. We need all the help we can get on the President's Cup team.
Particularly for Royal Montreal in 2020.
Buddy, President's Cup. We got just send Team South Africa over there with
we send Hideki, Connors, Answer, and then a bunch of Australians and South Africans.
They're winning.
I mean, I don't know unless Munoz or Vegas wants.
Oh no, Neiman's on that team too.
Oh yeah, of course. We'll love that guy.
The President's Cup is being won by the Team International next year.
Oh my God, they never win. They never win.
They almost did last time, but Quail Hollow, that's a great course for the world.
Okay, here's my favorite Ryder Cup question. The betting favorite would obviously be a heavy no. But
is there a hole in one?
Chance? No. What are the chances? And I would put infinity stones on America if this happened. If Tiger Woods wants to show up in a golf cart,
he is going to be there, I would think.
You're just thinking he's going to be there.
Yeah, I would bet on yes, Tiger will be there in some capacity.
I would lean yes as well. I do think he shows up, even though he's not an official vice captain. I think he would show up.
I think he
shows. Did you see Ricky offered to cart around, get sandwiches? You got for all the lumps Ricky takes. The man loves golf. Goes to U.S. Open qualifying. Signs autographs for kids after missing U.S. Open qualifying for a stroke till it's dark out. Misses the FedEx Cup playoffs. Does a very humbled, does media requirements, speaks like a man, was dead wrong on Ricky the golfer, but was never wrong for a moment on Ricky the man.
Oh, welcome into Madden After Dark. BK's family. Well, I guess we can say it's not that bad. His son had an injury. So family matters always got to take precedence. So I am back ready to hit the sack hard. And I'm not talking about my bed. I'm talking about sacks here. This is going to be a defensive struggle, baby. You got Buffalo Bills. You got the Dolphins. What do you think, Freeze Pops? We're in for a good one here, better than the last one?
I hope so. Last game stunk. Bills and Dolphins tend to be exciting here in Simland because the Dolphins are like a roller coaster. Sometimes Devontae Parker goes off. Sometimes they throw a bunch of picks. Bills are sort of all over the place because Josh Allen isn't who Josh Allen is going to be in the next game yet. So he's kind of a wild card. So I sort of like this matchup. Steph Diggs is someone I try and get my lineup from time to time, but did not do so tonight. I got Josh Allen in the captain spot. Bills DST, Matt Breida, Devontae Parker, Sanders, and Smith to round out the lineup. So I actually don't really love my lineup, but it is what it is.
Mine's Breida, Parker, Diggs. No, I'm just kidding. I was reading Ryan in the chats. I didn't make a lineup.
You didn't make a lineup? Wow, lame.
Totally forgot. If you want to know what happened from the last moment I was on here till now, my cat threw a nutty. He was doing zoomies all over the place. We got a flag on the beginning of the game. All right, this is going to be great. My cat was doing zoomies. I was trying to pop on a little Monday Night Raw. Wasn't able to watch 1 second. Things were going wild here. Me and the wife were catching up about what we're doing tomorrow because it's technically my vacation week. And then I don't really remember. Then another like 20. Oh, we had to get stuff out of the car. And then here I had to find my cell phone. Real busy.
Are you staycationing?
Yeah. So today we went to a beach hotel that I have 2 sisters that one of my sisters was staying at. We're looking to go up to Maine for the day tomorrow. Thursday, we're actually going away for a little bit. But yeah, stay, like not flying, like local, Rockport here in Massachusetts.
Very nice.
Yeah. And then Wednesday's, I guess like an in-between. I literally was going to take all these Sims off. I was just going to take the week because I'm taking it off from the day job. But then once I knew it was the dwindling moments, I said, well,
got to get on the sketch.
Yeah, Papa still needs to get his brand new shoes come September. So, anyways, but yeah, so we're here. Steve P is our technical director. Michael, our fantastic producer, the ace. Then we have Bailey and Zach in ops. And we have you all here. Hope you're doing well. It's Freeze Pops and Rossi for a Madden After Dark. Counting down them days till we can't say that no more, but we're going to enjoy every freaking second till it happens.
We got Sean Preston. We got Bad Boys of Pop. We got Choker, BC Emulator, Zach Morris is trash, ZT the Great, number 21, Javier Flores, Foom Duck, Monster 01. What's up, YouTube fam? We see you. Obi-Wan over on Twitch.
Homies.
Disco 7.
All of them.
We see you. We hear you.
And I don't want to, right before we came on, there's a clip we're going to get to at halftime. And it really started. It's been one of the more fun little debates I feel like I've had, because now that football's so close, we can start having those. Are you drinking like Ecto Cooler? What's in there?
Nah, it's just water.
I've never seen you drink out of a cup like that. Look like a straight 40-year-old woman. No disrespect to 40-year-old women, but I feel like they're the only ones that use those cups.
We got these cups at the so St. Louis has the second biggest Mardi Gras celebration in the world, and they have a tent. You sign up for these tents, and the tent we went to a few years ago before COVID happened was called the Monster Tent, and there's live music and drinks are flowing. You're having a good time. So we partook in a particular alcohol of choice for those that went to college in the year 2010, and we got these novelty cups because of it, and they're good for water. I don't know.
Shout out. Killer Guitar component says, I'm in Gloucester, right next to Rockport. Well, I was in Gloucester today, bro.
Heyo.
Zach Morris says, what babe? Then follows up the babe with the power. Is that a reference to Labyrinth? Zach Morris is trash. Mr. Nick says, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Heyo. Just going to do that all broadcast.
Killer guitar component. Also, he's got super beef. Oh, I thought he said he had super beef. Gotta get a super beef at Rockport's House of Pizza. Legendary. I'm gonna be honest, Guitar. I'm just gonna call you Guitar because it's Killer Guitar because that's a great name. Not a super beef guy, and I think with all due respect, I'm gonna go on a little staycation. I'm not going to the House of Pizza of your city, but I'm not disrespecting that. I'm not saying I won't do that in the future.
Unless your city is known for said House of Pizza.
No, still wouldn't. Like if I'm going on I don't think that I would do it. I'll be honest.
I ate so much seafood on vacation. Every meal I had seafood.
Yeah, but you weren't getting it at the House of Place.
No, I'm just completely separate.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. I did today. I got haddock. We had oysters, shrimp. I love seafood.
Morgan ate a lobster roll at every restaurant she was able to eat a lobster roll at. And I respect the hell out of it.
What about Denny's?
There was no Denny's on the docket.
Oh, okay.
And she ranked them. She had a power ranking going with the lobster rolls.
Oh yeah,
you can't get a lobster roll in St. Louis.
No, my wife got one today actually at this hotel we were at. It's delicious. I snagged some.
I got the end of every single one of them. It's one of the nice perks of being a fiance, husband, or boyfriend.
Yep. Just wait till
you get the in the moment leftovers.
If that's something you want in your future, you want children, get more food. You pay more. Dolphins are driving. CEH, yeah, I saw that. He said Joey Votto got his 2,000th hit, which is insane.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think he has more hits, or he's going to end his career likely with the Reds, having more hits than Pete Rose.
Oh, wow, because of what Pete Rose did with the Phillies and,
yes,
I believe one season in Montreal. Michael, you can correct me if that's incorrect.
I believe you're right. We're going to get a run here. Go anywhere. House of shrimp. That's all I see from Michael. If there's a house of shrimp, I'm in. Bubblegum shrimp.
Fried shrimp.
Oh, Killer, yeah, that's where I was. Beauport. Who knows? He knows. Did a wedding there a few weeks ago, too.
Oh, Jordan Lindenbaum with a crucial question. I have an answer. Warm or cold lobster rolls?
I only mess with one kind, so I'll be honest. I'm very stickler. We're gonna get a touchdown there. So
I have Braden in my lineup. What's up? I also roll with a cold.
Oh, okay. I'm the same way. Hot ain't it. Hot ain't. If I'm gonna have a lobster, I'll eat
different.
It. Dunk that baby in butter. And
yeah. Just lather me in hot butter and throw me in the lobster pot. But cold lobster roll all the way on a nice hot toasted bun for sure.
Brioche.
With a buttery bun, but cold lobster salad.
So to really make sense of it, we're gonna lather us up in butter if we're going hot. If we're going cold, our buns. You're gonna spread our buns
in butter. Yes.
Spread our buns and lather it with butter.
Butter is used in both scenarios.
Yes. Just because Votto ate grilled cheese at your place doesn't mean he's good. He's good. Joey Votto was. I am quoted as saying Joey Votto, the most underrated player of the 2010s in baseball.
I don't think that you are incorrect in that statement. I'd need to do a full look if I was going to really give a real answer, but on the surface, it feels correct to me.
And the bomb says, I like both. I don't know. Maybe lean towards warm. Depends on the place. I feel you there. But for me, I just don't get down with the hot.
Well, here's the thing. Warm is Connecticut style, and cold is Maine style. And I'm always going to side with Maine over Connecticut, even though I lived in Connecticut.
Nah, Connecticut stinks.
I lived in Connecticut for 2.5 years, and that was 2.5 years too long.
Connecticut doesn't know what it wants to be. It's technically
exactly. Make up your mind. Are you a tri-state area, or are you with us?
Everybody I know from Connecticut is a Yankee fan, never a Red Sox fan. Everybody I know from Connecticut is a Giants or Jets fan, not a Patriots fan. So I'm like, all right, you guys are out. You're out.
Well, so I lived in the greater Hartford area, and that's the battleground of Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
It's half and half. On local radio, you can get Yankee. They have Yankee affiliates in Hartford. It was really weird.
No, I've done enough. I used to go to a ton of shows at the XL Center. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
It used to be. It was at the Harvard Civic Center for a while.
I don't remember. When I lived there, it was the XL Center. I was there from 2015 to about 2017, mid 2017.
Wait a second. TP.
It was always XL Center for me.
TP says longest state to drive through in America, Connecticut.
Could not agree with more. It's you feel like you're in Connecticut for an eternity.
No, I got one for you. If you ever drove through Pennsylvania, you're in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania is humongous.
No,
every state is. That's one thing of living in the Midwest. Every state is gigantic.
That's a good point. Like, I live in Massachusetts, and I've driven. I think the farthest I've driven, technically, or drove, if that's appropriate, I think is Cleveland. It's like 14 and a half hours we drove.
Yeah, that's a far drive.
Yeah, it was a hike. But I just know all those times that we've done things. When you get to Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania never ends. Because if you're coming from New England, that means, wow, look at Josh Allen. You're going south and then west. So you're literally driving to like where it starts in the top point of Pennsylvania, and then you're driving your butt all the way through. And I've been to Pittsburgh, awesome city. Philadelphia, questionable city. Great places, don't get me wrong. But man, Pittsburgh, I got to get back to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is a very underrated city.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, Joey Votto of the 2010s, underrated.
Michael bringing up Texas as the longest state to drive through. So when I did a semester in Los Angeles for college, we drove back because we didn't have enough money to fly back. So one of the days of the road trip, it wasn't like a fun road trip. It was drive as much as possible every day road trip because we didn't have money to go have fun. Day 2 of the road trip, we drove for 16 hours. 10 of those 16 hours were in Texas.
What? Well, that probably is legit, like one of the first.
It's insane. There's nothing in Texas also.
Well,
nothing's there.
Things big. Indiana by far, says our guy Zach and Ops.
Indiana has a lot of land. I'm telling you, every state outside of New England is gigantic. I mean, I live in Missouri. You could drive 7 hours and still be in Missouri.
Yeah, that scares me.
And Missouri's not even considered a big state.
No.
Right?
Yeah. Stats are updated through 1. As Zach says, it says it's only like 2 hours, but it's awful. Yeah, if you're driving through nothingness, or like in Philadelphia, there's some areas outside of like the main areas that we just mentioned, like Wilkes-Barre. Like that's like you get there and then, yeah, that too. And then you get like a little bit outside of that, and then you look to your left, is just nothing. You look to your right, there's just nothing. There's not even trees. You're just like open land. That's probably what you're talking about in Missouri. You're driving in
nothing
open without trees. It's not like here in New England. That's the thing. Like there's so much everything's so condensed.
Yeah,
once you
at least
get out
there's
of there,
stuff to look at.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you get out of that, you're like, what is this? Bad Boy says, yeah, Texas is a long haul. North to south through California is probably longer.
Gotta be. Yeah.
We know it's actually longer, but I'm saying like the feeling that you're just never leaving is brutal.
At least California, if you go like the Pacific Highway or whatever it's called the whole way, that's a sick ride. You got to pay attention though, because a little dangerous, but Pacific Coast, yeah, PCH, that's what it is, Michael. Thank you.
You ever drive
PCH is cool. Although, so I drove from LA to San Francisco once, and I didn't do the PCH.
Yeah.
There's so much nothing in between LA and San Francisco. It is just a desert full of diners every 100 miles.
Denny's?
No, like
Joe's
legit diners.
Yeah. Zach says in Ops, he says, I'd rather do lengthwise California for sure than like half the time in the Midwest. At least you got some big cities that you're driving through. Ralphie, Tommy, may we know why you're moving back to Mass? Ralphie.
So I work remotely. My fiance works remotely permanently. So there's no reason for us to live in St. Louis. So we decided, where do we want to start our life? And after doing some long, hard thinking, we decided we wanted to live in New England, the place where I grew up, where I have a lot of family. And after surveying the area and thinking long and hard about New England, we decided the greater Providence area is where we want to settle.
There you go, everybody. There's the skinny. 7-0 here was a Breida touchdown. Bills are threatening. Madden After Dark. Hope y'all doing well tonight on a Monday.
Juan Flores saying, Freeze Pops, that's where I live, between LA and Frisco. Where do you live, Juan? Do you live in Bakersfield?
No, he lives in a diner.
Zach is from Bakersfield. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Been holding out on us.
We're going to get a touch. No.
That's just a town that I know that's in between those cities. I have nothing to say positively or negatively about Bakersfield. Bad Boys of Pop also knows I do have an affinity for chowder. I ate a lot of chowder on this trip.
Oh, yeah. See if we can get a touchdown here. Trevor says that's wine country in the chat. There's Josh Allen running it in. Love to see it. Killer Guitar says, so how did you like Beauport Hotel? Fun fact, the building used to be the original Bird's Eye plant where the first frozen vegetables were made. Well, I can tell you the food I had today did not taste frozen or, but I did. I enjoyed it.
Vegetables.
No, I did enjoy it. Everything was great. If you are in the area, if you just say you're looking for a nice hotel and you want to be right on a beach, it's like legit on a beach. It's kind of like a private one. Go check out the Beauport in Gloucester, Mass.
Ralphie 508 says, welcome back, Freeze Pops. Maybe Assumption College still has that banging cheeseburger pizza. Maybe, Ralphie. I'm going to a wedding at Assumption in October. My orientation roommate has remained one of my best friends for the one semester that I went to Assumption College, where he's getting married to his fiance at Assumption, which is now called Assumption University, which I hate. Can't change the name of where I went to college for 4 months. Come on, what are you doing? But I will see if the dining hall is open, and I will ask if they have cheeseburger pizza.
I hope for your sake they don't, because here's my fear for you. As someone, there used to be a thing called retro, I can say this, but like retro sex.
Okay.
But what you're basically doing is like retro food. So what you remember it being, Freeze Pops, it would be today,
I see what you're saying.
will not be the same. Luke Cohen's too says, when Madden 22 is out, y'all gonna do Sims for 22? Well,
no.
Madden Sims will
Yes,
be.
actually, that's the wrong answer. DraftKings will be. We just won't be there.
Yeah, the commentary will be donezo.
You keep trying to make commentation a word, and I like it. Like, let's
What do you
just make
think?
it.
You like it?
I'm into it.
Okay, I've used it a couple times since this all happened, so I thought it sounded good. But yeah, commentators here live commentating will no longer be a thing come the end of August. So you got 15 days left of us flapping our gums, talking that kabuki talk, and then we will hand it over to much more going on behind the scenes here. And one thing I want to make clear, and I don't want to keep talking about the same stuff over and over, but I just want to
it's kind of big though.
Oh, of course. Terrell's phone charger. I see you there. Want to just say one thing. And I didn't say this last time, and I actually felt really guilty. And I'm so sorry to hear what's going on with BK. Everybody's okay, it seems, but still stinks. He's okay. Everyone is good. His son had an injury, family member injury. I don't know how much I should divulge, but you know what? I'm really happy I'm filling in, because when I had an issue with my son a few weeks ago, we had a real scare, and BK stood in for me. So, anyways, last time we kind of waxed poetic about us, and we said all about us and all this stuff. I didn't get to say the thing I've been saying a lot, especially I know I haven't worked with Michael since this announcement came out. And I just want to make it very clear, and I know Freeze Pops, you probably feel the same way, is the people that are not talking on these Sims, they're the ones that do work. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that have to put everything together. They're the ones that have to make sure everything gets put in correctly, from ops.
Manual scoring.
Manual scoring again. Last game we were joking about the R word, we'll just say. But all that jokes aside, we have manual scoring. So we have Bailey and Zach right now, sitting on their toilets, wherever they may be. Bakers, California, Bakersville, wherever. Bailey, probably somewhere in the Dakotas, sitting on their toilets, doing manual scoring for this game. So they're doing the same thing you're doing right now, chatting in YouTube, on Twitch, or silently watching while watching whatever else is on the television tonight. I don't know, The Bachelor, Monday Night Raw.
No. Oh, Bachelor in Paradise. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, Bailey's from Texas. Yeehaw. Boots up. But wherever you may be, these people are watching us, seeing what you guys are saying, and scoring these games. And then there's Michael, and we got TP. And some people call him Undercover Boss Tom. Well, we clearly know if he was Undercover Boss Tom, we all should have been nicer. But
no, I talked to real Boss Tom, and he told me that these sims are ending for commentators.
What about Undercover Boss Tom?
He never gave me the heads up.
Son of a gun. But with that being said, like Michael, always on top of his stuff, literally buttoned up, knowledgeable, knows what he's doing. Like these guys, like they do legit work. Like they prepare. Michael, like when I'm doing like a 6 o'clock sim Eastern, I'll get messages like 10 a.m. That's 7 a.m. his time. Guy's on like a liquid rowing machine, just ripping it up, core tight as can be, just doing work, and just spends his whole he does so much preparation. He does tons of stuff outside of these sims too. But I'm just saying, like these are the guys doing work. TP, same thing. Got a great crew. So I was waxing poetic and kind of woe is us in a way, not really saying it that way, but like these guys are doing great work. And they're not all, don't worry, there's still lots of stuff going on with those guys. And we hope to continue that with all the effort.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys are sticking around, need to make sure that the Madden sims are broadcast correctly, and that the ops team are still going to be manually scoring. So a lot of this team will still be around.
And we get a little touchdown there. Talk about some manual scoring. It's Albert Wilson, baby. Wilson! Into the end zone. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was known. Like, these guys are the Rocks. They know what's up. They keep us on the straight and narrow. Well, they used to. Now the wheels are off. Good luck, boys. But it's good stuff. So I just want to make sure they know how much we appreciate them. And you guys all should too. Smash the thumbs up for our great crew. Forget about us. We stink. We already knew that.
And they don't let us forget it sometimes.
Sure don't.
That's why we love you.
And
I will always love you. Love you.
Strong start, a little pitchy at the end, but I liked it.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. It must be that water you're drinking out of that 45-year-old woman cup.
Dude, these are great cups.
Sure.
Look at this. I can fit my whole hand. I can see how much water's left without having to look into it.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of speckled, so it's got like kind of a cool vibe.
Uh-oh, Sean Preston says, Rossi, I want to tell you something. And CH's, clearly these guys have never worked construction. Of course I have. Have you seen me? The biggest wuss, dude. Couldn't handle construction. I'm waiting for Sean Preston's comment now. He's got me on pins and needles. And says, gonna miss those sweet pipes, Tommy.
Me too. I'm contractually obligated to never sing again when these end.
Bruiser B says, guys, do we know who will be doing the last sim? I think we should have everyone for a 4-sim event running back-to-back games. Bruiser, all I said is do 24 hours.
That would be sick. They won't, but it would be cool.
That's a way to end it. But
did you actually like shoot off ideas and stuff in your phone call?
Not really.
No, yeah, neither did I.
I shot out some jokes I told you, and they didn't go over well. And then it's just kind of like, all right, gotta go. Thanks again. Later. I'll be in your inbox that you'll say no politely like you do all the other times.
And now it's even easier to say no to you.
I know. Now it doesn't even matter.
No, now they'll literally just ignore your email.
Yeah, seriously. I will say, sloppy steaks. Hey, Roxy, he says, I bet Freeze Pops is the type of guy that uses both hands to take a sip from his cup of hot cocoa. Well, that means he's
no,
smart.
I actually have enormous hands. I can palm a basketball, so I don't need to use both hands, bro.
Wait,
and also, I'm not a big hot liquid guy.
Oh, when you come back out here, you will be.
I always burn my tongue. No, I'm an iced coffee year-round guy.
Gotcha. Wait, Sean Preston, you said you had to tell me something. And then his next thing that he wrote in the chat just is an LOL. Oh, wait, I'm not in live chat. Oh, he might have hidden messaged.
Live chat.
Oh, man.
Bad Boys of Pop said, Tommy, that wasn't bad at first, and then it derailed. It literally made me smile, then frown, and then shed a single tear. Well, that means that I brought you through the emotional cycle, and then I did my job, as a true artist does.
You do. Oh, here it is, Sean Preston said. You do. And you know what, Freeze Pops, we commend you for that. He says, I commend you for your honest good deeds. Well, appreciate you. He says, now run around the block with that adult water bottle filled with water and let neighbors see you chug it. First of all, bro, that is a gigantic bowl drink that has been long gone. On a day like today, the heat we have around here.
This is the water cup.
Yeah, there's his stupid cup. Well, speaking about that, we're going to talk more about this as well. Earlier today on the Sweat, Ducey, Moose, AJ Schultzy baby, debated whether Zach Wilson could break the rookie regular season passing record in 2021. Let's see what Ducey has to say about this one.
Next up, this one's for you, Ducey. It's the New York Jets. It's Zach Wilson time in the Big Apple. And we know, Kenny, we know you expect big things from this young man. But big enough that you think he will break the rookie regular season passing yards record? You can get plus 600 odds on him to do just that. No? No?
I don't think so. I know that you guys bring me on here for my crazy Jets takes, and I will tell you that the Jets probably win 10 games this year. And I will tell you that the Jets are going to have a lot of success in the next few years and hit their stride early in their quote-unquote window, the proverbial window. I think this team looks really good. But I don't think that Zach Wilson's going to be throwing the ball that much. I think that the Jets, they have about 6 running backs. That's an exaggeration, but I think it's like 4 or 5 running backs that they really like. Michael Pirine has looked fantastic in training camp. You have obviously Michael Carter, who's expected to take over the starting role eventually. They brought in Tevin Coleman. They still have Jeff and I's boy Ty Johnson. They are going to run the ball. They are going to employ a zone blocking scheme. They are setting up to run. Mekhi Becton, of course, has improved there. And I think that they're going to just continue to feed all of their running backs. I don't think Wilson's actually going to really be airing it out all that much. So for that reason, I don't think he's going to hit the passing total. And I also think that the Jets defense is good enough. They're going to be in a manageable spot to run the ball for a lot of these games. I do believe in this team. So I don't think they're going to have to just catch up and throw the ball a million times. And I don't think Zach Wilson's going to be doing that. I don't think he's going to get the rookie record, even though it probably is within reach for someone this year with the extra game. I don't see it happening, Emerson.
Jeff, Andrew Luck set this record a decade ago, 4,374 yards. You like Zach Wilson at plus 600 to break that?
I mean, the one thing Wilson does have in his favor for this prop is that he's probably going to be out there for all the games because, again, the Jets just YOLO'd it with their backup quarterback situation. So you like that, I mean, in all honesty. But no, I mean, what I saw from Zach Wilson was, a little, I hate saying this in front of Kenny, but a little bit better version of Daniel Jones. Quick release, bigger arm, good athleticism, but flustered when he got under pressure, made some poor throws off his back foot. And I really just feel like teams are just going to be keying in on that. So I think that you're going to see some big games from Zach Wilson, some really tough moments. I just don't think it's going to be enough to hit this overpassing yard. And like Kenny said, I think the Jets are going to be running the ball and try and play D anyways because of Salas. So no, definitely out on this one.
AJ, yay or nay?
Tell me this, who is he going to throw the ball to? I mean, honestly, is Corey Davis going to go over 1,000 yards for the first time in his career? Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon, he has like a 500-yard season. I just don't see the tools there that he has who he can throw the ball to, and I think Kenny's right. I think this team is designed to run, and I think that's what we're going to see. So, hopefully for Kenny's sake, after this season goes through, they can get some wide receivers in there to maybe catch the ball and maximize Wilson's potential.
Oh, baby, we're back. Look at that. So
we back.
I ask you, Freeze Pops. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, those guys are going to be starting week 1, not officially yet, but you would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically official.
17 weeks are either I've been so beat up about this. Like, I really like the idea of 17 weeks in the NFL, but like every record's going to be broken this year, like every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these single season records will be broken over the next few years because of this extra game. Although a lot of the good players will be on good teams, so maybe that extra game is a moot point. So I don't know if it's going to be like just this year alone we're going to see everything get broken, because again, if the Chiefs are really good, are they going to really throw Patrick Mahomes out for 2 full games if they don't have to? Probably not.
Yeah, but
so I don't know. But over the next few years, I do think that these single season records will get broken because of the extra game. I just don't think it's all going to happen in the same season. As far as the rookie quarterback records, if I had to pick one of the rookies this year to break them, it wouldn't be Zach Wilson. I do think that Kenny, I'll give him some credit, using that extra game as a barometer and comparing it against the Justin Herbert thing from last year where he only played in 15 full games. What was he, 40 yards short of the record? So I get it. It's sound logic, but I wouldn't pick Zach Wilson as the candidate to use in that example. I would use Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields ahead of Zach Wilson, because I just don't think the Jets are very good.
Yeah, I feel you there. I don't think we're going to get as much. I still think we're going to get a lot of Justin Fields.
Zach Wilson going to spend a lot of time on his back.
Yeah. I still think it's not like they're not going to win a game, or it's not like they're not going to play. I could see him doing it. I could. Maybe I'm crazy. I could see it just because of the extra game and the fact that he's going to be likely I think it was Michael who said who's he throwing to, and I agree. I don't disagree. There's still some quality players. Jameson Crowder still there.
I think he's going to throw a lot of picks. I think he's going to get sacked. I think he's going to have a bad rookie year because he's on a bad team, and I think he was overdrafted from pre-draft hype. I'm not big on Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I wasn't as big on him either. I actually listened to some NFL radio. Some of the guys I really like their overall thoughts on the game, and they had some really good things to say about him. They said he's Patrick Mahomes-esque. Now take that for what it's worth. But they say he's a kid that is smart and knows the best way to make the plays is going to be throwing it. We watch Patrick Mahomes, I'm sure we've all seen enough of him now with primetime, Super Bowls, playoffs. He doesn't run a lot, but he can. He moves and he throws the ball before he gets that line of scrimmage, because he knows that's the best way that his team is going to, progress on the field and take the cheap 5 yards. Now he does it here and there, you see it, but a lot of times you see he has 14 yards to run, and he just chucks the ball, and it looks ridiculous, across the field, and he connects to Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Watkins at the time. So they say that they see some of that in him. Now, again, apples to oranges, but maybe Zach Wilson works out and it does become that guy. But they say that there's a lot of that quality to him, where Trevor Lawrence being a little bit more of a not going to force the ball, smart player. Same thing with Mac Jones, and then obviously you mentioned Justin Fields. The kind of the write-up about him is that he's going to run a lot. He's going to use that athleticism, and he's not going to always just sling the ball down the field, even though we saw a nice.
He's going to be out there looking like Madden Mitch.
Oh, how funny! I was thinking about this, and I'm sorry if I forget. No, Zach. Oh yeah, Zach is. I can't remember. I'm just gonna say it anyways. How weird would it be if you're a Bears fan? Bless you. I think. You sneezing? Oh my God! It sounded like a walrus. What was that?
I didn't hear it for what it's worth.
Because I think she was trying to block her whole body from sneezing instead of just naturally sneezing. Oh, because she's next to our sleeping sign. All right. Well, whatever. It literally sounded like a walrus was in the other room. I was like, what's that? Anyways, but if you're a Bears fan, okay, Zach, not a Bears fan. How
Southern Illinois can sometimes not be Bears fans. They'd be like St. Louis fans.
I'm just thinking,
but there's no St. Louis team. Maybe he's a Battlehawks fan.
Oh, that would be awesome. But it would be tough. If you're a Bears fan and you just come off Madden Mitch, you get Justin Fields, you're all jacked up, and then 4 years later, it's the same thing. Imagine if he's just not that good.
I mean, it's possible. Most quarterbacks that are drafted aren't that good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Grew up in California, he says. We got the Dolphins on the charge here, up 14-7. Tua Tagovailoa.
Multiple Chargers fans on this production staff.
Yeah, shout out to the fraudulent Chargers fans. I'm just saying. Sorry. I feel bad for him. I shouldn't say fraudulent. You're not fraudulent fans, but you know what I mean.
Michael puts his money where his mouth is. He's literally a season ticket.
I know. Michael is just hardcore, dude. I feel like Michael doesn't also sleep. I feel like we talked about Koff not sleeping. I bet you Michael doesn't sleep much either.
Yeah, he's silently laughing to himself. You think they don't even know.
Silently finding my address. He's gonna come.
I haven't slept in 17 years
since The Sims started. Damon on YouTube says, I wish I was as nice as Rossi. Okay, that seems a little bit much, but he says, but it's just not in me. Kind to people, but I also am outspoken and cause trouble if needed. Brutally honest and a bit of an a-hole. That's me. Wow. Damon, I don't know why you wrote that, when you wrote that, but that's hilarious. And I didn't know we were doing self-reflections, but I appreciate you. And
he says, I met my children's mother 20 years ago in a Yahoo chat room. We married a year later. And now one in college, one getting ready for MIT. Damn. Got some smart cookies in that household, Damon.
Seriously?
MIT. Michael asking if I want to go to a Chargers game.
No, he's asking me, actually. Yes, Michael, I will.
Get it. We'll flip a wooden nickel for it.
We're both going. He's not going.
I'm down.
We're taking his tickets. I got to see Michael in a baby blue uni, though. If I'm going to a game with him, I want him all lathered up in baby blue.
I'm trying to go to the Super Bowl. It's in L.A.
No, it's true.
Michael, do you get, like, special advance possible tickets on the Super Bowl because you're a whatever it's called, the PLL? It's a lottery. PSL, that's what it is.
Your chat's so much faster than mine.
Yeah, I got good Wi-Fi now.
Good for you.
Well, it's because Morgan's not here right now.
The truth comes out, she's not binging The Office in the other room.
Exactly. When it's just me, it's fine.
Must be, says Sessions. He called his wife a walrus. I did not call my wife a walrus. I said she sounded like a walrus.
Very different. Well, also, walruses are very beautiful creatures.
More cushion, baby. Actually, there's a really freaky movie called, is it Walrus? What's it called? Oh my god, it's a Kevin Smith, it's a hard, what was that movie called where the guy turns into, is it Walrus or, I think it's called Walrus. If you're into weird, like, offshoot movies, check out Walrus.
Okay. Never heard of it. You haven't described anything about it other than the name, but I'm in.
The premise of the movie basically is a gentleman who is basically turned into a human walrus. It's actually really disturbing.
Can he operate above water for long periods of time?
No, that's the problem.
So he becomes a walrus and needs to be submerged in water at all times?
No, I don't think it does. My wife's saying it's a mammal, so
but walruses, they're water creatures, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct? Yeah, but I think are they like water creatures? Like penguins are water creatures. They don't need to be in water, but they like can be in water.
All right, we're googling.
No. I want El Bongo to give us the answers. I want El Bongo to do. I'm not doing. We're not googling anything. Brother Phil says, Rossi, at one point there were only 12 games, then there was 14, then 16. Also, there's been a lot of rule changes that used to be able to grab, hold, chuck the wide receiver all the way down the field too.
Yeah, we know that.
I know. Brother Phil, this is why I think this year you're going to see Tusk. Kevin Wheeler, the name of the movie is Tusk. God bless you, Kevin. And this is why I'm going to miss these Sims. Stupid conversations like this. And look at this. Why Yari PD, I don't know if I'm saying that right, also says Tusk. Love you guys. Love you people. This is why we need these Sims. Because my stupidity needs you.
Michael with the description. I venture to guess this is not the real description of the movie.
When I read that really quickly, I thought he was talking about me before
I'm pretty sure
that is what the movie's about. But
it is. Okay, I thought he was making a joke.
When I first read it, I thought after I called him like a fraud or whatever I said about a Chargers fan, I'm like, he's just gonna rip me, and that's literally what I thought. But no, that is it.
That's hilarious.
Podcast. The story of Jay. Hold on. A brash, arrogant podcaster gets more than he bargained for when he travels to Canada to interview a mysterious recluse who has a rather disturbing fondness for walruses. The story of Jason Rossi.
Bad Boys of Pop is saying that the plural of walrus is walry.
Mitch says walrus need to be in water or they can't eat.
See, I knew that they were sort of one of
Doesn't
those
even make
hybrid
sense.
animals.
But we're gonna take
Singletary. Oh, he falls short.
Howard, honestly, throw him out of the league.
Throw
him out of the league,
dude.
Like, you had that touchdown. Why are you cutting to the middle of the field like a moron?
It's
And
your
the three
fault
here.
that commentary is going away, Devin Singletary.
No, I already blamed. It's Blake Jarwin because he's the biggest coward, and I hope he doesn't. I hope he gets cut by the.
Speaking of Blake Jarwin, I sat next to Jason Witten at the second night of enshrinements in Canton, and jarring to see how bald he is in person.
It's tough, but you know what? He can get it.
Yeah, look, handsome guy, but just not used to seeing him that bald. We're talking like, I mean, you see it on TV. He's a cue ball, but it's just, it's bald, man. It's super bald.
You make it seem like this guy had this luscious head of hair or something.
Yeah, but it's just really bald. I wasn't expecting him to be the baldness to be such a focus, but it was.
Executive session says calling all walrus experts. Maybe Jason, did you Google what the walrus? Oh, you didn't. Well, thanks. Are you doing the laundry? Nobody asked you to do the laundry. We need to know more about walrus. Do you think walrus plural?
Walry.
What is walrus plural?
Walry.
Is it walry? That's our guess too. All right, Freeze Pops, you're on the same page.
I'm just going off Bad Boys Pop.
All right, Bad Boys, you're on the right page. No, Bad Boys the Pop. It's a guy that we talk with. He was in a boy band. He's a cool dude. His name's Tommy.
Yeah, I was chatting with him actually in between Sims.
Yeah, well, good for you. Yeah, you too. Artist saying that, or Brother Phil says, Rossi, what I was getting at is records have always been skewed a little bit because the league is always morphing and changing. Might it be broken down errors at this point? I agree, dude. No, I'm with you. And I didn't mean to make it, I don't know if we took a shot at you in any way. It felt that way. We're going to get, is that Lee Smith?
Lee Smith, okay.
L. Smitty. Get in there, big feller. Get out of here, Michael. I don't even know if that's bait. The question he's asking in our chat. But Walrus is, says Monster. You think it's Walry?
You know what? I think it's walruses, but I choose to believe it's walry.
Walry sounds like it should be right. But I will say that, Brother Phil, go to your point. You're right. I think the NFL might have to, but like no sport has done this. Like put like records in buckets. Like this was the record during this era, like the 16-game season era, the 17-game. Because I truly believe, at least, I don't know how many records there are in the NFL for per season. I'm just gonna throw out the number of like probably like 60 different records that could be.
Oh, there's hundreds.
Okay, so let's just say 100. I think 50% of records will be broken this year. Like points scored records. If you're a kicker, that's just like an extra game can make a huge difference. A running back. Like, I think there's going to be potentially, like, you could have 2,000-yard receivers this year. Calvin Johnson, remember the monster year he had? We could see that. It could happen. I'm not saying it's going to. But I think a bunch of these, like, sneaky records that we don't, like, the sack record could be broken. Interceptions.
For sure. Again, I think that all of these will inevitably be broken now because of the extra game. Over the next few years, it'll happen. I just don't think it's going to all happen right away.
Yeah, at least over the next few years. You're right.
Yeah.
Bad Boys of Pop does clear
just math.
It's true. Bad Boys of Pop clears it all up. Plural of walrus is Darren Waller.
Ah, I knew it.
By the way, walruses, says Mike Bauer. Dan. So walruses.
Another vote for walruses. Are we keeping track?
Flock of
How are our pollsters doing with this?
Whatever Michael says is going to be the truth. Because I'm going to change it on Wikipedia. 5th time playing Fortnite. It's a mammal fort. Yeah. So it's a mammal. Damon says, so are we picking a vulture and a walrus now? Yeah, this is the walrus of the game.
Really starting to think about this final day of Sims. Like I'm very curious how they're gonna
if they're
pair out the broadcasts and like.
If you want my opinion,
it's just gonna be piecemealed together like we always do.
Well, kind of. I think they should make it seem. Well, it all depends because I don't think they want to make a huge. It's going to be interesting because, like, part of me is like, are they going to do like they did that Simper Bowl when there was like a pregame and they did all this stuff? But like, do they also not want to like make it seem like it's like, oh yeah, bye, that's part of it.
Because it is and it isn't, right?
Yeah, but I think if it was me, if I was running, I would run it back. I'd go Emerson and Reed for they did the very first sim when this all started.
Yeah, have them go at noon. Yep.
Yeah, and I just have them do the last one.
Have them go noon and Madden After Dark.
I'll just do the last one. I don't even care.
Gotcha.
And what my assumption is they'll probably give everybody a crack at the last day. Like they'll probably do rotations or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they'll just say, hey, cough, do all 6 because you're always crying about it and you need the money clearly more than everybody else. Which, by the way, I joked with him the other day because he told, like, obviously we're not doing Sims on Saturdays with football right now. And he said something to Drew like, if we're there Sims, I want to do all 6. And I said, Cuff, you egomaniac. Let other people make a couple bucks on the way out here, bro.
It's like, hello.
Yeah, I was like, I think that's like I said 2 weeks ago. I almost did. I got the 5er. I know we talked about it. I was like, I got the 5er, and Drew literally said like they did not want me to do 6. It's not because of who I am or who you are.
Did you end up doing 5? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did 5. Wasn't happy. Just give me all 6. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, at that point, you just got to do all 6. Like, just force yourself on to the one broadcast you're not supposed to be on.
Yeah. Meager 66. I already told my wife that we're having a Super Bowl style party on 8th.
Oh, that's cool.
Meager, that's what it's about. We need this. That's what it's about. Well, we're blowing this thing. I might have to take. Wait, the first. We have that. Wait, there's a touchdown, by the way. That's a Jordan Howard touchdown. Caw. I'm a walrus.
I want to make myself fully available for all 6 Sims that day.
Oh yeah.
And just tell my other job, like, hey, sorry, I just
vacay day.
I got an obligation.
Just say sorry. I'm sick that day.
Yeah. And then they'll see me tweeting about being on DraftKings.
As my wife just said, just tell him sorry. I'm sick. I'm stuck on the toilet.
Morgan's home, guys. Everyone say hi to Morgan.
Wait, no one's saying hi to Morgan until we understand one thing. Well, first off, hi Morgan. Second off, what did we get?
Hi.
What did we get?
Hi, Ross.
What's up?
Said hi, Ross.
I could hear her. More importantly, what did she get?
Well, she stopped at the store on her way home from the dentist. Looks like we got 2 new pillows.
Wait.
She went to the dentist at 7 Central.
7 o'clock at night?
Yeah, she has a very accommodating dentist. She had no cavities.
Yeah, they're 12 to 8 on Mondays.
12 to 8 on Mondays.
What?
Yeah. But then they take what, Friday off, right?
No, they do like half day.
Half day on Friday. Yeah. See, they put in the extra work on Mondays.
Want to just let me?
It's good for people that want to go to dentist after work. She worked a full work day, hung out for a little bit, took the family dog for a walk, and then went to the dentist.
Do you want
then on the way home, stopped at Chick-fil-A.
Love this.
Got some pillows. We got a whole little grocery. We got a grocery. What is that thing called? Cart full of stuff. I'm excited to see what you bought.
I appreciate all this. Only people care about is what you get at Chick-fil-A because me and my wife never had it. I think we should let Morgan and my wife just finish the sim personally because I got to go to bed. But what?
We do need to do a wives sim at some point over the next week and a half.
No, no one's taking my money. All right, knock it off.
No, we still get paid for that.
I get half.
Okay, deal.
Yeah,
I think that's how that works, anyways. But
my wife said we get a referral fee.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
What did you
I
get?
asked for 2 spicy chicken sandwiches.
So everyone tells me the spicy chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A is literally like to die for.
Yeah, it's really good.
I've never had a Chick-fil-A.
Well, so and you and I both grew up in New England, and I get that because Chick-fil-A didn't really start to become a thing nationally until the last decade or so when they really started expanding in the Northeast. So until I moved out here, I had only probably been to Chick-fil-A a handful of times in my whole life. But for them out here, it's like a normal thing. It's as normal as McDonald's.
Fascinating. Okay.
And it's amazing.
It's become very popular here now, but I just still never.
Where we're moving in Pawtucket is right on the Massachusetts border. So on Route 1, right at South Attleboro, there's a Chick-fil-A. And actually, my fiance Morgan's job is she helps build Chick-fil-A's with the commercial real estate company that she works for. So we're a Chick-fil-A supporting family.
No. You need to change that story, cut the whole second half, and just say Morgan works building Chick-fil-A.
She builds Chick-fil-A's. Yeah, it's a fact.
In the Southeast, though.
Yep, she built any new Chick-fil-A that's built in which 4 states?
It's